7, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, RJ in Michigan. The rest of the week, golfing away. We got Peyton Russell running things. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. And we open up the show with yet another Dallas Cowboys late signing. They add someone that Mike Zimmer knows pretty well, the big man, Linval Joseph, up front as another defensive tackle.
Yeah, they are signing just about everybody but their own, which has long been their position was we sign our own. We take your vote. That's what we do. Not so much now. This is I think the 10th player that they've added in the month of August.
What did you set the over-under with Broadus and Nick Harris at 2.5 towards outside players that would be added from this point to the start of the regular season?
Yeah, that will be on the roster. So there's one. Now we just need a running back that'll get added, I'm sure, and them grabbing somebody else off waivers. So you have added basically the interior defensive line for the Buffalo Bills last year because you went and traded for Jordan Phillips, and now you've added Linval Joseph, who was with the Bills last year, was not with the Bills for the entire season. He picked up about midway through, but had played 7 games for the Bills last year and was in there in that defensive interior when the Cowboys played him last year. And so this is somebody that Mike Zimmer's got a lot of experience with, having spent 5 or 6 seasons in Minnesota with Mike Zimmer. And as soon as Zimmer was gone, I think it was right after he left was when they finally purged him out. So this is somebody that Zimmer's been a fan of and believes in and is not going to give you anything other than just eat space. Like, he is there to plug up blockers and to get in the way and keep things clean for linebackers so that they can just run free. But this is not somebody you're going to notice making splash plays. This is somebody that's here to just eat up space.
Did you watch tape of him?
I watched a little bit of him last night, yeah.
Was it bad?
It's not bad. It's just it's not there's nothing dynamic about him. There's nothing really versatile about him. He's not the same player that he once was, but I mean, he's still a big, strong guy who can sit there and fill up the A gap or the B gap or take on guards and centers. He can take on 2 blockers at times and just be a presence that, takes up 2 different hats and makes it free so that you can get DeMarvion Overshown or Marius Leafau or Eric Hendricks, one of these guys, to be able to run free without worrying about a blocker coming up on him. So that aspect of it that they haven't had consistently, a guy who's just strong, powerful, big, think like a lesser version of Hankins. That's the type of player that he is, and that's what he'll do.
35 years old, 14th NFL season. For what it's worth, his PFF grade last year was a 38.8, which is not good at all. I like that. I like that they're adding. I just don't know that I like or love what they're adding because you're shopping at the discount store a lot.
Yeah, and you're doing so really late in the game. Like, where was this move in May or April or March? Like, why were you not making these moves or finding these types of players then?
Well, maybe they wanted to see if bigger names would be available to be cut.
That's possible.
See how training camp goes, assess your team after that.
It's possible, but I think there are guys who the decision to make to add Linval Joseph, like, who do you feel like you're costing yourself? And how much do you feel you're costing yourself financially that you can't just get a look at them throughout the entire offseason program? So I don't know why it was such a slow play. This is clearly a Mike Zimmer ad. This is not anything. The Cowboys have been incredibly hesitant on Joseph for years now, the Cowboys personnel department, because they're not typically a team that has felt like they need to value one techniques very strongly.
Which I've been critical of because this team has not been able to stop the run.
Yeah, they're not a team that generally their philosophy says we got to have one techniques that are big space eaters and they don't do much else for us. When they have invested in a nose guard, it's typically been you're grabbing Antoine Woods off of a practice squad cut, or you're snatching this person over here and just throwing something at the wall and seeing if it sticks. Now, no disrespect to Antoine Woods, who I think was solid given for what they had brought him in for. But Linval Joseph is a guy that I don't think they've ever felt like, oh, we need this type of player, and a guy that I think they've had some hesitancy to say they would want to spend the money necessary to bring him in here. Now at the end of his career, cheaper, and clearly somebody that Zimmer trusts, I think they're like, all right, if this is the guy you want, and it'll make your defense work, go ahead.
It was the final padded practice in Oxnard yesterday, and apparently the intensity was high. Scrums, confrontations, separation had to take place from coaches and players. Jake Ferguson apparently threw a stiff arm that Donovan Wilson did not appreciate. Wilson took a swing at Ferg, and things were quickly broken up. Tyler Guyton was not involved. That's because Tyler Guyton exited practice early to be evaluated by the medical staff. According to Patrick Walker, apparently things are okay. They're making it known that he was dealing with knee soreness and that it is, quote, not a big deal.
Not a big deal, but could be held out for the preseason finale, it sounds like, and then ready to go week 1 against Cleveland. But, man, this is just the fact that it's troubling. We're just 2 weeks away, and you've got really the one legitimately healthy tackle that you feel like what they are right now. Because Terence Steele, what he's been, but you don't know how he's going to bounce back this second year removed from the ACL. It's troubling that you've got just something that's even bugging him right now.
I'm changing my mind about not wanting a ton of Zeke Elliott reps in week 1.
You do want a lot?
I do want a lot. I want a lot of snaps. I don't want a lot of handoffs.
They need an offensive lineman?
They need a chipper.
Yeah, there is that.
Zeke stand to the left of Dak, and how many times are we going to see that extra chip on Myles Garrett? Although there have been Cowboy game plans around here where we've come in on a Cowboys Monday and said, why didn't you help? How long are you waiting to see that Myles Garrett is having his way over on that side? Where's the extra help? Sacrifice a receiver or someone going out in the passing game. So I'm changing my mind over Zeke being out there a lot. Put him there to help out from any type of missed assignments or Myles Garrett schooling whoever's there.
Scooney over there. Put Scooney on the outside of Guyton and then have Zeke there to chip. That works. Look, maybe Zeke, Schoonmaker, and Guyton together can slow down Myles Garrett.
Trayvon Diggs was talking trash. He finishes up camp with 2 interceptions. Jalen Brooks was going at it with Diggs, back and forth. And then Jalen Brooks gets a last laugh with a nice route, spins the ball right at Diggs to let him know he is here. John Machota got video of Eric Scott trying to finish loudly. Since we've been kind of starred down on him as of late, Eric Scott with 4 pass breakups in one-on-one drills.
Yeah, and I mean, the guy who got a lot of praise yesterday, and when I was just watching a video that DallasCowboys.com put up of one-on-one drills near the red zone, and Israel Mukuamu was really good yesterday, it looked like. And I know Patrick Walker had mentioned him in his article, but you watch the one-on-one period, it was 3 straight red zone throws that Israel Mukuamu got his hands on and was able to break up. And so he's somebody who every year I'm finding myself at the end of training camp trying to find a way to keep him on the roster because I see flashes of it out there at camp. And it's not just against, third teamers. There was a time his rookie year, I think it was, where he had CeeDee Lamb and it was back-to-back snaps where they put him on Lamb in the slot and Lamb was running like drag routes all the way across the field, and Mukuamu stayed in his hip the entire way and batted the ball away on back-to-back throws. And so, to me, he's got for his size and some of the fluidity and some of the sticky nature that you see at times in practices, it's really tough to just completely forget about it just because he hasn't been given some of the same consistent opportunity. So, I know we feel like this is a late-round pick, a guy who hasn't done anything ultimately during NFL games yet. So it's tough to justify him, especially when you've got tight numbers on your roster. But he's somebody that every year I feel like I can't cut him. I gotta hold on to him and see if this is gonna click because it's too impressive too frequently in practices.
Good morning to Troy Moore, Little Cowboys, Rodney, Nate, and Gregory, who I'm seeing up and early on the YouTube, Twitch, and fan cam. Way to hit us up on the show. via the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I was driving home yesterday trying to think of extra questions. I'm like, who have we not hit with Broadus and Nick Harris and Nick Eamon? Who have we not covered? And after the Guyton news came out, I said, oh, we haven't talked a word about Terence Steele, and we need to. And yesterday, perfect timing, Mike McCarthy said he thinks that Terence Steele is having his best training camp as a Dallas Cowboy. So that made me very, very excited and happy to hear, because this is a huge X factor. All we're focusing on is the left side, but Terence Steele, we know what happened to him last season.
Yeah, he was the ACL recovery. He's one of the big reasons why you have concerns about Trayvon Diggs, for instance. Him, Michael Gallup, other guys that have struggled with it. You wonder, okay, how are they going to bounce back from this? Last year was a struggle for him. And we would ask McCarthy about it during the year. Just say, hey, is there just rust that needs to be knocked off? Is this the reality coming off an injury? And that's what McCarthy kept pointing to this injury and saying, coming off of that and being a year removed from that it's tough. That first year back is tough to bounce back from. If they can get him back to a level, somebody had asked us this on Love of the Star the other day. If they can get Terence Steele back up to where he was, that is a massive X factor. Like when he says, we feel like we're adding Trayvon Diggs. That's our offseason. We're adding it.
Yeah.
I think you can legitimately make that argument if Terence Steele is better, because Terence Steele was out there for you last year and just wasn't very good. If he shows that he's back to being that guy, that makes your offensive line so much better.
We just ping pong back and forth on updates, contract this, contract that. The other day it was CD. Here's the latest with Jerry on deck.
Well, again, we're just continuing to talk, and the thing is there that since we're really in season, we're practicing, we're doing all those things, operating under his existing contract, which is really good. You know, one of the things that I would like for our fans to really understand is that and 9 times out of 10, these are existing contracts that you have in place. And you should be able to operate under those. But we've gotten it now in the NFL. Other teams are dealing with it to where with time on the contract, you still might have a contract discussion, and that's what we're doing. But none of us, player or teams, want it to hurt the preparation or the likelihood of playing at your best opening day.
Jerry trying to slide that in there with a little nugget for the fan base. I just want you guys to know, we always talk about contracts with rooting against the player and for the team. That's Jerry trying to add to that fire by saying, hey, these are contracts that they signed, and they're technically breaking them. They are under contract. That's a very good contract as well. Like, why go there? Why go there? And it makes me wonder if the owners in the next CBA, they already tried to eliminate it to where these guys don't hold out, and it punishes them severely for thinking about missing any games. Makes it franchise tags. You're stuck with us for 3 years, really. After your contract expires, we just keep tagging you. Makes me wonder if they try to figure out how to not allow players to negotiate that raise when they're technically under contract.
Yeah, it seems like they already tried a little bit with the last where they put in all those fines and everything else for the holdouts, and that's where the hold-in developed from. But they're going to keep trying to make it even more difficult because they view it as like, you're here, you're under a deal, and
because we don't get this in the other sports, right?
No,
the prepay early.
No, we don't.
We're gonna, like Luka's not going to rip up.
We get extensions done, but not like holdouts or anything like that. I would say also, though, that the NFL players have the least amount of power of those leagues. Like MLB players, NBA, we know NBA gets to dictate whatever the hell they want. And so I think that that's part of why it's a little, people would look at it and say that, well, that's not exactly the same. And you look at the amount of money that those guys get. Though, the Major League Baseball is not even in a capped league. And the NBA, they've got the build up for the Supermax and all these different things that you can hit where it just becomes natural. Nobody questions maxing out your star. Whereas in the NFL, they're trying to nickel and dime you. And so
he's like, fans, don't get mad at us. Don't get that mad at us. He is under contract.
It's propaganda. That's what it is, propaganda.
Honestly. Another Wyatt walk-off, and the New York Yankees are not afraid to go after little leaguers. Next on the home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan.
Hectic morning. We've got you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dinner 7 days a week. Elevate any occasion with exclusive private dining spaces and handcrafted cocktails. Visit knifeplano.com for reservations.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-317-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2-1 the count. Here's the pitch. And that ball is hit back up the middle. Base knock for Wyatt Langford. Coming in to score is Ezekiel Duran. Langford with the walk-off hit. And the Rangers win it by the final score of 1-0. They take their first series win since late July. And they'll go on the road with a W.
Matt Hicks with the call. Another Wyatt walk-off. Peyton Russell, how many walk-offs this season for Wyatt Langford?
He had one against the White Sox, Astros, and this one, I'm going to go 3.
Okay, I was thinking it was 3 as well. Quick Google says it was his second career walk-off hit, the other against the White Sox. First Rangers rookie to record multiple walk-offs in the same season since Adolis Garcia in 2021. Funny, Rangers rookie Adolis Garcia, 2021. It seems like it's more. But now this is the man you want up in the big spot. Wyatt Langford gets it done as the Texas Rangers, I believe, were 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position before Langford's single. The winning run ends a streak of 22 scoreless innings in the series. 22 scoreless innings, but they claim 2 of 3 from Pittsburgh and end a string of 7 consecutive lost series.
That's good. And Mike Bassick, I'm sure, was there trying to tell us maybe this is the victory that sends them on a run that they need. You mentioned the 22 scoreless innings. Here's another good one for you. They are currently actively in the middle of 21 straight innings without a single extra base hit.
Say that again.
They are currently actively in a string of 21 straight innings without an extra base hit. And if it was not for
the Seager home run,
2 home runs from Seager in the opening game, they would have scored 1 run this entire 3-game series. It would have been a single run. That Wyatt Langford base hit would have been the only run outside of the Seager homers. And I know you can't just take the Seager homers off the board, so I'm not doing that. I'm just saying it's that you're 2 Seager swings away from nothing basically for an entire series. So it's nice they pick up a series victory. I'm happy about that. And the pitching seems to be coming back around over the last several, 7 to 10 days. But man, it's crazy to me to see how good they were offensively last year and just how bad they are this year.
They've gone from 3 to 18 in runs scored. They were 3rd, and now they've dropped to 18th. And you know who has suffered from that the most? Andrew Heaney. He worked 5 scoreless innings yesterday, allowed 5 hits, 1 walk, struck out 8. He entered the game with a major league leading 13 losses. What is the high in losses change over the years with pitchers maybe not going as long? You know what I mean? Like I'm like, okay, I would think that the loss count is 15 or 16 for someone. I wonder if this is a lower pace based upon pitchers not going as long. You know what I mean?
Could be.
13's leading the way. Okay.
Yeah, but you can take a loss without taking, like, you don't need the same minimum for the loss that you do with the win. And so I would think that would be less affected by some of the wins. But, I mean, it's still, the fact that Heaney's lost as many games as he has, having frequently as many times as he's gone 3 runs or fewer, is insane and unacceptable.
He's gotten the 8th lowest run support among AL qualifiers, 3.84 runs per game for Andrew Heaney, and he got no run support yesterday. But they still were able to go ahead and get the win. Look at the AL West standings. The Astros have lost 2 in a row. Seattle's lost 3 in a row. Man, falling apart in Seattle. Take that, Brett Boone. The Astros are still up 5, though, on the Mariners. And the Rangers are 10 games back. 10 games back for your Rangers. And Bruce Bochy, who was yesterday on with the KMC Masterpiece, man, I do not envy KNC. I thought they did a really nice job of just like, you got to ask different questions every single week when a team is struggling like this. And they had good questions, like good overall general baseball questions versus, are you embarrassed? But they did manage to bring up the word embarrass after Chris Young's viral rant the other day on the G-Bag Nation. But Boach said that if all goes well, Max Scherzer will be at AA Frisco. The 40-year-old should start next week when the club visits the Chicago White Sox. I'm more interested in Kumar Rocker.
Kumar Rocker, Jack Leiter.
Kumar
both
Rocker.
of those.
Kumar lit up my timeline last night with what he was doing.
Yeah.
That I have some excitement for.
4 2/3 for Kumar Rocker last night for Frisco. No runs allowed again. 3 hits, 1 walk. He struck out 8. So we're talking about since he got promoted to AA Frisco, 19 2/3 innings. He's allowed 1 run. He struck out 29 and given up 3 walks. His ERA is 0.46.
1 run in 19 2/3 at Frisco. Evan Grant says, I'll be surprised if he makes another start at this level. Probably the biggest development in entire minor league system this year.
Thank God. Thank God. Because that's one, too. That was one that he wasn't. Bassick was talking about it during the break the other day. He's like, that was the pick everybody was mad about. Where everybody's like, you picked him too high. That you picked him too high because you wanted slot money to draft somebody else a little bit later. And so he was the one that everybody was upset about, and people thought that's too rich to pick him at 3rd. And he's the one that seems to be clicking really well. Jack Leiter, though, clicking well again. He had 3 pitches that touched 100 last night. His fastball was averaging 97. He goes 5 2/3, 9 strikeouts, 1 run allowed, 1 earned run allowed, 1 walk. So since June 18th, Jack Leiter 4-1 now with a 2.70 ERA, 56 strikeouts to 14 walks in 36 innings. You're starting to feel a little bit better about that Vanderbilt combo.
I had to make sure that this was legit, and the New York Yankees actually stooped to this level of responding to the Little League coach who blasted Aaron Judge for not turning around, acknowledging the kids, Little League World Series. They put out a press release, and it's like George Steinbrenner came up out of the ground to write this thing. They wrote, our entire roster spent the day in Williamsport connecting with as many Little Leaguers as they possibly could prior to our game, including the team from Staten Island. And then they're like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of them. Neither the Yankees nor our players organized a schedule on Sunday. In fact, because Staten Island played on Sunday, our players went out of their way to spend time with them in the moments immediately before our game with the Tigers. And then they wrote, and I thought this part was fake, win or lose, we intend to invite them to Yankee Stadium. However, it would have been much better if Staten Island's coach called us to understand the facts before bitterly reacting in such public fashion. Reaching out to us would have been the prudent way to act and would have set a fine example for his young players. Aaron Judge always acts with kindness and respect. The coach could learn a lot from him. The Dallas Cowboys, say whatever you want. They're not responding to something like this.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Exactly. You're not punching down, literally. And the New York Yankees said, screw it, we're doing it.
Yeah.
Maybe this is angry Brian Cashman.
They went straight, and Aaron Judge got asked about it. And Aaron Judge was like, not going to talk about it. I'm going to keep it about the kids, not about this coach. That's what I'm focused on. So Judge even responded to it, was a little petty. But, man, this is it was a bold move to come out and just speak to the media and go like, you coward, basically, Aaron Judge. Why can't you turn around and wave hello to the children? And, look, I'm sure Aaron Judge is – I will give him a pass for this. Aaron Judge was not the only one who didn't show up. It was a lot of Yankees players. And I don't know that it was it a mandated thing or if it was just like, hey, y'all, if you have time, go meet with him. And then the not turning around to wave at them while he's on the on-deck circle. I think most batters – get to a point in their career where they're like, we're yelled at every single time we get out there by so many people. Like, we tune
Choppy.
out. Yeah.
Like Choppy was asking one of the players in Arlington, is he tipping? He tipping pitches? Nice rump.
Yeah, and he claims that the guy shook his head no to him. Didn't even respond. I don't know.
Don't say too much about Choppy, though.
Yeah.
His ears are out. He's not. He's giving off little nasty, mean energy that we're making fun of his matching outfits there in Gaylord.
We clearly don't know the man.
Yeah.
That's what it is. We don't know him.
I heard he said the week I was out, like, you guys aren't my friends. Like,
that's what
he
said. You don't become friends with people that you work with. That's what he said. He's like, so he's like, I probably won't talk to anybody once I'm done working here. It's like, oh, okay, all right,
Cool.
all right, fair enough.
Nice.
Aaron Judge, by the way, unaffected by these little brats. I'm not calling them brats. I'm just kidding. But
I could have been part of the Yankee press release.
Unaffected. Look, I think the Yankees feel like we're not going to make Aaron Judge angry based on what he's doing this season. After last night, Sean, his last 91 games, little over half a season, he's hitting 386 with a 1364 OPS. He has 41 home runs and 99 RBIs in 91 games.
And he probably isn't the hottest player on his team. He and Judge homer for the same time for the 11th time.
Soto just said that's a career high in home runs that he set yesterday, and we've still got a month and a half left in the season. They are the Bronx Bombers this year.
Yes, the streak is finally over. The great Jalen Hurts, or maybe the safe Jalen Hurts. He finally threw an interception at Eagles practice. Big play Slay got him, and that's why Nick Wright was trending yesterday from FS1. And RJ Choppy agreeing. And I thought it was an interesting point that he must be captain check down if he hasn't gotten intercepted in Eagles practice yet this year. And it finally happened.
Yeah, I wonder how Nick Wright feels about this now that a practice interceptions, but is he willing to throw out everything else?
When you look at Jalen Hurts, I mean, he's better than Josh Allen.
All right, well then that means you're kind of painting yourself in a corner here. That means you think that Jalen Hurts, he's having a lights out camp, throwing the football around.
No, I really don't. I just look at it and I say, like,
unless the Eagles secondary absolutely sucks again.
I think it's goofy to keep track of like training camp long stats. I think if you want to say
Todd Archer does it.
No, I think if you want to say
how did you get out of this?
I already was thinking of Todd when I said this. I was about to say, if you were telling me what was the kicking results, I care about that. I care about the kicking results. I care about what happened in team period. And if you want to say how somebody did in team period in terms of efficiency, that's fine. If you're keeping track of 160 straight training camp throws, the most in the history of training camp, like Elliott Shore Parks was, no offense, Elliott, Odyssey Insider, you're a loser. Like that's
yeah. But
stupid.
if as of this morning we were Dak Prescott had not thrown an interception at Cowboys practice, what would we be saying about it?
I wouldn't.
That would be a storyline.
I don't think I would think of it either way. I don't know that we would notice. Like I don't know that
we would notice.
I don't think we would notice if. I think we'd have to go. Did he throw one? I think he threw one. Did he? I can't remember. Like, I think that's how we'd think about it. Because I don't think anybody else cares about it like a loser city and a loser football team like the Eagles would.
I don't know if we can call anyone losers the way we cover training camp.
They're a loser.
By the way, Deshaun Watson limited. I'm the only one keeping a Browns watch in the Metroplex for game 1. Limited in practice because of general arm soreness. And Stefanski said, not overly concerned, just decided to hold him back. Remember, he underwent season-ending surgery on the throwing shoulder last November, and he has missed only one training camp practice, did not play in the first 2 preseason games, so they held him out. Gave him a little rest for the sore arm.
I've heard this before. It's just arm soreness. Nothing to worry about.
From Chris Young?
I hear that from Chris Young about half a dozen times before then 2 days later. It's actually they had season-ending arm surgery when Chris Young was giving that interview. And so is Kevin Stefanski that guy? Is Kevin Stefanski the type to downplay what is clearly something serious? Because they did that last year with his shoulder. They did downplay something that was serious.
Peyton Russell apparently ready for a lawn fight. How much are you checking your toilets? And I heard about eating your kids' leftover dinner. Are you eating their old stale lunch as well? It's Thursday, so that means a payload is next. A payload is next. A payload is next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, David Feherty will join.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak your head.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
Well, congrats to Peyton, man. He has found himself on the most toxic show on the fan, and there's no number two.
No number two. That's right. The toxic payload here. Toxic man on the fan, and I am controlling this segment for at least the next about 12, 13 minutes here as I control Zach during Cowboys postgame.
Well, we might be toxic, but we don't have COVID.
Oh!
We don't know. I didn't realize. I know G-Bag didn't talk during commercial breaks, but it was so bad. Dawson's like, I'm going to do the show from home.
Yeah, well, exactly. Most toxic show on the fan versus the most infected show on the fan. So
Take that.
So, look, I know I'm behind in life on becoming, a true man. I've just gotten to a house about 7-8 months ago. And, I'm slowly learning the process of life here. I'm 27 years old, 28 in a month, and I'm figuring out Home Depot and Lowe's and lawnmowers and all the, tools and stuff, air conditioning units, water heaters that, apparently can rust out.
Did you just
after
blow
a year.
a kiss?
yeah, to Ruben. Ruben was in the hallway.
Oh, okay. I was like, is G-Bag watching on the fan cam right now? You making up with them?
And so, I'm slowly learning the process here, and I don't know if I'm overreacting with this, but I have a little issue with possibly my neighbor. So, guys out there, we care about our lawns a lot. We put down the fertilizer, make sure we water it 2 or 3 times a week, and make sure it's cut clean. And, we take pride in that stuff. And I'm me and my neighbor, I've never met him, never talked to him. We mow on different days of the week, and so you can tell, when someone's mowed, their grass is lower than mine. And
you don't do like
vice versa.
Choppy with the lawn competition? Like, I'm going to mow your lawn first. Your lawn is a quarter of an inch too high. I'm going to get your lawn.
You didn't even need to hear that from Choppy. You should have just known him well enough to know that that's what he does.
That's right.
And so the other day I was looking at, I was out getting the mail, and I was like, is the lawn, has my neighbor cut into my lawn a little bit? Which I think is a big no-no. A lot of men out there will say it's a big, that's like throwing 95 up and in, in baseball. It's a big no-no, man. You're sending the wrong message. And I go and look, and I'm like, okay.
So there's no fence or separation.
So there is like the going in the backyard. And so that's where I determine where my house is, right? Where my lawn is where their fence takes over and where my fence starts, like that. And so I'm like, okay, it's just a straight line down the middle. And I'm looking at it, and it's cut over a little bit. And it's not just like he just went over a little too far and did a straight line. It's an angle. I mean, we're at a little angle here. It's like a little triangle. And I'm like, do I let it slide? I don't think I'm at the point where I need to say something, but I'm like, do I send the next message? Because, when I mow on Saturday or Sunday, it's going to be a little different. Do I kind of mow into his yard?
Yeah.
I don't know how to approach this. Do I just let it go? Tolos, let me know, 877-881-1053.
So what is your relationship with your neighbor, if you have any at all?
Nothing. I don't think I have seen them, but I have never talked to them.
Young, old, kids, single?
I think older. It's not a family though. I think it's like
they don't know who you are, that you're famous though.
I don't think so.
But
no.
I obviously have not been in a home in a very long time, as everybody is pointing out on the fan text right now. That subtle shot from Peyton where he said, I'm still becoming a man. I only got in a house 8 months ago.
Yeah, I should just be talking to Sean. He knows what I'm talking about, but Bobby does not.
Yeah, I talk to this right here. Is that, at least when I was growing up in a house, and we grew up in the same house I was in the same house for like 15 years growing up. What happened to the just somebody moves into the neighborhood and the neighbors immediately around go over and introduce themselves, or bring over like, hey, here's some cookies, or hey, nice to meet you, or just some sort of like the very first time you see them, introduce yourself. Because on our block, that used to be anybody that was, you had 5 houses, the 3 across from you and the 2 on your side, those were the ones that was kind of your little subsection, and you knew everybody in those houses.
That's a good question. What's your relationship with like the neighborhood? You doing like, front porch like gatherings and gather the neighbors?
Well, we haven't had like Halloween yet, so we haven't been able to do like sit out on the porch and like actually been forced to interact with them. Now, this neighborhood, a few houses that we've known are rental homes. The neighbor to our, I guess if you're looking at the house to our right, it's a family that of 4 or 5 kids that just moved in, but it's obviously a rental property.
So does the angle that's being cut look bad, or it just is not jiving with the rest of your yard? It's not the same pattern. Like, is it an eyesore? It can't be if it's cut grass, right?
Yeah, it's just an angle.
And they're not like making a Major League Baseball outfield pattern, right?
No, and it does help that it's the same type of grass. It's St. Augustine grass, Bobby, which is like a thicker.
Yeah, I know what it is.
And so, like, it's not bad. Again, if we were like on the same cutting pattern, I don't think it'd be that big of a deal. But like, he's mowing, during the week on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm a Saturday, Sunday guy, so it's you can tell a little difference there. Yeah. But again, it's not an issue where like I'm gonna go over there and say, hey, stay in your yard, or But it's like,
look, this is obviously a question for Choppy. I'm not a man. So I'm not sitting here doing my own lawn. I would look at it as, you're saving me work. As long as it doesn't look terrible. Your yard is so big, Bobby.
Yeah.
Your yard is so large. I don't think, if it was a little small yard and you could see it like right out of your back door and you're like, that doesn't look good. But your yard is so big, you'd have to walk over there to notice it, right? That's the way I'd view it.
Right.
Like, you're doing me a favor. You're not cool with the neighbor yet. You're not close. Maybe you break bread one day. You share a few drinks when you guys are sitting out in the front driveway and you make a little comment like, where'd you pick up that zigzag pattern? And then you use that. You use that to get into the discussion.
Boy, there is a lot of feedback on the fan text. We got 469. Screw that guy. Cut into his lawn.
You think this is being done maliciously?
No, I think it's just, again, I don't know the exact age of the guy. I think it's just, he's got the headphones in. He's just trying to get it done.
Yeah.
Now, we'll say this guy does water his lawn 4 times a week.
Whoa.
So I'm thinking about,
now that's real Rockwall money.
Do I take one of the sprinkler heads and like turn it around so it's getting my lawn a little bit? I don't know if he can do that.
469, let it go unless he does it again. 817, let it go, not worth it. If it's the first time, let it go.
Put up a political sign right there along the cutoff point to number one, show that you are, caring about your country. I know a political sign y'all put up in Rockwall. And then number two, make sure it's like, oh, this is the line. I better not go over this.
I like this one. 321. My lawn, quote unquote, bro. GTFO, you rent. So they're saying not your lawn. There are a lot of other
Still
people.
his lawn.
214 says cut his whole half of the front yard next time you cut. Like, people are saying this is war.
You cut?
Whoa,
yeah.
Okay, let's not say that one.
The payload continuing Thursday edition. I don't even think Bobby knows what we're talking about.
I know.
But he went close to right there.
Payload every Thursday at this time. Now, guys, okay. Sean, you have a kid now. He's going to Ollie's in kindergarten, right, or pre-K? Are you packing lunches now for him? Because you send him off to school, right?
No, the school provides his lunch.
Okay,
thank goodness. But there have been times because he's such a terrible picky eater that we've had to send him with his own lunch.
So this is a survey of over 2,000 parents, and almost 33% of them have said that when their kids come home from lunch or come home from school, they open their lunchbox and eat their food, their leftovers, for dinner.
Oh.
And I'm wondering, okay, first of all, what are they putting in their lunches that is worth eating for dinner, and what is lasting that long throughout the day? Because you're packing these lunches. Some parents do it the day before, some do it the morning of. I mean, you're thinking like what, 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. that something's in the. I don't know if a Lunchable lasts that long. It's been a while since I've had a Lunchable.
A Lunchable will last.
So Laura we run into this issue a lot where she doesn't eat most of her lunch, and Kristen usually will pack like there's a fruit, maybe some sort of chip, and then like a sandwich, and then I think there's like a juice box or something there. But it's this like insulated lunchbox, like fabric lunchbox almost, that she then puts ice packs in. So I'm not worried about it keeping, because the ice packs are underneath it on top of it, and it keeps it all cold.
Yeah,
but
do they refrigerate your kids' lunch at school? Like when they go with it, do they throw it into a fridge?
They just throw usually parents will throw an ice pack in there.
Yeah.
That's what mine used to do.
That may be a bigger issue I need to tackle.
Ice pack on the bottom and on the top, and then it sandwiches them, basically, is how people do it.
I would think maybe PB&J. Like I'll do this, and many parents do this with. They'll talk about dad bod, because you're eating your kids' leftover dinner. Oh, there's a little mac and cheese. There's 2 protein Impossible Nuggets left over. A couple French fries.
Impossible Nuggets?
That's my kid. We give him like whatever the protein nuggets are. Just try to get some protein in his non-brisket eating ass. So it'll happen with me, but never would I go through and pick at my kids like leftover lunch has been sitting there stale the entire day. In fact, it was like leftover chips. I'll throw it right back in the bag and make him eat it the next day.
Kristen,
I'm not throwing it out.
I think Kristen has done that with the chips before. The grapes or whatever fruit's in there, that ends up getting tossed and she gets mad.
Leftover lunch? No. Leftover dinner? Yes.
So I just want to know, Tolo dads and moms out there, parents in general, 877-881-1053, what are you packing your kids for lunch
Well,
nowadays?
what do you do with Mackenzie's Lunchables and other kids, her fruit roll-ups? They go along with her Dino Nuggets.
They're all frozen. I say, you can cook these whenever you get home. We got the air fryer. We got the air fryer for her.
By the way, Kristen thought you said 400 degrees for 9 minutes is what you did yesterday?
For the hot dogs, yes.
Kristen was very surprised with that. She's like, I would have thought that that would have just totally torched them and gone way too long.
Look, did you see? Did you explain to her?
They were torched, but they're really good.
Beautiful crust that he got?
I said they were good. I said they split a little. She's like, yeah, because it was 400 degrees for 9 minutes.
So
She's
what?
like, back it off by 2 minutes.
What does it matter if a hot dog splits?
Look,
I'm tired of the split hot dog
I'm
haters.
going to trust her on not a lot, but on cooking and cleaning, I'm going to listen to her.
I'm not. I don't listen to Kristen on food anymore.
Kristen, you stay in the laundry room. I'll stay in the kitchen. All right. Last story here, guys.
Peyton Butker.
So, we had a hot dog discussion, talked about the wieners. Now we're talking about something else here. And this is my worst nightmare. A man, and I believe this is Saudi Arabia, the country, Middle East.
Be careful.
Well, it's not America.
If it's not America, it's Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
We gotta have you speak one day at the United Nations. One day at NATO
with a gather the foreigners.
And this man was in a public bathroom, and he was going number 2, and all of a sudden he felt a little bite on the family jewels, and he looked back. The 12-foot python had taken a bit out of his family jewels there, and he ended up killing him with I guess the brush or whatever's in the bathroom, the broom. He started to beat the python to death.
Beat the snake.
But this is one of my worst nightmares, because I do this a lot. When I go to public bathrooms, I will usually check underneath the toilet to make sure there's no spiders.
What?
Nothing sitting there, because it's like they're so easy, because depending on how long it's been used, or how long since it's been used, the toilet, it's like you never know, a spider could just be waiting there for you to sit down. And if this happened to me, I would never sit to do any kind of bathroom business ever again.
You check the toilet?
I do. Not the majority of the time, not every time. Now mine at home, I just assume it's fine, but in public bathrooms, I do this on a regular basis.
Yeah, this is an absolute nightmare. Jeff Darlington, ESPN, had
Eddie Munster.
He had an iguana, I think, in his Florida toilet in his hotel room.
What are these things, they're coming up from the pipes, I guess? How does one, is there not toilet water in there or something?
I don't know, bro.
I don't know.
I mean, those pipes do, even toilet water, those pipes lead out to water. So you would think so.
Just swimming their way through.
That's all. It's terrifying. It really is. I check my AC vents thinking a snake is just going to drop down and slither through out there in Sunnyvale in the woods.
Yeah, I mean, especially your house where that absolutely could and would happen.
Well, how many ants have eaten your sack not nonstop with your breakouts over there?
Not the only thing eating my sack.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. The teams most likely to improve and take a step back in this year's NFL, and which list are the Dallas Cowboys on? Around the rest of the league and inside the Star, plus a Cat Williams ticket giveaway for you to win in the 6 a.m. club next.
Miss any part of the boys this morning? Go back and...
My skills?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Carl Lawson, Jordan Phillips, and now more beef up front as the NFL Network reports that the Dallas Cowboys are giving Linval Joseph a deal worth up to $4 million. It reunites him with defensive coordinator Mike Zimmer. So Linval Joseph, at the age of 35, in his 14th NFL season, is going to be putting on the Dallas Cowboys uniform.
Yeah, $4 million. That's a guy you plan to use. That's not somebody who's going to just, show up and be a game day inactive or probably even a rotational piece. That sounds like he's your one technique. He is your gap filler, which makes me wonder, is that just a flat out indictment of where they think Mazi Smith is at right now? Or is that, no, Mike Zimmer just wanted his guy and we gave him his guy?
I kind of asked Broadus this yesterday. I'm going to ask you as well. You did get caught off mic during the draft show, showing your true thoughts.
That was not off mic.
Everyone discovered and saw.
Not a hot mic.
How much of your draft eval of Mazi Smith are you regretting or feeling bad about right now as an evaluator?
I thought... Okay, so I did not... And we can go back and pull them. I was not...
Are you thinking about the audio? The off-mic audio?
I was not... No, that was Guyton, I thought. I was not a...
you hated Guyton, too.
No. I liked Guyton. I was not a fan of Mazi Smith. I think when we... If you go back to the day of the draft... Why are you
stuttering and stammering so much?
Because if you go back to the day of the draft and you pulled the audio, we said... You asked me what's the best case scenario for the pick tonight, and I don't remember who I said... But I vividly remember when you asked me what would be the worst case scenario, and I said probably someone like Mazi Smith. And it was because of what he was right then, which is a raw player, the limited ability as a pass rusher, and just kind of how he fit into a very tight, narrow box that for a team that had a lot of needs, I thought you could find somebody who maybe they're a little less as a run stopper, but they can give you other things that makes them an overall better player and gives you more on the defensive line. When they picked him, I was like, all right, fine. At least you got an NFL-ready run stopper, like somebody who's going to be above average immediately in that respect. That's where my evaluation was wrong. I was not a giant fan of what Mazi was at the time, but as a run stopper, I thought immediately he'd be good at that. I thought he would be. That was the most disappointing thing, is what you got in the first two rounds from the two different guys that you drafted from Michigan and what you thought they could be in the run game. You thought Luke Schoonmaker would be able to be a above average run blocker immediately. You thought Mazi Smith was going to be an above average run stopper immediately. Neither one of those were that. And that's a problem. I think that he's been better in the last little bit. I thought in the game he played against the Rams, he looked good. I was really disappointed he wasn't out there for the Raiders to be able to see him continue that and build on that. And I think in the practices, he got better. It was small, it was incremental, but he got better.
Is this consistency thing that we've been talking about all training camp, this consistency problem, his ability not being good enough to win the next rep, or effort?
So effort and conditioning, would you consider those similar? Because
yes.
Brian thinks it's more of, because when I think of effort, I think of desire and the willingness and the motor to do it, whereas Brian would probably say it's more about just his condition. Like, he gets gassed. Yeah. He can't pull anything else out of him. And he's just kind of maxed himself out here. So, but I mean, that conditioning relates to, are you doing everything you're supposed to do? Do you have the drive to do what you're supposed to do during the training sessions and during the week? And he obviously lost all that weight last year. Was he on top of what he needed to be on top of? So there's clearly problems that he has Monday through Saturday that are then really affecting him on Sundays.
Make sure to join us tomorrow, by the way, in Saxe. I heard so much, my feelings were hurt, that you guys had an all-time turnout for the last Firehouse tour that I was not at. It was probably Eric Chiafalo's new haircut that brought everyone out. Where was the last one, Bobby?
We were in Glen Heights.
Tomorrow we're in Saxe with maybe the coolest fan giveaway that we've had with this Red Fan Flask that we're kicking out. 6 a.m. start time. 6 a.m. start time. tomorrow in Saxe up until 10, and we're going to feed you as well with Palmer's.
Yeah, it's Saxe Firehouse #1. So this is 5805 Bryan Street in Saxe, Texas. And if you haven't come out to these things, we're not in an ivory tower over here. So like if you want to come out, you want to chat with us about stuff, you want to tell us, hey, I thought this take you had was stupid, or you just want to talk to us about stuff with the show, behind the scenes stuff, get all the scoop, hear all the stories that whenever we say that's an off-air conversation, you can come up, you can get the off-air conversations, come out to Saxe. It's always a good time. We have fun with the firefighters, and I don't know who's going to step in. Is it going to be you tomorrow? Are you going to be doing all the choppy stuff of breaking down doors and things? I think you should.
Oh, I wanted to get Chia Fowler or Woolchuck, but crickets from the bosses. I never heard back anything. I was trying to get one of them to come out and join us live in person.
Do you think they're protecting our feelings and not letting us know that G-Bag said, no, we're aligning with our team after all the shots they took this morning? We don't want to be part of that toxicity.
The toxicity. All right, let's talk about who's going to improve and decline this upcoming NFL season. A Cat Williams ticket giveaway is coming up during the commercial-free Expressway with the Neighborhood Watch.
Which would you like to start with, the improvement or the decline?
Which one are the Cowboys in?
Neither one.
Whoa.
Neither one. They
not a decline.
No, not a decline.
And this is just regular season record?
Yeah, basically, where you performed last season and how you might decline this year.
Let's go decline.
Okay, because I was going to say, the Cowboys are not in this. Between the two lists, the entire rest of the NFC East is. All right, so most likely to decline, beginning with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They were 10-7 last year, but they were -20 in point differential. Their 2023 record in games decided by 7 or fewer points, which is the equivalent of the one-run victory, basically, in Major League Baseball. They were 9-2 in those games.
I cannot believe the Pittsburgh Steelers are getting this much play on national TV. I'm looking over here to my left. What must Russell Wilson do to win the Steelers starting quarterback job? Who cares? Who cares? No one. Russell Wilson is done. Justin Fields stinks. Are the Pittsburgh Steelers? Look, I'm not totally stupid. I know that the Green Bay Packers, I kind of throw them in the same group. Are they still that big that they can get Dallas Cowboy type attention with a boring, non-existent offense?
I think last year really challenged it, and the last couple years have really challenged it. Post Roethlisberger era,
storyline. This is a 9-win, maybe best case scenario, 10-win team at best with no chance to win a playoff game. Why are the Steelers getting talked about this much?
I will say it's
Mr. Unlimited.
It's fascinating that Russell Wilson that's not one of the words. It's fascinating that Russell Wilson is going to be playing in the final preseason game. Like that kind of a fall to where he's gotten. So, I mean, I kind of get that angle of it, but otherwise there's not a lot about them. There's the Mike Tomlin standoff this offseason, and that's the biggest thing that Barnwell says. Barnwell says if you look at the Steelers and what they are, what all their peripherals say, there's no reason to believe, other than Mike Tomlin magic, that the Steelers will be able to do what they did again.
Yeah.
And he's like, look, leave the Mike Tomlin aura out of the picture. There's no more obvious pick for a team's record who doesn't hold up under any sort of scrutiny. He says the Steelers will find it extremely difficult to win 10 games again if they play the way they did in 2023. They have the third toughest schedule in the league this year. There's just no track record for a team being able to do this year after year without eventually either improving their underlying performance dramatically or having their record fall back to earth. Number 2 on this list, this is wild that this is a team that's one of the top candidates for decline. The 6-11 New York Giants are a top team for decline. Their point differential was -141, but they were 4-3 in games that were decided by 7 or less. They have the 14th easiest schedule in the NFL. But Barnwell writes that it's time for another repeating team on this list, but unlike the Steelers, the Giants lived down to our expectations last season. There was plenty of hype surrounding Daniel Jones and company this time a year ago, and the fan base seemed to fall into an argument that almost never goes well. If you're telling yourself that everything went wrong last year was fixed and everything that went right will keep happening, you're probably too optimistic about your team. He says, as scary as this might be for the fan base, they might have actually been a little lucky to even finish with 6 wins. That seems remarkable given that they lost a game in which they were up 3 points and attempting a 35-yard field goal with 28 seconds left against the Jets.
With more Daniel Jones. I can buy that. I can buy the Steelers. I can buy the Giants winning less than 6.
This one might be a little controversial because it runs counter to what the analytics community normally thinks. This is a stable team to a lot of people. 13-4, a good chance at regression, the Baltimore Ravens. They were plus 203 last year. They were 3-4 in games by 7 or less, which doesn't sound like a lot of extreme variance. Sounds like they're kind of hanging around where they need to be. They have the 9th toughest schedule in the league. He says the Ravens weren't secretly a bad team last season, and while anything's possible, we shouldn't project them to fall below 500. A lot of things have to go right for a team to be one of the best in history, though, and it's tough to count on those things going right year after year. Throw in a roster that is in transition after the Lamar Jackson contract extension, and there's enough to be skeptical that Baltimore will reclaim the AFC North again.
Well, fine. They can win a game or two less. We know that they're going to be a double-digit win team. But they're the Philadelphia 76ers.
Well, and
wake me up.
He mentions there that they've had
really the
an unsustainable level of turnover differential in recent years that is not likely to continue. And he said, as good as Jackson is, and as much as he's progressed, he said a career low interception rate is not likely to repeat itself again. That's likely to go up. You're going to see more turnovers. You're going to see things kind of change up there. The 4th team on this list, another NFC East team, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
Who were 11-6, but finished with a point differential of +5. You win 5 games over 500, and you are +5 on the season.
Well, that was one of your good calls. You kept calling the Eagles frauds even when they were undefeated.
6th easiest schedule in the league this season. And they were 7-3 in games decided by a touchdown or less. It says, as it turns out, there's a 3rd team from last year's list that did enough to qualify for the decline of things again. The Eagles already dropped from 14-3 in 2022 to 11-6 in 23, but the evidence suggests they were lucky to even come away with those 11 victories. While this is the most difficult projection of the bunch to parse, I'm concerned that they might still have some ground to cover before hitting bottom after their 28-5 stretch between the end of 21 and the halfway point of 2023. He says the Eagles were within a touchdown of being outscored last season. While they had some impressive victories in close games like the Bills, Chiefs, and Cowboys in narrow contests, that's not something we associate with teams that produce double-digit victories even in the 17-game era. And then the final team on this list for Bill Barnwell, your Week 1 opponent, the Cleveland Browns, who were 11-6 last year with a +34 point differential, 8th toughest schedule in the league. He says 3 AFC North teams. That seems like too many on this list, but it's not out of the question. 3 teams in this division taking a step backward happened between 2020 and 2021. Remember, the Browns, Ravens, and Steelers all lost more games, opening things up for the Bengals to jump from worst to first and shock the AFC. He said the Browns were on the decline side of the list last season, and while it was a controversial pick given the hype they were getting at the time, it turned out to be accurate. The 2020 Browns had gone 11-5 with a negative point differential, and those sort of teams overwhelmingly decline the following season. The case isn't quite as strong for 2024, but there's still a tight point margin here, and there's too many issues with injuries and come back down to earth with a lot of their peripherals, especially on the pass rush side.
All right, so those are the teams most likely to decline. We'll do the teams most likely to improve. It's my favorite stat in all of sports. It's 5 or 6 now. New playoff teams every single year, guaranteed in the NFL. Just part of the reason why they are absolutely loved so much. All right, I got a little special surprise guest during the Expressway. We're going to have a Cat Williams ticket giveaway, and I do want to ask this question from yesterday. Are we giving the Rangers a championship pass for this year? I feel like there's not that it's necessarily a bad thing. We don't have to be angry East Coast all the time, right? Or ever. Are we really angry at this championship defense that has obviously failed from your Texas Rangers? The commercial-free Expressway with the Neighborhood Watch as well, coming up with Sean and Bobby. But let me get you on over to Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers. Josh Young, Evan Carter, John Gray, and now Pud.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Air. We'll see you in Saxon tomorrow from 6 to 10 with The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Turns to bunt. No. A Butcher boy. He lines it to Lowe, who makes the catch, and he beats McKinney back to first. You almost never see that. Kiner Falefa faking the bunt and then slapping at Chafin's pitch, and he hit it to the right side, but Lowe was just positioned perfectly as he was coming in on the bunt, was able to make the catch on the sinking Lowe liner, and then won a foot race back to first. So a big-time double play.
Jared Sandler with the call that's almost as long as a Kevin Hagelin tease. Good morning, Metroplex. Commercial-free Expressway on DFW Sports Station. I'm busting Jared's balls because I know that he's listening. They have won 3 of 4. They got a series win, but they didn't get Andrew Heaney any more run support. Wyatt Langford with another walk-off win. We are your home of the World Series champs with a Cat Williams ticket giveaway coming up this hour where we are commercial-free with the Neighborhood Watch. I brought this up yesterday, and I wanted to get to it today. If you want to leave your voicemails and thoughts via our Odyssey app, you can do it, and we'll play it here during the Thursday show. RJ Choppy out for the rest of the week in Michigan on golf vacay. Are we angry at the Rangers and their season? I haven't felt that. I'm not necessarily saying you need to be, right? We know in Boston and Philadelphia they'd be burning it down. Are we giving a championship pass? Have we been mildly frustrated? I definitely sense a lack of like anger and rage that the champs came out and played like this to be 10 games back in the American League West. I don't get any tweets calling out Chris Young, going off on Bruce Bochy. They just getting that championship Teflon treatment. Is it a baseball thing here, Josh Hamilton? Have we been as angry as you thought at this year? I don't think so.
Not angry, at least for myself, and I don't think a lot of other people. Not angry, disappointed for sure. And
we have like a true diehard baseball town, which we don't. Josh Hamilton was unfortunately right about that. Should we be angrier to hold them to a standard after they just won the title? Or in the back of our minds somewhere, are we saying, we went on a hell of a run to get that title?
Look, you play that out 100 times that postseason, the Rangers are not winning that World Series 100 times. Like, that's just not happening. I think that it was a perfect storm that came together and gave them all sorts of advantages that you wouldn't normally be able to bank on. You're not going 11-0 in the postseason. Like, there's a reason that's never been done before, even by like the greatest teams in the history of baseball. So that's one side of it. I will say they arrived a year early. Like, they were supposed to start competing around now. And so the fact that they arrived early, I think that's the biggest part of this, is people felt like, man, if they started now and they weren't supposed to compete till 24 and then into 25, we're looking at potentially being able to set up being a real dominant force. So that's the most disappointing aspect of it, is that you feel like maybe specifically on offense, some of what you saw last year was a flash in the pan and it was smoke and mirrors, and you're not actually, those aren't the good representations of who those players legitimately are at the plate, like Jonah Heim and Adolis Garcia and guys like that.
Because the Cowboys won the title, and then what would be the equivalent of this? They were
Cowboys won the title, and then they went
7.
They went, yeah. At this point in the season, similarly
7-9.
They were something along the lines of, right now they were 6-8 going down the stretch in a bad division.
We'd be flipping out.
Yeah, but I think everybody holds the Cowboys to a different standard. People flip out at the Cowboys when they don't win, regardless of what just happened. I don't think anybody's giving the Cowboys a pass if they win a Super Bowl next year.
I want to ask Rangers insider play-by-play voice Jared Sandler joining us live on the D&M Leasing Hotline. A little bit of a surprise topic here. Wanted to bring you in, Sandman. Do you think that Ranger fans are angry at this season? How would you describe the interactions that you have on a daily basis covering the team and interacting?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's anger. I think there's really just more like disappointment, because if you think about it, the Rangers spent 6 years basically playing in the irrelevant sandbox, right? You know, they not only did they not make the playoffs, but they weren't really close. And all right, well, that's all, you know, in an effort to try and build up and have a nice run of sustained success. And you know, last year was a surprise in that it just kind of popped at once with a World Series. But, you know, I think that a lot of people were of the expectation and hope that last year was year one of a several-year run in which the Rangers would be like some of these other major market franchises who, you know, appear in the playoffs every single year. And that doesn't mean that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we're not going to look back and say, yeah, the Rangers spent, you know, most of that time in the playoffs. But, I mean, it's understandable if there's some frustration or concern that after what happened last year to follow it up with this year, that, you know, that might not be the case. And so I think that's, to me, to the fans who, like, they're legitimate, you know, they follow the Rangers every day. I think that's the maybe the prevailing sentiment is, yeah, there's obviously anger, I guess, but not, I heard you just a second ago comparing it to the Cowboys. I don't think it's like the anger that comes attached to the Cowboys when they have that type of a season. I think with the Rangers, it's more of a frustration.
Because we didn't have a chance to get mad at the 2012 Mavs season because they dismantled the team, right? It was like, it was anger at the front office for not giving them a chance to repeat. And I heard Corey Seager say the other day he felt like this losing season more frustrating than even his first year here. But I don't know. I was just curious because I never got any type of John Daniels-esque rage towards Bruce Bochy or Chris Young this year. Nothing towards what John Daniels ever caught.
Well, and there's a banner that justifies that, right? And that's why, you know, one fly ball to right field totally changed the way we talk about John Daniels. I mean, it's really that simple. And with Chris Young, you know, he's brought a World Series to this organization. And here's the deal: like, I don't think when you look at the roster, like I heard what you were saying about Jonah Heim and whatnot, and those are all fair questions. But when you look at the roster, it's tough to fault Chris Young because it is a really talented roster. And I mean, who would look at this roster and say, man, they did a terrible job trying to put together a team good enough to make the playoffs again, right? It's just the guys who didn't perform, guys who did not meet the expectation. Now the question is going to be this offseason. How do they evaluate some of these guys? Jonah Heim, Marcus Semien, Adolis Garcia, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe. And I threw Semien in there not because I think he's going anywhere. He's not. But I think they got to ask themselves who he is offensively when they're trying to build a lineup this offseason. You look, you know that Corey Seager's your two-hitter, right? Or, whether he hits two or whatever. All right, hey, Corey Seager, I got a stud. I think you feel really good about Josh Young. Josh Young has not been good since he's come back from injury, but to be honest with you, and I said this a ton when he was hurt, that this should be the expectation because guys coming back from major wrist injuries typically do not have a lot of success right away. I think you feel good about Josh Young. I think you feel good about the growth of Wyatt Langford. But I think you have a lot of questions about, who fits what role and what some of the guys who have struggled this year are likely to be next year, whether it's a bounce back, whether this year is more of a sign of what's to come. I think those are some of the tough questions. And so I think how Chris Young responds to this season is going to be really interesting.
Jared Sandler joining us here on 105 through the Fan. You mentioned there the idea of trying to evaluate, I guess just to kind of like boil it down, trying to evaluate, was last year these guys, like is that who they really were, or is this year who they really are? And how do you respond to that, and how do you build on that moving forward? Let's say they evaluate and they say, we need to make some changes because we think these guys aren't going to reach that level again. What legitimately like options do they have to really be better next year if financially things are tight and the guys knocking on the door from the minor league system are not necessarily, or don't appear to be, big time MLB ready hitters?
Yeah, so Bobby, I think it's a great question. I think
long
to some degree,
the long one too.
yeah. I think to some degree you have to bank on the presence of Evan Carter helping, and that they're that to me, by the way, guys, Evan Carter missing a year of growth and development kind of stinks. I know he was great last year, and you might think, it doesn't need a lot of growth and development. No, he absolutely does. I mean, watch, when he was healthy. But to me, more than that, it's hitting lefties, right? It feels like he almost is set back a year now in his development against lefties. But I think you have to assume to some degree, because you're committed to these guys, that the presence of Evan Carter will help. Wyatt Langford is going to be a lot better next year than he's been this year. You're going to have a healthy, hopefully, Josh Young, which that's a fair question, right? Because, that has not been a constant for him. But those guys have to be better, first and foremost. You need – and then they're going to have to be creative, Bobby. I think that's your question is valid because what are they going to do with Adolis Garcia? If they move on from him, all right, that's $9.5 million that they can navigate, and they can find, a guy who makes their lineup better for that price. You have to be smart. You got to. It can't just be a Juan Soto, right? And if it's Juan Soto, it's great. But there are guys who every offseason get signed for these deals where they're somewhat, bargains, but they fit a specific role, or they help balance out a lineup, or they do something that really makes a big difference. And those are the types of moves, frankly, that John Daniels was pretty good at making. And those are the types of moves that I think Chris Young's going to have to make this offseason to try and figure out what to do with this lineup if there are financial constraints. I don't know what this TV deal is going to look like next year. I don't know what the financial situation is going to be. But I think it is realistic, as you kind of insinuated with your question, to assume that the Rangers aren't going to be able to write a Juan Soto type check, that they're going to have to, be smart with the way they go shopping.
The Dallas Morning News and other outlets reported, I believe in June, that Chris Young was in negotiations to stay. Do you fully expect Chris Young to be back?
I do. I think, I've never owned a baseball team before. I've never,
thank God,
owned a company or anything like that.
You'd have Odor starting everywhere.
Yeah, he'd be in the Hall of Fame. He'd already be in the Rangers Hall of Fame. And there'd be fewer people that would show up for that than the Beltre thing the other day, which was really disappointing, but whatever. I would think that when you win a World Series and you've got 1 year left on your deal, it doesn't even need to be a priority because, that guy's not going anywhere. But at some point you'd want on your off-season to-do list to extend the GM. But that's not really this ownership group's MO. They typically wait a little bit longer than most to do these sorts of things. I would hope that something would get done in September, as it becomes obviously more and more clear that the Rangers are not playing for anything from a postseason standpoint. I think Chris Young obviously deserves it. I'm curious, I guess. I know there's always people on both sides of the fence. I'd really love to hear someone's argument who says that he does not deserve an extension. No one's saying you need to commit to him for the next 20 years, but he unequivocally deserves to be this team's general manager. I mean, he first year on the job in full, and he wins the World Series. I hope it gets done sooner rather than later. I don't know what discussions have or have not gone down. So maybe Chris Young's sitting there like, hey, I'm not worried about it because, I know this is going to get done next week or so. I don't know. But they absolutely cannot complete this season and not have Chris Young extended because you need to know who's navigating the ship. And he deserves to be that guy. And I think that he deserves to have that taken care of within the season so that they don't have to go into the off season dealing with this.
Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker are generating a lot of buzz right now for the way that they've been pitching in the last, month or two. How excited or real should that feel? Is it just cautious optimism right now about those two? And specifically, how important is it for that to be real, given some of these struggles of other high-profile pitchers in the system like Brock Porter and Owen White?
Yeah, Kumar Rocker looks like a man amongst boys in Double-A. Going, watching some of the film. Obviously, I'm not watching these starts live. He looks really impressive, and I would think that he would get a bump up to Triple-A soon. And I fully expect Kumar Rocker to be on the opening day roster. Or if not, he would be on the Major League roster very shortly after, the season starts. And with Jack Leiter, listen, the 3 starts he made at the big league level have kind of clouded opinions on Jack, but the reality is this has been a great year for him. He went from a 2023 season in which he struggled in Double-A to a 2024 season in which he has had a lot of success in Triple-A. And let's not forget that some of these Triple-A environments and ballparks are like Coors Field, right? I mean, going to Salt Lake and Vegas and Albuquerque. I mean, these are some launching pads. And so it's not uncommon that you see a guy in the Pacific Coast League with some numbers on the mound. It's like, oh, these aren't as great as I'd expect. But then you look at some of the context. But he's been really, really good. And how will that translate to the Major League level, remains to be seen. I think he'll come up at some point again between now and the end of the season and get a few more opportunities. I'm going to say this now. I don't care whether he gets shelled or whether he dominates when he comes up or anything in between. This has been a successful year for Jack. He is not 30 years old. He also is probably not ever going to be an ace of his staff. That was, I know he was the second overall pick, but when he was drafted, most people said, hey, this guy's probably going to be a really good middle of the rotation starter. Maybe if things all work out, maybe he can be a 2. But no one necessarily thought Jack Leiter was going to be like a Jacob deGrom or an ace type pitcher. And if he becomes that, great, right? These guys exceed expectations all the time. But I think he still there's every reason to believe he still can be a really good part of this team's rotation. And I think this year is a big step forward. And you're right, Bobby. These are 2 success stories that I think could help immensely. One, I think it helps send a message around the league that, hey, the Rangers can develop pitching, right? With this new regime and some of the new philosophies and practices and people in place to help with that it is something that this organization is able to do. But I just think in general, it's tough to, you guys, we talked earlier about sustaining success. If you look at any team that has sustained success over a long period of time in Major League Baseball, it is awfully tough to do so if you're not getting a whole lot from the pitching side from your minor league system. You can go out and spend and buy and shop in the offseason all you want. You have got to get something from your minor league system on the mound, and the Rangers just have not been able to do that. And I think these two guys plus Emiliano Teodo, so that's three guys who I have full confidence will be big time or legitimate contributors, I should say, to next year's team.
Jared Sandler, D&M Leasing Hotline from your Texas Rangers, also organizing happy hours all throughout the Metroplex. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, every year we have our Sandlot Children's Charity Happy Hour, the prelude to our big event in December, which will be back at Globe Life Field. Tickets will officially go on sale for that a week from today, Thursday, at the happy hour. The happy hour is at Preston Playhouse, which is right off of Preston and LBJ. If you go to @Jared Sandler on Twitter, the address is there. Preston Playhouse is an indoor pickleball center. The happy hour is free to attend. And I know a lot of you guys will be there. So if people want to come out and watch Bobby Belt play pickleball, then you're more than welcome to. But it's free to go. There's food. You don't have to play pickleball. Pickleball is there, so if you want to play, great. But there's plenty of space just to hang out, mingle, food, drinks. We're gonna have a little mini auction like we always do. We're also going to be giving out around $70,000 in grants to several really worthy organizations. You go to thesandlot.org/events. We'd love for people to RSVP just for head count purposes. It's not required. So if you wake up Thursday, you forget, doesn't mean you can't show up. Again, it is free next Thursday at Preston Playhouse. Hope to see people there.
I miss you, man. I need some Jared time in my life. I'm tired of hitting up Bobby.
I miss you too.
Go to the pickleball court, Sean.
Yeah. Bring Ollie.
Yeah, and the 4-month-old too. I'll just put her out there with a rag. I need the Ranger season to end, and I need a full night's commitment of hanging. No, I got to be somewhere else in 2 hours. No watch checking, and nothing the next morning. I need a free Sandler Rage night penned in for when it can happen and take place. Okay?
That's easy, yeah. Hey, quickly, I'm about to go to Canton. I've never been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Have either of you guys been?
No.
I've only been to Cooperstown. You going today?
I'm going today. I'm leaving in 20 minutes. I've never been to Cooperstown either. This is going to be I went to the Hockey Hall of Fame in Toronto, but it was in 2015 when the Rangers were in the playoffs in Toronto.
Yeah.
And I had to just do it in an hour, which you don't actually do it. So I kind of browsed. This is going to be my first full Hall of Fame experience. I'm pretty excied.
Ask him.
I'll go see the Darren Woodson bus.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ask him where Darren Woodson's his setup is.
I might pick it outside with a Darren Woodson sign.
Have fun. Love you, man. Thank you.
Love you, fellas. See ya.
Jared Sandler on the D&M Leasing Hotline on your home for Rangers baseball. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Cat Williams at the WinStar World Casino and Resort on September 27th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Before you answer the phone to hook up a Tolo for turning it on, leaving it on, Seth and McKinney on the Odyssey app answering if he has Rangers post-championship outrage a year after winning it all.
I think when watching the playoffs last year, a lot of us extrapolated performances like Adolis, Evan Carter, and just assumed that's who these guys are going to be for, multiple years after that, when now looking back, it looks like that might have been the peak for some of these guys. I hope that's not the case for Evan Carter, but you look at guys like Jonah Heim and Adolis Garcia, and that's maybe just not what we can expect from those guys year in and year out. And we should look at it more that we're lucky they played that well in the postseason and not that we're unlucky that they've kind of regressed to the mean this year.
Great take. Seth in McKinney. Now I'm talking like
Great
Peyton. Now I'm speaking like Peyton. Hit the damn intro.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Burn bans, fun police, and Rockwall ISD. All things to cover here in the Neighborhood Watch. This is your weekly DFW neighborhood-centric segment. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You're shaking your head. What did I do?
Dude, the burn ban last night, it scared me for a little bit.
Did it?
Yep. Reading all that, I'm like, here I am. I just built a new house, built a new pool, and we just came back from California. And that freaking story, that put a little fear down my spine. I'm like, where is the rain? We need the daggone rain.
Well, we're going to jump into that one. That'll be our lead news story. First, we're going to go to our Facebook community group post of the week. And this one comes to us from This Is Mesquite. And over in This
My
Is
neck
Mesquite,
of the woods.
Close to it, yeah. And we'll be over in the neck of the woods of Saxey, by the way, tomorrow for the Firehouse Tour. Firehouse number 1, 5805 Bryan Street. Come out and see us from 6 to 10. Over in This Is Mesquite, there's a rant over there. They got a lot of interaction, and the poster says parents need to teach their kids how to cross the street if they're going to be walking home. Some little kid almost got ran over near Mackenzie Elementary. He didn't even look both ways. He ran to the middle of the street and slowed down, then ran to the other side while his friends just laughed. I'm not sure if he didn't know how to cross or they were just trying to trick drivers. But as parents, we need to do better. I know drivers need to slow down and watch out for kids, but when kids do this kind of BS, you never know what can happen. And there's a bunch of people loading it up of like, yes, please. The amount of kids walking home who just decide they're going to screw with the drivers coming by or try and act like squirrels, basically run down the street and darting back.
TikTok challenge.
Dude, and this is...
Dude, we need to teach adults, number one. How many times a month do you look at someone who's like, you're daring me to hit you.
Yeah.
You don't care. Like, how are you not turning around? How have you not been hit before in your life crossing the street? It happens to me 2 or 3 times a month, at least from adults.
I've been meaning to tell you guys this. This was a month ago. I was driving in, and it had rattled me, and I forgot to bring it up. But we were driving. I was on the tollway or the toll lane for 35, and as I'm riding through there, it kind of dips below the rest of 35 the closer you get to downtown before the tollway ends. Some guy was crawling up from under like the main part of 35, saw my car coming, and was just like got on the edge and slow walking across the street. I was
50% of the time it may be like a homeless person. Like yesterday, driving home, someone was sleeping on a curb. And, like, the head was, like, hanging off the curb. Jeez. And I was like, oh, my gosh. Like, if I wasn't paying attention, you shift a little bit right, bam, they're sitting there decapitating someone. But, no, I feel like there's adults. They either don't care. They're like, do it. Hit me. I dare you. Dare you to go ahead.
There's a little, yeah, because it feels like they're just kind of screwing with you a lot of times. Because it's usually, like, middle school-age kids who are, screwing around and trying to mess with drivers a little bit. I did similar things probably when I was a kid. I don't remember specifically.
No, I didn't screw around with moving vehicles and cars.
I screwed around with people though, like as we were walking
another
home.
way, walking home.
Yeah, if we were walking home from like going
what?
to the if we're going
Where
to the
were
gym.
you walking home from? You didn't walk to school.
I didn't walk to school, but I would walk to the
from the mailbox back.
The Farmers Branch Rec Center. D.
Yeah, 20-second. I'm screwing you. My 20-second
the rec center or the pool during the summer in Farmers Branch, the Don Showman pool. Thank you.
What did you say, Pepe?
Said the ice cream truck.
You done? Everybody got their line out? Anybody need their next one?
From getting the paper outside?
Anyway, but yes, talk to your kids about that because a bunch of, this is something we see every day driving home. Somebody just either not being aware of it and kids just having no awareness and just running across the street to cross, or
I'm already
trying to screw with drivers.
Scaring the life out of Ollie with, like, hold my hand. You cannot wander off. You don't get 2 steps away. Ever. You will die.
Yeah, you now understand when you see the people with leashes on their kids. You're like, I get it.
Yeah.
I get the leash child now.
I do.
Burn bans are back in North Texas, but Dallas County is digging in the way I do on Trey Lance. They're saying, hell no, not for us. We're not doing this. Even though the Metroplex isn't really experiencing drought conditions, like if you look at the WFA, I talked about this, there's not actually a drought really going on with most of North Texas, but...
When is the last time it's heavily rained? Brunoff, send me an email.
What, a month ago, probably? I feel like. Just about every county in DFW has implemented a burn ban, though. Like right in the Metroplex. Dallas County hasn't. Denton and Collin haven't. Tarrant is the biggest one so far that has put one in. But
now, burn ban means what?
It's like you can't have open fires or other things. Like you can't, basically anything that causes a flame, you can't be burning anything in the county on that day. Now, it's a little different from county to county. Some counties just have a burn ban in place right now. Other ones, according to WFAA, have burn bans in place for the day, depending on what like the environmental elements are. and you have to call and check that day to see, hey, is there a burn ban in place? Because some days it may be on, some days it may be off. But a lot of them are just in place right now. Like Wise County and Parker counties only have burn bans for the day depending on air quality conditions. And so you have to know in those areas if you've got one for that day. But why is there a burn ban if we're not in a drought? Well, so the rain from the spring where we got a bunch of different heavy rain events and got plenty of water during that time caused a bunch of healthy grass to grow, Sean, much like the grass that gets cut in Peyton's yard by his neighbor. Caused a lot of healthy grass growth. That leads to a hot summer that is causing that tall grass to now dry out and wilt and act as basically a potential accelerant for any flame that touches it. So I hadn't thought of this aspect of it before. I would always think, well, if we're not in a drought, like, you don't have to worry about it. But they're like, no, if you've actually gotten a decent amount of rain before and you've got a decent amount of grass everywhere, it hasn't just been drought conditions, you've got more that can potentially set on fire and just get lit up. The fun police have arrived, Sean, and it's the literal police, actually. Illegal gambling machines have been seized in DeSoto this week. And I don't want to dry snitch here, okay? So I'm not going to get into specifics, but this machine that I see here, I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to turn it around. This is one of the illegal gambling machines that was taken out of DeSoto. Do you see it here?
Okay, I see.
Have you ever seen one of those?
It looks like one of those that you sit in the airport when we're flying back from Vegas.
I've seen these in a few different places around DFW, like in bars and in like gas stations where you could actually win money. It's not a lot.
Oh,
but you could. And so
how is that legal?
That's what I was trying to figure out. I just assumed they were legal because I was like, who would put these in here? But I mean, I see them. I can think of like 6 places off the top of my head that have them. And it made me start thinking, like, is there a lot of illegal gambling going on, or does it matter how many machines it is? Are there restrictions on like what those machines are allowed to be? Are these ones in DeSoto? Because there's not a lot of details. Just said that a bunch of them were seized out of these 2 gas stations in DeSoto. And to me, it's like, or is there it was over on Pleasant Run Road and then another on Polk Street.
Ask the degenerate back
Peyton, are you not allowed to have anything like this, like a machine that wins you any money? I know the fan text will tell us.
I don't understand that you can't have machines like that, but then you can have scratch-offs. Like, you're still winning money. It's still Texas. I don't understand that part. Now, it just depends, because some of these machines that, you see online, it's like you can play them, but you're not able to win any money off it. That's different. But if you're able to win a profit, then yeah, I can see why it's illegal.
All right, so we're getting some of the answers on the fan text. 972, they're not legal, Bobby. There's tons of illegal gambling in Texas. That makes sense.
But how can they just have an illegal gambling machine for when a police officer walks in?
Here's what 682 and a bunch of, let's see here. It's 682, 903, 214. They're all weighing in saying you're not supposed to have a cash payout. You're supposed to win store credit is how most of them are supposed to be set up. So whatever you win is for credit there within the facility.
You're up to over 600 people right now for the neighborhood watch, by the way.
People care about what's going on in DFW, even on YouTube, Twitch, and everywhere else. They want to know what's going on with the neighborhood watch. But the store credit angle, I guess that's how some of them don't get caught, is if somebody just sees the machine, they may not naturally think it's set up with cash or whatever else. But I've seen some of these. I guess I'll just have to test them out and see if they have actual cash or if they're for store credit, and then report back.
to NFL Network?
I mean, if it's for store credit, I am, I guess. An update on the Rockwall story from last week.
This
which
blew
we've talked about. Yeah, parents are not letting this one fade away. It's nice to see the rest of news organizations like Dallas Morning News finally cover this a week after we did, after we were the ones to talk about the Rockwall ISD accusation. Quick recap if you haven't heard it. There's a teacher out there in Rockwall ISD who's accused of sexual assault of a child, a student the prior year. Investigation was done. Nothing was found concrete, but there are a lot of parents who are upset she's being allowed back as a teacher this year.
Yeah, and Sean Rabb of the fan.
And mainly because they felt like the school didn't communicate. Even for people who say, fine, if you say she's innocent or there's not enough to prosecute her, you should have told us these details. You should have been upfront with them. We shouldn't have to have come and found them out. Well, Rockwall ISD is finally speaking publicly about this, releasing statements, talking about some of the changes that they've made. They said that public trust is a priority for Rockwall ISD. District administration is working with council to understand current state legislation relating to cameras in early childhood general education classrooms, because that was one of the discussions was, why do you only have 30 days worth of footage where you could have potentially gotten the evidence on this teacher that you needed if you kept a longer amount of time? And cloud storage is expensive, and it takes up a lot of space, and so a lot of districts don't keep more than that.
Get DFW security.
So they are saying that they will, Rockwell ISD is responding to this and say that they are looking into expanding their cloud service and how much they can store on there. But they did mention, they went in their official statement and said, these were all the people that investigated, all the things that happened. There was nothing found, nothing we can do. If she's innocent,
Choppy would be applauding
legally,
this.
she's innocent. I totally get both sides being frustrated by this, though. The people who support and say, she's innocent, she's been found innocent, you can't hold this against her. And the other side that says, man, that seems like a he said, she said thing that it's really tough to just accept that, oh, she must be innocent.
A win for OU over Texas, and there are now two people apparently better than Patrick Mahomes at playing quarterback. Bobby Belt wants to steal RJ Choppy's segment. A Thursday edition of the College Football Kegger is next.
You can either go to Bobby's place after the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out a little bit.
Tennessee Sports Station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Oh, boy. The Oklahoma Sooners cleaned up a big-time prospect for 2025. And Texas isn't getting the sort of benefit that you might expect in the 2025 recruits from a team that just went to the CFP and is joining the SEC. What you're finding is a pretty competitive landscape. This is the college football kegger. So Michael Fasusi, who is the offensive tackle at Louisville High School, big-time blue-chip recruit, is leaving the state of Texas. He committed yesterday to Oklahoma over the Aggies and the Longhorns. And this aspect of the top recruits and where they're going in the state of Texas is a little frustrating to me as a Longhorns fan, because, you know, when Texas would struggle, you'd see sometimes.
Well, perfect timing for Carter to walk in with this OU victory. And by the way, Florida State, Georgia Tech, Saturday at 11 o'clock. Florida State, 10th in the nation.
Yeah, and that'll change pretty quickly when they see what DJ Uiagalelei actually looks like. So when you look at the state of Texas and some of the recruits that they had, Charlie Strong era was tough for the Longhorns in the state of Texas. Herman kind of brought things around, but it's still some struggles there. Sarkisian's done better, but man, this right now, you would think that they would have a bigger benefit in terms of a bigger bump competing here in the state of Texas. Of the top 15 prospects who have committed, so that's out of the state of Texas, the top 18, because there's some who are still uncommitted for 2025. But of the top 15 prospects that have committed so far, Texas has 2 of 24/7 Sports top 15 Texas commits. There's also 2 committed to Ohio State, Oregon, Oklahoma, and Alabama, and then individual commitments to SMU, A&M, Michigan, Baylor, and Missouri. So it's a competitive landscape. It's one where Texas is going to have to, as much as you think going to the SEC will just start to pull in some guys, you're looking at Texas as a very national state where people recruit from. Other programs are dipping in here. Ohio State gets a lot of kids out of here. Bama has routinely taken place out here. There was a long time, I'm surprised it hasn't kicked up again with Deion. There was a long time, about a decade ago, where Colorado scooped a lot of kids out of Texas.
Well, Deion would have to recruit in order for that to happen again.
Yeah, see, he doesn't. He just does the transfer portal.
Pat Doney, I think 1 week from today, will join us for the patented classic high school football preview for the entire state. Pat Doney, NBC5, will be joining us next week.
Now, the highest ranked prospect.
We get Nick Harris to do it, too.
Nick Harris, big time high school football guy. The highest ranked prospect that Texas has gotten committed from the state is the number 12 overall player in the country, a wide receiver, Khalil Lockett. You know what school he goes to, Sean?
Nope.
Saxe High School, where we will be tomorrow, the home of Khalil Lockett, 5805 Bryan Street, for the Firehouse Tour there in Saxe. But Khalil Lockett, that is their big-time prospect that they have. I might have to get out to Saxe again to kind of get eyes on the future there at the University of Texas. But
if
either
you see
way,
a yellow sweatshirt up in the corner of a bleacher with no one around him, that's Bobby scouting on a Friday night.
No, it'll be shirtless with Saxy colors painted all over me, and
It's not softball season.
I'm going to be going in there with war paint, baby. Like that's what I'm going in for the games in Saxy.
Get their equipment stolen like you did poor Keller.
Yeah, I shouldn't have taken shots at the cartel while they were still out there.
Probably a Bobby Belt fan hater who went and stole these poor girls' equipment because they hate your guts.
337's just like I'm going to
He spray
Midland.
paints 337 on all the bags, the equipment gear.
Fat Mahomes, as they're calling him, Dylan Raiola, who is the highest graded recruit in the history of ESPN's grade from 2006 on. Dylan Raiola is the highest graded recruit to ever go to Nebraska to commit. Nebraska, which is obviously a school with 3 Heisman winners. They've won 5 national titles. They've still got, it's hard to remember because they've been down for so long. That was a prestigious program, for a long time. That was a job Mike Zimmer almost left as defensive coordinator of the Cowboys to go take in 2004, I believe. He was a finalist for the Nebraska job.
Imagine Mike Zimmer recruiting high school kids.
He got it offered.
Look, you want to play or not?
He had the job offered to him. He turned it down, actually, to come back to Dallas. But Nebraska, they get their highest recruit in the history of ESPN's rankings of recruits going back to 2006. Dylan Raiola, who is a 5-star quarterback, the son of Dominic Raiola, the old offensive lineman. And he's got a chance to be one of the big stars of the NIL era because he comes from an NFL pedigree. He's being hyped as the savior of what is a pretty prestigious program that's been down on its luck, the Matt Rule connection. And he's already become this viral star for things like his Oakleys and his hair and everything else that makes him look like Patrick Mahomes, and then playing dumb and going, I didn't even know who's Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
If you look at him in a jersey and uniform too, it looks just like Mahomes.
Yeah, he wears 15.
Yeah.
Like he's clearly trying to be Mahomes, but he's somebody who they are really hyped about. Most people have him on their preseason freshman All-American team.
What school did he play at? Where did he come from? Do you know?
I don't remember what high school
Because I'm like,
that he
man,
was at.
someone big time to be choosing Nebraska to go play for quarterback. Matt Rule.
He's a legacy guy, so his family historically has gone to Nebraska.
Well, look, Pat Mahomes is in the news and the headlines because of someone named Darryl Doucette. And Darryl Doucette is a flag football quarterback, and he has sent the message out to NFL players, y'all still need to try out if you want to be on Team USA in Los Angeles when flag football is going to be played. And this is Darryl Doucette talking to TMZ, explaining why if Pat Mahomes tries out, he'll be Trey Lance.
At the end of the day, I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game. I know he's right now the best in the league. I know he's more accurate. I know he has all these intangibles. But when it comes to flag football, I feel like I know more than him.
Okay. Allow me to defend him real quick.
Oh, gosh.
Mahomes came back with the 50 Cent meme like, what? Huh? The 50 Cent Floyd meme. Allow me to defend him just for a second. Did you ever watch the flag football stuff on NFL Network a few years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. It is a different, and it was a different style of play. It's not just like regular NFL drop back football. So I think from like a scheme/style knowledge standpoint, I can see where he's coming from and defend him a little bit. And there was a point in time when I don't know whether they ever went up against some NFL players, but I was thinking you could put a couple NFL players out here until they got used to it. Until they got used to the style of play that flag football was on NFL Network when they put it out there. And I think the NFL guys could possibly lose, like in the first game, just because it is a different way to play. So from that standpoint, I can see where he's coming from. But, of course, everyone is destroying this 35-year-old for saying he's better than Mahomes. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but rightfully so. You got to destroy him for saying he's Mahomes. I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Did you watch it and be like, whoa, this is different?
Yeah,
it's not just drop back. Let me find the guy. Like, it was heavily coordinated.
It's a different game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand it's a different game, but it's still Patrick Mahomes. And like we've seen, Patrick Mahomes doesn't play the game the way everybody else in the NFL plays it either. And so I think he could adapt. I trust that. But Dylan Raiola here, if he's really good right out of the gate, this is going to be one of the...
You're talking about the Nebraska kid now.
Yeah. If he's really good right out of the gate, he's going to be one of the names we hear about a lot this year. Like, he's going to be easy for the national media to kind of coalesce around and say, all right, this is one of the guys that we're propping up as a big-time name and a big-time star here in college football. College football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. ESPN has released their top projections for the CFP, the 12 teams that they think will end up in the college football playoff. This is from Kyle Bonagura and Mark Schlabach over at ESPN. And if you look at the expanded field, a lot of people have said this is going to open things up to more unpredictability. It's going to make things more competitive. You're going to have a bunch of different games. It may take the individual game, the weight of an individual game, it may kind of take the juice out of that. But overall, you're going to get more games over time that have more intensity to them. And you're going to get a more competitive playoff run. Not if ESPN is to be believed. With their projections, they have the same national title game, Ohio State versus Georgia. And out of the 12 teams that they've projected, even though they're ranked a little differently, or maybe they have one team in a spot ahead of another, they have the exact same top 9 teams projected in the CFP.
The exact
same 9. Now, again, it's something where you could have maybe they have like the 9th team for one guy is the 6th for another, but they've all got the same 9. They've all got the same top 4, actually. But if you look at it, so those 9 teams that they have, Penn State, Notre Dame, Texas, Alabama, Oregon, Utah, Florida State, Ohio State, Georgia. So those 9, slam dunk, and then the 3 behind that is where you're really looking at some different names. Ole Miss, Miami, Clemson, Arizona, Boise State, some different names that they're throwing out there as potentially being involved here. But if this is the way it is, like if we're looking at the end of this year and we're able to pretty accurately predict the top 10 of the 12, doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose? Because I feel like the whole point of the top 4 was you didn't have as easy a grasp on it because it was so narrow. You didn't know how some of these top teams jockeyed.
Are we going to say in the same breath preseason rankings don't matter? Because if we do, then who cares the way that they rank them?
Yeah, but I mean,
and this is why you expand the playoff as well.
For the unpredictability of the back end of it?
And get more in it so that we're just not, okay, everyone knows who it's going to be. Let's just go ahead and fast forward to the Final Four.
So here's my biggest hang up with expanding the playoff is that the top 5 teams in the country, for instance, let's say the tier 1, it's the top 5 teams. I feel like if you jump down to team 15, there is a massive gap between who team 5 and team 15 are.
Yes.
That I don't know that we're going to get competitive games early.
Right.
And it's going to end up essentially being a 16 playoff anyway.
Hell, for the beginning, like 4 versus 1 was beat down.
Yeah.
Like the first round games, there was a big, massive point disparity.
We had a national title game a couple years ago that was a big, massive point disparity because of that. So there are such levels to it. Like you can easily see at some point during the year a 1 versus 14 matchup. And that 1 versus 14 may lead to a 30-point victory because it's just that's the kind of discrepancies we're talking about between these teams. So if Boise State is listed on one of these lists here, if Boise State really is the 12th team in the country, are they going to be able to hang with Oregon? Or is Memphis going to be able to hang with Oregon? Or are we going to be looking at blowouts there where we're like, okay, well, what was the point of this?
Because we'll hype it up for television as another quote-unquote playoff game.
I guess that's what we're looking for.
And we can stop the crying and the whining over Florida State, as Paul Feinbaum has been repeating all off season.
Feinbaum,
there you go. You got in.
Feinbaum cannot let that go. There's a bunch of people.
He let go RG3 though.
There's a bunch of people who have Alabama ties last year that are still sour and petty. Like when you hear them talking about Florida State and the way Florida State reacted.
Were you defending Florida State?
Yeah, I was. I was. Yeah, because I remember I was anti-Alabama in general all last year. I thought Alabama was being given way too much credit. That's not dug in. I was correct. Texas whooped their ass, and that's all that matters. So I was correct. And that's your college football kegger.
There it is. RJ Choppy will be back on Monday. He is out in Gaylord, Michigan, the Gaylord Golf Mecca, hacking and swinging away. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Protect your animals. Please protect your animals. And Bobby thinks he finally has a solution for my anger problem. That's next along with a Below the Belt without Brian Broaddus right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel. And Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2-1 the count. Here's the pitch. And that ball is hit back up the middle. Base knock for Wyatt Langford. Coming in to score is Ezekiel Duran. Langford with the walk-off hit. And the Rangers win it by the final score of 1-0. They take their first series win since late July. And they'll go on the road with a W.
How will Below the Belt survive and decline without Brian Broaddus from Oxnard?
Ratings about to shoot up.
Find out at 8:40. I'm keeping an eye on the YouTube number count compared to the last few days. Broaddus has been owning the YouTube page with these views as well. Just crushing it, killing it. And thanks to Sagamore Whiskey for keeping him out there. It's Sean Sharif and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Carter in the back. Tomorrow we will be in Saxe as the Firehouse Tour continues, starting at 6 o'clock with a 105 through the fan, brand new flask.
5805 Bryan Street. We'll be hanging out there in Saxe from 6 to 10 a.m. I've already got tweets saying 6 a.m. Is that going to be too late to get there? Do I need to get there any earlier? Like, are these things crowded? They are. We do have a pretty sizable group usually right at the start of the show.
Yes.
So I would say if you want to make sure you get one, then yeah, 6 a.m. is probably good. But again, we'll have Palmer's Hot Chicken out there. While we're out there, we'll have a lot of fun, and it'll be a good time. So come on out.
This was pretty cool yesterday. Jared Sandler, who joined us an hour ago to talk about lack of Ranger anger at this follow-up season after the championship, he tweeted, caught up with Aroldis Chapman with Pittsburgh in town. Told him that if he strikes someone out, instead of staring down a Ranger, he should just stare at the World Series banner. His response, and I don't want this used against me with a soundbite down the road, haha, I like it, Poppy. Let's do it. So yesterday, Aroldis Chapman does it. Chapman's sitting there pitching, gets the strikeout, looks at the banner, Rangers end up getting the win. Win-win.
Turns around, gets that nice stare in there.
Look at Jared with just the viral Texas Ranger ideas. Creed, and now Aroldis Chapman staring at the banner.
Yeah, and also not trading any veterans at the deadline, also his idea. And so he gets a lot of credit for all three of those things. But it was cool that Aroldis listened to it, remembered it, and was like, all right, I'm going to break this out in the game.
And Jared had said earlier in the week, Pirates in town means the Rangers can celebrate Aroldis. Chapman's Rangers teammates adored him. Also worth noting that they knew then what we later found out, which is that Aroldis was pitching hurt. So I did not know that before Jared's tweet.
Did not know it either. It obviously looked like it at times during those runs. The home run given up to Altuve in Game 5 and some of the struggles with the control. But it's good to have the confirmation, and credit to Aroldis for battling it out, knowing he was going to be a free agent and knowing that, you know, it wasn't even necessarily like he had long-term plans here.
This year, he's got a 3.21 ERA with 76 strikeouts and a 1.30 whip. So just in case you were wondering, should we have let him get away? That's what Aroldis is doing in Pittsburgh. All right, Roberto, where do you want to take it between my anger problem, the animals, or afraid to tell your spouse who you're voting for?
Let's start with the spouse. So this was a
stayed up again late last night for the one Tolo who was interested in what I think politically. Stayed up way too late again. Oh man, I was expecting more from Bill. Bill almost put me to sleep, but then I woke back up with the vice president candidate with his speech at the end. They had John Legend performing Prince to get Walls ready on stage. They had Oprah Winfrey, and I'm trying to remember who else was out there at the DNC.
Probably Steve Kerr again or somebody else like that. That's typically the lineup for nights like that.
Honestly, my favorite thing right now is, I can't remember his name, if it's Scott or Chris. I like watching the CNN coverage, and I like they brought in a Republican strategist because obviously, in my opinion, CNN dislikes Trump. they're way more leaning left. So
going out on a limb there, to quote Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, so I think it's just like anything. They brought in someone to try to balance it, and it's this one guy. He sits all the way to the right, and he's just always battling the 3 or 4 other people on CNN, and I really watch it for that. The pregame and the postgame. It's like the NBA on TNT. I'm watching the pre, I'm watching the post to watch this one dude who is on the right battle the rest of CNN.
Well, you know who isn't allowed to watch that last night, that same coverage that you did, Sean? It's married women, apparently, according to Salon. Salon had a big commentary over at their website this week. The big question touching a nerve this election: can my husband find out who I'm voting for? November may come down to a battle between controlling men and women who just want their freedom, according to Salon. So Salon says there's basically this epidemic, and political analysts are concerned about this epidemic of Trump-supporting husbands with Kamala-supporting wives, and the wives are too afraid to tell their husbands who support Trump that they want to vote for Kamala, that they're walking around in their bonnets, too afraid of their husbands.
Bobby.
I mean, have you've noticed that, right? Like all the Trump supporters that Sean, like all of their wives wear bonnets and no makeup, and they don't drive cars. They know nothing of the outside world, right?
Dude, this is why I prefer to have RJ here for these topics. He has a perfect balance and knows how to walk the line. Scott Jennings is the guy on CNN. By the way,
I'm perfectly balanced. I'm not gonna put up with in either direction. I like when Hulk Hogan stands up there and starts going as my hero. I'm gonna say that's silly. When somebody writes an article saying, "Oh, all the fearful women who are afraid of their Trump supporters," shut up. No, that's not. You're creating a fake thing that doesn't. We have enough real issues that nobody agrees on and fight over.
So you don't believe it?
No, I don't believe it. Like, is there some people who this is a real thing for? Probably. Is it a mass thing of like, man, the election might be decided on whether women feel like they can tell their husbands who they voted for? No.
Do you dismiss the idea of some women changing their minds now that Biden is out?
I never dismiss women changing their minds.
Seriously. Do you dismiss the notion that a decent amount of women have changed their minds now that Biden is out and Kamala is the candidate?
I think anybody who changed their mind didn't flip from, well, I was picking Trump over Biden, now I'm picking Kamala over Trump. It was like they were abstaining, and now they're voting for Kamala, I would think. I don't think that if there was a woman who wasn't going to vote for Trump, I don't think, or isn't going to vote for Trump right now, I don't think she was voting for him 2 months ago, really. And
the idea and the notion that the woman is afraid of the man versus like the man afraid of the woman in the house.
Yeah, that I don't buy a lick of, is the idea that there's like this mass, like that there's a mushy middle. Like we're talking, Solana's talking about these people as if they are the same size as independent voters. Like when we talk about independent voters swinging the election every time, they're saying this will swing the election. Do they have the confidence to punch that ballot and confidently tell their husbands, I ran afoul of you, and I voted for who I wanted for? Women's suffrage, baby.
The only way that they can feel safe is in the privacy of the voting booth.
I guess so.
Yes, I can do what I want.
Yeah, exactly what it is. Another story. Let's fix your anger issue, Sean. You got a lot of them.
No,
okay?
I don't.
You not anymore. Not that you had a daughter. Now that you have a daughter, you're in a better spot.
Small hands, big hearts.
Exactly. Small hands, big heart. I'm already seeing that Sean's softening a little bit. I've seen.
What do you think? Do you agree with that? I don't agree with him.
That you've changed?
Yeah.
No, you're still the same.
Okay.
Same nice person.
Thank you. I didn't even want the ... I didn't want the fill in the blank at the end.
Anger is a necessary component of success, Sean Sharif.
Bam!
So researchers have found, this is over at scipost.org, researchers have found that anger helped participants solve difficult anagrams quicker than those that they monitored with neutral emotions. So those who got pissed off and kind of frustrated by it and tapped into a little bit of that anger, it allowed them to level up, find something new. So I'd also like to say that whenever Chop tries to say, there's no such thing as somebody being clutch or somebody doing this or that, This right here tells you that like your emotions can affect your performance and make you better and help you solve something better. It says anger is theorized to arise when goals are obstructed and promote behaviors that help overcome these obstacles. In this work, Heather C. Lynch and colleagues examined whether anger improves goal attainment in challenging situations, and what they found in a group of 233 undergraduate students who were randomly assigned to one of 5 emotional conditions: anger, neutral, amusement, desire, and sadness. Anger came out on top consistently as the one that pushed them over the top.
Bam.
Well done, Sean.
See?
So that's what we need. We all need to be Mike and Sean. That's what we need to be. We need to have the rage element to be able to tap into it.
Oh, Bassick?
Yeah. You got to not all the time, but you got to have the element to tap into it from time to time.
I mean, I don't like to be put in the same anger category as Mike. Mike is moody. Mike is a lot moodier than I am. My wife would say, he's really nice and sweet just until he's not. And I feel like, and we all probably feel like this is the way we justify it. I only like snap and get mad when it's caused, when it's justifiable.
It's warranted.
It's warranted.
When you
know
get
what
mad,
I mean?
it's 99% of the time I'd say it's warranted.
Okay, thank you.
There is 1% of the time where I'm like, okay, come on, Sean, you're being a little bit of a baby. Like let it go.
Like when's the last time?
I'm trying to think. Maybe one of the ones where it's like if we have.
Are we talking on or off air?
On air, probably.
Okay.
Like maybe one of the ones where you get frustrated about me having a real opinion and you think I'm digging in.
Okay.
Where I'm like, this is just me. You should know I'm not going to troll. That's not what I do.
Yeah.
What I do is I give my real opinions, and that's what it is.
I think also my tone can be much more aggressive.
It's like Choppy says he reads all your texts like, where are we with the guests?
Yes, we still need to do that weekly text review to see whether it was actually anger or not.
So would you next like, we're going to go to animals now.
Yeah.
Monkeys or fish?
Let's go with fish. I'm thinking about having that for dinner.
All right.
Maybe not after this.
Let's talk about some fish-on-fish crime, as you learned in Crosstalk yesterday. There is a woman in court. She's in front of a court in Australia, a magistrate in Australia, facing criminal charges after she went viral a couple years ago, and allegedly viral. I've never seen this video, and it's a good thing I haven't, because I would be in possession of something illegal, it sounds like. A 58-year-old woman is in front of a magistrate's court in Australia for allowing a live fish, a brown trout, to become one with her, we'll say.
Oh, this is the fish reference y'all were teaching me about yesterday.
Yes, gentlemen. So a live fish on a boat appeared to just, kind of be a little too close to her.
Yeah, squirmy.
Yeah, a little too one with her, and she is now facing charges and being faced with years worth of prison time over possessing of a bestiality product between February 2022 and January 2023.
You can get jail time for doing that with a fish?
Yeah, and there's a lot of people apparently who have seen this video, because there were a lot when I saw the story on Reddit, and people were like, "Oh yeah, that was a wild video. I remember seeing that." And so it was alive, apparently, too. It was alive and thrashing about.
Dang! Well, why would you have it dead?
Yeah, isn't that a criticism of dead fish?
And then the monkeys?
Yeah, I had no idea this was a thing. BBC had this story. There's a woman now facing 20 years of prison time for her part in a monkey torture network, which is a thing I never knew existed. But BBC blew this case open a couple years ago. There's like this underground dark web existence of like 300 people, a lot of them here in the U.S. It was like a Telegram chat or a Discord server run by somebody in Alabama, a grandmother in Georgia, and like all these different people. And what it was they were coordinating with people in Indonesia to like film torture videos of monkeys and then sell them.
Letting them fight each other or torturing
like
them?
an individual monkey, like, hey, do this to the monkey, do that, and they were paying like hundreds of dollars for these movies. And this is one of these women who was behind it. A 56-year-old woman in the UK
behind the scam, not the monkey,
was behind running it.
Yeah,
and so she had set the whole thing up, and she's now facing 20 years in prison. And man,
20 years. I hope she gets a lot more years than the fish girl, the fish person.
Dude, I would think so. But this is like, you look through BBC blew this open a year ago. When you read through the details of it, it is twisted, some of the stuff these people wanted done. and it made
want to see the
no
monkey
sense.
torture.
Yeah, and like it was, and they would pay hundreds of dollars to see this. I'm like, who's like, where is that? Where you go? This is what I want to see. I had no idea this was a whole network, but they're like, no, this is like a common thing of people who just. This sounds like a psychopath. This is the person who's going to take a step to like killing people. And that's where it's one of those where good thing they blew this thing up.
Are the Cowboys in trouble in the trenches, even with the addition last night of Linval Joseph? That's next in Below the Belt on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
If football is a game played in the trenches, just how screwed might the Cowboys be? Let's talk about it. So the Cowboys made an addition yesterday. They signed Linval Joseph to a deal that's worth up to $4 million. Defensive tackle, veteran who's been around the league for a dozen years. And a guy who the Cowboys have been hesitant on in the past because of his limited scope, the things that he can do to really affect the game. He is a big space filler, a one technique defensive tackle who his entire job is to take on blockers and free up linebackers. He's not going to make a bunch of splash plays. He's not going to knife through the line of scrimmage and make a big play. That is not Linval Joseph's game.
35 years old, and the PFF ranking last year was not good at a 38.8. I don't think Mike Zimmer cares about that very much. 14th NFL season. Cowboys are his 7th team.
6'4", 330 pounds. This is a big boy.
Yeah.
And you had asked me last year before the season, like, how are we going to, what will progress look like for Mazi Smith? And I had said at the time, progress for Mazi Smith, you're probably not going to notice. Because when you notice him, it'll probably be bad. And when you don't notice him, it's probably better, and you're going to notice what you're going to see is if you see the linebackers playing better than you expected, that's evidence that Mazi Smith is doing his job. And that's going to be the same situation with Linval Joseph here. If the linebackers play better, if you see the linebackers getting free runs where they're able to just shoot through the line of scrimmage and make a play, that means Linval Joseph probably did his job and kept things under wraps. That's still a little bit of a concerning issue, though, that Linval Joseph, they felt the need to add him and Jordan Phillips and sign Al-Qadim Muhammad and Carl Loss. You've signed several defensive linemen in the last 2-3 weeks. That would seem to signal some level of panic about what you are in the trenches on the defensive side of the ball.
Yes.
And a little bit concerning. I do think Linval Joseph will be productive. He's not quite the player he once was, but his productivity is not going to be something you'll notice. But for $4 million, that at least sounds like he's your starting defensive tackle now at the one technique.
Here is my question, my fan text question for everyone at 877-881-1053, brought to you by Franklin Franco Injury Attorneys. Which ranking will be higher this year? The Dallas Cowboys rush offense or the Dallas Cowboys rush defense? Now, before you answer that, guess where they finished in yards per game rushing last year in the league.
Yards per game, not yards per attempt?
Yards per game.
They finished 12th.
14th. Where did they finish run defense allowed yards per game?
22nd.
17th. So, well done, Peyton. So 14 and 17. This year, will they have a higher rush ranking offense or run stopping defense?
I'm going to say that the run defense will be better.
I would too.
I do think that I trust, if everybody's healthy, I think I trust the Cowboys offensive line to be better in the run game than I trust the Cowboys defensive line. But every other component of the run game, I trust the defense above the offense.
Okay.
So I'm going to trust the linebackers and the guys coming up playing the box for the safeties, that they're going to have a greater impact in stopping the run than the running backs are in generating yards. But I think that the offensive line is set up to, if everything is healthy, if you've got Terence Steele back, recovered where he needs to be, Tyler Guyton is where he's at, then I think you've got a chance to block things up pretty well and have success in the run game. It's just how much are you going to be able to get without any backs in that room that have any sort of juice. Now, it's not just a question of the defensive line. This is a trenches question and a concern about the trenches, because we jump over to the offensive line. Center is the quarterback of the offensive line. We still don't know who's going to be calling the offense. They haven't made up their mind on it. I think healthy competition is a good thing.
What do you mean they haven't made up their mind with calling the offense?
In terms of who's going to be helping to make checks at the line of scrimmage as the center.
Okay.
Like not calling the plays.
Yeah.
But when you look at that, the fact that center isn't settled, competition is good, competition is healthy. I don't know that you want to be heading into the regular season still figuring out, okay, who are we starting at center?
Yeah.
That's one of the positions I wouldn't think you'd want to have instability at. So that's a question. Terence Steele, though he's had a good camp, you mentioned earlier, Mike McCarthy said yesterday, one of the best camp that he's had since he's been here. Is Terence Steele back to who he was in 2022, which was one of the probably 5 best run blocking right tackles in football? Like an elite run blocker. Is he back, or is he still struggling like he did last year? Tyler Smith, I'm not worried about. Zach Martin, not worried about. The only concern I would have with Zach Martin is as he ages, it's not even decline. It's more he's been getting hurt more consistently. Maybe a little bit of a concern with that. But Tyler Guyton, what kind of a player is Tyler Guyton? And more specifically, right now the question would be, how healthy is Tyler Guyton? After news comes out yesterday that Tyler Guyton had to remove himself from practice due to knee soreness. And it's not the same sort of concern I would have when Brandon Cooks went out, which again was also not considered a big deal. But Brandon Cooks, it uses his lower body. It's his speed. That's where he wins. And Cooks is aging into his 30s, is going to be a guy who those issues don't tend to get better. So a knee soreness thing can crop up here, and that can tend to linger. Guyton, being as young as he is, I wouldn't think that would be as much of an issue, but still, if somebody feels the need to pull themselves out of practice with as little tackle depth as they have, that's a concerning spot for the Cowboys to be in.
We will ask Nick Harris. He was there at 9:20. He was there. Very disheartening text messages from Carter Freeman saying, look at the fan cam, look at the numbers. I thought this would plummet. Now that Brian Broaddus is not joining us from Cali every single morning, Below the Belt raised the fan cam viewer count by 50.
Boom.
So that's Bobby not failing today.
Because people thought Broaddus was on. That's
yes.
I think we made it very clear in the segment yesterday that he wouldn't be, Peyton. I think we made that very clear. By the way, tomorrow, where we'll be out in Saxe, 5805 Bryan Street for the Firehouse Tour starting at 6 a.m. But this is something where I'm starting to, the lack of depth at tackle is starting to get really concerning for the Cowboys on the offensive side of the ball. You have Terence Steele right now. I mean, Josh Ball is healthy, but what do you have in Ball?
No.
Waletzko's healthy. You're not confident in Waletzko at all.
Nope.
The pure tackles that they have on the roster that are healthy, it's Terence Steele right now with the knee soreness on Tyler Guyton. And Tyler Guyton has missed a lot of time at this point.
House of Cards.
It is. And that's one of those things. Are you going to feel, is this team's success more tied, forget just the run game, is this team's success more tied to the defensive line being stable or the offensive line being stable?
Offensive line.
I think if the offensive line is bad, this is a significantly below 500 team.
Significantly
if they
below.
are bad.
We need to, or hurt, we need to talk about the reality of Dak Prescott having his worst rushing offense of his career because Broadus always talks about the pass attempts. Like, how many pass attempts do you want Dak to have? Any great quarterback, you don't want him sitting there up in the 50s and 60s because law of averages, you're going to turn it over, you're going to throw picks. So I went and looked at this while I was on the yards per game stats of the last 5 years of the Cowboys rushing offense per game. 6 years. 14th last year, and then I'll just go backwards. 9, 9, 17, 5, 10. So is this going to be, 17 is pretty bad, is this going to be the worst rushing offense that Dak Prescott has ever been given? I think many of us right now would lean towards yes. Even more pressure on him then. Even more pressure with the contract. Getting up to speed with CeeDee Lamb. Offensive line. Head coach. All the usual BS surrounding this football team and the circus. So that's something I haven't heard a lot of people talk about. What is this running back committee and O-line situation going to do to Dak Prescott?
Yeah, and it will likely have some sort of an
Trey
impact.
Lance to just run around for the bad O-line, cover up their mistakes.
Get you. Look, this is why gadget player there, Trey Lance. He can do a lot of different things for you. He's the Swiss Army knife. Let him be Taysom Hill. Don't be afraid to say he's Taysom Hill.
What'd you say, Peyton? Was that Peyton or? Oh yeah, move on. That was Dak. Sorry. Not used to hearing Dak on the radio with us.
Over on the fan text really quickly before I start, I wanted to answer this because this is my bad. 817 asking what is one technique, and I know a lot of people don't know what that means when you hear that. One technique is a style of defensive tackle. So when you hear somebody say three technique, that means they are positioned on the outside shoulders of the guards. The one technique is on the outside shoulder of the center. So that's the nose tackle. That's the guy right over the ball. Basically the nose guard.
One technique, just think like the big fat guy is supposed to stand there and eat up space. And the three technique, Warren Sapp, get to the pass rusher, a more athletic, explosive fat guy.
Three techniques.
Is that fair?
Three techniques trying to get upfield. One technique is trying to eat space and create things for other people. To the point of how it could affect Dak, look, I think we've seen at this point, if CeeDee Lamb's here, if Brandon Cooks is who we think Brandon Cooks is, if Jalen Tolbert is taking a leap, I think that Dak dropping back and this being kind of an air it out offense, I think they can have success with that, but it's not going to...
Game management. You got to manage the game. Yeah. He could put up even more stupid and silly numbers.
And that's
I don't think it is necessarily healthy for the football team with wins and losses.
Right. I think that...
All right, so last year, he had 590 pass attempts. Will he have more? And you got to factor in 590, I think, was limited by a lot of blowouts that they had.
Yeah, I'll say he has more.
2 years ago, he had 596. He said 590 or 596 three times in his career.
So he had 2 years ago. That was the 21 season.
Yeah, basically the same identical stats.
So, but the other season where he would have thrown 596, that would have been in a year where he
played.
That was
2019.
2019. Okay, so that was years back. Okay, because I was looking at it as if he threw 596. Yeah, in 21 he threw 596. He didn't even play a full. Like he played one fewer game than he did last year. So he had more attempts in fewer games in 21. So I think it sets up to where he's going to have to throw the ball a lot. And the Cowboys, just at this point, they clearly are in a little bit of a state of panic with both sides of the trenches.
Good numbers, even without Brian Broadus carrying you today in Below the Belt here with our Cowboys Insider. The nails are getting painted. No cursing allowed. And what was Nick Eatman's weather clue when it came to Dak Prescott yesterday? Final hour, Thursday edition is next. But let me...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Russell. We got Carter Freeman getting in the back. We're live. Getting in the back of the room. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands, in case you did not know, for Turn It On, Leave It On. Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com will join us to recap a testy practice yesterday, the final padded practice in Cali, and Nick Harris was there for it. So he'll join us coming up in 20 minutes.
Chippy. That was the word everybody kept using. It was a chippy practice.
Yes. Let's go around the rest of the National Football League. Sean Payton's latest quarterback project is making some history. Bo Nix is the official starter in Denver, and they're loving him. I want you to go back to your Bo Nix review in your mind, Bobby Belt, because Nix is... all the Denver quarterbacks are killing it in the preseason. You got Zach Wilson numbers, Bo Nix, but he's making history in being the first Bronco rookie to start since my boy John Elway. So Sean Payton, and no one has ever started as a rookie for Sean Payton to start off a season either.
Yeah, which I cannot believe that with all the struggles that existed with the Broncos quarterback position post Elway, that there was never a rookie that started game one.
Insane. Just like the Dwayne Haskins stat I gave you the other day.
Yeah, where Haskins, those 2 years he started, he was the back half of the year.
Jerry's beloved Paxton Lynch never started like that, but got to ease him in. Tom Brady would say got to ease him in.
Tom Brady. I was not a fan of Nix at all. And maybe proven wrong here if he steps in and he's able to carry things over from the preseason. Bleacher Report had a ranking the other day of the top preseason performers, and he was number one each of the first 2 weeks. Is like he's been the top preseason rookie so far. A lot of what I had in my notes on him, there was very little we could see in the way of like processing, which to me, when you're watching quarterbacks on tape and in college, you need to be able to see them going through progressions and doing a lot of the high-level mental processing stuff that they're asked to do when they get to the next level. When that's not present on college tape, more times than not, that's not indicative of, oh, well, he can do it, they're just not asking him to. Usually, he can't do it. And so they've set it up to where he's not supposed to do a lot of those things. So I saw limited amounts of that. There was a lot of screen passes. There were a lot of RPOs. There were a lot of simple route concepts that it's like, it looked very, hey, let's make this easy for you.
Has this Broncos tenure so far altered your mind? Because if Choppy was here, he'd be like, oh, the latest project for the genius Sean Payton, who, of course, has been the object of much Cowboy affection and a lot of head coaching talks. Have you cooled, or did you already cool on Sean Payton as the genius? And what would he have to do with Bo Nix to really impress you or blow you away?
I mean, if he turns Nix into a top half of the league quarterback, I'll be impressed. And if he does that, I'm going to give him a ton of credit. And I also have to give Bo Nix a ton of credit for being a better player than I thought he was.
Is he the one who like had the backpack or something, the magic backpack in a meeting?
Yeah, and he's
what did he say with that?
I know what you're talking about. It's the little backpack that he brought in where he had he had a bunch of weird quotes. He was the one who had the weird meeting with I think it was Washington too, where he had said like he had an awkward interaction with Washington. He had another meeting, I think it was with the Falcons, where there was a leak about how like some people in Atlanta thought he was a little bizarre and a little odd. And he's old, man. He turned 25, I think, in February. 24, 25.
So his backpack was filled with tape, cleats, and a lacrosse ball for exercising.
He's a weirdo, though. Like I don't mean that in a bad way. Everybody's weird.
Oh, nice way.
To quote River Phoenix and Stand By Me, everybody's a little weird. I get that aspect of it. To me, the issues with Bo Nix were more, it took forever for it to click. And even when it clicked, it didn't look as good as it did with some of the other quarterbacks on tape. The mechanics I didn't think looked great. And when we talk about the processing and what he was asked to do, if he got past his first read, he looked stuck and looked like he panicked. And so to me, I was like, man, they're going to take away a lot from him, that it's going to be really tough for him at the next level. But like, I mean, as much as I've dogged on Jaden Daniels and talked about how I wasn't a fan of his, I had Jaden Daniels above Bo Nix. I was not a fan of Bo Nix at all. So if he turns into something significant, that's a big win for Knicks and Sean Payton.
If you trust and believe Sauce Gardner, you can already have the New York Football Giants 3rd or 4th this year in the NFC East. This was Sauce searching for words when asked in the presser about practicing against Daniel Jones.
He's a good quarterback. You feel me? I thought I was about to pick him off today. I had a little cloud rep. You know, he had looked at the last minute to try to throw the check down to Wandale. You know, I thought I had to pick, but he kept it. I mean, the competitive periods, it was very competitive, man. It was great. Like, I had fun out there today. You know, I don't really know what to say.
Sauce never lacks words.
Yeah.
And so for him to be, great quarterback. I almost picked him off, but he decided not to throw it. And he sounded like he was trying his damnedest not to sound like Jalen Ramsey in that GQ interview a couple years ago, where he just said, that quarterback's trash, that guy's trash. Like, he was working really hard not to just dog the guy.
I got to say, though, and RJ would agree, it's a very RJ Choppy-esque take. Daniel Jones looking so much better with the beard. So much better with the facial hair. Doesn't have a weird jaw that you feel like you need to, like, Mr. Potato Head it back in place. He's got the beard, but hopefully he still stinks it up.
Is there anybody, as long as you fill it out, you're not Peyton, as long as you fill it out, is there anybody who looks worse with a little bit of, like, a beard? I feel like most everybody, the beard is an enhancer for them.
Do you think Carter can grow a beard?
I don't know.
He's saying no. Like, what would Carter look like with a little facial hair?
Like beard? A little scruff? Yeah. Like I think a shadow at the very least is helpful for most guys.
I agree.
And so it does a lot to, it also will help disguise any like double chin in some instances. So I'm a fan of the beard. I would not have thought Daniel Jones could pull it off as well as he has, because he looked a little Woody from Toy Story.
All right, I've never enjoyed or liked the Chicago Bears organization. A boring, blasé, non-offensive football team. I don't care for them. I'm really interested and intrigued to watch it with Caleb. And then this story came out yesterday, and I'm trying to decide whether I should absolutely hate them once again. Hard Knocks is basically wiping out cursing in their coverage of the Chicago Bears. The Hard Knocks director told CHGO that the McCaskey family does not want to be associated with profanity. So Hard Knocks is not airing it. Quote, I'll be honest, this team curses much less than any other team I've been around, but it is out of respect for the McCaskey family. It's something that they don't do and wouldn't want to see, so it's kind of been a decision that was made out of respect for them, letting us in their house and wanting to be respectful to them. Does this deserve refreshing praise on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line that the McCaskies don't want their players to curse and they do not want it aired on Hard Knocks? Are you rolling your eyes or saying, you know what? This is kind of nice. I need to know.
If that's them, and that's really who they are, and see, I'm trying to make gymnastics. If it just show me the way the players are talking, I want to know how they're talking.
Yep.
Like I understand if you don't like it and don't consume it. Okay, don't, like I would say with any other like R-rated movie or something, don't watch it then. Like I want to hear the unedited, unvarnished look at how are they talking about practice? How are they approaching things? How frustrated are they? Like, let me see all that stuff. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. But to make editorial decisions based on that, I feel like people would kill Jerry if there was a report that said Jerry wanted things presented in a certain way on Hard Knocks and they went ahead and agreed to do it that way. I think people would lose their minds.
Did you cover Matt Eberflus closely?
No, he was gone after the time that I had really started, but I know I'm familiar enough with his time here.
Like, I'm wondering if would the McCaskies make hires based on profanity?
Eberflus is not one to skip on profanities.
He does not skip.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I was like, are the McCaskies Stone Age? Does this explain in part why they suck? Because they think that John Wooden is just going to get resurrected all of a sudden? Or I'm trying to think of who do you think is another Tony Dungy? Probably not a big cursor.
No, Dungy's not. I don't think Lovey is. I don't think Lovey was.
Joe Gibbs, I don't think was very religious. So I don't know. I just saw that and I was like, whoa.
903. Good for HBO. Nobody wants to effing listen to that bull S. So there you go.
Wait, did they write bull S?
They wrote the whole word
All
out.
right.
I just couldn't say it.
Caleb Williams on Pardon My Take says, if you make fun of my nails like Bobby, get used to it.
Yeah, I'm going to do it this year. So
Yeah. You are?
Yeah, I just haven't done it for. I try to do it for games, all of regular season things like that, playoffs. Also, because I've been doing it for so long now, I'm trying to make sure I can do it for games because I'll run out of ideas.
So what should I say to people? Just being like, mind your own business?
I mean,
should I do it for games?
I mean, I think Prince painted his nails, right?
Yeah, that's facts. Okay.
Are you going
to put the F word on there?
I will not be doing that.
Roger Goodell would have some things to say.
Yeah, he'd have some things to say. I'm trying to keep, good-spirited things on my nails.
But it fires you up, right?
It does fire me up.
All right, so that's the answer I'm going to say. It fires you up.
I can use other stuff that'll fire me up.
Get used to it, Bobby. Jared Sandler probably already has his nails painted in support of Caleb, who's going to be doing it weekly.
Yeah. It's good for Caleb.
This is being told to me from someone who I think he's trying to be proven right that he called Caleb years ago while at Oklahoma. I've heard it from a couple different people. If you watch some Caleb Williams content off the field, all this diva stuff is being overblown. I have not watched a 30-minute sit-down interview that he's done. I probably need to and should. But that is what some people say to me. They're like, you watch him off the field, he's not what he's being made out to be by the media. Have you seen it or heard it?
Depends on what aspect of you're talking about him being. He's going
to be a headache? Is he going to be a diva? Is he going to be a problem?
Potentially. What a
hardcore answer.
No, I'm saying that it's one of those things where he had issues that
maybe
his whole discussion there of I'm gonna fall in line, I'm not gonna put stuff on my nails that the league doesn't like. That's not the energy he had at USC. So that's what I'm saying. If this is evolved,
but have you watched him in interview settings?
Yes.
Okay.
And no, I think that there's enough questions. The stuff that I have questions about are more about how he interacts with teammates, less than his own bravado. And so, but to me, there's I good for him.
Here we go, fake belt.
If you look good, feel good.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised that the first story we heard about his leadership was, guys, this place is filthy and we need to clean it up. And it makes sense.
The Cincinnati Bengals were apparently having problems with Anthony Richardson during Bengals Colts practices. I've never heard anything negative about Anthony Richardson. Everyone loves him, but Bengals they said he was just looking to run. That's it. They're putting the Colts offense on blast. Geno Stone, Bengals safety, quote, he's just throwing the spots. He doesn't see his receivers. Tackle B.J. Hill. Throw the ball, bro. Cam Britt Taylor, corner. Is that all he does is run? They're saying these things out loud about and to Anthony Richardson and the Colts offense.
When Diggs had that moment last year at practice where he said, shut your BA up to Dak Prescott, that was over getting pissed off that Dak ran instead of throwing the football.
Oh.
And so a lot of people are like, dude, what are we doing here? This is a practice setting where we're trying to work on some stuff. Stop scrambling, stop running. What are you doing? So yeah, I could see that pissing some people off.
All right, let's get the scouting report on new tackle Linval Joseph. How chippy did it get? Is Tyler Guyton okay? And is Terence Steele really having his best camp ever as a Cowboy? Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com from Oxnard after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The KMC Masterpiece will be live from Specs today, right around the corner. 9500 North Central Expressway from 10 to 2. Go check out that fancy wine room I was talking about. It's a great liquor store.
I wouldn't have shouted them out after Hagee was taking shots at you for just trying to clarify where it was yesterday.
Well, Spittle made me.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I would not have. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, joins us, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. Your scouting report and thoughts on new defensive tackle Linval Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. The Cowboys looking to close in on a deal with Linval Joseph over the course of the next few days, but probably one of the worst kept secrets, I think, around the team. I think going into the season, but it's an experience at the one tech position that this team needed. You know, Mazi Smith, whether you believe in what he can bring in his second year or you don't believe it, Linval Joseph, he brings that experience. Yes, he is 36, but he has that 330-pound frame, and while he might not be what he was when he was a two-time Pro Bowler under Mike Zimmer back in his days in Minnesota, he can still clog running lanes, and that's exactly what this defense needs. I think it just speaks once again to, if Mike Zimmer and needs some help on that defense, and he needs a guy that can help get in there and clog up some running lanes, the front office is going to go out there and get a guy for him. So a lot of help added on the defensive line over the course of training camp. Linval Joseph, just another point to that.
Week 1 against the Cleveland Browns, when this all gets finalized, done, like we assume it will, your starting one technique, is it Mazi Smith or Linval Joseph?
Yeah, I would probably lean towards Linval Joseph. Since you're saying starting, I guess are they running on first down? And if that's the case, I'm gonna take Linval Joseph there.
Now, is that any sort of an indictment, though, on Mazi Smith? Like when you mentioned there, you say, depending on if you believe in Mazi Smith or don't believe in Mazi Smith, do you view this as any sort of an indictment on him or more just, hey, we're addressing depth here?
I don't think it's necessarily an indictment, but I do think it speaks to what he brought in camp at the very least. I do think that there is a reason that this wasn't done until after camp was done. Give Mazi Smith that full opportunity. But, I mean, you look at the depth, right? And let's just say, Mazi Smith, the coaching staff in the front office do still believe in him. If he were to go down, the backup one tech, you're looking at that situation, or two rookies, and Justin Rogers, 7th-round pick, and Denzel Daxon, undrafted free agent. So I think it's a little bit of both. Indictment, maybe. I could see leaning close to that, but for me, I think it's just a depth thing. I think Linval Joseph also just brings veteran experience, and I think the more you can get on that defensive line right now to that point, you go ahead and grab.
Was it a chippy practice to end things yesterday with Tyler Guyton having to leave the field?
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds precautionary with Tyler Guyton just battling a sore knee yesterday, so it doesn't sound like there's anything too extensive. We'll hear more to his game status going into the weekend today from Mike McCarthy. But yeah, it sounds like Jake Ferguson, Donovan Wilson kind of got into it towards the end of practice yesterday. Jake Ferguson threw a stiff arm that Donovan Wilson took exception to. Yeah, it was a little bit of chippiness. It's funny. I guess we didn't really see a big-time scuffle last year until the final padded practice, and then they do it once again yesterday. So, yeah, just kind of keeping to tradition maybe.
Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 to the Fan. Okay, so Oxnard wrapping up, breaking camp today. Let's take a look at some of your Oxnard award winners. I got 5 categories for you here. We ran through these with Broadus the other day on his last day. From Oxnard, when you were out there for those several weeks, best player that you saw consistently during practice?
Best player consistently. I'd probably have to go Dak Prescott. I mean, you look at what he was dealt going into the camp and what he came out with. I thought he had a really strong camp. Didn't have CeeDee, obviously, for the entirety of camp. Brandon Cooks was out for, I guess we're approaching about a week now. He got all these receivers involved. He got multiple tight ends involved. He kept the ball clean for the most part, even compared to just last year whenever he did have CeeDee. I'd have to go Dak there. I think he had a really strong camp.
The most disappointing player for you based on your own expectations for what you wanted to see from them?
Most disappointing, I'll give you one on each side of the ball. I expected a little bit more from Trey Lance just over the course of, having a year to develop. I expected certain things to his game to see some improvement, more so the consistency in the pocket and just trying to find, some composure in the pocket as well. Didn't really see that throughout the entire course of camp. And then on the defensive side of the ball, would have liked to have seen more from Mazi Smith as well. I guess that kind of speaks more to development too. And maybe that's me giving an indictment at the one tech position, but I would probably go with those two guys.
Who was the most surprising player in a good way? A guy who kind of, caught your eye that, wow, I was not expecting him to look this good out here.
I'll go Austin Richards. I think as camp went on, he continuously showed that, hey, I can play inside. I can play outside. If we have depth issues, I can kind of be that guy that can go inside and out, play on either side of the line. I think coming out of last season, I was just kind of viewing him as another one of those bodies. But I think going into the year now, I think he's proving to be a reliable depth option.
Assuming, really quickly before we go to these last two, assuming Guyton and Steele are healthy and they're your tackles starting week one, who is the swing guy? Is it Richards or is that more likely to be somebody like Ball or Willetsko if they make the team? Who ends up being the swing tackle while Udoga's out?
Yeah, I think I lean towards Austin Richards. Now, while me personally, I believe Richards has been playing better at guard. I think Richards has shown more consistency as that swing guy. They've been putting Josh Ball on the right side of that offensive line almost the entirety of camp, right up until that Udoga injury. And then that's when we've seen him kind of slide to the left side a little bit as well. And while I do think Ball can do that, I think you lean towards the youth and you go towards Austin Richards.
Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com going through his Oxnard awards with us. Most inconsistent, not poorest, but the guy who, man, it was really good some days and then it was really bad and it was never consistent.
I'll probably go with TJ Bass. TJ Bass was one that I think I maybe expected a little bit more from in Oxnard. You look at the depth of that interior, and I expected him to kind of have a consistent camp day after day, but it felt like some days we'd look up and be like, all right, TJ Bass, like he looks pretty good today, and then other days it's like, so he was the best rookie last year. And so I would probably lean towards TJ Bass.
All right, and then last one for here. The most exciting player, the guy who just gave you the most frequent highlight reel type of plays out there at practice.
Yeah, I'll give you one on each side of the ball again here. I'll go Jalen Tolbert on offense, just having those increased opportunities at camp in the absence of CeeDee Lamb. He really shined with those. You could tell that him and Dak put in a lot of work this offseason, so I'm excited going into the year, seeing what he can bring. And then on the defensive side of the ball, I'll probably have to go with Jordan Lewis. Man, he was all over the place throughout camp from start to finish. He was one that kind of jumped to mind whenever you mentioned most consistent. I think he's a guy that I think is going to have a really good year as long as he can stay healthy.
Is this a new Deep Blue feature documentary that you guys have coming out, and were you involved in it?
Yeah, really excited about this, and I appreciate you asking, man. Marion Barber, obviously a lot of Cowboys fans grew an affection to back in the 2000s, and had the opportunity to write and conduct the interviews on this piece. Super excited about this piece coming out tonight. Barber, do what you love. It'll be streamed live on Twitter, YouTube. It'll be on CBS 11 as well. Super excited for the world to see it, man. We traveled to Minnesota. We traveled to Austin. We traveled to Oklahoma. We traveled almost all over the country to conduct interviews for this over the course of the last 8 months. And I got to give a shout-out to our team, Alex Lilly, Caden Gates, and Ambar Garcia. Here at training camp, they have been grinding every single day, editing this and trying to get this done here in the 11th hour. So really excited to share this with everybody tonight. You'll laugh, you'll cry, and you'll learn a lot too.
Just as we're wrapping up here, as you leave camp or as they depart from Oxnard, the status currently on what seems to be really the only true starting battle left at center. Cooper Beebe, Brock Hoffman, how are you handicapping that right now?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Cooper Beebe, and man, it's so crazy to say because it felt like after that first week and a half of camp, or especially like when you guys were there, it felt like Brock Hoffman had just created such a gap that yes, Cooper Beebe, he's getting reps, but it doesn't necessarily look like he'll catch up in time to be a starting caliber center by week 1. Well, he is closing that gap and probably taking the edge a lot quicker than I expected. And I think that speaks to his ability, not only his ability to play on the field, but his ability to learn as well on the job. I think he's done a really great job with it, but I think it'll come down to the evaluation out of this final preseason game. But Cooper Beebe's looked fantastic, and while Brock Hoffman has been consistent, he's had some ups, he's had some downs. Don't get me wrong. I think if you look at it and you want a guy in there that has the youth, that can really use the reps over the course of those first 6 weeks, and that'll help prepare him in December a lot better, then I think you'd take Cooper Beebe in that situation.
What was the first Texas thing you were dying to do or eat when you came back home from California?
Yeah, I'll tell you this, man. I was rolling through Wichita Falls at about 1 a.m. last night, and I almost called it for the night, and then I remember Whataburger existed, and I was like, oh yeah, and I got my second wind and I finished it. So yeah, it was a pretty good number one that I had at about 1:30 in Wichita Falls.
That Whataburger, it's good stuff. They come up here, they bring us our things. We're big fans of Whataburger here at 105.3 Fan. I'm glad you survived the little apartment fire or whatever is there. I know it blocked you in. I know fire trucks blocked you in from leaving as quickly as you wanted, but ultimately safe and sound.
Yeah, that was probably the craziest camp moment we had all year, and that was as soon as I was trying to leave, of course. But yeah, it was wild because I had literally just loaded my last suitcase, and I hear the fire alarms going off across the way, and then I smell something, so I look out the window, and then there's just huge smoke clouds, and I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. And then right at about that time, I see the fire trucks pulling in, and they're blocking in my car, and I'm just like, all right, so this is going to be another couple hours.
Great job from Oxnard. We're off to a great start. We're looking forward to it throughout the entire season. And did you eat a Dodger dog?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Definitely got that in. It was
worth the hype?
A Dodger dog. Say that again.
Was it worth the hype?
It was all right. I'll say this. A Dodger dog and a drink, and it was actually 2 Dodger dogs and 2 drinks, came out to $58.
Dang!
So I don't know if it was that good. So maybe we'll circle back next year whenever maybe inflation comes down a little bit.
Thank you, Nick. Welcome back home. Great job. No politics.
Appreciate it, fellas.
Nick Harris, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's get liquored up with the KMC Masterpiece next. But don't get...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
2-1 the count. Here's the pitch. And that ball is hit back up the middle. Base knock for Wyatt Langford. Coming in to score is Ezekiel Duran. Langford with the walk-off hit. And the Rangers win it by the final score of 1-0. They take their first series win since late July, and they'll go on the road with a W.
Hixie with the call. Wyatt with another walk-off. Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. I'm hoping that Corey Majors treats today like Brian Broaddus treats a G-Bag remote because they are live on the road. Corey, where are you?
We are at Specs right off of Walnut Hill and 75 Central Expressway, if you will, 9500 North Central Expressway. Mike would say where the old Toys R Us was.
Yeah, I'm 99% sure this used to be a Toys R Us like 15 years ago.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right about that, too. And it's right next to Dave & Buster's, too. So right here at this Specs, we're inside. The deli's right behind us. The whiskey's right in front of us. Come by and get some Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey. You will not be disappointed.
Those are some nice jugs you got in front of you, Corey. What is that?
Jugs.
The Dave & Buster's aspect is tripping me out just a little bit because I just watched that Steve McNair Untold, and that's where he met that gal.
Is it good?
Dave & Buster's, not really. It's mediocre.
The whiskey's great.
It's mediocre at best. They leave out a huge part of the story and why that's problematic. Then in the last 8 minutes, they're like, or this other thing, and they're like, well, we're done.
Really?
Yeah, and so it just feels like the best part, they were like, nah, let's not go into that. Let's go into
because they didn't have enough
the
proof.
less
You think they didn't have enough
parts.
proof to like?
I mean, some of the talking heads they had, I think, would have been fascinating to go back and forth. But
do you think they knew how proof works? Or
no, they did not. It was mediocre at best.
How did he pass away again, Kevin?
Shot in the chest.
Murder-suicide, allegedly.
Murder-suicide.
It was his. The story went. It was his former mistress or his current mistress, and he was asleep on the couch. She shot him in the chest.
One of his current mistresses.
Yeah, and that she killed him while he was sleeping on the couch, and then she took her own life. Is how the story has gone for years.
This is like hour long. Someone was.
It's an
telling us
hour
to
long.
watch
It's on
this.
Netflix. I had just added it to my watch list 2 days ago, and I hadn't gotten a chance to see it yet. But now you're telling me it's not even good.
Look, I thought it was disappointing. It will entertain you because it's about people that we remember covering and what a huge deal Steve McNair was in the football world. So it's entertaining enough. I just thought it was disappointing because it felt like they could have tagged another half an hour on that and really fleshed out another thing that they were interested in that was maybe the most interesting part of the documentary.
What's coming up on the show, Corey?
Guys, there are a lot of Cowboys fans who believe that Zeke is going to be back this year. That's what we're seeing is there are a lot of people that are arguing with us about this.
So I heard you guys talking about this yesterday on the ride home, and I have to say, I was like, are you guys making up text messages? Are you making up tweets? Where are you getting anyone that is a Zeke Elliott advocate or trying to pretend like he's going to be really, really good? Where are you all getting this?
Barry Fish?
Actually, it wasn't Barry Fish.
I'm really glad that you brought that up because, first of all, 877-881-1053 on the fan text, a lot of this stuff comes in. But then the other thing that has started that I really want to talk about as well is when we bring up Pro Football Focus or ESPN ranked the Cowboys running back room, which is obviously led by Zeke, as dead last in the NFL. People are like, we get it. You hate Zeke. And I'm like, how is that what you take from that? And so I just kind of wanted to get people's take on, is that considered hate? I'm sure your last guest would have thought it was super hate and a smear campaign, but I just don't get why just reporting what another website is saying is considered hate.
Kevin, let me teach you a lesson here, okay? And it's going to make you money.
Yeah, listen up. Journalism lesson coming in.
No, it's a money lesson.
Y'all just had your journalism guest on.
Damn, son. This is where you have to bet people and take advantage of their homerism. You have to say, all right, put money on the line.
Yes.
That Zeke Elliott will finish with this amount of yards rushing, and you pick 3 people or 5 people and say $100 a piece that Zeke rushes for 1,000 yards or 800. And then you take their money and you take advantage of them and you put it in your pocket. That's what you do.
And I think that's what I'm going to pitch out because somebody goes, "What? I'm keeping receipts, so what's it going to take?" And in my mind, I'm like 1,000 yards with 4 yards per carry.
Just 1,000 yards?
Exactly.
Wow.
Just 1,000 yards with 4 yards per carry.
No, if Zeke has 800 yards, I'll consider that a great achievement and accomplishment.
I would bet somebody $1,000 he doesn't rush for 1,000 yards this year.
Yeah. See? There you go,
I have
Mikey.
no doubt those bets will come in.
That's what you got to do. You got to take advantage.
The thing is like they know where I'm at. I don't know who they are.
That's
that's the tough thing about betting. I'd have to.
Sean, did you ever collect from all those Tolos that you bet against? I know that happened a while back.
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
You let him off the hook, right? That's what it was. You gave him a pass. That was nice of him.
1,000 yards would be 59 yards a game if he played every game.
It's not happening.
4 yards per carry, though, would be 250 carries minimum, which would be a lot.
Okay.
It would be concerning.
All right,
I think.
so if he had how many yards, you'd be as low as you can take it, Bobby. If Zeke had how many yards, you'd be like, oh my God, no way.
Anything
700?
Anything that's 2.1 yards per carry or higher, anything that's more than him just falling forward, his
Come
6
on.
feet tall
Give
to
me a
get
number.
2 yards.
Give me a number.
No, okay. If he has 800 yards, I'm going to be impressed.
Right, he had 876 in 2022 here.
How many carries?
231. 3.8 a carry, and he had 642 yards last year. So, I don't know, maybe 800 is not insane.
800, depending on how much work they're going to give him. I don't think he gets 200 carries this year. If he gets 200 carries, I will be...
Who else is getting the carries?
Dowdle and whoever they're going to trade for.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought we all came to an agreement a couple years ago that what we were saying about Zeke's ability, we knew it was done and gone. I thought that we all agreed, just like we've agreed that this would be like Randy Gregory re-signing here and then people saying, oh, why are you hating on Randy Gregory? He's going to have 14 sacks. I think we've all reached an agreement. Bobby took a big fat L on this, and I had a W, so I have to point that out, that Randy Gregory was what he was, an absolute disappointment, especially at the very end. And we've all agreed. Now that Randy left, everyone's like, you bum, Randy Gregory, you pothead, blah, blah, blah.
Not me.
But then he would re-sign, and people are like, oh, my gosh, 12, 14 sacks for Randy Gregory. That's what this reminds me of.
And that's why I kind of want to open it up, too. If you are one of those Zeke believers, I want to know why, because I really don't like the idea of, I don't think this aspect of the team is going to be good, so you're a hater. I think that's absurd. I know, y'all, we enjoy a website that peddles that a lot, but I think that is absolutely absurd.
I'm trying to figure it out, too.
Yeah,
Bob.
which website was that? I couldn't figure it out.
Oh, hit the Odyssey rewind button.
All right. I don't know still, but I look forward to figuring it out.
Also, during Baseball Nuggets today, Mike is going to stick to baseball because a lot of people are like, hey, man, you've been doing football nuggets a lot. And he's going to break down some Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter stuff today. So get excited about that because that's going to be fun.
Mikey, I have a topic for you.
Go.
Very proud of myself during the Expressway. We even put Jared Sandler on. Is there Ranger anger this season from the fans, or are we kind of just giving a pass because they won the title? It's not a diehard baseball town. I feel like, in an East Coast market, and I'm not saying that we should. I'm just asking, are you surprised at a lack of Ranger fan anger post-championship? And have you felt that being out there and covering them the way that you do, and you guys are also at the stadium? If this was a Dallas Cowboys season and they won the championship, and they were what would you equate this to? 7 and
at this point in the season,
9,
6 and 8,
6 and 8. We'd be furious, right? We'd be mad. How can you do this? You're the champions. Represent, defend. I'm not feeling that. What do you think?
You're right, but I have to be careful here.
Because you're sure?
People that
robbed us Southwest
are visiting teams that are covering the other team. They are surprised at the lack of energy in the building at all times.
Yes.
No matter what year it is. So I don't think that you're going to find a lot of booing or people really mad because it is arguably the most casual baseball place to go to. You're never going to get booed being a Texas Ranger. I've only heard booing one time all year throughout this whole season. There's only been one time all year, and it was a fly ball to shallow right field.
Yep.
That nobody got to, and that's the only. It doesn't matter how you pitch. It doesn't matter how you hit. It doesn't matter what the score is. It doesn't matter. It is we're going there to be in air conditioning and casually have conversation while a baseball game is going on, and it doesn't matter the opponent. It doesn't matter the score. It doesn't matter if there's 38,000 people there or 20,000 people there. It is just a nice environment to be at.
Yeah.
So there's not, if they next year win 95 games, it's not going to be, it'll be exciting for us. It'll be exciting that the team is great. Will it be exciting for the fan base that they're going to now show this energy that a lot of other buildings show? No. If next year they lose 5 games, is there going to be a lot of booing and a lot of I can't believe this? No, there's not. It is a very casual kind of enjoyable place to go to and grab some awesome Hurtado's barbecue or whatever else you're grabbing and go for 7-8 innings and then casually leave.
I was more angry as a Rangers fan. I was more angry the year after 2011. 2012 was a baseball team that made me more angry than this one. This one, I'm just kind of like, okay, regression to the mean and some bad luck. 2012 was like, you should have been, you should have won that division. You should have finally realized everything in 2012. There were so many things about the 2012 team that actually was a 90-win team or a 93-win team or whatever they were. That team made me much more angry than this one does.
Corey,
I think that's fair.
I would think that your emotions would be the highest on the show towards a disappointing season like this, or are you giving a championship pass?
I'm one of those that kind of, when we trade away players to make another team great, like trade them to the Yankees and just continue to act like the farm system, that pisses me off.
Yeah.
But this just kind of just makes me sad more than mad.
Yeah.
And so I'm just, and this is, Sean, this is kind of the restaurant theory, right? If you go to a restaurant and have a bad experience, do you leave a note that says, hey, this stunk? Do you leave a thing on the board? Or do you just never go back again?
Right.
And that's kind of where I feel Rangers fans are right now. Instead of saying anything about it, they're just like, you know what? If that's how you're going to treat us and y'all aren't going to come back and really try to do it, we're going to have some apathy towards you. And that's where Ray Davis would probably see it the most. So that's where I am. Is I'm just kind of, I'm not going to boo. Right? That's right. I'm not mad about it. I'm just sad that they didn't do better this year.
See, I'm not even, I don't fault or think of the front office not trying with this. Now, I know the rumors and things behind the scenes, and I think this offseason will be telling, but I'm not mad at the front office for failing to put what should have been a better, like if you're going to have the 2024 recap, the word for the Texas Rangers season, I think I would agree with Jared that the word would be underperformed versus talentless or quit or something else.
Couldn't hit.
It just feels like a lot of guys didn't play as well as they should have. I'm not blaming the front office hardcore yet. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
They actually did what Mark Cuban refused to do when the Mavericks won the
put on a loose
championship.
t-shirt.
He was like, I don't think it's good enough. And so he's like, I'm going to deconstruct this team to make a new team. And you're like, well, let them bring back Tyson Chandler, bring back these guys, and let's see if they can. They just proved they could. And so
that was brilliant,
I think,
Mark.
shockingly, the Rangers won the World Series last year. And so they're like, well, let's pretty much bring it back and see if they can do it again. And now I do think this offseason, with limited budget, I do think there's going to be 3 new starting players in the lineup, if not 4. I think that there's going to be a lot of differences on the team next year because now you're going to look at most likely a team that gets close to 90 losses, and so you can kind of move a lot of things around when you have a season like that.
All right, Specs is the location for the KMC Masterpiece.
Low price, amazing.
Here's to you.
Here's to savings.
Next.
We chapter your favorite segments and even... From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Specs in Dallas, 9500 North Central Expressway. They have opened the doors. We are open for business. If you're curious, yes, it used to be a Toys R Us a long time ago, but we are here at Specs. And Mike, I know we're going to talk about Zeke in just a second. By the way, let me throw this question out and then I'll pivot to you real quick. We get info from a lot of people, or we get feedback from a lot of people that they still believe in Zeke. If that's the case, I want to know why, and do you think he gets too much unfair hate? Now, while folks answer that question, Twitch, YouTube,
I do.
877-881-1053 in the Frankel and Frankel text line. There's so many choices here from an alcohol perspective.
Yes.
But tell everybody what has now captured your imagination at the Specs.
Specs has a deli. They have like a whole restaurant here.
Yeah, come have lunch today, man.
They have hot sandwiches. They have comfort foods. They have cool sandwiches.
I'm getting
they
a
have
muffaletta.
burgers. They have mini corn dogs, like this and that. They have chili cheese fries. I had no clue Specs had a whole somewhat restaurant to it.
Yeah, and then in addition to that, while you're hosting a party, Mike, you're going to have a party and you want to have a cheese board or something like that. You want to have some salami, some hard salami or something. They got all that taken care of. Gigantic bottles of Cholula, whatever you're looking for, man. You got your whole party right here. Yeah, a charcuterie board, like you said, Kevin. You've always known how to say that word.
That's true.
And so they got everything here. But yeah, the sandwich place inside. That's why I said on the ad, I was like, get here and have a sandwich today.
So come have lunch here.
Come have lunch here and get you some bottles.
Yeah. And by the way, you commanded the start of this show amazingly. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Oh, thank you.
The commands you came with, you made sure we weren't interrupting. I could tell. You're like, I got to keep talking fast.
Thank you very much.
There's no one.
These guys
You can see why that would be necessary,
These guys
right?
will interrupt me, and then we'll go off the rails, and it'll just be wild, and we won't be able to get back on the rails. It'll be weird.
You ready for the Zeke freak conversation?
I'm ready for it, and I want to start with this text that we got from the 972. And this was yesterday, and this is what kind of spawned this conversation. What stats would Zeke need to reach for y'all to eat your receipts?
Okay.
And then they added on, using Zeke's stats in New England is a bad take, and which is a fascinating thing to write to me. And then even Pollard with the same Cowboys line wasn't the answer everybody was looking for. Feed Zeke. And then we get this from the 817. Zeke is so back. Top 5 in rushing yards this year. The hate train at the fan is crazy. And then
this is from all different numbers.
Yes, these are all different numbers.
Okay.
From the 682, Zeke is going to average 87 yards a game this year, Sean. Just accept it, hater.
Sean.
So
because of
yeah.
crosstalk. Okay.
So what you see there is not only the people that believe in Zeke, and that's fine. I just want to know more about like what got you there, but also people are saying, using the word hater pretty liberally, I think, when we were just like, hey, he's the Zeke and the Cowboys running back room is last on Pro Football Focus, last on ESPN. We didn't make those lists. We're just telling you they exist out in the world. Do you think Ezekiel Elliott and the Cowboys running back room have gotten undue hate? And then I want to start with that with y'all. And then for the people listening, do you believe in Zeke? If so, why?
Well, I think they're believing in Zeke because I know this is baseball. Hope springs eternal. It's the hope that we do have the best team in the NFL, the best running game. There's history, obviously, with Tony Dorsett and Emmitt Smith, and you have great years from DeMarco Murray and Marion Barber. This is a great history of running backs, too, that were outstanding.
Yes.
Top 10 in the history of the sport. And then you have all these other guys that would have great seasons, Ezekiel Elliott being one of them, or a time in place in their career where they were arguably the best, like DeMarco Murray, Ezekiel Elliott, Marion Barber, maybe not the best, but definitely a top 5 running back for a small amount of time in recent Cowboys history. So I just think that it's the hope of a new season. There's no reality. Like, I'll give an example in the sport that I cover the most. If for some reason the Texas Rangers picked up in the offseason Rizzo, well, reality is Rizzo's done.
Yeah.
His career's up. Was he great? Did he win a championship?
Name,
And is he a big name? He'll get some Hall of Fame votes. He's not going to make the Hall of Fame, but he'll get some Hall of Fame votes. That sounds very Ezekiel Elliott-like to me. So if I came out and said, man, the Rangers got Rizzo at first base, that's 30 home runs, that's 100 RBIs, that's close to a 400 on-base percentage. Like, what year are you living in? And I'd be like, I'm living in 2018. And I feel like that's the year these people are living in, but it's fine. It's just the hope of a new season that everything's going to be perfect.
12 running backs had 1,000 yards last year, Kevin.
Okay.
Tony Pollard was one of them.
Yes.
And Ezekiel Elliott isn't in the top 20. He was 26th in rushing yards last year. The elite of the elite running backs, Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, Kyren Williams, those guys – or Kyren Williams.
Yeah, he is really good.
Those guys are at over 1,100 yards. Those guys are going to – I mean, McCaffrey had 1,459 yards last year, in addition to 14 touchdowns. Zeke at one time was that guy.
Yeah.
He was the guy that – I mean, and yes, they had the best offensive line. They had all the things. He had a burst. He could get through the line. He was fast once he got past it, and all those things existed at that time. Right now – because of the toll that his body took, not only in college, but also in his first few years with the Cowboys.
When he was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was amazing. And you know what? I'd love to see, I think he can do that in a game.
Yeah.
I think he can have an opponent that is the right matchup for him, that in a game, he can be that beast that you're like, man, he just ran for 150 yards and a couple touchdowns today. I think he can do that. He hasn't run for 100 yards in almost 2.5 seasons. So that's one of the factors. Now, the hate part of it, I do think there's an unreasonable amount of hate that's aimed at him, because the dude really does. He's a relatively good teammate. He and Dak get along really well, and he works pretty hard whenever we see him out there, and he's a good motivator. He knows what football's about. So I like a lot of the intangible qualities about having him as a teammate, but having him as a lead back is whenever I think everybody's like, well, hold on. Now, is he being paid like the lead back anymore?
That's a complicated question because I would argue you're
still adding that money
you
to
ate
it?
all of the dead money.
But that's where I kind of come to the like, hey man, he's not a lead back anymore, but he is a good contributor to this team. But the team does need a different type of running back that can be a feature for them.
So. Okay, a couple of questions about that. Then do you think it's the team's fault more than anything? Because you said he's not a lead back, but make no mistake, he is the lead back.
He is
for this
yeah.
team.
Yeah.
But you're right. And then also you talked about how all of his intangibles, and he gets hate. Do you feel like any of the hate directed at Zeke has been personal, as opposed to I don't think he has it anymore?
From us?
From us.
No.
Okay.
No, I think it's more of a judgment of there are better options at the position.
Yes.
There are better opportunities out there, and you want more for your team than that.
I can say that I have taken personal shots at him, but I think they're somewhat fair.
Okay.
And sometimes I do it, and it is unfair.
I've been guilty of that
I
as well.
can be a hypocrite and say things like that. But the reason that Ezekiel Elliott's career is where it is and where it's been is because he's a party animal. He did not take care of his body. He lived a lifestyle that shortens your career and shortens your life. I don't know if he's still leading that life exactly that way. It would be hard to believe that he could go that hard at his age and still play in the NFL. But the reason that he hasn't had a Travis Henry-like career is because Derrick Henry. Did I say Travis Henry again? Son of a gun, I always do that.
Yeah, I would say he's actually kind of had a Travis Henry-like career.
Yeah, is that he has done things to his body that crush your career, and it's crushed his career. And I don't know if he still parties that hard.
Yeah.
But I mean, without going into detail, from what we hear, party animal extreme early in his career, and he could get away with it, whether it was at Ohio State or whether it was his first 3 or 4 years in the NFL here with the Cowboys. So is that that's a personal shot. That's not just saying, hey, the way he runs, but the way that his career deteriorated is because of what he was doing off the field.
Now, I'm fascinated by opinions like this from the 619. I don't believe in Zeke, but I'm not sure if he's the worst in the NFL. And that's totally fair, and I think that's a interesting conversation. I feel like we reported on, hey, ESPN says this, Pro Football Focus says this, like outside sources that, I know some people are split on Pro Football Focus, but are generally accepted in terms of some of this information, and that's why I don't think it's hate either. But I appreciate this one, too. From the 214, his pass blocking is going to be the best impact. And then switching numbers, it's like Kobe switching from 8 to 24, new era. Well, I hope that happens. But it's kind of like what you were saying with the intangibles. I agree that the pass blocking can be a positive. But when that's the number one attribute of your lead running back, that's not good. And that's on the Cowboys. That's not Zeke's fault for hey, would you like to come back to the Cowboys? That's the Cowboys' fault for not thinking through their personnel in this position in a better way.
Yeah, is he a weapon? And that's what you're on offense. You got to make sure you have all your weapons in place. And I just don't feel like his weapon is kind of it's a low blunt something you picked up off a desk or something.
Here's the question. From 2016 to 2019, I'll give it. Maybe even 2020. 20 became a weird year because of the cramp that Dak had. Is teams would probably have him number one on the list of what do we have to stop to beat the Dallas Cowboys. And offensively is if you slow down Zeke and you make Dak the focus of having to pass the ball, we have a great chance to beat him. That changed in about 2021, I would say. 1, Zeke got worse. 2, Dak got better throughout the years, not just randomly got better in 2021. I asked this question to people that think Zeke is a real deal. Do you think the Cleveland Browns, do you play the Saints week 2?
believe so.
I'm not 100%. Do you think the first 2 weeks, do you think the Cleveland Browns have Zeke on the board of stop Zeke first?
No.
Or if Zeke gets a hole, we're in trouble. He's about to run for 20 to 30 yards.
Stop CeeDee Lamb. Make Dak uncomfortable in the pocket and stop CeeDee Lamb is the main focus.
Let's not be stupid here. Leody Taveras can have a good game. I'm now not elevating Leody Taveras on my board if I'm Cleveland going, hey, man, you got to watch out for Leody. He hit a home run yesterday. No, that was somewhat lucky.
Now, sorry, Mike, from the 602, Zeke will average about 65 to 80 yards per game. If you think about that, that translates to between 1,100 and 1,360 yards rushing this season. So I'm going to go back to the very text that started it. What stats would Zeke need for y'all to eat your receipts?
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Okay.
Just real quick. When do you think the last time was that he averaged 60 yards per game?
Fourth year.
I'll go 2020.
19.
2020, he averaged 65 yards per game. Since then, it's been no higher than 58.
That's when it changed.
So
without even looking up the numbers, I knew that's when the scouting report changed on him.
So I just wanted to add that if you're going to be in the 65 to 80, then something's got to be different. Maybe it's the offensive line in front of him. Maybe he found the fountain of youth.
And that's why I'm going to throw out he needs to get 1,000 yards rushing this year with at least a per-carry average of 4.0. And if you think that is not reasonable, I also don't think it's achievable for Zeke, but I think it is reasonable for your lead back. And that's where my issue is. The Cowboys did a fundamentally poor job of addressing this position, and maybe they'll still address it. Obviously, they've been addressing defensive
they've been
line,
addressing all this other stuff.
Yeah,
so.
all training camp. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Specs off of North Central Expressway. If you want to come see us in Dallas, 9500 North Central Expressway. Coming up next, are these two players the true X factors for the Cowboys this season? Plus, could that whiskey tasting be imminent? We'll discuss next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Specs 9500 North Central Expressway. There have already been a lot of people who have stopped by, including somebody who is working on a book that they're hoping to finish off in the next year or so.
Matthew, was that his name?
I wouldn't have thought.
Was he the guy that was just standing right here and said that if he takes a bottle, you might kick his window out?
Yeah, he wanted to know, he goes, if I take a window, will you go Blockbuster on me? And to which Mike goes, well, you won't get fired by Specs, which is
that is true.
That is true. Yeah. I feel like I'll get fired by the Fan, though, so...
I don't know.
I don't necessarily want that.
Maybe that'll be
happen.
like one of those things that'll be like, hey, he's edgy, man.
You never know until you try.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes.
Well,
do you think you can do it?
Yeah.
You think you can kick somebody's window out? Yeah.
I don't think you can.
I don't know how to prove that, though, because then the only way is to do it.
Well, how old were you when you did that?
20.
And you're still that flexible?
21.
You're still that flexible?
I'm still
right
that
now?
flexible, and I was big then, too.
Not that strong.
All right, you used to be able to put your foot up to your mouth. Can you
I can still put
you
my
can
foot
still
up to
do
my
that?
mouth.
Prove
Corey,
it.
We have other stuff we need to get to.
Do you have window
100% I can do that.
I don't have window
Is that
insurance.
a thing specifically for your car? I don't have car
We'll have to talk
insurance.
to sales about
I have
that.
window insurance. All right, we'll see if we can get that going. All right, let's stick with Cowboys here, if y'all don't mind. I wanted to go back to a conversation that we touched on yesterday. We were talking about various X factors for the Dallas Cowboys this season. And there was one name that I saw a little bit, but I was surprised it didn't pop up more and more. And that name is Tyler Guyton. And that is also who Bleacher Report thinks is the X factor for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I know we all might have had to hold our breath a little bit yesterday when Guyton left practice with some knee soreness, but y'all gave a lot of good answers. And the folks involved in the conversation gave a lot of good answers. I really do wonder if it's going to be Tyler Guyton, just because he is a rookie, so that feels like it's going to be tough, but our expectations are so high. He's playing at a premium position. He's replacing somebody who had a hell of a year last year and a hell of a career so far. It feels like he is a very intricate part to this.
Oh, absolutely, man. In protecting Dak Prescott and also getting the push up the field that they want whenever they run to the outside. I think, Kevin, whoever plays the center position, though, is even more of an X factor than Tyler Guyton for me.
All right.
For two reasons.
Glad you said that.
One is to get to that second level up the middle between the tackles, get those linebackers off of you. That's the thing that I'm just like, man, we missed that last year. You were missing it not from Tyler Smith, not from Zach Martin, but you were missing it from your center. And Tyler Biadasz, I thought he was good. I just thought that there was something missing strength-wise, footwork-wise, and he was improving. But I think you're better at the position right now than you were last year. And I think that's the difference between, Kevin, a 3-5-yard run and a 10, 20, 15 or 50-yard run that could be a big explosive play, because if you can take one of those linebackers out and your running back can shake one of those secondary players, it's a big play. So that's where I look a little more. Guyton, you're going to have rookie things that you deal with for sure, and even at the center position. But also at that center position, that's where Dak experiences the most pressure, is right there in his face. It's the fastest way to get to the quarterback, honestly. So if you can keep that pocket controlled in front of Dak, you're better off.
Well, we're going to find out a lot quickly on Tyler Guyton. It's not fair or right, but he gets to go against Myles Garrett, the best, arguably, defensive player in the NFL.
And that whole defensive line is good.
Yeah, and so that's just the tough part, is I could see where he struggles in the first game. And then people are going to go, he's not ready, this and that. Well, who is ready to go against Myles Garrett in your first ever NFL game? Because I'm sorry, I don't remember the draft well. There were 3 tackles taken in front of him. He might have been the 4th tackle in the draft, and I'm not saying that means he's going to be the 4th tackle in the NFL, rookie-wise. He might be the best. The Cowboys are unbelievable at this. They are the best in all the NFL. Nobody is better at drafting offensive linemen than the Dallas Cowboys. They can really stamp themselves in saying we are the best at drafting and developing offensive linemen. But man, that first game is going to be tough.
So here's something that's encouraging to that point. And Corey, man, I'm really glad that you brought up the center.
And you don't forget, you also have the Saints, then the Ravens, all defensive lines that are very difficult
that are going to be coming at you.
Yeah.
All right, fair to say we all have a lot of faith and belief in what Zach Martin says and does. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so he was talking specifically about Guyton and Beebe, and he said, look, and I understand some people are going to go, what's he going to say? I get that, but listen to this praise of those two. They've done a great job since they've got here. They started training, obviously, before they got here, and in a couple of weeks, they were down here training. They've been on top of the playbook since they've been here. Obviously, the last couple of weeks, they've been thrown into the mix. And so I like that he's they started training before they got here. They're already on top of the playbook. I know he's not going to bash his teammates, but he doesn't have to go out of his way to give them that sort of praise. And so when you bring up Cooper Beebe as another potential X factor, which I think is a really great point, I like that the guy on the offensive line, you're like, well, you're definitely going to the Hall of Fame, says, yeah, the people just to the left and then one jump over spot there, they're doing a really good job.
And, ask most of the press out there, Brada specifically, ask most of the people that have been watching. Tyler Smith had a hell of a camp, man. He just looked like the consummate pro that he's grown into, and he has control of that position. He has control of what he's doing. He understands it so well, and he's part of, having a little bit of a leash on Guyton, being able to be right there next to him and say, hey, I got you for this, I got you for that, just in case something, breaks down. So that's a positive, too, because you have two veterans that you trust right there at the guard positions helping the outside. And I know Terence Steele hasn't been talked about much, but Mike McCarthy talked yesterday about him and said that he's having one of the best camps he's had as a Cowboy since he's been around. So this is really good.
Do you want me to go to the rest of the quote?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. He said, man, Corey, you're on fire today.
You're welcome.
He added on that.
Don't throw whiskey on him.
Okay.
That'll just make the fire hotter,
probably
right?
don't do that either way.
Yeah, I'll drink it too.
You can. He added to that, but you're right. He said you can see the things that he has continued to work on, and then Steele jumped in and said, "It's my 5th year, and everything is supposed to get better and better and better. It feels like I'm growing under this process. I definitely feel like it's my best camp for sure." And then he talked about, which I appreciate, the struggles that he had in coming back from injury. He's like, look, when you come back from injury as quickly as I did, there's going to be some problems.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So Steele is talking about how he feels it's his best camp. Mike McCarthy also shouted him out. And so that's another positive, because in between all those offensive linemen, you have Tyler Smith and Zach Martin, right? Which I assume we all feel pretty thumbs up about.
Absolutely, man.
Okay.
Like I said, Smith's had a fantastic camp.
And so you have Pro Bowl, all-pro potential with those two. And then the three around them, either Zach Martin, Mike McCarthy, they're talking about this camp has been really top-notch.
Yeah,
that's encouraging.
I'm not predicting all pros for those three guys,
sure,
in addition to it. But if you have all-pro performance from Zach Martin and Tyler Smith, and you're getting quality out of those three, you're feeling really good.
I hate doing this, because if he's fire, I might be ice here.
Okay.
I've seen fire, and I've seen... Hold on, that's
rain,
right? Yeah, that's James Taylor.
Gotcha.
Does it matter what holes they open up? This ties in our first segment for Zeke.
Not for Zeke, for Dowdle. And you know what?
Times?
And Bobby threw this line out a few minutes ago. I don't know if it was kind of a throwaway at the end of it, but he said, or for whoever they trade for.
Yeah.
And I think that's a reality. I think they're still looking. You've been watching them sign defensive linemen going, hey, look, we have a hole here. They didn't get a chance to see if Zeke can do it or not. But so far what you've seen is they open the game about 9 or 10 yards. They feel like confident they can do that with whoever the running back is.
It's not fair, but if you go to your competition, whether it's Saquon Barkley in Philadelphia, Gibbs is the main guy in Detroit, right?
Yes.
I know that they
and
share
they said
a
he should
bit.
be good to go. For
and those guys can
regulars.
break open for big-time
And McCaffrey in San Francisco, if you open up a hole that's, let's say, 5 feet wide, everybody's going to get through that hole. Even Zeke's going to get through that hole. I'm not arguing Zeke's going to get through that hole and get you at least 5 yards if you block it well. But now there is a linebacker filling or a safety filling, or your defensive linemen are now trailing and coming back.
Holy moly. Sorry, Mike. I'm going to have to stop you right there. There has been an interdivisional trade. The Philadelphia Eagles have announced that they have traded for Jahan Dotson.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
From the Washington Commanders.
Exactly.
Wow.
Holy
so
moly.
what was the compensation for that?
You're going to be mad when you hear it. They gave up a 5th-round pick this year.
That was a first-round receiver.
And they – oh, excuse me. Let's try this again. They got Dotson in a 5th, and they traded a 3rd and a 7th. So essentially they dropped from the 3rd to the 5th. I realize they gave up a 7th as well.
Can we look at Dotson's numbers real quick?
They weren't spectacular, but he also had Sam Howell. And I expected a little more out of Dotson last year. Kevin, he's not Terry McLaurin. You know how I feel about Terry McLaurin.
You do love Terry
but
McLaurin.
I think what you're saying there, though, the big deal is like you just said, that's an interdivision trade right there that you wouldn't expect.
My biggest thing there, Mike,
and that's a former first-round wide receiver out of Penn State.
That is true, is the touchdowns. In the first 2 years, he has 11 receiving touchdowns, so I'm curious what he does there. I was just also fascinated that it was an intra-division trade. You don't really see that
Which
a
is
whole
always
ton.
scary.
Although I guess we did just
it's
see
like
that.
when San Francisco, I know not division, but your competition.
Yeah.
And San Francisco last year saw Dallas as competition. They just peed in the bed again when it came time to play real football. That scares me. Trey Lance, nothing against Trey Lance, but he doesn't. It looks like San Francisco's like, yeah, you can have him, man. I'm just wondering here. I hear what you're saying. I'm just looking. He's only 24 years old, 16th overall pick in 2022.
But he's been okay.
Yeah. Now, does Philadelphia like him? Probably so, because last year on October 29th, he had 8 catches for 108 yards and a touchdown against them.
So that's what they saw, and it's kind of I saw you do it once. Let's
do it again. And behind A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, I don't think that they trust, that they love their depth at the position. And with Kellen Moore, he loves a 3rd and 4th wide receiver. Cedric Wilson, you talked about him the other day. He loves having that kind of route, especially – performing 11 touchdowns in the first 2 years, you said?
Yeah.
Being able to get I've seen a lot of that happen in the red zone, and if they feel like, hey, you're going to cover Smith, you're going to cover Brown, how are you going to take care of this guy if we do something in the red zone? He's a pretty good little target, man.
And multiple people are jumping in now saying, is this a piece falling that now puts Washington back in the Ayuk sweepstakes?
Oh, it absolutely could be, man. That absolutely could be.
Man, I don't need Washington to get particularly better. We already have concerns or thoughts about that.
Just looking his rookie year, 7 touchdowns, 523 yards, 35 receptions. Obviously, that's nothing to write home about, but it's not bad either for a rookie wide receiver. Obviously, you'd probably like more out of your 16th overall pick. Then last year, 49 catches, 518 yards, 4 touchdowns. So he didn't improve in his second year. I mean, you could say
his touchdowns regressed.
Do you think then that Luke McCaffrey has such a good connection with Daniels that they're like, Luke McCaffrey is now their rookie wide receiver? They're like, he is now taking over.
It does
He'll be
go
our
to show
slot
you.
guy.
Not really. Is that okay to say?
This is where the Cowboys, when they draft a crappy player, will keep them longer, and it's okay. I'm not saying that's bad. But when you change out your general manager, when you change out your head coach, I have no connection to this guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he's very good. Hey, did you draft him? I wasn't here in 2022.
Yeah.
Neither was I. They're like, well, let's go get something for him.
Hey, Kevin, in addition to the whiskey tasting that's going to be taking place out here during the Expressway today, I have 3 Specs $50 gift cards that you can come up here and you have a chance to win them while you're here at Specs.
Okay.
So come on in today during the Expressway. That's from 12:20 to 1 o'clock. We'll be giving those away in addition to the whiskey tasting as Sagamore Spirit Rye is setting up over here right now.
Very, very nice. So in the meantime, the Commanders trade Jahan Dotson and a 5th-round pick to the Eagles for a third-round pick and multiple 7th-rounders. So it feels like the biggest thing is you drop from the 3rd round to the 5th round to pick up Dotson, which it seems like a lot of people.
Yeah, he'll be a number 3 or number 4
yes.
receiver.
Yeah, I mean, because they have 1 and 2 are excellent on that team. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Specs off of North Central Expressway in Dallas. You just heard Corey. There's going to be a whiskey tasting coming up. We're going to be giving away gift cards out here, plus all of the deals and stuff. You might be like, I just want to go there to get some deals.
Deals are great.
You can do that as well. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashek.
The Rangers scored.
Yes!
And San Antonio didn't. Next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Turns to bunt. No. A Butcher Boy. He lines it to Lowe, who makes the catch, and he beats McKinney back to first. You almost never see that.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What you can see today is us live at Specs off of North Central Expressway in Dallas. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Parsons.
All right, I'm going to be honest. Watching some of the game yesterday, I got to the 9th inning, and I thought, are the Rangers going to score again this year?
So tell me if you think this is accurate, because Corey goes, yeah, the Pirates are like, well, guess what? We're not going to score all game. And then I said, yeah, and the Rangers were like, well, guess what? We can do that too until the very end.
How they won that series is unbelievable. When I tell you this, in the 3 games they played Pittsburgh, and they did not throw their 2 best starters in this series, Skeens and then Jones, he's been kind of hurt for a while now, but he's a stud young guy. They didn't even throw those guys in the series. You scored on a solo home run by Corey Seager, a 3-run home run by Corey Seager, and a jam shot base hit by Wyatt Langford with the infield in the bottom of the 9th inning. And I'm glad it happened. That was it.
Yeah.
That was all the runs you scored in the whole series against the Pirates, and you did win the series, your second series win against the team who's playing the worst baseball right now in the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Perhaps just
and then the worst team in all of baseball, the Chicago White Sox. Those are your 2 series wins. It does count. If they would have lost yesterday, I heard that they have not gone on an 8-game series losing streak since 2001. So if they would have lost yesterday, it would have tied.
Moly.
In 2001, the Rangers lost 8 series in a row at some point.
Man.
And they almost did it again.
Well.
So you did win 2 out of 3. I have no clue how you did it.
You got to win the close ones, Kevin. You got to learn how to win close games.
I mean, that is true. I wish some of these close games were 5-4. I'll even take 4-3 at this point.
Not all of them can be Game 7 of the ALCS with Rangers assets.
That's true. Look, we've talked about this. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah.
It's
interrupt me again. Go ahead.
That's fair. I'll make it quick. It's a shame because the pitching has been incredible this year.
It has been very good.
If y'all didn't see that on radio, Mike goes, the tables have turned.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
The Rangers did win yesterday. Good for them. I remember when I went back to call a couple of spring training games, and I took the Comrex. Cleveland was there to play Kansas City, and I know the Cleveland guys pretty well, and they were talking about their lineup versus the Rangers lineup, and they're like, we'd kill for that lineup.
Oh, wow, yeah.
The Guardians have been one of the best offensive teams in the American League, and the Rangers have been one of the worst. I don't know how they're going to win in Cleveland. I really don't. I'm assuming they're going to score about 6 runs in Cleveland. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you can pile on 5 out of the 6 in one game.
Yeah, they have good pitching too. The quality pitching to go along with it. So it's a real struggle for the Rangers.
Let's go to positive news for the Rangers. Kamar Rocker pitched yesterday for Frisco against, if you're like, what in the world was the tease? Are you taking a shot at San Antonio or the Spurs? No. He pitched against the San Antonio Alamo Domes. I don't know.
That feels.
You don't know who the San Antonio teams
I'm gonna
are?
go Roadrunners.
Did you never play against
I didn't play
minor league San Antonio
I didn't play
teams?
in the Texas League.
Okay, hold on.
Probably not the Alamo Domers, right?
Let me just look at their schedule real quick.
Roadrunners.
The San Antonios.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Kamar Rocker pitched yesterday against them. Kamar Rocker, 4 2/3, 3 hits, 1 walk, no runs, 8 strikeouts for the month of August. 16 2/3 innings for Kamar Rocker. 0.54 ERA. 4 games started, 16 2/3, 8 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, 25 Ks.
And so, in my mind, I know this is the absolute dream scenario.
138 batting average against.
Holy crap.
He's unbelievable.
Rocker, Leiter, and Bradford. dream scenario of all being in the rotation and all being cheap as hell for the Rangers.
Yeah.
Because then you can buy hitting.
Yes. Oh, my God.
So the thing is, so far in Double-A, he's thrown 26 and 2/3 innings. So he's probably going to get in another 15 innings before the Double-A season ends, maybe up to 20.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to throw this year max. I'll give you a max of 50 innings, but I don't think he'll get to 50 innings. I just wonder, do you call him up because the Double-A and Triple-A season end about mid-September?
Yeah.
Like, they go longer than they used to, but, like, do you make sure to call him up to give him 5 more innings out of the bullpen in the major leagues?
I mean, looking at where you are as a team right now, and
I would.
Like, you're not going anywhere with it unless they go on a magical run. Like, it has to be something very magical. Then you have to. We heard Bochy yesterday, Kevin. I don't know if you quite heard it the way I did, but it sounded like he was analyzing this team, kind of looking at them, going, "All right, who wants to be around next year? What can I have?" It looks like he's preparing for it at the moment. So, yeah, he wants to get his eyeballs on what that kid could be now. And the experience, again, finding the restroom, just finding his way around the facility so he doesn't have to stress about that on day one when he gets up later. But I think he's definitely a next year at some point in the season guy. But, yeah, I would want to get him an opportunity this year.
You're going to have to watch his innings next year. That's the one thing is I'm getting more and more excited about Kumar Rocker. I get it. It's still only 26 innings, but he's been pretty consistently good and getting better every outing. And it's tough to get better what he's doing, but he is getting better. Now, I go to the other Vandy boy. Yesterday, Jack Leiter threw against, I believe it's Salt Lake because it's at SL. I did play at Salt Lake. I believe they're the Bees.
Okay, all right. There we go. The Bees
I was really looking forward to another mascot
The Bees knees.
He threw yesterday 5 2/3, 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 1 hit batter, 1 walk, and 9 strikeouts. For the month of August, he's only thrown in 2 games because for some reason from July 27th to August 15th, he didn't pitch. 1.93 ERA, 9 1/3 innings pitched, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 1 hit batter, 2 walks, 20 Ks. So if you take the hit batter as a free base, 3 free bases, 20 Ks.
That's good.
Wow.
And that's what Mike, whenever we were watching him at Vanderbilt, that's what we were basing everything off of was nobody could hit these 2 guys. Nobody could hit them. They were striking out 11, 12 a game.
Yeah, so I think September 1st, when you can expand the roster by 1, I would add Jack Leiter, and I would give him as many opportunities as possible. Maybe it's out of the bullpen in non-winning situations. So it'll probably be 1-0 in the 5th inning, most likely. That'll be the score of the Ranger game.
Or the 9th inning.
And you're like, hey, let's put him in and see what happens. Maybe you do start him, and you just you give him the ball, and you say, no, I don't care what you do. You're getting the ball every 5th day in the month of September, 5 starts. Whatever happens, happens. Because we're planning on you being in our rotation on opening day. You won't be the opening day starter, but you'll probably be the number 4 or 5 starter in our rotation. For Kumar Rocker, you have to watch his innings, but I think if you don't start him in September, on September 15th or 16th, my opinion is now you give him the ball somehow, some way to extend his season because he's had a short season, and you give him another 5 to 10 innings, and you give him big league innings, and you see how can we use him in 2025 on our big league team.
I like it.
Now, answering a couple of questions.
The San Antonio Missions. They're the Missions, by the way.
And
no, you
Mike,
said Alamo Domes.
You heard Jared's call. Do you know what a butcher boy is?
It's where you fake bunt and pull it back.
Very good.
Look at Mike knowing baseball.
Good.
We also call it, it's funny, you can call it a butcher boy, you can call it a slash.
Okay.
Sometimes a team will refer it to the slash play where you fake bunt, pull the bat back. You kind of, in that, you're supposed to choke up a little bit. It's funny. Kids or whatever, and sometimes they just swing as hard as they can. And you're like, that is not the goal. You're pulling the bat back, and as you pull it back, then you come and you chop at the ball. What you're hoping is this. The first and third baseman have crashed. They've come in for the bunt. the shortstop and the second baseman are covering the corners, so the whole middle of the field is open. As long as the pitcher doesn't catch it, it will get to the outfield.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Specs in Dallas off of North Central Expressway. There's going to be a whiskey tasting. We're going to be giving away $50 Specs gift cards.
Heck yeah.
Or I guess I should
I'll
say
take
Specs
one.
will be giving them away.
I
We're
think
gonna
I
help.
have Specs gift cards.
Okay.
I need to use them.
Maybe Mike will give you something. We'll see. Roll on out here and come see us. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, as they wrap up at Oxnard on 105 through the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Specs off of North Central Expressway in Dallas, and we've just had a couple of cigars dropped off to us as well because Specs, I haven't even had enough time to explore during the commercial breaks. But in addition to, you're thinking beer, liquor in general, we've already talked about the deli. They've got some amazing desserts, but they also have a new humidor out here as well. So if you're like, man, I need some cigars too, well, guess what? Boom, taken care of.
Yeah. And put your baseballs in there so they have so they don't carry as far.
I don't know if they will allow that, but we can certainly ask. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best of baseball. Ford is the best in Texas.
Go see.
We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
We're good. We're good. I heard we're tearing everything down at camp, getting ready to break Oxnard camp. Is that ever a bittersweet time for you? Because this feels like a fun month for just football junkies.
Yeah, it's a fun month for football junkie, and it's a fun month to be in weather that's far less than 80 degrees, right?
Yeah. What are you going to do now that you won't have that to lord over our head anymore?
I'm going to come home and melt right with you.
Okay, good.
Hey, Mickey, what is the addition of Linval Joseph? But what is not only that, but they went and they pursued other players at that position across the defensive line throughout this camp. What's that told you about what they had and what they're hoping to have out of this defense?
Well, the only thing I can look at is they're trying to get bigger up front. But first of all, on that, from what I'm told, nothing's going to get done until Tuesday. Okay. I think that's the cut day, right? The 27th. Am I got my calendar right?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Okay, and so I know everybody's excited about the name, but he played 7 games last year for Buffalo.
Yeah,
and he's 36 in October.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't know.
I don't know. What is? I mean, is he a rotation guy? He's certainly not going to be a 16-game starter, right?
And there's 17 games now, so not that either.
Yeah, I'm giving him a break, right?
Okay, good. So,
can he start 16 of 17, right? And,
so you're not.
And I'll be interested to see what they end up paying him, right? Because I was looking at all these other guys they signed, like Phillips, Lawson, Muhammad, Huggins. They all signed for the veteran minimum of what it counts on the cap is $1.2 million, right? So it's like it seems like they're just kind of trying to pick and see if they can hit something very inexpensively. Because last year, and like I said, Joseph played 7 games. He made $1.5 million. So I'm just trying to juggle here. What does this mean? Are they worried? And I know they're worried that they don't have much experience at the defensive tackle position. I understand that, and they're trying to get bigger. So, I think they're trying to do it cheaply and hoping they hit on something.
It seems like you might be doing a good job of maybe tempering some fan expectation as well, because anytime we make a trade or sign somebody, it feels like, oh, could that person start? Like, absolutely straight away. So I feel like you're doing a good job of saying, hey, I'm not saying it's a bad move, but, don't set your expectations too high right off the jump.
Yeah, and I think you have to kind of look at, the history. Like, okay, well, what is this? What does Linval Joseph do? We remember, and everybody's like, well, he played for Mike Zimmer in Minnesota. Well, yeah, he did. In 2022, he played for Philadelphia. He played in 8 games, 8 starts. And both in the last 2 years, he didn't sign until November.
Yeah.
So So it sounds like people at that point were looking for a stopgap measure and not spending a heck of a lot of money. I mean, he played in 7 games, no starts last year for Buffalo, and had 12 tackles. Now, I understand that position and is not a stat position, your nose tackle. You want him to hold down the line of scrimmage, and so other people can make tackles, right? But it's not like he lit the league on fire last year, and he's available on August 22nd. So, I'm just tempering it. Like, this doesn't solve everything on that defensive front, but it does help them get bigger. Jordan Phillips helps them get bigger. Now let's see if they can play.
I also wonder sometimes if, like, just adding a little veteran competition can kind of, fire things up around there.
Yeah.
If Osa looks at it and goes, you're not going to take my job, and if it motivates Mazi a little bit every once in a while. Sometimes that could be it.
I don't think you have to worry about Osa. I think he's pretty self-motivated. Mazi, I think it's a good thing that Micah Parsons seems to be taking him under his wing and trying to kind of, get him along to kind of get the best out of Mazi. And you know what? He's out there trying. We'll find out if he's got something or not. He's still working with the first team. We'll see, how many snaps they give him in this last preseason game, and then kind of judge on, just where he's going to be. Because, say Linval Joseph gets there, like I was told, probably signed, right? I guess the proper term now is agreed to terms, but he gets there Tuesday. How many practices is he going to get before the season opener? Like 3, 4?
Yeah.
Something like that? Is he ready? So, again, I don't know that this is a life-saving measure on the defensive front. Maybe it can help. Maybe it's a rotation thing. And you bringing in a veteran that might help Mazi along the way. Same thing with Phillips.
Now, we've talked some and we've heard about a, quote, intense final padded practice in Oxnard yesterday. I was hoping you could maybe give us some reflections on that. And then do I need to be concerned at all that Tyler Guyton had some knee soreness?
Yeah, he's got some knee soreness. The one that didn't get reported, I haven't seen it yet, DeMarcus Lawrence didn't practice yesterday, and he's got some tendonitis around the kneecap. They thought it was important enough to do an MRI on it yesterday. So we'll see where that one's more concerning to me, I think, than Guyton. Knee soreness, he seemed to be walking fine. He, was standing there watching the entire practice. He just, after the first part came out. But, it sort of highlights the fact that can any of these defensive tackles play swing offensive tackle? Because that's what they need, right?
Yeah.
And I thought Austin Richards did a nice job in the team portions, stepping in for Guyton and playing left tackle. But again, you're talking about a guy with not much experience, and he's not going to get a heck of a lot of snaps in practice. And so, that's another position like backup quarterback. It's muscle memory, right? Because you don't get that much work. They would like to find a veteran, but people just don't release offensive linemen of any quality, it seems like, at this time of year.
I meant to ask you about this earlier in the week, so I just want to throw it out there now. Trey Lance said he felt more comfortable in the last week and in the last preseason game. I'm curious just what you thought from observing him during that time in the game and in the practices. Does he seem more comfortable, and how might that translate to his play on the field?
Yeah, I think that we saw him take a step from the first game to the second game. I think we saw a little bit more, and we're kind of seeing it in practice, where hitting his back foot and the ball's coming out, right? He's seeing the field, I think, better. I thought in yesterday's practice he did a better job of scanning the field instead of staring down the receiver that he was going to throw to. I don't think at this point now, unless something, glorious happens on Saturday, he's still the third quarterback. I don't see him taking over for Cooper Rush. I think they're very comfortable with Rush being the backup quarterback, and, keep bringing Lance along. But, yeah, I think he's improved. I think he feels, like I said, in the pocket. He just seems to feel better. And, they called some running plays. And he ran when he was in college. So you can take advantage of him in situations like that. But I don't know that you're going to keep 3 quarterbacks on your 48-man roster, right?
Yeah.
Mickey, you said youthful enthusiasm. I heard that there was some chippiness going on at practice.
Yeah, I didn't get around to that. I'm sorry. I kind of skipped past your question. It was really good. It was really good. It was really emotional, and they were offense versus defense. And for the last, 10 or 15 minutes of the practice, when one side made a play or made a stop, it was celebrated with everybody jumping up and down and running and congratulating whoever might have broken up a pass or whoever might have caught a pass for a touchdown. They were kind of practicing red zone. So it got really spirited, and then it got a little chippy. And I didn't see one coach try to, pull things down, right? Okay, we got to simmer down, we got to work. They let them go at it. There was a couple skirmishes. Donovan Wilson, Jake Ferguson, I think El Quadrant Muhammad ended up on the bottom of a pile with about 4 offensive linemen on top of him. And nice. I didn't see one coach go in there and try to break things up. Now, the players did, right? But there was a lot of celebrating on each side of the ball after whoever made a play. And it got louder and louder and finger pointing. It was really competitive. And, like the guy said afterwards, that's something we needed. We needed to turn up the juice. This is the last practice of camp, and each side wanted to win. So it got, I think more so than saying it was chippy, it got really competitive. And I think that's a good thing because normally that last practice in pads at training camp is a dud. Everybody's already packed up and ready to go. It's like, all right, we got to get through this, but we're leaving tomorrow, right? Well, that wasn't the case here. And maybe it has to do that, previously places they had training camp, they've suffered because of the heat, being outside. And here, you can practice all day long because the heat is never going to be a factor.
Well, we appreciate you working your way through the mild weather just for us.
Yeah, all that strength you had getting through that for us.
Right?
Yeah. You are a hero, man. Where will you be at tomorrow? Will you be back in the Metroplex then?
I should be. Okay. I should be probably back at the Star. You just let me know what time you want me at.
Are you riding your bicycle back from California? Is that how it goes?
I would have, but they put it on the truck already.
Oh, already. Oh, yeah, of course.
That's the only reason. All right, Mick, same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. Sound good?
So we're doing this at 10 o'clock your time. Is that right? No. 8 o'clock.
What?
What time is it?
It is 11 o'clock here in the Metroplex, Mickey.
Okay, that's right. Okay, all right.
Kevin will send you a text just to remind you.
I was thinking of my podcast time. Yeah, okay.
I might send you a text just to remind you. So 11 a.m. Central. Thank you very much, good sir.
And if nothing else, give me a phone call, okay?
There you go. Okay, there you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, it's been an interesting day for the Commanders. We talked about the trade of Dotson, but also the Commanders gave up a conditional potentially 7th-round pick to get kicker Cade York, because in the preseason, Riley Patterson was 2 of 5 from field goals.
That's poor.
That is very poor.
Yeah, from the kicker position.
And so they're like, all right, well, let's get a kicker that we think might not be terrible. So they make the move for York. They move off of Dotson. I know there's some people speculating that means they'll be back in on the IU
conversation. They got a lot of work to do on that roster, man.
Corey, where's that Texas Tech kicker?
Garibay, Jonathan?
He made 2 out of 5. every day when we were at practice. He kicked the lady's cell phone out of her hand by accident.
He did. That was funny. That was a funny moment.
Well, he just missed, and there was a lady that had a cell phone, and it knocked the cell phone out.
Whoops.
He's Arlington Renegades. He was with them.
There we go.
Yeah, he's with the Renegades.
Okay. All right.
Get Stoop on.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Specs in Dallas off of North Central Expressway. If you want to come out and see us, that would be delightful. Or you just know that we're here and you're like, oh, man, I do need to get a few things, whether it's party foods, liquor, or
cigars.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of stuff to get out here, man. So come on out, and I think that there's even more than I've ever seen before. I'm going to be sipping on the Sagamore Spirit Rye. Yeah, I'm going to be sipping on the Sagamore Spirit Rye throughout the day. The tasting looks like they're getting ready to crack the first bottle open.
Coming up next, should you watch this sports documentary, but also with Backyard Sports returning, what other video games from the 90s and the 2000s do you think should make a comeback? 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation. It's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, and it's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mine looks like I want to watch it.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to some video game talk in just a minute. But first, I wanted to just throw this out there. If anyone was curious about watching it, or maybe they've seen a preview or anything like that, there is a documentary on Netflix right now. It's part of their Untold series. They've done a whole bunch of stuff. I know people probably know the Johnny Manziel one. But it's Untold, the murder of Air McNair. And I want to make this clear. It's 58 minutes long. It's not bad.
Wow, that's a long time.
I don't think it's long enough to tell
I don't
the
either.
murder of a famous person, or maybe not the murder of a famous person.
Especially the way, well, it was a murder one way or another.
Okay.
It's not bad. It's entertaining. I just think it could have been so much more. Like, I'm going to try to not spoil it, but there is a plot point that they tackle in the last 8 minutes that feels like it could be very interesting. There's a lot more to it, and they could have done another 20 to 30 minutes on. And then there's another part of the whole story that they just kind of gloss over, and they're like, oh, well, you know, what can you do? And so I thought it was an incomplete study of what happened. But if you're looking for an hour, or you really like Steve McNair, or you just love football or true crime or whatever the case is, it's entertaining enough. I just thought it could have been a lot better.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I was always interested in that story. I'm still interested in the aspect, Kevin, I don't know if this is part of it, that he was shot in the chest. And
twice,
Junior
right?
Seau was also shot in the chest, or shot himself in the chest. And there were lots of discussions at the time that people who, former football players, were going through that to preserve their brain on their way out. So that was an interesting aspect. I don't know if that was ever dug deeper into.
I think for Junior Seau, you're spot on. I don't think that was at play here just because of stuff that gets into the documentary. But that is an interesting point. And if you could study those brains for scientific research, I think that's a great idea. With Steve McNair, it's a horrible story no matter how you slice it. All right. Now, are you ready for a little bit more fun? This will be decidedly more fun and upbeat than what we were just talking about.
By the way, it does look like the whiskey tasting has started over here at
You
Sagamore
have to
Fair
stay
Rye.
here.
I know
right
I
now,
have to be
though.
part of the
Okay.
show.
You don't have to.
But I'm just saying, for anybody that wants to show up during their lunch hour and try out. Like
you're close enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, he can go over there, and we can be like, Corey, put your headset on. We have something for you.
I'm down for that. All right, back to you, Kevin. Back to you.
All right.
And by the way, multiple people, I've seen some people say there's more coming out August 27th. I think there's more Untold coming out August 27th. I don't think it's more about Steve McNair. If it is more about Steve McNair, then I'll absolutely step back and hope that they dive into that other part.
Okay, because Netflix has done this to me now, Kevin. They did it with Cobra Kai. They did it with some other show I was watching, and they also did it with Emily in Paris, where they're like, "Hey, we gave you 4 episodes. we're going to give you more episodes in September. And you're like, whoa, hold on. That's not the agreement. They're like, yeah, you just got to make sure you keep that subscription, baby.
Yeah.
So maybe that is what they're doing to us.
Maybe that's the case, but I actually think there's more from the Untold series
All right, gotcha.
that's not about Steve McNair coming out a week from now. All right. Backyard Sports is coming back. We talked about this, I believe it was 2 days ago when I stuck around for an extra segment on the G-Bag Nation.
How'd that go? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was good.
All right. It sounded good. I
Yeah.
just didn't know if you were having a good time.
Oh, yeah. I was having a blast.
All right.
So Backyard Sports is coming back.
He's ready to leave us,
People
Mike.
are, no.
Did you get praise?
Would it,
From the boss.
Yeah,
The boss was like, thanks so much.
Not really. I hope people liked it nonetheless.
Mhm.
All right. So.
Hold on. You're saying the fan
No.
text was like, what's this guy doing sticking around?
No, actually, some people were asking. It was like, hold on, are you moving? And I was like, did you not just listen to our show? I was just on that. All right. So Backyard Sports is coming back. And Alec, I'm actually going to start with you because I know when I brought this topic up, you had an answer straight away. I was reading an article from the USA Today talking about games from the 90s and 2000s that need to be resurrected now. What other games would you like to see make a comeback?
So yesterday, like you said, automatic response for me was Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games because there was an article that got put out right before the Paris Olympics that said because of some new business expenditures that the Olympics are trying out with crypto and whatnot, they are no longer funding the video game Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. I grew up on this game, especially the London 2012 edition, that one on the Wii. I played that like every day before class. It was a classic for me, and I'm so sad that it's not going to exist anymore.
And I saw what Al looked like in high school.
Yes, you did, unfortunately.
Real quick.
Go ahead and tell that. Yeah, let's hear about it, Mike.
So back in the day when I used to be on G-Bag Nation, Nate Wood brought his class from Mansfield.
Yes.
And Alec was part of that class.
That's right. I think that's how he got
And
an
he took a
internship.
picture, and he made sure not to smile in it and try to look very tough.
Do you ever try to smile in a picture? Your just smile isn't that big, and people think you're not smiling.
No,
and you're
I
like,
make
I was
sure.
trying.
No, I make sure to
Okay.
smile. I know you're a serious guy. I'm serious on that board.
I try to smile, but it just doesn't always work out.
Do you?
Yeah, unless I open my mouth, it doesn't look like I'm really trying to smile.
Okay.
It's okay. I know that can be made into a ridiculous sounding drop, but I stand by that as an act. Okay.
Kevin, it's one game and one game that stands out alone, and it's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is the one that needs to be back in some way, shape, or form. Hours upon hours spent in my time playing that game with my buddies.
Okay, can I ask you about another game? Because this is what somebody at the Rangers ballpark said to us yesterday, and then we also get it from the 817, from the 469, NFL Blitz. Would you like to see the return of NFL Blitz, or as one other person recommended from the 469, NFL Streets?
No, number 2 on this list was NFL Blitz. And I'll be honest, man, I didn't play it that much. I rented it, because back in the day you could rent from Blockbuster if the employees weren't kicking your windows out.
That happened one time.
You could rent from Blockbuster, and then but I would rent that, and then and I was like, okay, but I liked Madden so much more. But if you look, like, it was John Madden's pro football in 1993. Like that's what it was back then. It was so different than it is now.
It's interesting that you say that, because I do think I prefer the unrealistic basketball game to the unrealistic football game. Like, give me NBA jams where nonsense is going on versus your actual fundamental game. But in football, I'm like, ooh, I don't necessarily need my linebacker to be heating up every time they're like, just right through the. I would prefer realistic football. That is
cool
weird.
Play. Yeah, no, when you got a dude dunking from one end of the court with his feet on fire, that was always awesome. WCW No Revenge, Kevin. Did you ever play that?
No, incorrect.
This is awesome.
Incorrect. It is called WCW NWO.
No, it's No Revenge.
That whoever wrote that article is wrong then, because that, and I will fight anyone over this verbally. Is the greatest wrestling video game ever made. That game rules. I love that game. It was also when I was in college, And so I play that game all the time with my roommates. They had an offshoot of it, eventually came to the WWE called No Mercy, which is a fantastic game as well. But WCW NWO Revenge set the standard for all wrestling games.
WWF WrestleMania. That was
the
one,
arcade
dude.
one?
Oh, yeah. Didn't we have like a version of Blanca on that?
Yes.
You were like, oh, my gosh, that was so much fun.
I could definitely see that. From the 773, Metroid needs to make a comeback. From the 817, Twisted Metal for sure. The thing that's about the thing about Twisted Metal that's interesting is, they came out with the TV show last year. So I always wonder.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
What was it on?
Peacock?
Oh,
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure.
of course. I'm going to need somebody's account for that one.
Well, you know what?
Go
We
ahead.
have set that up on the show before.
I only have so many
we might be
accounts
able to
I can
figure
have.
Isn't the NFL starting on Peacock this year or something? Or am I crazy?
Is that where the very first?
I think there's two games.
It's got to be a simulcast.
One you get
right?
like NBC, or I can't, and then one it's like because there's 2 games right this year that open up the season. I think one of them might be like a pay-per. I didn't say not pay-per-view game, but like on a funky channel.
I think, didn't we see somebody, Kevin, that threw out that it's going to cost like $1,300 to watch every NFL game this year if you have all the subscriptions?
That is true. I think they projected that out over a year, though, as opposed to the months of the actual NFL season. And I also think that's if you bought the newly ridiculously priced
Sunday ticket.
Sunday ticket, yeah.
$449. Yeah, so it would be $857 for the whole thing, and then $519 without YouTube and the Sunday ticket. So it'd be $519 to watch all the football games.
And I get that. I'm curious how many people that don't work like throughout the NFL actually watch every single NFL game. But then also that discounts if you have any of those services for like literally any other reason. I've seen a whole lot of folks say MLB Slugfest from the 469,
That was a good one.
from the 214, from the 817. That seems to have overtaken NFL Blitz. Oh, from the 817. Also bring back Slugfest. Greatest baseball game. Do y'all remember the Slugfest baseball game? Mike, I know you're shaking your head no.
I don't know most of these games.
You didn't play a lot of baseball games on video
I played
games?
RBI baseball on Nintendo. I played Ken Griffey Jr. baseball on was it the 64? Is that what it's called? Or Super Nintendo?
Yeah, the Super Nintendo, then the Nintendo 64.
This is what happened at home plate, Mike.
You kick them?
Yeah.
So it's kind of another like souped up version of
like
almost like your Blitz or your NBA Jam or anything like that.
It's extreme baseball right there.
I've seen a couple of people saying Fight Night or the come back with a version of Mike Tyson's Punch Out or Mike Tyson's Super Punch Out.
Anytime you could play a different version of Mike Tyson's Punch Out would be awesome. I'd absolutely be involved with that.
From the 972, Def Jam, Fight for New York Fight Night. And then I see another interesting trend happening, especially on the fan text.
Contra.
Do you know the Contra code?
Up, down, left, right.
I think it's up, down, left, right, left, right.
A, B, select, start.
I think.
Q.
Sounds good to me.
And if we got it wrong, people will definitely let us know. I think that's mostly right, which doesn't
Dude,
help.
my kids don't have that nowadays.
Yeah.
Like now they're like, oh, I got to download this, cheat pack or something like that. I'm like, man, we had to know codes and you had to write them down and it was passed around school. And if you were summertime when a game released,
you're
didn't know.
in trouble. Yeah, you better have subscribed to like Nintendo Power or Game Informer. Like I know that might be one of the oldest sentences ever said on here, but I remember the time when you needed the Nintendo Power to like, how do I get through the last level of Zelda? Instead of like, here, let me type this in. There's a YouTube video. It's like 3 minutes. We'll knock the whole thing out for you. All right, so the other thing I saw on here is there are updated versions of some of these games, but they're like, no, I just want the original game back. Like, just give me the original Street Fighter 2, which I guess is a weird sentence, or the Street Fighter 2 Tournament Edition or whatever you're looking for.
All right, Kevin, I went to the theater with Avery the other night and to watch Deadpool again.
Oh, the movie
theater. Yeah,
theater.
the movie theater.
Okay.
I don't typically do that anymore. And while we were there, I think I saw 3 trailers for remakes of movies. And I feel like that's all I'm getting now. And with video games, I think that would be another way to resurge. Like, we were interested in those for a reason.
True.
Now, I know my kids have walked through and seen old video games. And they're like,
sure,
the graphics on this are miserable. But we loved it because that's what we had at the time. I do wonder with these remakes if they took Contra and said, hey, we're going to remake this and re-envision it. could that be a different thing, man? It would be awesome.
I do think they had come out with like the retro consoles that included all the games.
Yeah.
I think another reason I liked it is, aside from wrestling games, I was better at gaming when it was in 2 dimensions.
When it was so easy.
Yeah, like when you could only go back and forth or up and down. I was much better at that. And then they're like, now you can use all of the space. And I
don't know how to do that.
I don't know about that.
It's tough sometimes.
And by the way, people would point out, remember, you could buy those video game cheat code books at the book fair.
Oh, yeah.
If you could...
did you have the Genie, the one that you just plugged in and it was just a cheat code for everything?
I don't think I ever had that one. I was trying to remember if there's a wizard one, but maybe it was the Genie. I remember if you rolled into the book fair with even, like $10, you were like the king or queen of the book fair.
What about Pong?
I mean,
is there anybody listening that knows what Pong is?
It's just two lines, and you kind of moved. You moved one of the lines. You went against the computer on the other one, and you just kind of pong the thing. It's kind of ping pong.
Yes, that's definitely what it was.
Yeah.
Good job,
They
Mike.
just took out the ping.
Yep.
I like how you can turn almost anything into a verb. You kind of ponged it right there, and then you're in business. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from Specs in Dallas off of North Central Expressway. Coming up next, are these players, including the second-year Cowboy, ready for a Pro Bowl breakthrough? Let's do it next right here on the Fan.
The Auto Award season is here.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Here comes pressure, and they've got Rattler. Flying in there was Overshown Kirk, the twitchy linebacker, and it's a 3-and-out.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Specs in Dallas off of 9500 North Central Expressway. In the break, we were taking pictures and talking with people and everything. We had somebody come up who said, I am a season ticket holder for the Cowboys, and they will not win more than 6 games this year.
Wow. And he also was like, look, man, without CeeDee Lamb, this is going to be miserable. And I agree with him on that. He's your playmaker. He's your one extreme playmaker on your team. So, yeah, if you were to lose him for an amount of time, it's going to be tough to do anything.
Can I tell you, until they kick off to start the season against Cleveland, I will not believe that CeeDee Lamb won't be on this team until they literally kick the ball off and they're like, well, he's not here.
I would say Saturday before the Sunday kickoff. That's when I'll believe. If it is Saturday, if I wake up
like the
Saturday
day before,
and they're like, yeah, he hasn't signed, then that's when I'll go, wow, I can't believe. It's fine. I guess Jerry would be changing his mind. Jerry has always given in with like about a week to go before the season starts to every player in the history of the Dallas Cowboys besides Emmitt Smith, and he went 0-2. I think a lot of it was because Emmitt wasn't there. Other people would disagree with that and say that that was a team that wanted to intentionally lose the first 2 games no matter who was there. But that would be Jerry forfeiting the first game of the season.
It does kind of feel like that. All right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
Reminder that Gridiron Gravy is brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Also a reminder, we've got 3 Specs gift cards that they're going to be giving away $50 a piece during the Expressway if folks want to come out. And I do believe
that's lunchtime, and then the whiskey tasting going on, Kevin. So
and that's a free whiskey.
That's
tasting,
a free whiskey
right?
tasting. Like you can just walk in and try some Sagamore Spirit right now.
You get burgers. You can get patty melts.
You can get toffee.
You can get.
Sorry, I don't know.
That was a very
I saw that back there.
Expressive way to say
I'm
that.
very excited about that. I'm sorry, Mike.
You're going to hit me.
I've been really in your face today.
Yeah, but no, there's a lot of. I didn't know this, and I had their egg salad. It's great.
I heard their chicken salad is very good as well.
Yeah, even if you want to get I don't know what they call it, a pint, I guess, like not a bucket. That would be a lot of chicken salad. But you can get a pint.
Yeah.
A quart?
A quart
of
chicken salad or tuna salad or egg salad. You don't even have to eat it here. You can take it home and have it later.
Bucket of chicken
But
salad.
you can eat it here if you want. They have tables set up for lunch
They
and
do.
everything.
Yeah, people are eating.
All right. So I read this, and it was intriguing from NFL.com. One potential first-time Pro Bowler from each team. And the reason why it is intriguing to me when it comes to the Cowboys is Cowboys had 10 players who were eventually on the Pro Bowl like roster or selected or however you want to put it, including Jake Ferguson, Tyler Smith, Deron Bland, Brandon Aubrey. So it felt like that wiped out a lot of choices. And so NFL.com puts forth DeMarvion Overshown as a potential first-time Pro Bowler. I love all of the potential he has. Given some of the injuries and dings he's already experienced, do you feel like that is too high of an expectation for somebody who has yet to take the field for a regular season game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
Yeah. I mean, you pretty much have him hoisting the trophy as the MVP of the Super Bowl.
Or at
right
least
now.
the defensive MVP of the league.
Yeah. And so, but yeah, no, I think it's a little too much at the moment. Let's see him get out there and do something special before I really want to go, okay, that is what we've been seeing off the field. Because, Kevin, again, last year, what did we see in training camp so many times? Brandon Cooks and Dak looked really good together. Then what happens in the regular season? It just disappears.
Yeah.
So I want to see it happen in at least 3 games before I start going, okay, we got this thing.
Sometimes I have to learn lessons over again, even though I should remember. And I'm going to give you a lesson. Cowboy fans who don't follow baseball, and I know it's a little bit different, who was the best player in all of Major League Baseball in spring training this year?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to say in the past.
Wyatt
it was
Langford.
Wyatt Langford.
It was Wyatt Langford.
And
by
wasn't
far.
even close.
Wyatt Langford, I think, has more spring training home runs still today than he does regular season home runs. And you're 120 games or so into the season. I'm not saying Overshown's going to be a bad player. But the guy who was better than Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, Bobby Witt Jr., Shohei Ohtani was Wyatt Langford. And I bought into it. And it doesn't mean Wyatt's not going to have a great career. It doesn't mean Overshown's not going to have a great career.
Dude, he's your walk-off hero right now, multiple games now. So,
but it's just sometimes we get all excited about practice or scrimmage games, and then we put an expectation on a player that they're not ready to perform at that level yet.
Yeah, and that's another thing too, Kevin, that I want to make clear next year, I guess, is what I want to start doing here. When I watch a preseason game or I watch a practice and I say something good happened, I'm not predicting that this is going to be a world beater in the season. I'm just saying, I'm telling you what I saw.
Sure.
And when I saw something good happen. But, Kevin, hey, man, if you want to be a DeMarvion Overshown fan, nobody's holding you back from it. You've always wanted to be a UT fan guy somewhere.
No.
In your heart, deep down inside.
Untrue.
So that's
now
all.
He's no longer UT. He's Cowboys. That's the thing. If they went to your school, you can claim them forever. If you don't like that school, the second they pivot to something else, he's no longer a UT person. He's a Cowboy.
No, if you want to be a fan of his, go ahead, man, and let the rest of the people out there show him off too.
All right, I'm legitimately asking this question to see if you think it would get TV and advertising interest. So Noah Lyles said he would absolutely race Tyreek Hill, but he said no gimmicks. It has to be legit, 100-meter run, and he wants, quote, millions of dollars to do it. All right. They could definitely do the race.
I thought you said milk. I was
no.
like, yeah, he wants milk after the race.
We can make that happen. Hell, I could come out to the Specs. We can get
we'll find some milk somewhere.
But do you think there would be enough TV interest or advertising interest or however you want to put it to make this event set up for Noah Lyles to be worth millions of dollars?
I think it would hit the hundreds of millions live stream.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that it would get the
translates to
ratings.
revenue.
Yeah, because you have to do a 30-minute show. And, you know,
That
you
is
got to
true.
do something to build up. Got to be a pre and a post game for it. And then it's a 10-second race?
Yeah.
Don't track guys. That's true. Is how quick it is don't track guys. They make millions of dollars if they're at Noah Lyles status. It's just not in the United States.
I think that is probably accurate. So you understand his bargaining position, right?
Yeah, for some reason, we only care about the Olympics here in track and field. I understand there's fans right now. Alec listening right now is a fan of track and field. I don't know how much he's watching and wherever it is, but I just know that for some reason it's not popular here as a sport that we would want to watch until Olympics. Olympics, I'm not telling we love it, but it's just weird here. I don't know if you put whoever versus Noah Lyles, or
I wonder if it's Tyreek, if that makes the difference.
I just don't know.
I'm not sure either.
We don't really get into how do the golfing things do when Steph Curry.
They do fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do fine.
Like, I don't watch those,
But the first one, I feel like did really well, and
Kevin,
now it's like that's solid.
Here's the. Let me add this to it. How many times have you been at the club and somebody said, "I'll foot race you in the parking lot right now," and everybody empties the club and goes out and watches the foot race? Maybe not you many times, but ask Terrence Williams about this. Ask Mike Vick about this. Ask anybody that when somebody says, "I'll race you right now," everybody flocks over to it to watch it happen because you want to see the truth. You want to see what happens. And by the way, Reggie dusted everybody at my birthday party that night, so it happened.
Fun note, one time at a club, somebody said, "I'm going to kill you" to me.
To you?
Yeah.
What?
For
And they
why?
did.
And yet
You won.
I'm still here.
Did you kill him?
Yeah, where are they?
No, they're fine. But the reason
you may have murdered
why do you
somebody.
think the reason was that somebody would threaten to kill me in a club?
Because you were being a smartass about
There
something?
you go. That is exact. They started it. That probably doesn't help my cause. He decided to throw out a smart remark, and I decided to do the same.
But yes, man, I think that it would be exciting for people to watch. You got to figure out how to publicize it and do all those things to get the monster ratings you really want.
Now, a couple more things for you. Adam Sandler did confirm that Travis Kelce is going to be in Happy Gilmore 2.
Nice.
They came up with a little cameo, wrote it out just for him. And then Bo Nix was officially named the starting quarterback for the Broncos. When he lines up behind center on September 8th, he will be the first Denver rookie quarterback to start the regular season opener since John Elway in 1983.
That is pretty interesting, and I don't think Sean Payton's ever had a rookie start for him either. So, that's another feature in this conversation, too, of this is a new learning experience. But, Sean Payton told Kay Adams a long time ago, I think it may have been during the Super Bowl, Kevin, he told her, hey, look, I want to fall in love with a quarterback in this year's draft. I want somebody to stand out for me. And I'm not sure that Bo Nix was the one he fell in love with or just the one that he knew he could get.
But it might work out.
And it looks like, and the other line of this, I heard this morning with Sean and Bobby and Peyton and RJ's show as well, that they were saying that there was this, Bo Nix has seen everything the SEC has had to offer. He's seen a lot, so he has some really good experience to go along with it.
Last thing for you, A.J. Terrell signed a 4-year, $81 million extension with the Falcons with about $65.8 million of it guaranteed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Specs in Dallas. Coming up next, does Ray Davis, maybe the Rangers, have to sell why C.Y. and Bochy should want to return for 2025 and beyond? We'll do it next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Specs in Dallas off of North Central Expressway. And coming up in the Expressway and the lunch rush, there will be not one, not two, but 3 Specs gift cards to be given away. There's also a whiskey tasting going on here.
You got to swing through in here to
exactly.
get these, though.
In addition to the humidor, all the spirits available. They have a deli here. They have amazing desserts. There are a lot of reasons. And we're here.
Cheeses, too.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of cheeses over there.
Woo!
Lots of cheeses.
You need to charcuterie it up. They got you.
I'm going to go check out the cheeses. In the meantime,
cheese's crust.
Yes, I still think that's a viable name for a pizza place. All right, so we've talked about this a lot off air.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because of what we hear from Chris Young. Maybe it's because of what we hear from Bruce Bochy and a whole bunch of other things. Do you feel like Ray Davis and maybe the Rangers as a whole have to sell why CY and Bochy should want to return for 2025 and beyond? And I want to add to this, Mike, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here. I think this will become more apparent if the Rangers did have like a salary dump before the end of the month. Now we're coming up on the end of the month, but if they did a salary dump that they just got rid of all these players so they could save some money, then I feel like it becomes even more important to try to sell like, we need you to stay.
At this time next week, we will know if they are trying to save, as Jared Sandler said yesterday, up to $12 million.
Right.
I hope not, because if I'm Bruce Bochy and I'm Chris Young, I would struggle in those jobs, especially because Bruce Bochy, as far as I know, is going to manage one more year and then retire from baseball for good. I hope not. I hope he signs like another extension for another year or two at the Texas Rangers. I'd love to keep him around. But Bochy came back and he saw something we didn't see.
Yes.
He saw a team that could contend, and we didn't. And we thought he was insane. And then he went on and won the World Series in his first year. But if they go into a position where they're saying, hey, we're not really going to try to contend. If we do, we do. I've seen that show before. It's called 2017 through 2020. Didn't go well. Where you're kind of in this middle of, we're not going for it, but we're also not rebuilding. And you're like, well, what are we doing? Like, we're just going to kind of try to win 81 games and cheer that on? I don't know. I don't know the future of the Texas Rangers, but we'll know a week from now. But Chris Young is a free agent.
Yes.
And I guess I'll say this before I go further. I thought what was key, if you listened to us yesterday, if you didn't listen to it, I know it's on YouTube. It's up on YouTube. You can listen to us interview Bruce Bochy yesterday. I thought throughout that interview, Bruce Bochy talked about next year.
He did.
Not like he's giving up on this year, but he mentioned a lot of things about what they can do different. And if he wasn't talking like that, sometimes we read into it and go, oh, he's thinking about not coming back, or he's not coming back. Bruce Bochy yesterday in that interview made me confident that he is coming back for next year, but I know things can change in the next 6 weeks to 3 months if behind the scenes things don't go the way that he wants to, because he doesn't need this anymore. He has all the money he needs. He's
all
going
the
into
legacy he needs.
Yeah, he's going into the Hall of Fame, all of those things.
Yeah, but he only has the one championship.
He has 4.
With the Rangers, Kevin. Yeah. He needs 4 here.
Or
3 here.
I think Corey, I just wonder. I don't know. I don't know Ray Davis very well. I've met him. Seems like a very nice guy. I don't know all the owners that are kind of combined, but Ray's the main guy. Are they thinking about letting Chris Young go and going in another direction, or are they just waiting till the season ends? Does Chris Young want to come back no matter what? I don't know these answers. I'm throwing this out as questions to you, Corey, because I honestly don't know. In a weird way, I don't know the future of the general manager of the Texas Rangers. I think it's Chris Young. I want it to be Chris Young.
Yeah, whenever I hear Chris Young talk, and we hear Mungie Bag every week, is it 420 whenever he hops on with them?
Yes.
Or somewhere in that range. Whenever I hear Chris Young talk, the competitive nature of him makes me think that he's dissatisfied with this year, and that all the talk that he had before the season was we're setting the new standard, and these players aren't living up to it. But I do wonder if he has the
chutzpah,
the guts to say, hey, look, I was wrong about a bunch of guys. I got to go through this part of the rodeo. You know, I have to go through this part where I'm going to have to move on from guys that I love, I care about, because they helped us win a World Series. But at the same time, these guys aren't cutting it, and we've done enough studying on what they're doing, why they're doing. We're keeping eyes on what they're doing in the clubhouse, how they're responding. Because Boch says it's not a lack of preparation for it. It's not a lack of effort. That's all still there. But when they step up to the plate, they aren't producing at all. So I think there is a lot of Chris Young has to look at it and say, there's a reality that I didn't do good enough on my second time around to try and defend this title. Because this year, if anything we're talking about when it comes to the finances of the future of this team, that didn't affect this year except for Jordan Montgomery. And Kevin, quite honestly, how did that affect what's happening with the hitting this year?
Yeah.
Other than maybe the spirit of the team not bringing the entire thing back.
And this might be loser talk right here. I think I do give the front office and the ownership in general a pass on the lack of offense, because I don't feel like anybody saw that coming. Not that you thought like, hey, we're automatically going to be top 3, but I really felt like this was going to be a damn good offense. I feel like there were a lot of statistical trends to lead you into that direction. So I feel like I give them a bit of a pass on the offense, because I don't think people were sitting back going, you just watch.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I thought worst case scenario would be like the 10th best offense.
Sure.
Like, okay, all right, so they didn't repeat as a top 5 offense in Major League Baseball. Fine, they're 10th.
Yeah.
Not the best, but livable, just a down year. But now you're like, oh my gosh, this is one of the worst offenses in all of baseball. And so now you have to go, how many different players do I need in my lineup next year? And I don't have anybody in the minor leagues, my opinion, that can help me offensively next year. Now, the one guy who hasn't played much this year is Evan Carter. So I can add Evan Carter to my lineup, who was out of the lineup since mid-May or early May, whatever, time that he exited the lineup. But I'm like, what else do? To me, my opinion is I don't have much in the minor leagues ready to help offensively.
Exactly.
And if I don't have any budget to go get offensive players, I can't add any offense to my team unless they're like, let's just say $3 million, maybe $5 million or less on a 1 to 2 year deal, which, like, I want Carson Kelly back. That might be the one guy that's a free agent that you bring back that's an offensive player. It's not a non-pitcher. Carson Kelly really doesn't do much for you offensively. He's an okay offensive hitter catchers-wise, and he'll bat 7th, 8th, or 9th next year in your lineup. But, gosh, I don't know. I don't know what to do now with this team. Like, this has to be really tough meetings to go, guys, this was bad.
Okay.
If you're Chris Young, you do have the leverage in the situation of he knows that you're good at this. You're good enough to convince Boach to get here. But you do also have to wonder, like, this guy's now proven he's shrewd and he's going to be that way. If I go too far with it, he's going to be like, fine, I'll find anybody to be a GM. I got my World Series. I can be a baseball club. We've done this before, and we can figure out how to do the money thing on our own.
I hope that's not the case. I don't feel like I can totally rule that out. So
I hope it's not the case either.
All right, couple things. Somebody asked in the fan text, like, has Chris Young been asked about his contract? So just a few days ago on G-Bag, he was asked about it, and he goes, you know me, I'm a low-key, not seeking the spotlight kind of guy, where hopefully things will work out, blah, blah, blah. So he kind of gave, like, the answer that you would anticipate. But I actually like this text. I really do. From the 817. Does CY have all of your families held hostage in his basement? Big decisions. Signing DeGrom, trading for Scherzer, not accumulating assets at the trade deadline were failures. Stop acting like he's the best. The reason why I like that text is because it shows the passion that we talked about needing. That's like a New York or a Boston passion right there. All right. So here's what I would say about a couple of those things. I agree with 1 and 3. Thus far, signing Jacob DeGrom has been an absolute disaster. Like, Ace, it will go down as one of the worst signings in baseball history at this point. Accumulating assets at the trade deadline. I also agree that I wish we would have done more of that. However, when the Rangers are defending their title and they're only 3.5 games back, give or take around that time, it's probably tough to sell it all out. The trade for Scherzer, I don't have an issue for that because I don't feel like you gave that much up in it at all. And here's the fundamental thing. We have not even completed a full season since he was the general manager of the first Rangers team to ever win the World Series. That buys plenty of time with me. I understand fans are different. They might be done because this season has been very poor. That buys plenty of time, appreciation, and credit with me. So even if the Rangers, I'm not going to lie, the Rangers can suck next year too. And if CY is back, I'll still be like, I'm glad he's our guy.
Yeah, I think
Sorry, the way you said that, I was like, oh, man, where's he going with this?
I just want to be honest.
Yeah.
Chris Young has a major passion for baseball. And I don't want to say, like, hey, if I'm just taking this other guy's point. If you want to just say it was just pure luck, then fine. You can say it's pure luck. It's tough. It's tough for a franchise that's been around since 1972.
To purely luck into
all of a
World
sudden
Series.
A guy kind of took over, and I get it. I'm with you. The Jacob DeGrom thing is not good. In fact, I was shocked the other day when he was throwing his bullpen and the ownership was in the bullpen.
Yeah.
I think it goes to show they're like, this is where I'm wondering. Like, are they, I hate saying this, are they not happy with the Jacob DeGrom signing?
Gotta be, right?
And they're now like, I'm going to go watch him throw a bullpen.
Like, they're going to figure out, here's what's happening, Corey.
Like, it's not like, I mean, nothing against Ray Davis. It's not like Ray Davis is going to watch, oh, his spin rate was good there, and I like the movement. Like, he's not, but he was watching for some reason. I don't know why, but he was watching for some reason. And to me, the only thing that makes sense is he's watching because it's his financial investment in the history of the Texas Rangers per year. I guess Corey Seager makes more over an extended amount of time, but I don't know what Ray Davis is thinking. To me, it just makes me wonder when you're watching bullpens of Jacob deGrom before he pitches for Frisco and possibly comes back. I don't know. I don't know where this organization is. I don't know. I think Chris Young wants to come back, but I also think he wants to try to push one more time with Bruce Bochy as the manager. Because most likely, why am I drawing a blank? The guy on the bench, former outfielder, Will Venable. He's going to be the manager in 2026. He's going to be the manager, probably gets a 3-year deal. He turned down offers to interview for managerial jobs after they won the World Series. Why would you do that? If there's only 30 jobs and you just won the World Series and you're the bench coach and you're the top 3 option for almost every organization that's looking for a new manager, and you say, I'm not interviewing with anybody. I don't care the organization. Wouldn't it make sense? You've kind of maybe been promised that you're the next Rangers manager of the Texas Rangers when Bruce Bochy retires.
And you stick
after his
around.
3 year.
And you stick around because they're going to act like a top 5 market team, not because they're going to say, you know what, we're going back to being a farm team. Like, that's why you would stick around if that's the case.
And I understand not going into crazy budgets. It's very tough to be the Dodgers. The Dodgers, I think I remember seeing this. They might get $500 million a year off their TV deal. And the Rangers, before Bally's, balked on paying, was at 110.
Okay.
I think they get 500. I think the Yankees get right around $500 million a year for their local TV contract. So I get it. They're clearing $300 to $400 million more dollars just on one thing, the TV contract.
Yeah.
So I don't know where this organization is going. I'm thinking after yesterday, Bruce Bochy wants to come back. I think Chris Young wants to be the general manager, and I think Ray Davis and company want Chris Davis and Bruce Bochy to stick around. But what's the motivation of ownership versus the motivation of, and I'm going to put them in the same category, Chris Young and Bruce Bochy?
I don't know exactly how to pair those up together, man. I don't know exactly what they want.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Quite a spirited discussion. A lot of feedback, man. And again, I said this. I don't think this is a bad thing. There are a lot more, I guess, upset or down on CY and the Rangers fans out there than I thought. I think that is an unfair take because I would also argue without the moves for Scherzer and Chapman, you don't even make the playoffs. I wonder about some moves that fell into place because you did make the DeGrom signing, even though I think that was a terrible signing. And I think there are other things to balance this out that you really have to look at. But I appreciate the passion from the Rangers fans out there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Specs in Dallas off of North Central Expressway. Now, this next segment is going to be unbelievable. So we move into the Expressway. We're going to do some Mike Likes It. We're going to do some NFL Overreaction to Reality. Plus, we got 3 Specs gift cards that they'll be giving away. All of it coming at you next, both on the radio and live right here on 105 through the Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Master?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else?
It's Gerald's in Fort Worth, Monday the 26th from 4 to 6. They're sampling teenies and serving up a filthy fancy hour of martini and fries.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
It's third down. Rodgers throws, going for the deep shot, and delivers a strike to Devontae Adams.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Specs off of North Central Expressway in Dallas. What an eventful commercial break that was. By the way, that's why I want to encourage everyone to come out here. Not only are there some Specs gift cards to give away, there's a whiskey tasting. The good people here brought us a handmade maple pecan pie made with Crown Royal.
Legendary pecan pie, by the way.
Legendary
pecan pie. Mike, you're going to love this. I bought one last year. I got a Specs gift card from the company. And it was around Thanksgiving time. And I went in and was getting a bottle of Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey. And then while I was there, I saw the pecan pie, and I was like, this is a great idea to just have it around. You're going to love it. Kevin, you don't just make sure you small slice, all right, just because it is sweet. It is sweet.
This is a stupid question, I know. Please
You don't want to eat
forgive
the
me.
pecans?
Do you get never mind. I don't want to ask. Because there's Crown Royal. Okay.
No, you're not going to get drunk.
Anytime.
All right.
So a lot of.
I'm sorry. I know.
So almost everything that has alcohol in it that is like a baked good or a sauce or whatever, all the alcohol gets cooked out of it.
What?
Okay.
Hold on. Chef Eric's looking at us.
No.
It gets
Oh,
more-
my gosh.
If you're making like a vodka sauce, and you pour vodka in it, the vodka gets cooked out, the flames and
All right,
everything.
we're gonna have to pick this conversation up. I am very concerned.
I put
Kevin, you're not
wine
going to
in
get
it.
drunk eating
I
the
made
Crown
shrimp
Royal.
Okay,
scampi and
that's
put
all I
wine
needed
in
to
it, and
know.
then the wine cooks out, like the alcohol part of it.
And then also,
No?
we
Okay.
had
You're gonna get drunk then, I guess.
We had one of the owners from that Grandy's that was in Garland
Dwight.
come by. That
Dwight.
is outstanding.
Dwight, the Garland.
Yes, the
Grandy's.
That's
Yeah.
right. Right now, though, are you guys ready? For
Heck no. I like all this
All
random
right.
talk.
Corey, are you ready for some NFL overreaction or reality?
I absolutely am, man.
All right,
Let me text back one of these Tolos real quick, and then I'll pay
no,
attention.
because I was going
I'm
to say,
ready.
all right, Alec, this question is just for you. Then.
Let's go.
Not for me. Wow.
NFL overreaction or reality. Corey and Mike will both make it through this segment totally focused.
I'm going to say that is going to be an overreaction, Kevin Hagelin.
That is what I'm afraid of as well. So here we go. Overreaction or reality. The Falcons made a dumb decision to just sit Michael Penix for the rest of the preseason.
Man, that is overreaction to me.
Okay.
Because they look at Michael Penix as a 3-year project. I know he's like 34 or something like that.
He is not that old.
Yeah, but they look at him as a project over time that they think is ready. They were looking at Heineke. They think they can trade him. And they're like, hey, nobody's seen this Heineke kid throw a football before. Let's try and see if somebody – that's what they're thinking. So that's what I think is their main goal right now is trying to say who needs a quarterback and will give us a pick for this guy. They know what they have in Penix. They think he's ready. But I understand you want him to get as many NFL reps as he possibly can.
Yeah.
But he's going to be behind Kirk Cousins for quite some time.
I'm distracted because I don't know if Child Services is going to call on me now.
Oh, no. Because you've been serving your kids alcohol?
What did you just learn?
I've been making shrimp scampi, and I put in a cup of white wine into it to give it better flavor, but not all the alcohol is cooked out of it. It just matters how long you cook it and all kinds of different things.
So your kids could be buzzing after
You're trying
that?
to reduce it, right? You're trying to reduce it.
So I've been serving my kids alcohol for years now.
Overreaction or reality, CPS will come visit the Bassets in the next 48 hours.
That's an overreaction.
When I cook beef stew, which I make a great beef stew, I put red wine in it.
Yeah. Well, Mike, you know what? They're going to sleep. That's really all that matters. It's dinner time. They go to bed. And they're waking up. They're not hungover or anything. It's just a little bit. It's like, just a little bit to put them out.
So
His
you're-
wife's a doctor.
So you're essentially cooking, but saying put whiskey on the gums and just pop them to sleep?
Hey.
I'm
not saying it out loud.
Alec, guess what?
I think if your wife drinks a lot, I think her breast milk has alcohol in it.
That is true. I think it's there's a couple of hours that it stays in the system, so that is a true thing.
Well, Alec, this is the fastest return time ever for an overreaction to reality. It took one question for you to be proven correct.
I'm gonna be rich.
That both Corey and Mike would not be kept totally
He needs to
focused
go to Vegas, man.
for NFL overreaction.
Hey, that's what that Sagamore will do to you. You get a little taste and
Man.
then get off topic, baby.
I had no idea the pie we got here at Specs would turn out to be so controversial.
I love it.
All right, NFL overreaction or reality. Aaron Rodgers is going to win Comeback Player of the Year. Now, some of the top...
Who are the other options?
Okay, Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers, Cousins, Richardson, Nick Chubb, Daniel Jones. I feel like those are probably some of the folks in contention.
I like Chubb for that.
That was on purpose.
I think that Joe Burrow... I think that the team around Aaron Rodgers is fantastic. And like Garrett Wilson's one of the top receivers on every fantasy draft right now. So I think that Aaron Rodgers' numbers are going to look good if he plays the whole season. Listen, man, 2 years ago I had him as my fantasy quarterback, and I watched, and I was like, that's not the same Aaron Rodgers I've been watching for the last 4 years as my fantasy quarterback.
Sure.
And so I know that there's this broken down, washed idea on him. I still think that's part of it, but I know that team is very good around him, so the numbers are going to be very good.
Speaking of numbers and speaking of our show,
no.
Does anybody remember the first segment? What about number 15?
Zeke?
Comeback Player of the Year.
Okay.
Well, that's what some people think, not me at all.
Did they not take that you have to be injured, not just stink element out? Didn't they take that?
I think they did, actually. I do remember they redefined that award in the offseason, so I guess that means Ezekiel Elliott would be not eligible, but that's the only reason he wouldn't win then, right?
Aaron Rodgers is the people are going to want to vote for him.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Nothing against a random dude who blew out his knee in week 2. Nothing about Trayvon Diggs.
Okay.
Like Trayvon Diggs it's not a big name, but not nearly as big as Aaron Rodgers, future Hall of Famer.
Let me ask you how you feel, because I totally understand your point. Were you surprised at all last year, then, that the way this award played out? Because all year, the thought was that DeMar Hamlin was going to win the award. And he felt like, I realized why, but he felt like a huge name in people's consciousness, and then he lost to Joe Flacco.
Mm-hmm.
Who
was not coming back off injury. He was just
coming off of being bad.
Being old.
That was a horrible award last year. Joe Flacco?
Yeah, dude. Hey, dude, remember Cleveland was good. They were really good.
Oh, I know.
And then they stunk it up
They won
in
a
the
Super
playoffs.
Bowl.
Yeah.
I remember. I have like 6 of his rookie cards I forgot to put on eBay last year.
All right.
Oh, that was the Super Bowl with the Ravens, right? Yeah.
Yes. NFL overreaction or reality. The Patriots will have fewer than 4.5 wins this season. There's a lot of people who think this Patriots team is not going to be good.
Kevin, coming up in the C block, I have had Chat GPT predict all the outcomes.
Oh, no.
So we'll do that in just a little bit. But
Can you tell us your opinion then, not Chat GPT?
Let's look at their schedule real quick. They can beat the Commanders. That's a preseason game, Kevin. I think they can beat the Seahawks. And I think that they can beat, the Jaguars. So that's 2 right there. I think they can beat Tennessee. Right? That's 3. And I think they can beat Arizona. And I also think they can beat the Colts. That's 5. I'll give them 5 wins this year.
Okay, so they can do it.
Do you think Jacksonville will be worse than 9-8?
No, I think that's kind of in that range.
Okay.
But I think that I think this is one of those where they're going to be a bad team. I do think they're going to be a bad team, but I think that they are going to be able to catch somebody off guard a few times this year. And I think they'll be a competitive defense as well. I just don't know about their quarterback play.
Do you over-under 4.5 for the Patriots?
I'll go 4-13. Somehow even the worst teams seem to win 4.
Yeah, but that's still an under. Overreaction or reality, you will take a player early in your fantasy football draft that then suffers a major injury.
Ooh, that's a reality for a lot of people.
I feel like maybe it's just I hear those complaints all the time.
Yeah. 2015, I quit. I took Tony Romo and Des Bryant, and they both got hurt, and I'm like, I'm done. I'm not doing fantasy football where I have to keep – because then I found out about DraftKings. I found out about FanDuel.
The daily, yeah.
And I was like, wait, I don't have to be stuck with – Tony Romo and Des Bryant, who both missed the majority of the season, so I'm just getting hammered every week.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't need to do this anymore.
I mean, Kevin, it's not most likely because there's a lot of people out there that are going to have that one guy.
Yeah.
So there's usually what it is that one dude that has the bad break that when his first round draft pick gets injured. It's usually that one guy. So I'm going to say that that's an overreaction because not everybody's going to experience it. But whenever
we will just hear from the people who do.
Yeah, and when it happens to that one guy, everybody piles on him and starts trying to trade him for his good players because he's so broken and disheartened by it all.
NFL overreaction or reality. Daniel Jones, not because of injury, will lose his starting spot at some point this season. Like that because he got hurt.
To Tommy DeVito?
Crap. There's another one in between.
Let me ask you this. They are 3-9 after 12 games.
Yep.
Do you switch to
Drew Lock?
Drew Lock. There you go.
Dude, I just don't know.
I kind of want to keep losing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm like, if I keep Daniel Jones in, it's an automatic L.
So you don't want to make a switch for fear that your team might get better.
I wonder how much a general manager, if their job's secure, is like, I need the first or second pick. I don't need to put in Drew Lock and him go 2-2 in the next 4 games.
Yeah.
I'm competing with the Patriots here for the number 1 pick.
Now, that being said, he's in that situation now where his job could be on the line. Like that could definitely be a thing that could change some of his decision making because if it's not working with Daniel Jones, he can leave. He can be like, look, I can be done with you and move on. I got to win some football games, but I just don't think he has any other guys that put him in the better position for it.
NFL overreaction or reality, even with all the moves they made, the Steelers are still screwed at quarterback.
Yep.
It looks like it, man.
It really does.
And I think they should have known.
I hope Fields works out, but it doesn't look good.
The thing, I guess, with Russell Wilson, if you're buying on Russell Wilson, you're buying the idea that Sean Payton didn't give him a chance last year.
Yeah.
That Sean Payton didn't really want him and was like, okay, we're moving on from this guy already, and didn't really give him a good shot at being the best quarterback he could be. So, you know what? Change of scenery, he'll be good here. Like, that's what you're kind of banking on if you go and get him. With the Justin Fields thing, it is change of scenery, but you got to reconfigure the kid. You got to go in and help him become a quarterback and see the field like a quarterback sees it. So this is less about that and more about growing and developing the quarterback at that spot.
Now, NFL overreaction or reality, I think I know what direction you're going to go here, Corey, but maybe I'll be off. The Broncos will not win more than 6 games this season.
I think that's an overreaction.
Okay.
I think they're going to win 7 at least.
Okay. Hey,
yeah.
that's an over.
And be competitive in that division. I haven't even looked at their schedule this year to see how it looks or anything, but I
got 2 free wins.
I think that they're going to be
Raiders.
Oh yeah. And they're going to eke one out against the Chargers. And didn't they get one against Kansas City last year too? Like they played Kansas City pretty competitively last year.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure held them pretty low on the score. But yeah, man, I can look. I think that they can definitely win 7 or 8 games.
How much has that been influenced in the last couple of weeks?
Absolutely,
because of the Bo Nix.
Absolutely has.
Okay.
I mean, him being good and competitive. Zach Wilson's numbers have actually been pretty good. So
is that right?
Yeah.
I have to admit, I have not been locked in on that.
That tells me that Sean Payton still got that thing, just didn't love his quarterback in Russell Wilson last year.
Okay, Mike, what say you? Are you tallying up the record right now?
I'm tallying up something for Mike Likes It.
Okay. Will the Broncos, the overreaction to reality,
I don't think
the Broncos will win more than 6 games?
Right at 6.
Okay, so that is a reality. All right, last one for you. NFL overreaction or reality. The Chiefs will three-peat.
I mean, the easy thing is to say no because 31 other teams are competing.
Sure.
I know you can eliminate a dozen already, that like the Broncos and the Raiders. Like they're done. But reality is probably not. But if anybody's going to do it, it's Patrick Mahomes.
Dude, I was going to say injury. They've been a relatively healthy team. But then Patrick Mahomes did it on one leg 2 years ago.
Sure.
And then he does it again last year with not even having talent in his receiver spot. And now, Rashee Rice is becoming one of those that everybody's like, hold on, is this a guy that we need to keep a radar on?
We still haven't heard anything about that either.
And then add on to that, you're looking at adding Xavier Worthy and that connection that's working. And he always has Travis Kelce there. And Andy Reid's a damn good coach. So they are going to be in the conversation at the end of the season for sure. And when it comes down to a one game against him, you can't bet against Patrick Mahomes. He figures out ways to win it. Their defense was phenomenal last year. That was the thing.
D, baby?
Yeah. How about that, D? They were phenomenal last year. That kept them in games. But having Patrick Mahomes at the helm is the thing that balances that out, and because points are going to get scored if you just give them a chance. It's kind of like the Rangers. The pitchers are just giving us a chance. The hitters just can't do it.
I want to give everybody a heads up in case you're a high school football fan or just want to go check out the Star. North Crowley and Lancaster are going to play at 2 o'clock August 31st at the Ford Star Center as part of the 4th annual Jerry Jones Classic brought to you by Whataburger. So maybe you're just in the area. Maybe you just want to go to the Ford Center. Maybe you love high school football. That's how it's going down August 31st. Now, how about some Mike Likes It Live from Spec?
All right. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I have 3 choices.
Okay.
Corey and Kevin. I have football or furniture or baseball.
I mean, I feel like furniture is the way to go on this. Yeah.
Okay, furniture to start off. Don't worry, I'll get back to sports.
Like desks or
you
couches.
All
right. So here's the deal. I've kind of started looking at furniture because our kids' furniture is crap.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Because you give them too much alcohol and they're
they're probably drunk and it's hand-me-down furniture.
Okay,
it's mix match. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's their room type deal. It's not that, like, a lot of people go up there, but when you go in there, sometimes you're like, golly, we got a load of crap in here for furniture. You guys when was the last time you shopped for furniture? It is impossibly expensive.
It was.
What in the world?
We moved into our new house at the beginning of 2020. And so then.
Like a bedroom set.
Yeah.
Hey, a decent bedroom set. Hey, you want to spend $2,000? No, I don't. I just want decent furniture. What the crap?
But is your difference in your. Is your definition and your wife's definition of decent different? Because we definitely ended up spending more because my wife's like, no, that's not good enough.
Let me tell you something. My wife's the cheapo.
Is she?
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, this is a file cabinet from an office. Yeah, it works as a nightstand. I'm like, okay.
You just spray paint it.
It actually does, but it's, and then there's another one that I'm like, I know that. That's from when we got married in 2000.
Yeah.
In 2001, we bought that nightstand. It is trashed out beyond belief, but it's next to my 14-year-old kids. I'm just like, and it doesn't match there's nothing matching. Nothing makes any sense in any of the rooms if you go in there.
From the 214, somebody please tell Mike that I make custom furniture for a living. Dude, so you might want to reach out to them.
Dude, I need this. So this is what's random. Now I'm going to ask you guys this question off of furniture. I randomly type in like restored furniture or whatever into YouTube, and now I'm watching these people buy these $25 like nightstands from thrift stores or whatever, but they know that it's decent and they know that they can do all it takes.
You want to start doing this, don't you?
I kind of do.
I knew it.
I just sit there and I watch, but it does take, they do a lot. It takes a lot of time to restore, but they'll take furniture. This lady from like she's not from 1931, but this lady got this furniture that when she took the mirror off of it, she's like, a lot of these things when they're kind of during the Depression era, they'll actually be stamped on the back and it'll tell you what year it's from. And she tells you, like, there it is. It's 1931, this piece of furniture. And she restored it to it was beautiful. It was amazing. And I was like, this is just like, I don't know. I just sit there and I just watch and I see them just take care of this furniture and then turn it into something beautiful.
It's very satisfying.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there something that you guys, you're talking about video games. I don't do video games. Is there anything that maybe you get on YouTube, like you don't think you have much interest in, and then you're just watching it and you're just like, I can't stop watching this.
Digging holes.
Digging holes?
Digging pools up and stuff. I love to watch those.
Like making a pool hole?
Yeah,
Okay.
as people start to dig holes to create the pool, the art of making the pool setup is. When Sean was posting all those pictures of this stuff, I was totally into that. But my dad restores furniture. This is one of the things that he does.
Okay.
This is and
he should train you.
And shouldn't Albert get into this?
Who's Albert?
Like the name of his company, Albert Pool Holes.
Yes.
I think it's a good one. I mean, the guy has 700 home runs. He can start his own pool company.
Here's where I was thinking when you said that. I was thinking, does he mean Fat Albert?
Who's
Because
Albert?
he broke his
Is that a
furniture?
listener? I
I'm not sure.
added an extra L in there because Sandler makes fun of me all the time, but I don't like saying his last name the way it's supposed to be said.
Okay. Now, Mike, my version of this on YouTube is I honestly think I could build a freaking awesome marble maze and contraption because Noah loves watching these intricate marble movies now, or YouTube videos where you see all the marbles going down, up and down, all these different chutes and everything. I watch it and I'm like, I think I could make one
Not like a 2 foot by 1 foot thing where you're making the marble,
It'll
go through
go
a
up
maze.
and down these hills. It'll go down tubes.
And there's like a dozen of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks amazing. I have definitely thought.
Do you have yard space? To do it?
Yeah, we have plenty of yard space.
You just have to take out the grass.
Yeah,
or put in some new dirt. Yeah,
or just put it on like a platform-ish.
Or build a big old mound of dirt in your backyard and start digging little dirt roads, dude.
Or
for the marble,
holes.
or pool holes.
I really want to see what the feedback was to that
all right.
joke.
Was that all the furniture talk you had, Mike?
Yeah, I just wondered, is there anything you said
from the 817? Hold on, from the 817. That was Mike's best joke ever, hands down. From the 817, LMAO. From the 469, I loved that one.
Really?
Oh, my gosh.
From the 817, KMC is the best show on the station. Keep it up.
Are you sure?
Because of
I
that
don't
joke
know.
or before
I don't
the
know.
joke? I don't know exactly when
about
that came in.
Okay. Next, football or baseball?
What do you think? Just real quick, I'm sorry. What do you think of the odds that you will get into furniture restoration?
Almost 0%, but when my kids were very young, I went and bought some cedar chests.
Okay.
And then I sanded them and painted them, and then I glued cards on them, and then put the what you'd see at a bar where you lacquer the top of it with stuff you get from whatever MJ Designs, Hobby Lobby, or whatever. Didn't do that great of a job. But it was good for a kid's room or whatever. It was good. So I've done stuff like that. I really liked it. I like doing it, but it would be considered poor work. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If you were judging it, you'd be like, that's not there's a little bit of rustic in it, if you know what I'm saying.
Check out my dad's stuff, dude. It's fantastic.
My
work.
dad's stuff?
Yeah. I'll send you some stuff.
That's the guy who does?
It's my father. My father.
You had to know that.
Yeah.
I thought for real. There's a person who started off of mydadstuff.com or something.
We've donated a couple of his cutting boards to Peace-a-thon for this year. By the way, Mike, Ken Rosenthal tweets that the sources are saying the Mariners are expected to fire Scott Servais, and
I've heard
and name Dan Wilson the manager
today.
That's where they are right now.
I heard if they don't make the playoffs, that service is done.
So yeah,
wow.
Through the grapevine at the ballpark.
Yes,
but I didn't know. That's why I was like, oh, is it happening now? Or they're like, screw it, we're doing it now to see if we can make a run at the playoffs because we don't believe he can do it.
The official announcement is expected today.
Ooh.
So
that's Dan
from
Wilson.
Rosenthal.
It's not.
Catcher Dan Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just because his name's Dan.
Tom Hanks Wilson. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. That
Oh,
works.
my God. That was my fault. I'm sorry, Mike.
But his name's Dan Wilson. How does Tom Hanks work in there?
That's from the movie Castaway, where he had the ball and its name was Wilson.
Yeah, because of his bloody hand. All right. Football or baseball?
Hey,
please, baseball.
I just want to remind everyone, whenever we do Fan Phenom again, and you might be like, I don't know if I got what it takes. You probably do. So you should try out.
Okay, you guys said baseball, right?
Yes.
All right. I find this interesting. Corey Seager, pretty much our only offense for the 3-game series. We scored 1 run in the bottom of the 9th. Besides Corey Seager, we'd had 0 runs for the whole series pretty much. All right. He is right now second in home runs for shortstops. I was going to say in the American League, but I'm including everybody here. A little bit of trivia, fun trivia for you. Do you know the 2 players right now that are shortstops that have 25 home runs and 25 stolen bases?
Ellie De La Cruz?
He has at least 20 home runs.
He has 22
right?
home runs.
Okay.
And he has 60 stolen bases.
Okay, so he's up there with the stolen
He's
bases.
close. He will be a 25. Obviously, he'll be a 25 guy on this. He will probably get to 30-30, but he'll get more like 30-80.
Is Gunnar Henderson?
Gunnar Henderson only has 15 stolen bases.
Bobby Witt Jr.?
Bobby Witt Jr.
That makes sense.
has 25 home runs and 25 stolen bases.
Oh, really? 25?
Yeah.
I figured he'd have more stolen bases.
He got thrown out a lot last year. He had 49 stolen bases, but his percentage wasn't great. And so I'd have to check his percentage. I think his percentage has got better as he's got less risky.
Less risky. Okay.
And there's one other guy.
I'm trying to think of who's at the top with
I'll give
stolen
it to
bases.
you. It's Francisco Lindor.
Man, I was thinking
is he making an MVP bid right now?
I won't say MVP bid, but he is kind of – it's really weird. He went to New York and, in a way, got a little less popular. But he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Shohei has almost 40 stolen bases this year?
35. He's going to be he might – the thing is you asked that the other day. He might be a 50-50. He might he's probably going to fall short, but he has a chance to be a 50-50 guy for the first time in baseball history. Now, here's where I was going to go with the baseball with Corey Seager. He's second in home runs at 28. Gunnar Henderson has 33. I've brought this up before, but I want to talk about this again. This is shocking to me. And last year, Corey Seager led the American League in doubles with 42. He might have led all of baseball, but I know for sure he led the American League. He has 16 doubles this year.
Yikes.
He's part of the reason the Rangers are last in doubles. He's not obviously the only reason. Everybody's the reason that they're last in doubles. But when I start going to the other players, I go to the top 10 guys home run wise at shortstop. So it goes from 18 home runs to 33 home runs, which is really good. At shortstop, you're going to have 11 guys easily get 20 or more home runs. But Gunnar Henderson has 29 extra base hits, not including homers. Francisco Lindor, 33. Bobby Witt Jr., 49. And remember, these aren't including homers. Willie Adames, 28. Cruz, who we just saw, Ellie De La Cruz has 36. By the way, the other Cruz has 29. The only other guy that is close to it is Paul DeYoung, who has 21 homers and 16 doubles and no triples. And obviously Corey Seager has no triples. He's never even going to try for a triple. I don't get this year why he can't hit doubles. Is that it's either a home run, it's a hit, or it's nothing?
That is
He's not having
concerning.
a bad year. I'm not saying he's having a bad year. Corey Seager overall is having a very good year. There's a lot of stats that say offensively he's the third best. You can argue, but you could say he's the third best offensive shortstop in the game. Gunnar Henderson and Bobby Witt Jr. blow him out of the water. It's not even close. But then you start having conversations about Lindor or Ellie De La Cruz, with offensive. But I don't get why he is so low at hitting doubles this year.
He doesn't always hit good pitches because he goes up to the plate swinging at first pitch because he thinks that that's probably going to be one of their. Everybody's trying to get ahead of Corey Seager, so they're going to go up there and try and give him a good pitch. But there's not always quality pitches to drive. And a lot of times you'll see him hit the top of one or pop one up. But, he hits the ball hard when he hits. But I think, Mike, one of the things is, Nelson Cruz, Wash would always say Nelson Cruz is at his best whenever he's driving doubles into the gaps. And that was because Nelson Cruz would work to the right count for him to get those opportunities. I think a lot of times Corey Seager hits a bad pitch, and he'll still hit it hard. He still hits the crap out of it, but he doesn't necessarily drive it into the places where it's an empty place for him to get a double, and he's also not fast. He's not a fast guy. He's one of those guys that you really don't even want turning first base and going for two because he's probably going to pull a hamstring on you.
So where he'd be leading the league in home runs if he had a different position?
Where?
First base. He'd be a league leader in home runs at first base, Kevin.
And the other thing, too, is Gunnar Henderson, Francisco Lindor, Bobby Witt Jr., O'Neal Cruz, Nelson Cruz, Tovar for Colorado. These are premium defensive shortstops. And so I'm just looking at it, and I keep going. He'd have more home runs than Pete Alonso, more home runs than Bryce Harper, more home runs than Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Now, there's certain guys that have, obviously, their OPS is better overall, but he would be top 5 in OPS. He would be the best home run hitter at first base. He wouldn't be as far down in doubles. And guess what? First basemen don't hit triples.
So, fit.
I think I think that there is, in this offseason, I don't know, but I do think there should be a conversation about, if we're letting go of Nate Lowe, what's the thought process in moving Corey Seager to first base?
What's going to be needed for that conversation to, like, actually go in that direction? Like, are you going to need a Corey Seager sign-off, or are you like, hey, I hear you, but we're making the decisions?
Ultimately, he's under contract, and he has to, in a way, he has to do what you say.
Yeah.
I mean, I was there when Alfonso Soriano did not go out to left field for us in spring training, and we played with 8 players, not for a pitch. The umpire called time and was like, you have to have a left fielder. Yeah. And Frank Robinson sent out a left fielder, but he wanted to make sure everybody knew that the left fielder for this game was Alfonso Soriano. He refused to go out there, and I wanted to make sure everybody knew about it. And then a couple days later, Alfonso Soriano gave in, played left field, 40-40, and made a lot more money.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Specs in Dallas off of North Central Expressway. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, guys, it's us against technology in ChatGPT in the next segment. Plus, Adrian said something the other night that made me go, uh-oh. Next on the Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There's one more high-profile quarterback battle left in the NFL, Russell Wilson versus Justin Fields. They'll both play in Pittsburgh's last preseason game. The problem is, this battle might not have a winner. The Steelers' line is a mess, they don't have receivers, and the coaching staff is conservative. Bottom line, it's going to be a very tough assignment for either quarterback. I'm Andrew Perloff.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc. All rights reserved. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Did you know that 1 in 10 couples are affected by CD?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Specs, and we've been having a blast out here all day. I know Corey and Mike love the sandwiches. We brought some of those world-famous maple pecan pies with Crown Royal. We gave away some gift cards. There's been people stopping by from Grandy's, from all kinds of places. It's been a blast out here today.
Yes, it has, man.
Yeah. Oh, man, that was not as...
Yeah.
Fired up as I was kind of hoping for. Well, you could still make your way out to Specs if you want to come see us and experience the C Block in person.
I thought you were going to be Flavor Flav on that one, Corey.
Sorry, I didn't go all clock necklace on you.
Yeah, boy.
And then snap on them.
Yeah, and then go water poloing.
Because he's a water polo fan now?
Yep.
Is that what's happening here?
Mm-hmm.
I did not know. Oh, yeah, that's right.
He supported the water polo.
Right.
Yeah.
He took care of everybody during the
Yeah.
Olympics.
You call him an athletic supporter now. Because those are athletes.
That's the only reason he brought that up.
All right, everybody, we are out here at Specs, and I strongly urge you to swing on by and pick up the new small batch from Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. It is 93 proof, man. That one is this is new, so I'm going to be tasting this one very soon.
What's a high proof?
That's high.
That's high.
Okay.
That's pretty good. 110 proof's pretty high sometimes too. That can happen to you. But this is my favorite one, the Double Oak. The Double Oak, I love the flavor palette on that one the most. But they have plenty of fantastic options you can try when you get out here as they are doing the tasting. In addition to that, though, you can get these bottles out here for fantastic prices at Specs. Always a great partner for us here at 105.3 The Fan. Now, Kevin, I was scrolling through TikTok, and I happened to come across the Caps Off podcast.
Okay.
And they typed in some information to get the records for all the teams this year for into ChatGPT. For the NFL, they said, what are going to be the records for each team? And so I said, hey, that's not a bad idea. I think we can get some more. Because ChatGPT basically predicts things, right? You ask it to do something, and then it goes back and it'll say, hey, we've collected all the information from all over the world. This is what we think will be the outcome of everything. So Bobby actually helped me out. I just asked him. I just said, hey, have you ever done this before? And moments later, he texted me back and said, hey, I got a Google document already set up for you if you want this information. And I was like, thank you very much, Bobby Belt. I really appreciate that. So we predicted the records for every NFL team in the 2024 season, the final regular season standings, and the major award winners. In addition to that, we have the predictions for their path to the Super Bowl in the playoffs. So even predictions for outcomes of each one of those games. Now, Kevin, I want you to go ahead and write this down because you're competing against technology this year.
Okay.
Mike, you two are going to be competing against technology this year, and I'm going to take what y'all write down, and I'm going to compare it at the end of the season. Were y'all smarter than technology this year? We start with the Dallas Cowboys record. What is your prediction for the Cowboys record this year? And I know we're going to do this at some point too, but
10-7.
10-7 is where you are. Give me your pen then, because I'm going to write it down. You're not paying attention to me over there. All right, here we go. 10-7.
I can remember.
No,
but
I can't remember a few numbers,
okay.
Kevin. So 10-7. Mike,
just the same way Demi Moore said it. Ditto.
All right.
Isn't that goat?
Yes.
10-7.
You're my.
But then I just figured it was going to move over to the indecent proposal.
Yeah, and you're going to get indecent proposal by ChatGPT.
What's the guy who died that was in Ghost?
Patrick Swayze.
You're the Patrick Swayze.
Thanks.
Where's Whoopi? You're Whoopi.
Oh, you won an Academy Award for that.
Man, and you host a crazy show.
ChatGPT has the Cowboys for the fourth straight season going 12-5.
Oh,
heck yeah.
However,
oh no,
Jerry owns ChatGPT.
That is not good enough to win the division.
Really?
As the Cowboys will be second place to the Philadelphia Eagles, who they predict will go 13-4.
Wow.
They also have the Giants going 9-8, and the Commanders, Kevin, we discussed this earlier, going 7-10.
Yeah.
So the Commanders, didn't you ask? Then we were looking at that just a little bit. You asked about the Patriots earlier. They have the Patriots going 6-11.
Oh,
so
that's probably better than.
Did they do this and make all the numbers work? If we're going 12-5, Philly's going 13 wins.
Okay.
New England's going 6
So-
wins. I feel like they're adding – this is not going to add up to enough wins
This is
and
a
losses.
fun thing every year that like ESPN and CBS and other places go. They go to every single beat writer across the country and like, what do you think your team's record's going to be for the NFL season? And the teams always end up like being, I don't know, 30 games over 500. And you're like, well, that's not how any of this is going to
Well,
work.
Mike, they do have the Arizona Cardinals at 4-13, so that's the worst. They do have the Arizona Cardinals. They would have
Where they put Denver
picking
at?
number 1, Denver Broncos. They would have them swinging around at 8-9 this year. Finishing third in that division, ahead of the Raiders, who are terrible at 6-11.
What are the Carolina Panthers?
Carolina Panthers, Mike. Good question. 6-11.
Wow.
They have them winning 6 games. I don't even know if I can see that right now.
What do they have the Packers on?
They have the Packers. This is 7-10.
What?
They have the Packers.
They have the
7-10.
Packers one game better?
Didn't Jared yesterday say that he thinks that there's too much hype on the Packers right now?
Yeah.
They have the Bears at 6-11. And then they have the Lions at 11-6 and the Vikings at 9-8. So, and I this was after the injuries too that we had this going in. So this is technology creating these outcomes. All right, here real quick playoff picture. In the playoffs this year, the AFC playoff teams: the Chiefs, Bengals, Bills, Jags, Dolphins, Chargers. They got the Chargers in there, and in 7th. The Jets falling in there in the wild card.
Who won that division in the AFC South?
The AFC.
That would be the Jaguars.
Oh, get your teal and black and gold out. It's
And the
Jaguar
Texans at
time.
5-12. So that's weird. They would
So
have
they have the Texans with a worse record than the Panthers?
Well, I mean,
ouch.
We're buying the hype on the Texans right now, but I guess the technology is not.
Which I get, but if you told me right now they'll finish with a worse record than the Panthers, I'm going to be like, oh no, what happened?
Yeah, exactly.
Where's Jerry Jones' other team that he owns?
The Rams?
Yeah, the Rams.
The Rams finish at 8-9, third in the division behind the
that's
Seahawks and San Francisco 49ers.
disappoint
He's got the
Jerry.
Niners going 13-4. And the Niners would end up winning the division, or winning their division, being with the best record. So they would be 1. The Eagles at 2. The Lions at 3. The Saints winning the South. And then the Cowboys, Seahawks, and Giants in the playoffs. So that's the playoff lineup right there.
Would you be mad if at training camp Jerry Jones accidentally wore his Rams Super Bowl ring?
He does not have a Rams Super Bowl
Are
ring,
you
Mike.
100%
I'm
positive?
100% positive that he. Okay. You know what? I am not 100% positive because I have a feeling that he gambled with Stan Kroenke at some point in a game of poker and won that Super Bowl ring from him.
Okay,
at some
let me
point.
ask you this. Is it possible that he only has 2 Cowboys Super Bowl rings and 1 Rams Super Bowl ring because of the aforementioned gambling?
That is a possibility.
Okay.
That is a possibility. All right, the major NFL Pro award predictions. We got the MVP is Patrick Mahomes.
That feels logical.
Going out
to
on
me.
a limb there.
Offensive Player of the Year. Who do you think?
There's some other spicy predictions in those records.
Offensive Player of the Year.
Tyreek.
Zeke.
Shut up.
What are you doing?
If it's Zeke, I'm going to freak
Are you just
out.
going to answer Zeke for all these two?
Not for Defensive Player of the Year.
Justin Jefferson is who they got there.
Who's named for Best Blocker of the Year?
Micah Parsons is the selection for Defensive Player of the Year. And then you got Caleb Williams, Dallas Turner, Coach of the Year, Dan Campbell is the prediction for Coach of the Year.
Thunder Dan.
And
That
Kevin,
makes
as you
sense.
asked earlier, Comeback Player of the Year, Aaron Rodgers would be the victor for that.
GPT.
Now, next, predict the outcome of each playoff game all the way through the Super Bowl. So we're going to go through each one of these games,
Cowboys
guys.
lose.
Actually, Mike.
Oh, my God.
This thing's
Just
rigged.
tell me that.
This is Jerry.
In the NFC wild card round.
Then we know it.
The
Unless-
Cowboys are at the New Orleans Saints.
Did the Saints go 8-9?
We can win this game.
And the Cowboys win 34-20
Hell
against
yeah!
the New Orleans Saints in the NFC wild
We
card
beat another
round.
under 500 team.
Hey, I don't care.
In the NFC divisional round.
Oh, here we go. Who's in the divisional round?
San Fran.
The Eagles and Lions are playing each other.
Okay.
And the Cowboys are at the San Francisco 49ers.
Son of a biscuit.
And it comes down to a field goal to win the game.
24-6.
We're gonna do. That's not a field goal.
You
We
got
had 2 field
you got
goals.
24 right.
24-21.
The Cowboys win, or the Cowboys score 24 and lose to the Niners 27-24, according to ChatGPT.
That would be a great year, to be honest.
They lose by a
It
field
would.
goal, and then the Super Bowl prediction is Niners again against the Chiefs, which makes sense because they're
Sure.
like preseason. They're the 2 best
If
teams
that
as far as
happens,
talent goes.
3 for 180, right? Do you have to offer more? Do you go 3 for $200?
No, I think 3 for $180.
$150 guaranteed? All the no trade clauses, all the...
I could see that, yeah. That's a really high percentage of
Mike
guaranteed
McCarthy,
money.
3-year extension?
I could see that.
Winning a playoff game and then going to the second round, losing against the team that goes to the Super Bowl.
And being close, yeah. And the game being close, too. I'm not kidding. I think that gets it done.
Blowout game. See, that's the thing, though, throughout this season is how many times in the regular season if a blowout loss happens to the Cowboys against a quality team? Because your schedule's stacked up against lots of quality teams this year. And that's where I start going, man, there's plenty of opportunities for those embarrassing type losses to stand out. And then a team like Arizona pops up and everybody's like, oh, it's Arizona. Like, nobody really saw that coming. But then it's the good teams that you're playing against that whenever you lose. By the way, from the 214, when are y'all coming out to Fort Worth? From Barry Fish. So Barry Fish wants to see us out there. And,
hey, we've got our Buffalo Wild Wings tour coming up for football season again.
There you go.
I bet we make an appearance. I haven't seen that schedule yet, but I feel pretty confident.
Yeah, it's gonna. I'm betting we're gonna swing through Fort Worth a couple times.
Heck yeah, we are.
And then this happened the other night. We're laying in bed.
Oh, you two?
Me and my wife Adrian. And we're laying there, and we're getting ready to go to sleep, and it was quiet. It was. Do you guys kiss your wives every night before you go to sleep? Do y'all always give a smooch?
Yes, because then I get in trouble if I don't.
Yeah? You get in trouble?
Yes, because she always says, "Kiss my face, please."
Okay,
that's
all right.
exactly what she says.
And Mike, do you share a kiss every night before you go to bed?
It matters how I feel about her and she feels about me.
Okay, so sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Even if we're in the midst of a disagreement,
you still make sure you get that done because it releases some chemicals in our bodies that make us feel good and make us love each other more. So you just do that for whatever reason. Well, I did that and then kind of rolled over, getting ready to go to sleep, and she goes, "Can I ask you a question?"
Oh no. Oh, no.
And it was quiet for like 5
question.
minutes. And then the first thing I said was, uh-oh. And she goes, why did you say uh-oh? And I feel like that's the appropriate response.
That is a logical question. After you've kissed goodnight, it's the end of the day.
It's time to
and
go
you're
to
like,
sleep now.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Because if it was a nonsense question, that had just been like, do you really think 3 scoops of vanilla is too much? Like, they would have just asked you the question.
Exactly. Don't you think that uh-oh is the appropriate response
yes,
there, Mike?
I do.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Okay.
Oh, no,
when I said
Mike.
uh-oh and she goes, what do you mean uh-oh? And I was like, I just feel like when you ask it that way that it's not going to be a question that I'm going to feel like this is going to be a more serious conversation than I'm prepared for right now because I was going to bed. And she goes, fine, I won't ask the question. And then she rolled over and went back to sleep. And I thought that was a victory because now I didn't have to talk anymore.
Oh, disagree.
But things have been it's been kind of rough since then. So she's kind of given me the cold shoulder since then. What should I do to make up for this? Do I just say, hey, let's talk about that question? What's a stupid question,
Yes.
though?
Okay, but then at least you won't be in trouble anymore. That's not your job to judge the question. You're in trouble because you wouldn't hear the question
What
out.
if it's a judgment? Don't you feel like that's a judgmental way to ask? Can I ask you a question?
Definitely.
All right. Well, I'll see how it goes. I'll talk to her later this evening, probably, and then I'll talk to her before bed again. You know, that's probably going to happen too. So that's
Mike,
the C
do you
block,
think
ladies
this is
and
going to
gentlemen.
go poorly?
Yeah.
Okay.
From the 214, give her some sugar. You know what? Always do that. And then from the 940, late night questions turn into 3-hour arguments. And that's exactly what I'm afraid of is whenever she says, can I ask you a question?
See, because it's never a question that ends with you going, ooh, that does sound fun.
From the 210.
And that's not.
From the 210, I just say no, bedtime to that question. And then I can just get that taken care of quickly.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Specs in Dallas off of North Central Expressway, and we're all happily married, believe it or not. Coming up next is Micah about to become the leader the Cowboys really need.
Heck yeah.
I think the answer could be yes. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dobbs in the gun, claps his hands, has the ball come back. He's sacked by Parsons. Caught him from behind, and the Lion eats at the 20.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Specs in Dallas off of, we'll say 75. 9,500 off of 75, because we've been bringing up North Central Expressway, and Mike says nobody knows what that is. So it is 75 if you're from here and you're like, I know exactly what that is. I want to talk about Micah Parsons, but I got to bring up something else first as a potential update to a really terrible story that we had, and it could be a massive turnaround here. You remember, I think it was last week, if not, it was 2 weeks ago, the story of Michael Hall Jr., the Browns player that he was alleged to have committed domestic violence against the mother of his child, and he allegedly held a gun up to her head and said, I'll end it all, I don't effing care, and on and on. There was a whole lot to it. All right. So there are multiple reports today from WKYC and Fox 8 that the woman who is also allegedly engaged to Hall, who made these complaints, has retracted or recanted the vast majority of her story. Now, there's a couple of things to look at here. First of all, I understand for the people who will say that's why you don't jump to conclusions, you let the process play out, etc. The other part of it, and that very well could be true. I'm not discounting that at all. The other part of it is, unfortunately, you see victims of domestic violence go back again and again. The average is 11 times that a domestic violence abused person goes back to their abuser. 11 times. And I hope that that's not what's happening right here. If these claims are false, it's horrible, and there should probably be repercussions for this woman if she just made it all up. I hope that no one got abused, but I also hope she's not just going back to someone who did this to her.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree with you on that. If she recants and then says, and I'll never see him again. You know, like
sure.
that, she doesn't find herself in another pattern where she's with somebody like that again. Then good for her, man. But the other question is, what lesson does he learn if that's the case for him? But Kevin, I don't want this to sound like so dumb, but I have been watching a lot of Suits lately.
Okay.
And this is obviously, these are lawyers that are dealing with lots of different situations. But what I learned about them is, they, a lot of times, because they don't want to get into court, because you can't it's like a coin flip when you get into court, if you get the jury right and all that stuff, they try to find ways to find things that will say, we're leveraging this so that you'll not say this anymore.
Okay.
And I wonder how often in these kinds of situations they go to somebody and they go, we found this out about your past, and this and this and this. Do you really want your kid to see that about you? And then that person goes, well, I don't want that to be out. Versus do I even have the fight for this? And it's multiple rounds of those kinds of things that end up happening throughout that. So again, I hope that what ends up happening here is that she never has to deal with it again. He learns his lesson, and nobody else is affected by him. Because the worst possible thing would be that she recanted. He goes and does it to somebody else loses their life from it.
Yeah, I think that is a very good way to put it. All right, you want a lighter note topic now? I know that is very, very heavy. All right, is Micah Parsons about to become the leader the Cowboys really need? I understand for people who are like, we're just drinking the Jerry Kool-Aid. I get that, and I want to throw that out at the front. But I was reading some stuff from Micah, and it did sound like he didn't blow it off, that he had come up short in the leadership perspective. Like, listen to this quote, for example. I think it was a harsh reality and a reality check for me within myself and my self-evaluations. I got to do the best I can, not only to make myself better, but to bring along other guys, and I feel like I needed that. And I had those conversations early on, and you want to strike when the pot is hot. So he talked with Andrew Whitworth, Tom Brady, Ray Lewis. So he went out and sought out people that not only are great football players, but I feel like you would look at all those players and be like, oh, those are known as excellent leader types. And he said that he's talked with them a whole bunch. I believe he's talked with Tom Brady, he said 4 or 5 times. He's also talked a bunch with Ray Lewis. He started out with Andrew Whitworth, and he said it's about improving, and we've already seen him kind of take Mazi Smith under his wing. I can't guarantee it, and I realize to guarantee it would be pure foolishness. But when you hear a quote like that, and I can give you some more if you want, do you think it's possible that the self-reflection hit hard and Micah was like, I got to step it up?
I can only go by the people that I work with.
Sure.
That know Micah way more than I know him. I only know him as a football player.
Sure.
Never talked to him in my life. They don't believe it. So I have trouble believing it, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I hear
it
what
does.
you're saying.
No, it makes sense.
You have things to back what this topic
Yeah.
is up, but Broadus, Bobby, like they're like, no, he's not a leader at all. He's a great football player. They don't deny his greatness as a football player. They're like 0% of a leader. So
yeah,
I don't think so, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope that they're wrong.
One of the 3 best camps for the Cowboys, Tyler Smith was one of them. Micah Parsons is another. Dak Prescott had a fantastic camp as well. So, but he always has a good camp.
Yeah.
What I believe about Micah is if I see the rest of the team playing with the same kind of passion that Micah plays with, because he does. And if I also don't see the pouty part that comes out from time to time, look, man, sometimes things are tough. And you got to figure out if you're going to be a great leader, they're looking at you. They're watching you. If you're pouting about it, they're probably going, man, we don't stand a chance. If that's the version of him that we have right now, we can't do it because we need to better him. So if when things get tough for Micah and when things get tough for the Cowboys and Micah's like, look, let me lead you out of this, that's when I'll believe it, Kevin.
Okay.
So he can say all the things right now, but I got to see the actions this year, man, and especially whenever it comes to playoff time too. So, and that's unfortunate because I think there's going to be things throughout the season that can lead you to playoff time so you can be stronger at the end of the season, but I do have to see things throughout the season that make me believe that. And that's the time to show the teammates too that whenever it gets tough in the playoffs, we have weeks in between games. We have time between games.
Yeah.
But we have only minutes between quarters where we get to say, hey, you know what? Get back up. Let's do this again.
You think if they have a tough loss, which they will at some point, do you think he's going to walk out 5 minutes after the game's over and make sure everybody else has to answer the questions for the team?
Exactly.
Because I kind of wonder about that, because here's an element of this. Like, I'm trying to present all the information that I have. He got called out for doing his podcast by Malik Hooker, teammate. And so he was asked if he's going to stop doing his podcast. I think we knew the answer, but just to make sure.
No.
Yeah, the answer was no. And he said, I don't think no one really cares what I'm doing on a Monday afternoon. I'm at home with my kids. Why would fans care if I'm on Xbox? We all got our free time. So the only logical response I would just throw back at that is like, well, forget the fans. One of your own teammates said, perhaps stop doing the podcast. So I don't want to make it seem like he's like, I'm going to change every single thing in my life. But here's another a quote that I liked. He said when he talked about going to the mentors, how do I approach this? How do I get better at this? This is a task I never had to take on in my life. I think my whole life I was pretty much, this is the one right here. Micah is going to do what Micah is going to do. I just expected everyone else to do that. If you learn leadership, some people need a pat on the back and some people need a push up. I like that kind of reflectiveness because, I mean, if you've ever had a leadership position, regardless of a store manager or whatever the case is, you realize, like, everybody gets motivated by something different. And I appreciate him saying, I never did that before. This is probably the first time in my life that I've realized I can't just do me. I have to help out with other people.
Yeah.
Now, I know we're still working on the process of seeing it, but I like that as a quote. I think that is a very insightful quote.
Yeah, because when everybody's out there trying to hustle and get their money and everything, and they got that going on, how do you pull them into the fold? How do you pull them into saying, hey, above all those things, we're going to get paid, but now we gotta shoot for something different if we want the glory for it. And, you can sit back and say, hey, somebody will say it. Or you can be the one to say it for everybody else. And if you've done the work and if they respect you along the way and they respect your work ethic and they've been watching you and they think, you know what, that dude treats people fairly. He also knows whenever he's got to tell somebody how it is, then they're going to follow, man. And so I think there's a lot to leadership that you have to be prepared to want. and not just expect is just going to happen or somebody else will do it. And maybe that's something he had to learn, but, man, there's a lot of things that Dak does that you're like, yes. And then you're like, but he's still missing this much.
Sure.
Like, man, where is that other part of you
Sure.
that'll maybe even cut somebody's throat just a little bit to get to where you're trying to go? And I want to see a little more of those leadership qualities from Micah, but it might be have to be a learned thing for him.
Now, this is from the 214, but as you can probably guess, a lot of people have dropped this in the Twitch or YouTube chat or texted in it. Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
And I think that's something we can all agree on, but I just want to give you one more group of words from him. This is Micah. If we lose, I just don't want it to be like I didn't do everything I could to make everyone else around me better. I think last year I didn't check that box, and that's something I want everyone on the same level. So again, I like it because he is not negatively reflecting on himself, but he's like, here are ways I could improve, and I will try to do it. But I understand, I'll believe it when I see it. It just gives me another level of cautious optimism, I guess is what I'll say, for Micah going into the season.
Yeah, man. I think there's, like, everybody wants reasons to be optimistic about it.
For sure.
I also think there's this element this year of hoping that you sold short and that you over-deliver. I think that's what Jerry's kind of hoping is, look, we're not selling you that this is going to be the best thing, and we're really hoping that our guys go out there and over-deliver for this thing because we didn't sell you anything.
Isn't it weird, though, being out at Specs today off of 75 is the Cowboy fans that have come in.
They have not been super optimistic.
A lot of them have been down.
Yeah, so, we get different, I don't know what they say, 5% of our listeners, maybe even less, are text in. It's great you do. Not saying don't do it, but it's your 5% of the 95 or the 100% of people listening is, man, the few people that came in here that are big-time Cowboy fans are like, they're not going to be good this year.
I totally understand that. Okay, Mike, as long as we're reading quotes, I want to see what you think about this because this feels like one of the realest things that you will ever hear. Obviously, you're familiar with Walker Buehler.
Yeah.
A lot of high expectations
Blew out
for
his
him.
arm and has never been the same.
Exactly. So he was asked about free agency.
Okay.
Oh, there he goes.
I didn't know he was going to be a free agent, but it makes sense. In 2018, he was a rookie, and he never got the contract because of his arm.
He said, I have a 6 ERA. I'm trying to figure out how to get people out in the major leagues. Free agency is for talking about when you have a 2.5 and you're rolling through the league. Man, that is as honest as it gets.
I thought he got optioned down to the minor leagues. Am I wrong about that?
I thought he came back.
He might have come back. I guess I saw him the other day, and I'm like, crap. Because they're desperate for pitching, and he's just been horrible ever since, it's 2 years ago he had the injury, and he has not come back the same. And I was like, crap, I saw him pitching in an Oklahoma City game because that's where the Dodgers AAA is. So I'm like, he's doing so bad that the Dodgers like, we need pitching, and we won't even – in fact, the whole year, August 20th, this is against Seattle. So August 8th, he was in Oklahoma City pitching against Round Rock.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Specs. Go ahead.
If you have no money, I'm just saying, the Rangers.
Oh.
I don't know this, but if you need – this is people that might be like when you're like, who could the Rangers get to get better? Maybe the deal is you just take a chance on a Walker Buehler as a free agent and you give him a 1-year, $3 million contract, and you're like, we're going to be out $3 million if he can't pitch anymore, but if he can, there's $5 million in incentives and a team option for $10 million the next year.
Hell, I mean, that's what the Rangers do all the time, right? Doesn't it feel like, they kind of grab guys like that, and they're like, yeah, man, you might not have anything.
And you know what? Usually it doesn't work out, but sometimes it does. I know one that didn't is my buddy Brandon Webb. They tried it. They're like, screw it. Let's just see. Obviously, we think his arm might be done, but if it comes back, we just picked up a dude who's been a Cy Young winner and a Cy Young candidate, but his arm never recovered. And maybe Walker Buehler's arm will never really recover.
Coming up next, we're live at Specs off of 75 in Dallas. Let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
2-1 the count. Here's the pitch. And that ball is hit back up the middle. Base knock for Wyatt Langford. Coming in to score is Ezekiel Duran. Langford with the walk-off hit. And the Rangers win it by the final score of 1-0.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Specs off of 75 in Dallas. Now, I know the show's about to wrap up. You can still get some amazing deals all day long. That deli is top-notch. They've got the humidor here. All kinds of fun stuff today. Got to meet a whole bunch of awesome people as well. Now, here's some more of those awesome people. It's the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Fellas, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing...
Dawson's back!
Oh, yes! Dawson, how are you feeling, man?
Yeah. I'm all right. You know, I feel super, tired, but the Diet Coke balances that out just fine. So I'm A+ right now, Hagee. How about you?
Very nice. I'm doing well. Thank you very much. Now, Broadus, I wanted to ask you a quick question about this. If you could tell us a little bit more, because Lamar Jackson had a blast riding his bike to practice in Green Bay in his jersey and everything. Can you tell us more about this tradition?
Yeah, it goes all the way back to, it goes back to the 50s. And where the locker room is at Lambeau Field and the practice facility is across the entire parking lot of the stadium, and then you cross the road to get to the practice site. And so, it was a tradition that the players were making that trip of walking down that way, and then all of a sudden the kids are like, "Oh, let's see if they'll ride these bikes." So you have kids that will they'll stage all the bikes, and you got these players that get on the bikes. The kids hold the helmets and run next to the bikes. I saw Reggie White do it one time and Brett Favre do it another time. That was the only time I ever saw those guys, because then from that point on it was, hey, Broadus, can you give us a ride and park around the backside? So then I became I would pick them up underneath the stadium and then take them around to the practice facility. But they would do it one time just to get the photo op. But a lot of players do it. These kids, they show up with their bikes. Some of them are really cool. Some of them like they're probably a little too light for these players to get on. But it is a great tradition.
That is awesome.
That
is really cool. Can you imagine being a kid and just jogging along next to your favorite player?
Well, there's a picture actually of Steve Mariucci. Mooch was his bike, and he had somebody on the bike, and he was running next to it. Yeah, it was a picture he had in the in his office at one time. So yeah, it's a pretty cool tradition.
Guys, I'm sorry, we do have rules to live by, and one of those rules was broken by Broadus. So Wolchuk, please.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
That has to be said every time they say Brett Favre's name.
Yeah, that makes sense. Does the punishment get any worse if he does in fact go to jail, or this is just
something that we'll?
He's a terrible, terrible person. Terrible. We don't like him, but Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. Said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
He's just a big volleyball fan. I don't know why people can't get this. Everybody's like, oh, you got to support women in sports. He was super supporting them.
Yeah.
Tell me somebody who hasn't supported women's sports more than him.
Yeah.
He was willing to steal.
Yeah, he was willing to do things that are against the law.
Just as long as it didn't include any of his own money.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's like, yeah.
The American way. Yeah. We got a stadium over there in Arlington, a couple of them.
That is a good point. Broadus, I have no doubt that you enjoy being back in the Metroplex, but is it ever sad when you leave Oxnard just because it's a month of football awesomeness?
Yeah, it's sad. It's very sad. It's it's funny. Todd Archer and I were driving back yesterday and kind of talking about how much you miss, being around the practices and being able to kind of have access to the players. We don't get access like this anymore, so it's 15 minutes of practice. You get to watch special teams. You really don't get to talk to anybody unless you get to go into the locker room, which a lot of the beat writers and guys and gals do. But yeah, this is the best way to learn about the players, the coaches, the scheme. And it's tough when you have to kind of put that all away for the year.
I'm sad for him. I heard him the other day on Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show, and he sounded really sad that it was wrapping up.
But he's back in the Metroplex, so he can watch the Rangers again.
So how's that treating you now, Broadus? Now that you're back here,
I'm going to be honest with you, Michael. It was from afar. I actually caught more Dodger and Angel games because I was flipping around on but the time change kind of got me a couple of times on some of these games when they were played. So it's about the time I stopped watching. It's about the time they stopped playing really good baseball. So
do you guys agree with the assertion that, and I'm surprised it still hasn't gotten done, but Dan Orlovsky saying that the Cowboys offense would be nothing without CeeDee Lamb? Do you agree with that?
I mean, certainly would not be as good. Nothing. I think Jake Ferguson's a hell of a player. I think Jake Ferguson can give you production. I think Brandon Cooks can give you production. I don't think it's like, oh my gosh, they are going to be totally inept and can't move the football, but he's no question 30% of your offense. I mean, it's a massive loss, but nothing to be like they're not putting up any points whatsoever is probably an overstatement.
I think I think Dan's onto something here. I really do. I really like, I really appreciate what we've seen from the wide receivers out there, the way that some of them have stepped up. I mean, it gives you some hope that, that with Tolbert, that you could maybe get something with him and Ferguson. But, yeah, not having CeeDee Lamb on that field, yes, because there are huge questions about your ability to even think about running this football.
I know it was a long time ago and football was different, but when I was a kid, the Cowboys were awesome at football. If Michael Irvin was out, they couldn't score. It didn't matter. They had Emmitt Smith. They had the offensive line. They had Troy Aikman. They would usually score about 6 to 13 points per game if Michael Irvin wasn't on the field, whether through suspension or injury.
Yeah, when Michael got hurt there in Philadelphia in 1999, I think the team was 3-0 at the time. And Michael was the guy who was at practice. He was the catalyst. He was the guy on the field at the games. When he went away, that's when the Cowboys, as we know it, died, in my opinion. I mean, and I competed against all these guys. And when that happened, it wasn't Troy leaving or anybody else. It was when Michael Irvin went down in 99. That was the end of the Cowboys from that great Super Bowl run. But I don't know how you play well without CeeDee Lamb on offense. I really, really don't. And I don't. But I think Jerry and Steven and them are banking on that CeeDee Lamb will not miss game checks. That's what they're. We'll see if in fact that he is how resolved he is to sit out for $1 million a week, and it's not because of fines or things like that. That's game checks. So if he's willing to put $1 million a week aside to make a point, God bless him for doing that.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. We have golf analyst David Feherty at 4:20. I think I said
That's
it right.
going to be some fancy talking right there.
Talk like him. Say words like you do.
I will not.
Okay.
Roll home with the GVAG Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Thanks to everybody who came out to Specs and hung out with us today. Remember, the deals continue even after we're gone. Come back with us tomorrow. We'll be in studio 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say shop Specs, Kevin.
Shop Specs.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're all back in DFW now. General at your service at East. There's Brian Broaddus back there at 75 and Fitzhugh for the first time in nearly a month. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I am doing well, Dawson. Other than a dead battery, I am trucking right along.
Dead battery in the vehicle back
yeah,
in the house.
It was, my mom was trying to assist me by once a week kind of turning on the car and making sure it was okay. That didn't quite get the job done.
Sometimes your Nissan goes rogue on you.
It did. It went very rogue on me. Got here, got to jump, drove here, kind of thinking, drove around the building a couple times like I was road racing. I drove around and went up McKinney, came back, drove around, kind of trying to get some things fired up in it. And I felt like, okay, maybe a chance here. Parked that thing, backed it in, knowing damn good and well that I might have to jump it again.
Smart.
Yeah.
Got to jump it again.
Got to jump it again.
I got to check and see if I got some jumper cables. I'm not sure if I do in this car.
I should have some cables.
Do you?
If you need a man to show up and help you out with some cables,
I could use a man in my life, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
I said that with confidence. I said that with confidence.
I have the cables. I didn't say I could set them up for you. I hope you know what you're doing.
YouTube is a great device to help
I've
you.
got that down.
Yeah.
My car used to just go off on me in high school.
Yeah.
I'd be at a red light. Next thing you know, it's dead. So I can set them up for you. If you got the cables, I'll jump it.
I did not know Walchuk was driving cars to high school that was just stopping at red lights. I've known him for long enough now that I feel like I should know that you had to push yourself to school sometimes.
Yeah, it was not good.
Are we allowed to ask a Tolo for battery help? Is that's not allowed in our?
Is that a little payola?
Is that Dawson?
I'm all right with it.
Dawson, you're okay with that?
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody out there is a
nobody's profiting off it.
Battery salesman want to come over here and visit me. I'll
plug-hole sniff test.
Yeah, while you're putting it in, I'll be happy to pay you for it and then also give you some cowboy insight if you wouldn't.
He'll pay you in takes, as if we can't go anywhere in the world and find Broaddus takes now.
I will go. I am wearing you guys out on that.
He is an outstanding guest.
I'm trying. I am one of the best guests you guys have ever had until David Feherty shows up today when he's going to be on today. But Dawson, I'm glad you're doing all right. I was worried about you,
Man,
son.
I'm doing all right, but I need to get you one of these portable battery chargers that I have.
Yes.
These things are amazing. It's like the size of a tablet.
Oh, wow.
Right? And you hit a button, you plug it in, and it actually does the job quicker than a traditional jump.
Really? I might have to walk over.
$60-$70.
Okay, I'm just feeling like though. Again, my mom, 81 years old. She did a fine job. My place was spotless. By the way, I had food in the fridge when I got home last night.
Yeah.
And so but I think I needed her to drive the car around instead of just turning it on. I think I needed some driving going on right here. But
it happens.
Yeah.
And you might need a new battery now.
Reach out to me.
Yeah,
reach out to me or if it's you. The guys are manning the text if you want to do that.
817, you might be able to do a DoorDash the battery. That's
really
potentially. You might be able to do that now.
Dawson, can I DoorDash a battery?
You probably could, but you probably need a wrench set as well.
Yeah.
If you want to get that job done, I think you're probably in better hands with a Tolo. Or
I agree. I agree with that. Yeah.
You do have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, as always, there at 75 and Fitz. You hear the Nosebleed Brothers, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Late in the show yesterday, Brian, of course, you were having a travel afternoon/evening.
Thank you guys for doing that.
And the addition of Linval Joseph came through.
How about that? At 340 today?
340, Krusty's Corner.
I'll give you a scouting report. I got my big ass up this morning and got that done for you. So we'll talk about him a little bit.
It's 1 year and potentially $4 million, Wolchuk. Is this an incentive-laden deal?
Yeah, $2.5 million can make up to $4 million. So I'm sure there's some incentives in there if he hits it. And, hey, at 35 years old, Brian, you've watched the most recent tape.
Yeah,
but
Buffalo.
His best seasons certainly were with Zim and Paul Gunther.
Right.
And I mentioned it yesterday, like when we had the opportunity to chat with Zim for a little bit, I kind of just floated that out there because we had been looking at, if they wanted to add some guys, that's somebody that's on the street with the tie-in.
Right.
And Zim said, Paul Gunther's keeping tabs on him. And, and Zim texts him every once in a while. So that kind of was all I needed to know. That he was on the short list of guys they would call. And, hey, certainly now you've got two proven NFL players at least, Phillips and now with Linval Joseph, you've got some insurance to cover for Mazi Smith, so there's not so much pressure there.
I don't think they're done, by the way, guys.
Hey, you know what? Keep loading bodies in that room.
I don't think they're done.
What do you mean by that?
Where are they looking?
I think they're looking at several spots and even adding Joseph. I'm trying to dig on names. I'm trying to find names, but I got a whisper say, hey, not done. We're going to keep throwing stuff at this. So I'm encouraged. I want to get, everybody's kind of talking about Zimmer. I know Jane Slater was texting with me this morning asking about, Mike and getting stuff done. I want to give Will McClay a little credit because I kind of feel like Will's looking at his football team and he's thinking like, okay, I've got to get better here. I got it. And, he's asking Mike, hey, how can I help you? How can I help you? I think that's where Mike is kind of stepping in and Mike will coach whoever you bring in. We've talked about that a bunch here. But I think I want to give Will a little credit and him and Alex Loomis and those guys in the pro department. They're staying after this thing. And, they're monitoring as we were talking about. But keep an eye. They play Saturday. We got it covered here on the Fan. But when it comes down to the Tuesday cuts, I think there's still some things to be had here with this group.
It's interesting how much of an emphasis, how much of a priority they put on it, because $2.5 million is a significant chunk of change. Significantly more than veteran minimum, which is what I thought they would be doling out if there was going to get any help. But that's cap dollars. That's legitimate cap dollars, and that makes me feel like maybe they think they can win with defense. How good do you think this defense can be, Brian? Under 20 points a game? Under 18 points a game? What's the ceiling?
Yeah, the question is going to be, they look like they've got some things working in the right direction at tackle. Where are you on your backup edges? Mm-hmm. That's going to be key. How's your nickel going to look? It looks like that you're going to be okay with Lewis playing. Diggs is starting to practice. I'm really happy that Diggs practiced sooner than later because you're actually seeing him out there take some and get some good work. Bland, they need to figure out the fourth corner spot. The four safeties they got, I think, could all play. I think Bell could actually start, over Wilson if you really wanted to go that route. Matter of fact, he got some work with the ones yesterday doing just that. So defensively, Mike is going to be sound. He's going to be solid in the way of, hey, I'm going to blitz. I'm going to send two from one direction, drop one here, try and cover some things. Don't leave any huge gaps. The run defense, I think, will be better. I thought the run defense will be better just because the linebackers. They have a legitimate room of linebackers now, and that's something they didn't have. Maybe this might be the best group that they've had in years when it comes to the quality of the linebackers they have.
The Ringer's got an article out, how will every NFL defense perform this year? They've got the Cowboys projected as the fourth best defense in the league, and they finished fifth a year ago in defensive efficiency under Quinn. They do right. It's hard to expect that the turnover success will continue. But, I mean, you mentioned it, just with the ability now and the disguising of coverages, probably blitzing a lot more. And we talked about it yesterday, like Eric and I were bouncing this back and forth with Nealon's. A lot of their run defensive woes have not just been up the middle. It's been on the perimeter, and I think they're better suited now with Lawrence and Nealon to be able to sustain on the edge when it comes to run defense.
Yeah, if you look at the Dallas right side of that defense, and it was a little bit of a problem. You had Sam Williams, not a great run defender. You had Armstrong, Fowler, guys like that. You have a corner over there in Diggs. It's really, he wants to cover. Occasionally he'll play run defense, but he's not going to come flying down inside and try and make a play for a no gain or tackle behind the line of scrimmage. They couldn't get a linebacker to fill, and they couldn't get a safety in the alley. Bad run defense. That's what's going to happen to you. So I feel like, though, that if they're better on the edge, they're better at linebacker, and then they get these safeties, like you say, you get a guy like Bell playing for some depth instead of having to fight blocks, in the front seven. You might be in pretty good shape. They got to get Wilson too. Wilson in some of that run defense. We remember the Arizona game. Those runs that went off the edge, and they had bad fills. Wilson overshot. Wilson took a bad angle. Mm-hmm. They will be better with Mike Zimmer doing that.
It's not hard to be better than they were in some of those games last year. Ooh, that was just atrocious.
Oh, man.
So, I mean, give me top five. That's a playoff team, right? With this offense and a top five defense.
So, you got CD.
I think,
and if the offensive line continues, you stay healthy there with Guyton.
Yeah, they're struggling right now. Guyton was dealing with a little knee soreness yesterday and didn't really practice. Young guy, you're kind of like going, geez, pal, I don't have time. You're young, don't have time for knee soreness here. But they're a little stretched. If you talk to folks over there, they'll tell you that Awesome Richards. I was like, man, it's Austin Richards as guard. It looks okay. And the guy told me, he goes, Austin Richards is probably better tackle. And so what Austin Richards do yesterday, played more tackle. They've got to figure out how the backup's going to work because Adoga is not going to be available probably now for another 3 to 4 weeks.
Got to stay healthy is a big prerequisite for any
team.
Optimistic
Ask the Rangers
with
about that.
Yeah. But Mike McCarthy, as you were getting out of town yesterday, says Terence Steele has had his best camp so far as a Cowboy.
Yeah, how about that?
Would you?
I don't agree.
Would you agree?
I don't agree. I think there's things that Terence has improved on, and Mike and I are. It's fine. He's the head coach, and he's super positive about a lot of things. I think there's things if you really want to defeat Terence Steele, just rush him inside as hard as you can. He's just not strong enough, and that's what happens to him. But if you take him wide, he will be able to kind of wall you away, push you by. But I'll give him credit. The son of a gun goes out there and practices every single day. He is the one guy that has been consistent of the 5 starters. There's been times where Zach Martin's been out. They were trying to figure out the center situation. Tyler Smith has been really good. I shouldn't say that with the thing with Steele. Tyler Smith has been and I was on with Sean and RJ yesterday talking about this. They were asking about, camp guys who you really liked in camp. Tyler Smith it's hard not to watch tape or watch him practice or tape and not feel like that he's really, really good. When you got Zach Martin that keeps talking about him, Zach Martin doesn't talk about anybody. He's talking about this guy a lot.
Yeah,
that tells you all you need to know.
With the size and the power, it's just
he is really
the
good.
potential is so much
I was
higher
watching
than
him block
Linval
Joseph this morning.
Yeah,
I was watching him, and and actually, Biotish was pretty decent against him. So yeah, they've got some guys in that offensive line. If they could get Cooper Beebe to just I think he's going to be fine. The left tackle, they got to work on the hands. They've got to work on those hands because I could show you, like I say, these clips I have from the Raider game, hands outside, hands outside, hands outside. I guarantee you now that they're coming back today, Duke will sit down with him and kind of go through some things. I'm sure they'll talk about what they need to do with their hands. And I'm sure Mike Solari's talk about it with them every day there in the meetings as well.
Did you see a better version, though, of Terence Steele, at least from last year? Like, was he closer
it looks
to 2
healthier.
years ago?
Yeah, it looks healthier.
Okay.
He looks healthier.
That's at least a step in the right direction.
He's moving better. He's just not the strongest guy. He'll never be the strongest guy. And but where his game is, it's all movement because he could wall you, screen you. He could do those things. But as far as just sit down and play a power game with you, that's not his cup of tea. He's just a very good foot athlete, and now he's got that back where he can move pretty well.
It's been a big day of news in the NFL today. You have a trade with Philly and Washington, a wide receiver, Jahan Dotson, going to Philadelphia. So we'll have more detail on that NFL news today. Lane Johnson saying he realistically has a couple, 2-3 more years. And Penei Sewell, foot injury. We'll look for an update on that throughout the day. Signed a 4-year extension with Detroit for $112 million, one of the best tackles in the game. So they're hoping he's going to be all right. Rangers are off tonight, going to visit the Guardians tomorrow. All we have to pull for now is, getting the opportunity to hopefully watch some wins and that the young guys can be amazing. Kumar Rocker last night in Double-A struck out 8 and allowed 3 hits and a walk over 4 2/3. Leiter was outstanding as well in Round Rock. He struck out 9 in 5 2/3, gave up a run. He has 20 strikeouts in his last 9 1/3, and batters are hitting 152 against him. So I guess that's 3 outings worth of work. He's just striking out everybody. And, of course, JDG tonight there in Frisco. So that's going to be a lot of fun. All righty, we're off and running here. The G-Bag Nation on a Thirsty Thursday, full 5 hours today. Lucius has your G-Bag today coming up at 2:30. He has LA Live every night at 5:40. We got a Chuck Wagon note, though, next, Woolchuck?
Yeah, we got Dancing with the Stars, and let's break down some of these new Cowboys food items. That's next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Alrighty, Nation, welcome back. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Have the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet coming up at 2:30, G-Bag of the day. It's time now for a Chuck Wagon with Woolchuck, brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333, frankelfirm.com. Here's the wagon.
All right, we're going to get to some of these new food items at AT&T Stadium, which you'll be able to get starting on Saturday, as we'll be out there for the preseason finale against the Chargers. But 877-881-1053, who's the person at the fan that you'd most like to see on Dancing with the Stars?
Ooh, who's got sweet feet?
Put this out on Twitter, and most of the responses I got were Lucius.
Yeah, Lucius would be good. I think Lucius might win this damn thing.
I did get Brian.
Broadus. You want to see Broadus out there.
You want to see somebody that's got a chance.
I think I
actually disagree. I want to see I want to see a blooper.
Okay,
I want to see a fail. I want to see embarrassment. I want to see the worst day of their life.
The 60+ actors that go on there and do that.
Yeah,
they're usually robotic, stiff, can't move, no flexibility.
But every once in a while they break a hip, and it's like, okay, this is why they brought me here.
I'm not interested. I fell down in the Avis parking lot and played on, but I'm not interested in breaking a hip. I kind of feel like that I'd like for someone to have a chance to win this thing.
I feel like
Smith.
Okay, so
it's usually the athletes that win it too, right?
Bingo.
We
got the gymnast guy, right?
So that's why the story came up. So the pommel horse guy,
he's going to win.
Steven Nedorosic is going to join Dancing with the Stars. He was the one who helped the U.S. men's team get the bronze. The pommel horse is his one lone event.
Yeah.
He went and just absolutely stole the show, got the bronze medal. So he's going to go on with Dancing with the Stars. So I just posted the question. Eric did get some votes. Gavin, you and I did not get any, thank God. Lucius, Sean, Choppy, Bassett got a few.
Yep. Oh, yeah, you want to go Bassett.
Bassett might be good.
He's going to,
He'd yell at the gal.
He's the kind of guy that, like, you know, goes out to a club and dances with his wife and stuff. And, you know, like, he's got, like, 80s dances and sillies dances. Yeah. Like, if you ask him to do some, I don't know if he'll do them still, but I think he, you know, used to put on a little bit of a funny time show with his, you know, 80s dances like the Running Man and stuff like that, maybe in the bullpen of the clubhouse. And I think he might be the perfect guy for that first episode where they're going through the fails of the people that just didn't make it. But Bassick would for sure make you laugh if he fully sent into a dance routine.
Okay, this is the one I have a problem with, and I don't watch this show, but if you tell me, if I look at the roster and there's like a figure skater that's on this thing, what are they doing on skates? They're dancing.
A little unfair.
I think this is unfair.
Yeah.
They've already got dance moves. I mean, they jump up in the air and spin around and do stuff. I think if you tell me, like, oh, Katarina Witt is on Dancing with Stars, I'm going to go, she's probably going to win because that's what she does for a living, right? How about performers? How about, like, how about people like, you know, people that are like, that are up on stage, like Beyonce,
Broadway,
type gals.
or actual singers.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't really watched this show either. Is it kind of like American Idol was, where it's a popularity contest and like America's voting on who wins and moves on?
Yeah. I think they call it, they go for the silver ball is what they call this thing. And there used to be a pretty fun cast of characters that were the judges. And I think they're all gone now. I think they moved on from several.
Oh, God bless them.
Yeah, a couple of them have moved on. I think. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Lucius, what's that term you use when somebody moves on? It's
transitioned.
Transitioned.
Yeah, transitioned.
Yeah,
which I actually loved.
Yeah, transitioned.
All right, let's get to some of these new food items at AT&T, shall we? So, Lucius, it was 2 days ago. You told us about the pizza burger. Now, we've got a picture of it. I sent it to Carter, so we're going to pop this up on the fan cam. So, Twitch and YouTube, you can get a look at this. But this is the 16-ounce burger with pepperoni pizzas for buns. Sandwich inside is an Angus beef patty, lettuce, tomato, marinara, and melted mozzarella.
I've seen this. I could do this.
Wait, that's beautiful. So 16 ounces is a pound, right?
Yeah.
So it's a pound burger?
It's a big,
it's a Mac
big
Daddy?
old burger.
Yeah.
And Posty's dad's the one that created this bad boy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a Munchies situation.
Yeah.
This is. I mean, listen, dude. I mean, we did this last year at Dutch's.
We did with the lot pizza.
But we did it with instead of the circular pizzas,
we did
the
triangle.
The triangles is what he did.
Which was still totally fine. It was a little bit more aerodynamic.
I think you could go get like the little Red Baron pizzas, you know, the little circular ones that are like the individual,
which are fantastically fired, by the way, by themselves solo.
That's what I'm saying. I think I can recreate this thing.
Man, that's the best looking food item I think I've ever seen.
It looks outstanding.
Yeah.
Eric,
but not the best ever.
Eric, do you think they'll bring us one Saturday?
I was gonna say. I mean, that's got.
I heard like Eric's doing the post game show this year. Yeah, we did a little switch. They
bring us
changing.
some really good food. They really do.
Oh, okay. So here's some of the other options. Like maybe you get to taste this year. The Flamin' Hot Fritos tacos are made with seasoned ground beef and topped with salsa, queso fresco, pico de gallo, and Flamin' Hot Fritos.
Yeah, for everybody else's sake in the press box that day, I'll probably punt on that.
That might be one like you dip after the
yeah, that might be just like,
I'm just gonna go watch the game at home.
I'm gonna eat that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go home after this.
Soft shell ones are.
That sounds like a crunchy situation to me, Broadus.
I know, but that's what I'm saying though. The shell. I mean, it's not like you're mixing all that together to put in a shell.
Yes.
Is it a hard shell or the soft shell?
The Flamin' Hot Fritos are crispy, so I'm thinking hard shell.
You grind those up.
Yeah, I'm thinking
it's
hard.
Part of like dust. It's dust.
It's dust. Like the Flamin' Hot Cheeto stuff we got going at the ballpark.
Yeah, it's dust.
We got a Ruffles buffalo chicken sandwich that's using Flamin' Hot barbecue Ruffles on the classic spicy chicken sandwich.
Okay, so you get the crunch, you get chips on. I mean, that's a great idea.
Just plain Ruffles are pretty darn good.
Then there's
more chips and sandwiches.
Yeah, chips and sandwiches. I mean, that is an underrated, underappreciated combo.
I love that they're starting to like make that a menu item to where you don't have to like home make that yourself. Like, let me get chips and I'll douse it in chips. It's like, no, we'll make it ready for you.
Are we overdoing the Flamin' Hot stuff though?
I think people are liking spicier stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. Come on, man. Yeah, that's a real thing.
Yeah, it's going everywhere.
It's too
now.
much.
It is.
Flamin' Hot straws for your Flamin' Hot soda.
Not everything needs to be Flamin' Hot.
My 4-year-old daughter loves the Flamin' Hot stuff.
Flamin' Hot shake.
She does.
Yeah. Remy has loved him since she was a tiny. Now she's almost 3. We have to take him away from her.
It's crazy.
They are addictive.
Yeah, she's going to be 4 years old with high blood pressure. Watch out, man.
I know.
And then the red will stick under her fingernails forever.
She's starting to make marks on the walls with the fingers.
Dude.
Then there's
first swim lesson last night, though, and she loved it. So I'm like, that's a huge dub.
Big time
I'm
dub.
not going to have to fight her to keep doing that.
Oh, right after swimming, that's when you make the sandwich with the chips on it for her, right there.
Yeah.
Right then and there.
That's the moment.
Yeah, the sandwich with the chips tastes a little bit better with that chlorine on your fingers.
There's nothing better. There's nothing better than being in the pool all day and having a barbecue.
It's fantastic.
How much food you can eat after swimming all day?
Oh, yeah. Burning a lot of calories in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Frito Sundae. That's a dessert topped with crunchy Fritos, perhaps the strangest new concession item in the bunch. It starts with Bluebell vanilla ice cream. Comes topped with cinnamon sugar, caramel, chocolate syrup, sprinkles, and then those famous Fritos.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's a fit.
This is the most polarizing one. I'm here for. I'm a big Fritos
sweet
guy.
And salt.
Yeah,
Also.
I like that.
Sweet and salt.
It looks like the ice cream's on top of the bed of the Fritos.
Yeah.
You know, I think they should make a special like cinnamon sugar Frito, and then maybe
I would say
extra
the
buttery.
dust. Yeah, if you could get the cinnamon and mix it with the Frito dust. Now you're talking.
Got a couple more items we can hit a little bit later on in the show.
It's time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pip Cup. Here's Lucius.
All right, I believe this is day 3 for you here, Mr. Broadus. If my calculations are right.
I can't count on you guys.
This is you trolling Sean Sharif. You are a G-Bag of the Day winner 3 times in a row. Dawson, can you put some of that G-Bag of the Day sauce on there for me real quick? Ow!
Yes, sir. It is time now for the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We'll play them all. Vote on which one we like the best, and that is your G-Bag of the Day.
Just in case you weren't familiar with the G-Bag of the Day, Dawson has that little thing right there.
He does.
10 times better than I can ever do it. Giving it to you right there, all the facts and the fiction in one little sentence. All right, Brian,
Yes,
G-Bag
sir.
of the Day winner. You were trolling Sean Sharif on his own show. Let's take a listen to it.
I was thinking you two need to fight more on these shows.
No, I was hoping the
Two
fight was,
idiots going at it. Not very strong.
I was hoping the fight was worse. It wasn't that
Yeah,
bad.
exactly. You were hoping that you'd have to talk to me and go, hey, I'm thinking about posting this. What do you think? What do you think?
No,
I'm thinking about for the ratings here.
For the ratings.
If you and Bobby would if you met with each other and hit each other in the face, that would be better. I'm cooking a brisket. What do you think?
Oh!
I'm using my Thermopin and some foil.
Send this over for G-Bag of the Day.
I'm making a boat out of the foil. I'm making beef tallow while I'm doing it.
Wow!
I use the beef tallow from some beef stroganoff. Who you liking at quarterback, Broadus? I hate everybody you like anyway. Sometimes you're a little bitch.
That is strong.
Yeah, he is wild. Sean is wild at the end.
He is wild at the end. Cackling.
I don't know how to react.
You went into his house and you just disrespected him. That's pretty incredible. What an alpha move by you.
I tried to. Thank you.
What a stud, Brian.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
I mean, you're
Dawson,
fighting on the post game. It's getting played.
I'm not believing a word you're saying right now. I am not.
Your talents
don't
never cease to amaze me.
Don't go there, Dawson.
Yeah, Dawson's a wild boy.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to that green screen behind you too during your broadcast there, General. That's amazing,
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, I'll get a background up.
That's what I'm saying. What should your background be? I've been trying to figure out the whole time.
Get ready for blockchain.
Should it be swimming sharks, tanks? Maybe it should be cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, he's
the block.
Yeah, do me, Brian. Do me.
No, I'm good, man.
Come on, do me. Come on.
We gotta get the meme of the guy sitting on the edge of his bed.
Looking crazy. Speaking of you there, Mr. General.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got that audio of your poker tournament in Vegas.
Oh, cool.
And
That was cool, by the way, man.
That was hella cool.
That was really cool.
Yeah, that was really, really cool. The broadcaster's talking about our very own Gavin Dawson, the general of the G-Bag Nation.
That's right.
50. Action right off the bat. Dawson in for it all with ace king.
You gotta do a little different. Now people know what I'm playing.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Don't pay attention. All right. Wow. I've never had that. I know. So special.
K-Dog and Mr. Jones, this is the virtual reality real estate guy.
Yeah, they're on TV.
The lights are on.
Fold.
And Brent, this is Gavin Dawson, sports radio host in Dallas, Texas.
Really?
Works at 105.3 The Fan.
I think this is Jeff Platt.
All in.
Yeah.
Now, were you familiar with him?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rafael.
The leader of the G-Bag Nation.
What blockchain you were on?
Better than the D-Bag Nation.
Call him the general.
Better than the D-Bag Nation. Those guys were great, man.
D-Bag Nation, bro.
Platt's a professional poker player. Like he asked
That's
me.
dope.
Yeah, I think he asked me when he did quite well at one time. He asked me, "Hey, would you mind?" He was looking for backers and stuff like that. You know, trying to get into the big tournament, the national finals for the bracelet and all that stuff. So
that's
yeah,
cool.
Platt's a good player, good card player.
Right on.
Get them vibes up. Oh, that's a ladies' night vibes. Oh, aye. Ladies, go by watching you. Let's go to Channel 13, Las Vegas. KTNV, Mr. Nick, what is it? Nick Walters.
Nick Walters here.
Nick Walters. He's a native Texan. He went to the University of Texas, in fact. Shout out to Carter Sooner that gave me this audio. I wonder if Carter would have sent it to me if he figured out this guy was a UT grad. Anyway, Mr. Nick Walters interviewed a young Raiders fan.
If you're so into the NFL, you know your Raiders, I can tell right here. How are you feeling with the team this year?
We're not going to the Super Bowl. I already know it.
We got a realistic Raiders fan here. This is odd. This is the first interview I've ever had like this. The Super Bowl chances are not good, but what is it going to take for the Raiders to have a successful season, you think?
Not to get arrested.
Okay, that's definitely an interesting one. I would agree with that.
Good one, young man. Not to get arrested. Man. Yesterday was church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastor, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes, and Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike, you can look his clips up on YouTube because he's no longer with us. He's in the bosom of Jesus right now. He's in the bosom of Jesus. Let's see here. I got some would-be nosebleed clips.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like you guys would have played these if you had the church bit going. How about this one?
Next week. Have a good one. Peace.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Pastor
Raph.
Raph. Incredible. And if you prayed that prayer just then, we are so pumped. And it's the best prayer you could ever pray.
Ever.
And I want to encourage you to... I've lost it. You take it.
You lost it, okay.
You've lost it, okay. You can't say breast without laughing. Look at you.
Silly you.
Silly you.
Goodness. Tricks are for kids.
Silly. Let's see. How about this pastor right here? I'm not sure if I played this guy, but there was another guy that had a similar slip up, so I don't know.
Maybe you need to forget all these lies. We need to start focusing on the truths and principles.
We need a fart start.
We need to fart.
We need a fart starter here.
Fart
Together
start.
as a community, we need to gather together and we need to fart.
Fart start.
It's hard to beat.
Good old fart start.
Pastor wants you to fart.
A fart start.
Yeah.
Let's see. How about this one? You guys ever take anybody to pull? No, I don't have enough time. I'm not going to do it.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Don't you tease us.
Quitter.
You're 1 foot in.
I got 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and 1 foot in, and 1 foot out. Griselda. All right, let's see. I'll play this one then.
Okay.
Anybody that's played football in the room? Anybody play football?
Yeah.
Proud to say I've played the sport,
Not
the greatest
very well.
sport in the world.
Not well at all.
Not very well.
Okay, but you did play.
Yeah. I did play.
And you can always remember the hardest hit you've ever taken, right?
Oh,
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
You can. You know the guy's name in effect,
yeah,
right?
It still haunts my dreams.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I saw the Lucky Charms leprechaun.
He's honestly
guy.
unfair. He should not have been playing middle school football.
Yeah.
Should have been on varsity.
Yeah. Shout out to Aaron Tay. He hit me so hard. I was like, you know what? 5th period does not sound bad right now.
Can I go back to math class?
Bad. I'm failing. We go to Bears wide receiver DJ Moore. Talks about the hardest hit he's ever taken.
What's the hardest hit you've ever taken?
This past year, dude 24 from the Vikings.
Can't bind him?
Oh, he hit the crap out of my back. Like, my back was hurt. Like, for real.
Yeah. What do you do to your back?
Like, he ran through my back.
No.
Right. He hit
He said he blew my back out.
He blew like
That's a penalty.
Blew my back out, and I was like,
Personal foul.
He said he hit the crap out that man's back.
Crab came out and everything.
Blew that back out. Yep.
Can't imagine his Madden awareness is very high. Okay, it's time to vote. Is it Broadus our champion? Is it Dawson all in? Is it Raiders fan on the street? Is it the best prayer ever, the pastor that wants you to fart, or the NFL's hardest hit ever? I'll go for Broadus here. What do you say, Chief?
I'll go with that last one, man. That hard hit.
I like this.
Lucius?
I'm going to go with the, shoot. Go with Dawson's. Go with you, buddy.
All right.
Yep.
Wolchuk?
Stick with Brian.
Watch this. Gavin Moneymaker Dawson.
Nice.
For the win.
We're tied at 2.
Oh, I thought I had it.
Yes.
Wait a minute. We didn't have that?
Not so fast, my friend.
Paying attention to the proceedings.
Yeah.
We're tied at 2.
Oh.
Jump onto @GBagNation. Follow us all when you get there.
Idiots.
Swing and a
all of our
miss, Brian
handles are in the bio.
I thought I had the votes.
Brian did not.
I had that
The vote was not
votes.
decisive, but it has created a vote off.
I had the votes.
Yes, sir. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.
Can't count on Georgia. Bad state.
G-Bag Nation. Now, what do we have coming up next, Chief? A Thursday thruple? What's this all about?
Yeah, it's time for the first installment of Thursday Thruple, featuring 3 of the biggest stories trending in America right now, and that's next here in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Broadus is a man of the people. He's done it 76.8% of the votes with a stunningly brilliant impression of Sean Sharif. He's still your G-Bag of the day. It's time now for the Thursday Thruple. Here's the Chief.
Yes, welcome to the...
Dawson's in Florida.
Yeah, that's why I was giggling at, bro.
Dawson's in Florida. What's the second? We don't have a second screen, though. What's the second screen going on there?
Yeah.
Looks like he's in a spaceship.
Yeah, he's only got half the window of Florida.
Yeah, he's in some type of spaceship looking thing, but he's got a nice view in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Florida. Yeah.
Yeah, Florida.
Yeah, I got a daughter.
I'm looking for my one that looks like I have a cool home studio. I'll figure it out here. Stand by.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now
stand
I'm
by.
on
Stand
vacation.
by.
We got 5 hours, bro.
You only got 5 hours.
I'll be watching.
I'm sure you guys are waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, we are.
Just wait till Krusty's corner like you always do in this guy.
That's when we
Sounds
can really piddle around.
You can really kind of work on what you need.
You can get some house stuff done during that segment.
Oh, yeah.
Make a sandwich.
Yeah, just get up and leave if you want. Just get up and walk out and
Go check the mail or
Kids, you
whatever.
need anything?
make your daughter an omelet. Anything you want to do, just feel free. It's good.
All right, Thursday Thruple. I got 3 stories. These are pertinent in the world right now, okay? The first of which is there's apparently a new book right now. Actually, I need to tell you guys that I slid into your DMs, and there is a sports fight that we are going to break down.
Perfect.
Twitch, YouTube, Fan Cam. We'll see you there in just a moment because it's an incredible fight. But there is a new book that is coming out called The Price, What It Takes to Win in College Football's Era of Chaos. And they talk about the time when Nick Saban elected to hire Lane Kiffin to be his offensive coordinator. And that is sort of an oil and water mix as it pertains to personalities and things like that. But Saban was like, dude, I got to get my offense more with the times. Yeah, more modern for sure.
Yeah.
And so his agent, Jimmy Sexton, also represents Lane Kiffin.
Who does he not represent in college football?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, this past hiring cycle, it was nuts.
He orchestrated 3 different teams. 2 got an extensions, and 1 got the Alabama job.
Yeah, he's a real power broker in the sport. So he convinces Saban to hire Lane Kiffin, his other client. Well, Saban at the time tamped down speculation that there was any issues with their contrasting styles, but the book offers a little bit more insight. One moment came when Kiffin called Sexton, warning him that an angry Saban was about to call. Why? The offensive coordinator told the head coach, quote, he didn't know what he was talking about in a meeting. So at one point, Saban's giving a meeting to coaches, and Lane Kiffin speaks up and says, Coach, you don't know what you're talking about. Wow. So
you save that for after the meeting.
Yeah.
That's a private conversation.
Yeah, buddy.
Well,
Lane me with Parcells.
Exactly. I was thinking about that. I was like, wow, this feels like a little Broadus.
Oh no, this
Pipe
is
down there, Broadus.
This is exactly me and Parcells. Is what this is.
I guess there's a little Lane Kiffin in all of us.
All of us.
So Saban ends up calling the agent Sexton immediately after Lane Kiffin gets off the phone with Sexton. Like, yeah, Saban's probably about to call you. He's ticked, and here's why. And the quote from Saban is, that son of a bitch. I'm going to fire you, Jimmy, for ever talking me into hiring that narcissistic prick. That is the phone call that Saban sent over to his agent and big time power broker in college football, Jimmy Sexton. So, the book quoted a Saban conversation with another former assistant about Kiffin being the only assistant who constantly questioned Saban and, quote, refused to adapt Saban's preferred approach. And the quote from Saban is, I ain't never had a bleeping coach I can't control. And apparently, of course, it was Lane Kiffin that was the first of its kind there. So anyways, that is part of a book, I guess, a college football book that's coming out about the last decade or whatever in the sport, and that is part of it there. So Lane Kiffin continuing to do things. Here he was earlier this week, Ole Miss press conference. He gets up to the podium. He sees a bottle of Coca-Cola sitting there,
Ooh,
and
big sponsor.
He was a little bit too honest about that sponsor.
Does anybody drink Coke? You realize that 130% of your sugar for the entire day is in this one bottle. 65 grams of sugar.
Mm.
When was the last time you had a Coke? A long time.
A long time.
Okay, so yeah, very lifeless there.
A long time. It's almost like his recruiting video when he was at FIU.
Yeah, what an exciting time.
An exciting time.
Well, so then in response now we have a bit of a soda wars going on, because then down the street in the SEC you have Broadus's guy Brian Kelly at LSU. He gets up to the podium.
Our guy's not very healthy.
There's still some Coca-Cola sponsors that are there representing all SEC teams.
All the sugar, please, all of it.
So Brian Kelly goes to shill, but he pivots a little bit. This is a heady play by Kelly. Here he is getting right to his podium.
Just a shout out to our sponsor, Coke.
Yeah.
Smart water, great Coke product, minerals, vitamins. It's just great for you. It's refreshing, healthy, and Coke provides you all the products that you need depending on what you like. And I love Smart water.
So does my family.
He put an R in vitamin.
Vitamin.
He did.
Vitamin?
Vitamins?
Vitamins.
Vitamins?
I've heard people pronounce vitamins.
Very weird. Makes no sense. But Lane Kiffin still ruffling feathers in the sport of college football. The other story I needed to mention, but I won't have time to really get deep into, we all agree, right, that we were taught that like when bears and stuff go into hibernation, they're like sleeping for the winter or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Apparently we got ball sacked on that.
What?
Did another guy get bit?
In breaking news, hibernating species don't actually sleep for the entirety of the winter. Okay, and we'll have to get into the science behind some of this a little bit later, perhaps.
They lied to us.
But yeah, they lied to us.
Another lie.
What the hell is hibernation then?
Another damn lie. There's a book out there called Lies My Teacher Told. It's an amazing book, too, by the way.
I hope this is in there. If not,
it needs to be.
Add a chapter about how the Bears are not actually sleeping the entire time, because we were always envious of the Bears.
Yeah.
But
sounded amazing.
And it still does. Like, as you read into it, like they're clearly just like, this is time for laziness. You're so lazy that the Bears may even stop breathing for minutes on end, because they're shutting everything off. But they're not actually sleeping throughout winter, and I felt like we've been ball sacked our entire lives. Now, to your DMs and to the fan cam, Carter Freeman, your time to shine. This is the sports fight of the week. This is incredible. We go to Petco Park in San Diego, California, where we have two Padres fans getting after it. You'll see them in the stands, one up, one row a little bit higher. I think that guy generally has the advantage in these situations, but not today. Now he's getting cocky with it. He's a young dude.
He said, hit me here, hit me here.
He's like, yeah, he's patting he's doing kissy stuff. He thinks he's Mike Tyson. He's wearing a wife beater and shorts that are a bit too tight.
Ooh, he just got hit with that left.
Boom! All of a sudden now, there it is. Blood's coming down the face. Girlfriend saying, "Oh no, please, no,
You gotta be active. You gotta throw some punches, man."
Now he's still talking mess as blood is spewing out of his mouth, and he didn't land a single punch himself, but he ate about 12.
With all that dodging and weaving, bro, you gotta drop your hands.
Yeah,
I mean,
drop your hands too.
You gotta throw.
Let them hands go.
I mean, come on. He's just waiting to get hit.
The first 10 seconds, it's the cockiest you've ever seen somebody. Like, hit me here. Come on, kiss me. You can't hit me. And then, bow!
Yeah, it looked good at first, but after a while,
look good.
When
he got clipped.
They should have broken it right there.
Yeah, it should have been done right there. Unfortunately, now his mouth blood is all over his wife beater.
Yeah, they're connecting now. He's having a fight.
Oh, yeah.
And it's too late.
You lose your girlfriend that day too, right? No way, girls walking out of you with her head up.
Yeah.
It's a
long ride home.
She's leaving with the other guy. Ride home, real quiet. You're looking for tissue in the glove compartment. She's telling, I tried to stop you.
You're trying to change the subject. Like, what do you want for dinner?
It's really bad, bro.
What do we got going? Yeah, it's a bad deal. Big time L to the Padres fan. There it is. Thursday throuple.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
It's time now for NFL News of the Day. Wolchuk, what do we say?
We got trades, extensions, and this quarterback could be Schmuck of the Week. That's next in the nation.
I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington at Hearst Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's a big day in the NFL. Cowboys had their final padded practice of training camp yesterday. Will conclude preseason. And teams are, starting to enter that preparation for Week 1. And for more on the NFL news of the day, here's Wolchuk.
Just 2 weeks from tonight, it's real football. It's starting. Yeah. These ones will count, as we'll have Ravens and Chiefs. We do have preseason football on tonight. I believe this one's going to be on Amazon Prime. I think it's going to be Al Michaels and Herbie on the call. That's going to be a Colts matchup against the Panthers, and Bryce Young will be starting for Carolina in their preseason finale. I think Anthony Richardson might get some run as well for Indianapolis. So you might be able to see both of those quarterbacks tonight on Amazon Prime as we get the final week of the preseason. But 2 weeks from tonight, these things are going to count. And some interesting news regarding a trade in the division that came out today. And I was like, what the hell are you doing, Washington? As they traded their former first-round pick, Jahan Dotson, and a 2025 fifth-rounder to the Eagles in exchange for a third-round pick and 2 7s in 2025. So now the Eagles have a wide receiver 3 to complement A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Jahan Dotson. And I saw Cam Wolfe, who does an excellent job covering the NFL for ESPN, and he said in his time that he spent with the Commanders last week, it was clear that Jahan Dotson just needed a fresh start. It was shaky during camp for him, and when Dan Quinn was asked about who's going to be the wide receiver 2, he listed 2 receivers before he even got to Dotson's name. So they might just have seen enough from him. They've also got Luke McCaffrey, who they drafted late out of Rice, that it could step up and be pretty good for them. Yeah, so I guess Washington just decided this dude's not going to work out for us, but to trade him to Philadelphia, hate to see them possibly get better. That's a pain in the ass.
He was a pretty productive player last year.
Yeah, he definitely flashed. Had some moments.
That one, to me, when you start to think about it, this is the danger that you have when you're kind of locked in on one team. And then the Commanders, I always kind of thought of the skill players that Dotson was a guy that you were going to have to worry about.
Me too.
And, now all of a sudden
it's
like, that's also happens too. You get these high draft picks. These guys didn't draft them, and they're so quick just to move on from guys.
That's a good point. Different regime.
Different regime.
Ownership.
And they just say, you know what, we're not. And I didn't think Jahan Dotson was a bad football player coming out of Penn State.
I thought his game would fit really well with Jaden Daniels, who throws a pretty deep ball.
Yeah, me too. So, but going to Philly, that
hurts.
That does.
That makes them. I mean, they didn't have a wide receiver 3. Now they do. We got to hope that maybe Jahan Dotson just isn't any good. But I think we've seen him be able to play in the NFL. It's not like our guy Jalen Reagor, of course, Waxahachie's own. We love you, Jalen, but I mean, he just didn't pan out. Dotson could end up being a find for them. Dawson, you mentioned Lane Johnson gave a timetable on his retirement. He said he wants to play another 2 to 3 years. But holy cow, we talked about the beef that the Georgia Bulldog offensive line is bringing to the table this year.
Oh my gosh, dude! Just like they're all 6'6", 350 pounds or whatever.
Eagles are doing the same damn thing.
Really?
Left tackle Jordan Mailata is moving to the right side. He's going to play next to Lane Johnson. They've got Mekhi Becton. Now, we'll see if Becton can stay healthy.
They moved him to guard?
Yes, he's going to play left guard.
Okay.
So their offensive line now weighs a combined 1,053 pounds, and they're all over 6'6". That is a massive unit up front for the Eagles.
Hold on, you said 5 guys over 1,053 pounds? Is
Yes.
that 1,500?
1053 is the number.
1053?
Yeah, 1053 pounds of offensive line.
But there's 5 of them, right?
There's 5 of them.
So that's 210 pounds each. You see what I'm saying? 210.6.
Wolchuk, did you have your calculator malfunction again?
This is CBS Sports. So they gave me that number. But when they're lined up next to each other, that's what it's telling me, and they're all over 6'6".
Okay, read it again just a little bit slower. What are they telling you?
Hopefully they're athletic.
Jordan Mailata.
Yeah.
Lane Johnson, Mekhi Becton, 1,053 pounds.
Okay, so just those 3
offensive
guys.
linemen lined up next to each other, all over 6'6".
Okay.
That's nice. Now we're averaging like what, 330, 337?
I mean, Becton's a big boy.
Yeah.
Becton's a big boy. And then you got Landon Dickerson as well, who My
big trio.
Maybe a little bit lighter, about 250, 260 or so, but also could be pretty good for them as he slides in and replaces Jason Kelsey. We got to hope that he's not good. What are you giggling about over there, Brian?
Are we not the smartest show on radio?
Hey, dude, Walchuk.
I've always said don't ask me about numbers, but I did read those three names, and I gave you the number. And then Dawson threw out 5.
I just let you get away with it.
The delivery was okay with it, and then all of a sudden now the 5's thrown in there.
Once I got the 5, now I was like, okay, now my calculation.
Now I don't know what's going on, but I gave you the 3 names and the number, which was correct.
Yeah, no, for sure. Your reporting was factual.
I'm glad that Dawson stepped up because I was just going to let it ride. I was
confused because I thought you were telling me the offensive
entire
line
total
of 1,000
Those 3
pounds.
guys just next to each other on their offensive line is 1,053 pounds, which is a lot.
That's impressive.
Just with 3 dudes?
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's beefy right there. We also had Cade York, kicker from Prosper, local dude. He's a badass. He's now been traded to the Commanders, so he's in the division.
Oh, wow.
But the Commanders were active today. 2 big trades for them.
Yeah.
Browns trading him to the Commandos. Commandos saying bye-bye Jahan Dotson.
How much does he weigh?
I have no idea. That's a good question. Maybe 200 pounds.
Cade York? I bet he's sub 200.
You think so?
I'm on it.
That's fine.
He actually is a pretty little dude.
I got it pulled up.
If I remember him. A.J. Terrell of the Falcons got himself a big 4-year, $81 million extension. Got $65.8 million.
206.
6'1", 206. Yeah, Cade York.
200.
Got a little
Nailed
beef
that
on
one
him.
right around there.
Yeah.
Thick.
Wow.
Thick legs, tree trunks right there. That's how he can kick the ball so
He kind
far.
of looks like Tony Romo a little bit in the face.
Does he?
Yeah. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, I think he looks like Peyton Russell. You see that mustache?
Oh, my gosh. He does have a Russell stash.
Too.
There's a little Peyton in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a little bit of Peyton in there. And then we got an update here on this flag football deal. Now, I'm excited about this.
Every
now,
man's a nightmare, right?
I saw that quarterback dude running around. We got a shot with that guy, right?
Okay.
Can he throw it?
Well, so you mentioned that quarterback dude. So the NFL and the NFLPA are actually working to allow NFL players to compete in 2028.
Until one of them gets hurt.
Yeah, maybe. Either
Sand
way,
volleyball.
It's part of the game, dude. You rub some dirt on it and you go play.
Yeah,
Actually, I don't think you can get,
Edwards.
You can't get hurt in flag football.
Rub some sand on it and everything's good.
It's a contact-free sport, dude.
Yeah,
you can't even get hurt in that sport.
But look, basketball, we got our guys going out there, they're playing, right? And we didn't have any injuries, thank God. So that worked out all right. Flag football.
Yeah, flag football's no more. It's no more physical than basketball.
We're going to put them out there, okay? I think if the
Micah?
NFL players have the opportunity to play, Micah's definitely going to want to go out there and play. 100% he is, and he's probably going to be a badass. But the actual U.S. flag football team is not happy about this. And we had Darrell Doucette, the U.S. flag football quarterback, was interviewed on TMZ. Is he schmuck of the week for this comment?
At the end of the day, I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game. I know he's right now the best in the league. I know he's more accurate. I know he has all these intangibles. But when it comes to flag football, I feel like I know more than him.
I don't think that's a smuck. He's trying to say that as a flag football quarterback, he's got more intangibles than Mahomes.
So when there's less players and like when there's less
The way you play the
understanding.
game. The way you play the game, I think, is what he's trying to say.
That's what he's trying to say.
I don't think he's saying that he's better than Mahomes.
I just don't think
he's saying if you're playing a flag football game, he's saying you want him. You don't want Pat Mahomes is what he's saying.
And I'd say that I would take Patrick Mahomes in a heartbeat.
Flag football teams beat pros, though.
Yeah,
They
I don't
do.
think they're going to beat NFL
there's-
teams.
Maybe not if the NFL teams practice, but like the difference in the rules and the plays, like there's entirely different reads. If he's the best flag football quarterback, I wouldn't be surprised if he's better for his team in the short term than Mahomes.
These kids
Mahomes
from
wanted to commit
Texas
to it.
are so ready when it comes to the 7-on-7 that they do every summer. Mahomes was part of this.
Right.
They play it.
Man,
Is this 11
know how
on
to
11?
do
I'm not
this.
blaming the guy because
What's flag football? What's the numbers?
It's like 5-on-5 or
Yeah.
7-on-7.
Like to think that Mahomes wouldn't be able to maneuver 5 guys in a secondary. Like to think that making everything easier for him to read without a pass rush in his face. To think that he wouldn't be dynamite, absolutely nasty behind the back and crap like that.
I'm
You're
just
nuts.
saying these guys that have committed their lives to it have played against NFL teams and they beat them.
No, 100% they have, but just specifically at the quarterback position, I think I'm taking Mahomes over this dude. I mean, I get where he's coming from, I don't think that Mahomes would have any issue. And he's played 7-on-7 before. He did it growing up at White House, Texas.
Do you guys feel like there's going to be a $60 million quarterback playing in this flag football thing?
No.
No, there's no way. No way they're letting any of these real quarterbacks, these 55 million, Joe Burrow, no.
You can say real.
I mean, it's not tackle. You don't think so? You don't think they'll let him out there if they want to go out there and play?
Hell no. No. Absolutely not.
Well, I don't think the NFL and the NFLPA would even be talking about it if they didn't want him to do it.
If they're trying to get a path for skill guys that want to play. I don't think any team in their right mind is going to let their quarterback go play if he's a $55 million a year quarterback.
I can understand the team definitely not wanting him to do it, but man, I don't know. It might end up happening, or else I don't see why the competition.
You'll tell me the NBA does it. I understand.
I just don't think the Players Association would even want to have the conversation. I just don't think it would be a talking point. They would just say the NFL players aren't going out there. The fact that they are makes me wonder. Maybe we will.
I couldn't see Patrick Mahomes playing in this flag football Olympics.
I still would take Mahomes over, and I get it. Like as a team, like 7-on-7, they're doing this every day. You're throwing a random group of NFL players. Maybe they could win, but just at quarterback, I still am going to take Patrick Mahomes over that dude.
That's a bold take by you, Wolchuk, and I'm going to stand right by you.
Thank you. A lot of texts coming in, standing with the flag football guys. At quarterback, I don't think it's going to matter that much. Trent Williams, who is the biggest holdout of the 49ers right now, might be coming back soon. His buddy, Deshaun Jackson, who is on FS1, he's an analyst right now for them, gave us a little insight, had a phone conversation with Trent Williams.
I don't think we need to panic so quietly. I just was on a phone call with my boy Trent. We call him the big boy, man. He's the gorilla, man. He's working out. And when I say he working out, he in that gym, man. So, and you know what, a little insight, I don't want to talk too much, but I'm going to give y'all a little something, man. They working on something, man. I think they're going to make it right for my boy to come in there, man. He might be showing up a little late. He got some fines and some fees he might have to take care. But he going to be there, man. So, for the Niners fans, it's going to be all right. So y'all take it easy. But honestly, man, he'll be there shortly.
Be there shortly.
He didn't want to say much, but he said a lot.
He's going to be there by the end of the week.
Yep.
And that'd be a big get for the 49ers. They don't have Trent Williams. I'm very, very nervous for
Nobody wants to miss game checks.
No.
Nobody.
So CeeDee Lamb, he's shown up week one?
I don't.
We're not worried about it.
I am not worried about CeeDee Lamb. I think that CeeDee Lamb is not going to miss $1 million a week playing football. That's my take.
Agreed. There's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, Wolchuk. NFL News of the Day most every afternoon, 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll continue along with the Cowboys conversation in a C-note. Cowboys News of the Evening's coming up next year on The Fan.
Fellowship.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How Micah Parsons' conversation with NFL OGs shifted the Stars' leadership approach. That's the story out of the morning news today. We'll take a look at that and others here in the Cowboys news of the evening. We call it the C-Note. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Yeah, Parsons sought out the likes of Tom Brady, Ray Lewis, Richard Sherman, and Andrew Whitworth in an effort to improve as a leader. I think, maybe the blinking light in a lot of people's minds right now is how could we see another story about this and then he ghosts the team on OTAs. And, it'd be interesting to maybe ask him some follow-up questions on that, like, what's your philosophy on being around all the time at these OTAs? Do you think it's possible to be a team leader and not attend these, and how that impacts it? But he admitted that he fell short in the leadership department last year, decided it's not going to happen again. He was sitting around at the NFL at Delilah Lounge inside the Wynn Las Vegas hotel when Richard Sherman got on him about the Cowboys' playoff loss to the Packers. There was Andrew Whitworth, recently retired O-lineman, talking to Parsons about maturity. Parsons took everything to heart during the offseason. He also had discussions with Tom Brady, the GOAT among QBs. He talked to Brady at least 4 or 5 times. Parsons also had words with Ray Lewis, the GOAT of linebackers at the Pro Bowl. And in this story here from Calvin Watkins, Parsons admits he was in denial. I think it was a harsh reality and a reality check for me within myself and my self-evaluations. I got to do the best that I can, not only to make myself better, but bring along other guys. And I feel like I needed that, and I had the conversations early on. And you want to strike when the iron's hot. He says, I kind of went to my mentors. How do I approach this? How do I get better at this? This is a task I never had to take on in my life. I think my whole life I was pretty much Micah's going to do what Micah's going to do. I just expected everyone else to do that. As you learn leadership, some people need a pat on the back and some people need a push-up. And then the final quote that Calvin used, he says, if we lose, I just wanted to be like I didn't do everything that I could to make everyone else around me better. I think last year I didn't check that box, and that's something I want everyone on the same level. And I could see all of these quotes applying to this story if it also included, and I realized I should have been at OTAs, but that's not in there. So I think that's interesting because those two things seem like fairly opposed to one another. What do you guys think?
I think it's a step for Mike, and I loved hearing this. I do think that it backs up a lot of the criticism and frustration that we talked about this offseason because he's acknowledging it himself that he didn't do a good enough job. And you're right. I would have liked to have heard that as well. Gavin, about the OTAs, because, I mean, when you've got the installs and you can help out some of these new young players, and clearly Mike McCarthy wasn't happy about it, but at least he's acknowledging and doing some self-reflecting and wanting to improve in that area. I mean, I think a lot of the stuff that has at least rubbed me the wrong way at times is he's kind of wanted to point the finger at others instead of, pointing the finger at himself. And this is one of the first times that I've really kind of heard him do some self-reflection and look in the mirror. Where can I be better? And I mean, he's young. He can still mature. There's a lot of areas to improve. I would love to see him go in a positive direction this year when it comes to the leadership role.
Brian, can you miss OTAs and be a great leader?
Don't think so. I mean, to me, the bigger thing is if he's wanting to have a change in his life as far as football life, I watch him quite a bit during practice because I want to see how he interacts with teammates. They do one-on-one pass rush drills. He goes and runs sprints by himself. He's not. Now, he's probably saving everybody a lot of embarrassment on the offensive line by going over there and running sprints on his own. He's probably saving, but, let's be honest. Guyton needs to work. Steele needs to work. The Awesome Richards needs to work.
You need those looks against elite quickness.
You do. And he chooses, there's practices that he chooses not to be a part of, or there are periods of practice where he just chooses not to be a part of it. And I watch that. I'm thinking, okay, is he doing this, like I said, because he doesn't want to embarrass teammates? Because he can't. He's one of the best players you have. He's one of the best players in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
The Rams didn't have an answer for him when they practiced together. The Cowboys, his own teammates, don't really have an answer for him either.
And I don't know what you guys gathered when we were there, but it does seem like he is doing some leadership stuff.
He's kneeling. He's talking to Nealon quite a bit. When they get together in drills and stuff, he is constantly, Marshawn Nealon and him are talking about things. That part of it I see. But there are still some things where he will go independently while the team is doing an activity all together. So you don't know, is that something that he just doesn't want to? He didn't practice the other day. He just, he was dressed out, ready to go. Didn't participate in anything that they did.
Have you done any asking around on that in terms of
when you ask questions like that, you get the answers that we all have been talking about here the last several weeks.
Okay.
You get that answer.
Now, how unique is it? Where have you seen a player like that before?
Can't tell you.
Okay.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you one that rare of a player. One of the best players in the league ever. To
but just like a really awesome player
it might be something. It might be something that that they're okay with. They're okay. I would think that even if he was standing over there helping Marshawn Nealon with his pass rush stuff, would be better than him. And he's not just standing around. He's going over the other field by himself and running sprints.
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to do something.
Right.
I think he's awesome. I think there's at least parts of his heart that are in a great place to be a leader, and I don't think we can rule it out that, he's figuring out a way to be inspiring and kind of coaching himself through becoming a leader. But man, it would be the most unique kind of leadership profile when it comes to a lot of these things, like just being there and, supporting the guys and not, being and it's perfectly fine to be a lone wolf head hunting quarterback sacker. That's a badass type of personality to have as well. I just find it interesting, and I would have loved an opportunity to interview him in Oxnard and maybe dig a little bit more into this one. His leadership philosophy. Maybe it leaves plenty. Maybe in his mind, he's leading by saying, guys, if you got your craft worked out, you don't need to come here and take time away from your off season. If you know how to rush, take care of it and show up ready to rock. And, here's a way to eliminate injury, or to put contract pressure on him by not showing up to these things. Maybe that's, maybe that is leadership to him.
I don't know. I don't know if he'll change. And I say this in respect. I don't know of him in the OTAs and mini camps. We've talked. I think Micah Parsons, and I've said this a bunch, I think he hates classroom football. I do. I don't think he wants to be a part of. I have to come in here and talk about this and learn this and this, that, and the other. I don't think he wants to be a part of that. I think Micah Parsons just wants to go out there and play. And to him, OTAs and mini camps are really classroom football. And I don't think things will change for him for that. I just don't.
Okay, we got John Machota in The Athletic delivering 10 players we're watching in Cowboys preseason finale against the Chargers. A man that ended up being a polarizing player after completing 15 of 23 attempts, I think for 4.9 air yards per attempt. Trey Lance, what are you hoping to see from him in the finale, Brian? Pushing the ball downfield, bigger plays?
Yeah, I mean, against the Raiders, he was 7 of 8 against the blitz. Well, I'd be interested to see in this game. It will be all 3s and 4s playing. You know, he has a chance probably to look pretty good in this football game. Last week, I think that Mike tailored the game plan to fit him a little better. If he had to play, that's the avenue that you have to go to maybe win a game with him. I think he is playing right now to see if he's going to be the backup quarterback to Dak Prescott. If he goes out there and flops around and doesn't have a very good game, we could see Cooper Rush as the number 2. But if he goes out there and I know it's 3s and 4s, but if he shows Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy and all that it's gotten better each week from week 1 to week 2 to week 3, I think he's battling for the second quarterback spot right now.
I mean, that's what you'd have to want if you're the Joneses. You know, get him into a situation where maybe it gives you a little bit of leverage. Okay, number 2 is Mazi Smith. I think once you sign Linval Joseph, that's probably a pretty clear sign, you know, that it's not coming together for the young defensive tackles here on this football team. I don't. You can't cut him. Obviously, he's got a first round contract. That wouldn't make sense. But I think this was a huge training camp because you had the ability to say, okay, year 1 didn't go well. I'm going to put everything I got into making sure I'm ready for this one. And it wasn't that much better. I don't know if there's any hope to still be salvaged here, Brian.
No, they might be. They might not be done at the position too. Just kind of hearing some whispers there. I would keep an eye on. We have a final cut down next Tuesday, so I would keep an eye on that position. There might be still some action there.
An exciting one is Deuce Vaughn, though, isn't it? Yeah. Going into preseason game 3, I want to see if he can do it again with this new, more urgent running style that he's using.
Yeah, there's people around that, you know, the writers that the beat writers that cover the team. When you start to ask them about their 53, they're all believing that maybe Deuce is not going to make this team.
Yeah, he looked good in the preseason last year. It's amazing how good you can look at the preseason game and not have anything, I guess.
Yeah.
I want to see. I mean, that's a dude that needs to get a heck of a lot more than 5 carries. I don't need to see Royce Freeman run the football anymore. I've seen that before.
That's
I don't
the
need
thing
to see
about
Malik
it.
Davis run the football anymore. I've seen that. This needs to be a Trey Lance, Deuce Vaughn. These are the 2 guys that are playing for 4 quarters, and let's see what you got in them, dude. I mean, Deuce gives you a little element of something that you don't have with any of these other guys. I don't know. Does that mean Royce Freeman makes the team? Royce Freeman's making the football team. Malik Davis making the football team. I don't understand what those guys provide.
Royce Freeman and Zeke are very similar. Royce might be better than Zeke right now. They're not cutting Zeke.
Right. Zeke should be a part of it. Every time I mention Royce Freeman's name and Malik Davis's name, it should be Zeke's name as well. But the fact of the matter is that's your RB1.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of not exposing Zeke in a way that we can even evaluate him.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. Speaking of evaluating, have you seen enough from Marshawn Nealon? Does he need to play anymore in the preseason?
Don't think so. He might be your starter at right end.
Yeah.
I think he's already played more than he needed to play. I mean, after that Raider game, I've seen him.
We're good here.
Yeah,
he gets
we're good.
It, man.
Yeah, he's
that dude knows.
It's fine.
Is he your best rookie?
Well, if Guyton is, they've got the only rookie that hasn't done anything has been Thomas, and that's because he's been hurt. Everybody else has shown up at this.
Class looks pretty damn strong right now.
Yeah,
you're going to get at least
class.
4 big contributions from the 2 offensive linemen, Leofau at linebacker, and then Nealon.
Yep.
Number 6 is Leofau. How good are we talking here?
Tell you what, though, he was not very good against the Rams. He got much better against the Raiders. Played with more awareness. He wasn't guessing. His ability to get to the football. And when you watch them in practice, when they play their base defense, they've been out with Overshone and Clark. Clark came back yesterday, but he's been getting work with the ones. He's got a really good feel for the scheme and how to be involved in it.
Number 8 is Cooper Beebe. Has he taken this job now effectively?
I believe it's his job, so I don't think I would play Cooper Beebe at all if it was me in this game, just to the fact that you're going to need him to start.
Let's go.
And how good do you think he's going to be as a rookie? Is this like a go get him and figure it out while you're on it, or is he coming out here as a guy who can help you out in the running and passing game?
The thing that'll be hard for him initially is, though, that when you line up across some of these defensive lines is the awareness that you have to play. If you're uncovered, then you have to be able to help. You have to be aware where blitzes are coming from. You have to make calls. You have to make sure the snap's there. You have to be a calming influence, and hopefully he won't get overwhelmed in the middle. I don't think he will. He looks like he's taken to it pretty well. The snaps have been fine. We'll just see. It's going to be a different bit of competition, but the guys that he's been going against at times have challenged him. With the Rams have challenged him. The Raiders have challenged him. Maybe not so much his own guys inside, but those other teams have challenged him, and he's been pretty good.
College football super segment coming up at 4 o'clock, but up next, it's Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking it, man?
Yeah, I've got some things with this Linval Joseph that we need to talk about. He's going to be probably your new one technique, and we'll do that next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, y'all.
Well, thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Dallas College. Your future begins here, and here's the king himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Dawson, you're missing all the in-game conversation we're having here about Ruben just came in telling us about how he just ran a 10K.
10K.
A 10K. Ooh. He was trying to get under an hour, and he went
did
over
it in 63 minutes.
63 minutes. So we're
only crapped his pants once during the run.
Yeah, that's the conversation we're having, because then Ruben's like, "Yeah, I'd like to get into the marathon running," and then
Portillo?
And then
Portillo, man.
Chief's like.
I didn't even know he was training. Did he just go out and run a 10K?
He's been running.
He's been doing some running.
I think he was doing it when we were out in Oxnard.
What a beast!
That's right.
He was doing a lot of running. By the way, that weather is really conducive to doing a lot of running. We all know
good
that.
Running weather.
Good running weather right there for sure. But that's but the conversation. Chief will discourage you from trying anything to do with a marathon.
I just said make sure you Band-Aid up your nips so you don't start bleeding from the nipples like Broadus used to during his marathoning days. I'm just trying to give this guy tips of the trade.
Eat a lot of Alfredo
all
before.
Over himself and all that.
Carb load and stuff like that.
Pee. Yeah.
Diapers, all that.
Eric was giving
wipes.
Great advice.
Thank you.
Great advice. Yeah. So if anybody out there needs advice on running, feel free to, when you start your training program, we'll just give Eric a shout on Twitter.
If you're thinking about doing something stupid like a lot of running, come to me first and let me see if I can,
talk you out of it.
Get you a little common sense back in your brain.
Don't do that.
All right. Hey, can I give a real quick shout out to Todd Archer of ESPN?
That.
Todd Archer took care of me yesterday to get me. I was on that red-eye flight coming home last night. They would have got me in at 5:20 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Archer's like, "Bro, let's go for it. Let's try and get on this earlier flight, 6:45." And I was a little nervous about it because it was a standby situation. Yeah. But Archer, and first off, Archer, you know me, I like to get to the airport, get settled and all that. And all of us, when we travel together, we wait too long.
Yeah.
Archer had that thing down to where we only had to wait about an hour. Like by the time he's like, "Let's go have lunch." Okay. Yeah, let's have lunch. Okay.
Broadus is stressed out at lunch.
I am stressing at lunch thinking,
we got a flight to catch. Midnight. We need to leave. You want to have lunch at 2:30. We have a flight at midnight.
Archer, yeah. Well, no, that's the thing about it. No, we're trying to get on to standby. We made it work. We made it work. But Archer did a really good job of like, he's like, "Let's go to lunch." I'm like, "Okay." And then we're sitting around talking with Machota and Sod, and we're just kind of visiting. And the next thing it's like, okay, we got to return the car, right? And he's like, yeah. Got to put gas in it, yeah. It's like nothing to him.
And then did you tell him that you were going to have to trip and fall at some point?
I told him,
in the middle of the rental car.
By the way, Enterprise bus system has to be the top-rated bus system in the league.
I mean, we were sitting there waiting for ours, and the Enterprise had about, I think, 50 that came through there.
We waited for like 45 minutes for a bus. That was nuts.
Amazing how the bus service for Enterprise was. We got to think about that one next year, because their bus service is like, it was like we were loading. There were 3 buses waiting for us when we got to the checkout area. But again, shout out to Todd Archer for getting us home and getting us to the airport, gets all that, and got home 5 hours earlier than I thought.
I want to be on that flight next year.
Yeah, we were talking about that as well.
Wasn't crowded at all.
Be a good one to do.
Exit row, nothing in front of us, and seat between me and Archer.
And Gosder Sherrillis was not on your flight.
No,
right?
he was
Any
not.
knees in your back?
No knees in my back.
And didn't get urinated on.
Nope.
I'm on a bad run with that one.
Yeah, that was a bad.
You didn't get B-slapped by a former NFL offensive lineman on your flight?
It was,
all right.
We actually arrived 30 minutes early on the flight.
Was there any hands on your back?
No hands on my back.
What about
Not on the small of your back either?
Not on the small of my back.
Wow, dude, you did have a good flight.
It was a good flight.
How about when it pulled up to the gate, did a bunch of people get up and rush in front of you and stand in your personal space?
No, because Archer acted like he was Wes Unseld of the old Washington Bullets, and he stood up and he was blocking out everybody in the lane.
Get wide.
Archer got his backpack. He unbuckled his belt and put on his backpack all in the same motion, and then stood up. And that way, anybody behind him, he was a blocker. And I just okay, thanks, Todd. Appreciate it.
The pro's pro right there.
It's pro's pro. But anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
Buck stops here.
Buck stops here. All right, Linval Joseph. What do you guys think? When you think of Linval Joseph, what's your first thoughts of Linval Joseph?
I would not want to sit next to him on an airplane.
That's an old ass name.
Yes.
An old ass name.
I didn't know we made Linvals ever. I've never heard of another Linval.
No, he's probably the first and only.
You know what, Lucius? You brought that up, and I don't know what's the origin of a Linval.
I don't know, man.
I'm all
It
over
sounds
it.
like you're supposed to say uncle in front of it.
Yeah.
Linval. Uncle Linval.
He's old, though.
He was born with a beard.
He is. He's
That's
30.
what I wonder. How washed is he? How athletic could you still be at that size at that age?
Yeah, the thing about it is we talk about these defensive tackles, and I've said this a couple of times today. I'll say it again. I don't think they're done.
Keep throwing bodies in that rotation.
There's a lot of whispering going on about that position, and I think they're still looking at some other things. So we'll keep an eye on that. Cut down day is Tuesday, and we got a game this weekend that we're going to deal with. But anyway, this guy, matter of fact, we got 2 Buffalo Bills now. With
Phillips,
with Phillips and then Joseph, both were so same game film that I watched. I watched the Dallas film, Kansas City's film, and then Philadelphia's film. This guy is a true nose tackle. He is a true head up, one technique nose tackle. I need to find out why he wears a brace on his right elbow. Need to kind of figure that one out. I don't know. But to quote my buddy Todd Archer, this guy plays with some grown man strength, is what he says. This guy does. He's got some power.
Got some GMS.
Yeah, this is not like the young Mazi or young Rogers or young guys like that. This is a grown man. This guy plays with some strength.
They say the name Linval gives you a strong urge for independence. Ooh. You have asserted your individuality early in life if you're Linval. So
okay,
that
wasn't where I thought that was going, but I appreciate the heads up. This guy can really squeeze.
Definitely a 1776 ass name. That's for sure.
It is.
Linval.
You think Linval was was one of the like he was horseshoeing, making horseshoes?
Yeah, Linval was there.
He was the silversmith, right?
Yeah.
Let's go down to Linval's and get the horses shoed. Right? I think he was
the first ever horse
That's what I was thinking of, right? Blacksmith. Right?
Yeah.
I couldn't think of that name forever.
He's a horseshoer.
He was a horseshoer guy.
Who's making those shoes?
He was the first
Who's
ever.
making the shoes? But our blacksmith here, he really does a good job of squeezing the hole with the best of them. When you see the ball, when the ball is coming inside of him, he will there were several times where he took these centers and just pushed them into the hole to restrict the hole right there. And that's just the power. He can compress blockers into the play. The thing that's interesting about him is, he tends to pop up out of his stance. He's not a go forward.
Come on, Linval. Don't be playing high. Low man wins.
He's a pops up out of his stance and then reacts. The pass rush is all going to be through power. He can get stuck along the line of scrimmage when he gets double teamed. He can be walled off if he goes the wrong way. There's times where you see him pop up and then go to a side, and it's going the wrong way. He needs to
go the right way, Linval. Go the right way.
Go the correct way.
Correct way.
Correct way.
Go the correct way. When he wants to come off the ball, though, he can be a load to deal with. He can be hard to handle. It's hard for him to redirect.
He's so damn big.
Just at that sheer size.
When you get him going one direction, it's really hard for him to get back and go the other way.
He's a force of nature. He's not able to move like the scat backs.
The best chance of him making a stop is right at him. He did miss a tackle in the Philly game, though, when they went out him one time. But other than that, if the ball goes right at him in his direction, he's got a really good shot of making the play. I only saw one time where they used him in a game, twist game, movement stuff. It was only one time, and it really wasn't much.
It's not a strength.
Not much success there. He did a better job of working down the line of scrimmage against Kansas City. It's kind of like he took it personally. He was having to deal with their center, with Creed Humphrey there. Mm-hmm. And Humphrey and him got into some battles. But that was his most active moment, and our most active game was against the Chiefs. He was better playing off blocks. The hand use for control was a lot better. He's got his moments where he is really good, and then there's other moments where blockers control him. They wall him off. They keep him from the play. And that's something you need to be aware of. He could be really tough to block when he's into it, and then there's other times he's just not a factor. But he'll take on his share of double teams as a big guy, and that allow guys around him to make those types of moves and stuff like that. So Dallas, like I said, I think they're still hunting for positions. But this guy, when you start to talk about him and Phillips and those guys, that now you've got some seriously big bodies inside, and they need to find a rotational piece, though, too, with Osa. They can't just let him. I mean, last couple of years, Osa's played 12, 13 games, 14th game, he has 6 tackles in, like 6 games, 7 games. He's got to tackle a game.
Worn down.
He gets wore down. I mean, if you look at his numbers after, say, like week 13, they needed to do something there. So hopefully they've got some guys that can just, in fact, do that for him. So that's what we got right there for those guys.
Terrific stuff, Brian.
Sounds like a big upgrade.
Yeah, it does.
When you talk about them still looking, are we thinking bigger names than what they've done, or guys that get
kind of
cut?
similar names? Kind of similar names. I think they're working on the trade market right now. Is what they're thinking. They're maybe trying to, instead of just going to get somebody that gets released, maybe they're going to try and be a little proactive and go get somebody that they feel like okay, this guy can actually come in and help us right now with this defensive tackle rotation.
If they can get it right, maybe this defense could be pretty dang good here
sure
this year.
Yeah, sure could.
We talk about the run game being down this year, but I thought it was down last year, and they still managed to score 30 points per game.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to rule it out. I need to see both of these rookie offensive linemen show up and have an impact and not get overwhelmed, and this run defense come together. And then, heck, maybe they could be a little better than last year.
I think the run defense will be better just for the fact of the bodies they've added, but also, though, the linebacker room. I think that they've got some guys that can run to the ball, that can finish, that play with some instincts. This room is really, really, it can be very special. Hopefully they can keep all these guys healthy. They got Clark back. We'll see with Overshown. He should be back, but those hip pointers, you just never know with how long they might take.
We'll talk with golf analyst David Feherty coming up at 4:20 here. There was a big golf event in town today. They're promoting what's coming up here in a few months. But a college football super segment is next. Chuck, what do you have?
Transfers, suspensions, and tiebreaker rules. Talk about that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. There was a media event today for the LIV. It included Bryson DeChambeau and David Feherty. And the LIV Golf Team Championship is coming up September 20th through the 22nd in Merido. We're going to talk with David Feherty about that and other stuff coming up here in 20 minutes. It's time now, though, for Zach Wolchuk to deliver a college football super segment for the ages on the eve of college football season. Here's Wolchuk.
Hell yes, we do have college football underway Saturday, 11 o'clock, Florida State, Georgia Tech from Ireland. We're getting it going. It is finally here, and Horns fans,
yeah,
you got a new running back. As it appears, Texas has found a solution to their running back shortage.
Earl Campbell.
They lost C.J. Baxter and Christian Clark to season-ending injuries. They're
Ricky
now
Williams.
pulling from SMU. Former SMU running back Velton Gardner is transferring to Texas. He was previously at Kansas before he went to the Mustangs last year. Had a solid season a year ago with SMU, 505 yards, couple of touchdowns during his stint with the Mustangs.
Wait a minute. We can, go and steal a player right before the season?
Apparently. Velton Gardner is transferring to Texas. He's leaving SMU and he's going to Texas. Skyline product, locally here in DFW.
Wow.
And he's able to play immediately?
Yeah.
Yep.
My goodness.
Yep.
That is, hey, it's the Wild Wild West, dude. We got coaches going to Saudi saying you want to give us some money for our players. We're going all over the place to figure out a way to make ourselves better. I got some sound in the football's finest. Coaches are calling out other teams for stealing their players. So this is it's no holds barred.
I thought there was a point in time where that was the transferring part and all that was over. There's not a day where you can't.
You know what?
You can't
What's
leave.
this kid's name?
Velton Gardner.
Velton.
A lot of these rules now, I'll be honest with you, Brian.
Wild West.
I don't know that they.
All right, so
they're relevant anymore.
So like Florida State, if their quarterback wouldn't have got hurt against, North Alabama or whatever that was late in the year, they could have gone and got a transfer.
No, maybe once they actually play a game, season starts, then it's closed.
I don't know the rules.
But this is preseason now, still technically. Like, we haven't actually started the season.
But you could
that might have been a loophole.
You could look at somebody's roster and then see.
Okay. So it looks like this dude he's entering his 6th season of college football as a grad transfer.
Okay.
And it looks as though he's been in the portal. He just hadn't actually left.
Okay,
so he spent 3 years at KU, transferred to SMU, and now he's leaving SMU.
I have no more discussion here.
I do think the graduate transfers, the rules are a little bit different there.
Okay, that's cool. If he was in the portal and not had an opportunity and he needed to go somewhere, by all means go. I thought maybe he was over here at the Hilltop practicing a little bit, and they kind of said he kind of
went. That would have been crazy.
Yeah, I don't think he was even going to be a starter for SMU.
Well, and he'd been in the portal, so he hadn't even been with the team for months now.
Okay,
so
that
this feels
perfect.
fair.
They're playing the free agency game, like he's a street free agent.
Right.
Is what they're doing. Okay, I see.
Now we've got another suspension in the Big Ten. This one's not for sign stealing, though.
Ferentz.
Yeah, Kirk Ferentz and their assistant coach going to be suspended 1 game. Yeah, a violation related to the recruitment of their transfer quarterback, Cade McNamara, who they got from Michigan.
That was last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2022 this happened, surrounding improper communication with a player and his family prior to him entering the portal. So McNamara technically wasn't named in the school's news release, but it is assumed that he is the player that was brought up in this. But, I mean, if you're Kirk Ferentz and you watch that offense it's like, dude, who cared?
Dude,
his son got fired.
You know what's funny? Yeah, I mean, college football should be suspending. The state of Iowa should suspend him for just the torment that he's done to their fans, just for having the least entertainment in football history. And he's the one pulling the strings. But that quarterback that he was doing whatever violations to recruit was 7 of 21 for 20 yards with an interception for a touchdown, 1 fumbled snap, no touchdowns himself, and was sacked multiple times in the Iowa scrimmage that took place here over the course of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, he's not good. Cade McNamara, not a very good player, but this has been self-imposed by the university in hopes that the NCAA doesn't come in and give them a worse punishment, so they'll miss the first game of the season.
So that Northern Iowa game will no Kirk Ferentz.
How could any offensive player in the country want to put that uniform on? I don't understand how you get a single recruit to want to put that uniform on if you play defense. Great place to be.
Yeah.
Until of course you're losing games 3-0.
I think they actually got an offensive lineman, like a 4 or 5 star.
They do pump out really good linemen.
Yeah, I think they got some. But you're right. But he got rid of his son.
He did.
They got rid of his son.
He had to.
Yeah, his son was the OC, so they got a new OC.
Yeah. And the early returns are 7 of 21 for 20 yards and a pick.
The quarterback's just not any good.
That's Cade McNamara.
Yeah, Cade McNamara.
Yeah, but again, because you can't get anybody that has any type of real legitimate offensive football acumen to want to put that uniform on.
Yeah, they're still a top 25 ranked team every year. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And
it's because their defense
9-10 win in special teams.
In special teams, all three phases except their offense is, literally actively playing defense against their own defense.
They are tight end U though, which is interesting.
Their offense is offensive.
Yeah, T.J. Hawkinson, Fant, George Kittle, now Sam Laporta. Like a lot of tight ends come out of there and are awesome.
Yeah.
So that's one position, I guess, if you're an offensive player, tight ends, I'll go play for Iowa. Now, did you see the SEC tiebreakers they came out with?
I actually, yes.
Dude, this is incredible.
This is going to make for some incredible entertainment.
So I'm really hoping we get to the final tiebreaker here. Number F is where we need to fall.
Number F?
Yeah, F, or letter F. It's a number. Numbers, letters, they're all about the same. Head-to-head competition among the tied teams is number 1, as it should be.
Sure.
Then we'll go to record against all common conference opponents among the tied teams.
There you go.
All right, if that's not working, we're going to go to record against the highest placed common conference opponent in the conference standings, proceeding throughout the conference standings. And if you're still following.
Now you're confusing me, but go ahead. Give it to F. What do we got at F?
We're going then to cumulative conference winning percentage of all conference opponents in the SEC. This is how we're going to decide a champion. Now, if we still can't do it there, we're going to go to capped relative total scoring margin versus all conference opponents.
I want a gunfight then.
I do too, which basically is what we're getting to at letter F here.
A duel.
Or number F.
Just a classic duel. We're doing the Wild Wild West in college football.
We're doing a damn random draw.
It.
A random draw of the tied teams.
Wow.
We're doing it by random draw.
We're putting your names in a hat?
We're drawing out of a damn hat here.
I'm just telling you, I lost a district title in football, a chance of the playoffs.
Dude.
On a draw.
This is exactly what this made me thought of.
Carter High School.
Friday Night Lights. They flipped the coin.
Draw.
Like, hold on, I think this coin's looking a little bit worn. Yeah, that looks like a tails to me. It sure does, doesn't it? And the next thing you know, Odessa Permian's moving on, baby. But this is what we got going on here.
This whole thing's out of order. I don't like it. I think the NCAA should make a rule where you can't have a conference so big that everybody can't play each other. What do you want to do? 14 games? It's max 15 teams.
Whoa.
You know?
I just want to get to the random draw. Imagine how ticked off.
Yeah.
Like Georgia, LSU.
I would kind of like.
Georgia gets the draw. LSU's going
Oh,
home.
that would be, the
like
ratings for that on television. You televise that. You got play-by-play. You got,
all for the draw.
You got Lee Corso putting a mascot head on who he thinks he's about to win the draw. That's going to be
who's going to the Natty? Who's winning the draw?
Entertainment,
all right,
dude.
This is what we need. The conference, I believe it's in Birmingham, is where their office is.
Of course it is.
But we'll do it just in Atlanta. Just say we'll do it in Atlanta.
We're going to do it at the damn 50-yard line.
Birmingham. No, we're going to do it. We're going to do it in Atlanta. We're going to have pick your best 3 players, and we'll pick our best 3. We're going to have a chicken wing eating contest at the club.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we're going to fight to the death.
I thought we were doing chicken fights, like in the pool.
We're going to have
stacking up dudes on shoulders.
You pick your best 3 eaters against our best 3 eaters, and we're going to do it at the club.
You want to have an eat-off?
The eat-off at the club.
A classic, good old-fashioned Atlanta eat-off?
You know what? I think that these
You say your best eaters versus my best eaters.
They might take
my
that
headphones
over
on. That's just my conversation right here, fam.
I'm in on that. An eat-off, 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
I got Chief on my team.
Thank you. I was about to say, dude, can we get some celebrity shots, man, for doing chicken wings?
What's the magic wing place? Where is that?
Magic City.
Magic City, right?
Lemon Pepper Lou.
I might have to go back to high school and catch some of them cats. There's some eaters in high school.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if they changed their lives now. They got kids and everything, and lives don't change. But
you pick your best 3.
Eaters.
Hey, once an eater, always an eater.
You pick your best 3. I'll pick my best 3.
That doesn't change.
I think it's a great idea, Broadus. The amount of hoopla and eyeballs and ratings and just general conversation. This would be taking over.
It would be.
This is exactly what you want. And I think the guy who's setting records for the South Carolina Gamecocks right now is probably the number 1 overall seed in this particular
You maybe get him in the
tiebreaker.
transfer portal.
Yeah, you get him in the portal with
all of a sudden everybody's vying for his services.
Yeah, that dude punished a bunch of 30-something wings in
he crushed it
in 3 minutes or something crazy.
He did. He crushed it. Well, okay, so one of these teams that could be affected is Mizzou.
Because they don't play anybody?
Well, their schedule might be a little bit lighter compared to some of the other in the SEC, and they've got a good squad.
And I mean that is they don't play everybody they're supposed to play, right? They don't play. Well, yeah, they do play everybody. But it's not the Powers.
Yes,
Am I right about that?
They've only got one team that's currently ranked in the top 25 on their schedule, and that's Carter Freeman's Oklahoma Sooners. Yeah. Okay, so they're playing. They're non-conference. They're playing Murray State, Boston College, UMass, and Buffalo. And their head coach Eli Drinkwitz is a little bit nervous about attendance. He's begging people to make sure they come to the games.
Yeah.
But our challenge is we need to sell out this first game. All right, we're a top 11 program in the country coming off a Cotton Bowl win, and in my opinion, if we don't sell out the first game, then that shows me that we're not where we want to be as a fan base yet. Okay, that's just the reality of it. Don't sit on the sideline and wait. Well, it's got to be this game. No, it doesn't. Mm-hmm. Come watch this team and be excited about this team and embrace this team. And the same challenge that I have for our players is let's have a 1-0 mindset. Let's try to be a 1-0 team and be a 1-0 fan base. Don't get excited about the game in November after the bye week. I don't know what that game's going to look like. I know this week next week versus Murray State's the most important game we have. And we need to sell it out because we need to show the rest of the country that we're serious about our program.
Or you could play somebody other than Murray State. It'd be a good match. It'd be a good matchup in basketball. It'd be a good matchup in basketball.
It was kind of funny.
I mean, a classic tune-up game, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It seems
what a shill.
It seems like a lot of teams like A&M's playing Notre Dame. It seems like LSU's playing USC. It seems like we're seeing some teams around the country play legitimate people right off the jump.
No, you ain't lying.
But Mizzou's trying to put themselves into that era, that
era?
Tier of LSU. Every year we're in this conversation.
Yeah.
This is their first time they've really kind of been relevant in the SEC going into this year.
He said we need
They're
to
a
be
good
1-0.
team.
He said we need to be 1-0 as a fan base.
Yeah. I don't know if that
Every
really
day,
rallied the troops there, Coach Drinkwitz, but I get what you're saying.
Just pivot to a cliche whenever you're at the mic.
The
and you don't know what
Blesto
you're
list
doing.
came out, and I think they had the number 1 ranked player in the country.
Did
that
see
wide
that.
receiver.
That
yeah.
wide receiver's
Just need the
damn
fan
good.
base to bring their hard hats to the stadium every single Saturday,
Every
even if it's
Saturday.
Murray State that's
It
in
doesn't
town.
matter. All right, we need you to sell it out. We want people to know that we're real.
If our
here.
gosh dang fan base had their nose to the grindstone the same way we do in here in this locker room, okay, maybe we'd be a team that'd be top 10 instead of sitting on the outside
What
looking
am I
at an
supposed
11
to do
right
if
now.
I bring recruits here? We're playing Murray State. Nobody's in the damn stands. You think anybody's going to want to come here? No, that's what Coach is saying. Get out there, Mizzou fans.
Just make us look good.
Let's go. We need to
1-0
want
as
to
a
know.
fan base.
You want to know today. All right, want to know today. Not in October after the bye. Want to know today. That's what I need from you. Shout out to Dylan Raiola. He's been named the Nebraska starting quarterback, touted true freshman. He's going to start against UTEP on August 31st.
Okay.
What do you think about the Huskers playing UTEP?
Oh, this is Fat Mahomes, right?
No. Well, I mean,
This is Fat Mahomes.
Similar, yeah.
he does have a striking resemblance to Patrick Mahomes.
His dad was a center with the Detroit Lions.
Sure was. It was damn good. And I think this dude's going to be like the next great quarterback. He looks the part.
All right. Looks the part.
I watched him in the spring game. Looks badass.
Looks like Mahomes.
Looks the part.
No, but
Just
literally
a
he
touch
does.
more, bloated.
Like tries to do everything Mahomes-esque. Like the style of play, very similar.
But he's not
It
like the
is
same
bizarre.
number or something.
Even asked his
You don't
dad to
think so?
smoke on that Joe Burrow.
Dylan Raiola, hell of a player. 6'3", 230 pounds. I'm excited there for the Huskers in
230.
Nebraska.
230, they're doing him some favors on that 230.
You think he's around 250?
I thought he had his rib guards
Freshman year,
on one
maybe.
day.
I bet he's actually 6'2", and he's probably 240.
6'2", 240. They're just number flipping there. All right, we got coaches that are talking about Quinn Ewers, some of the other top quarterbacks coming into the season. One of the coaches in the Big 12, he's a Big 12 defense coordinator, said, I think Quinn Ewers is just one of those steady Eddies. He had so much talent around him that really all you've got to do is manage the game. I don't know what he has. Oh, no. Shots fired there. Like, how damn good is Quinn Ewers? We had another coach say Sark does a good job with play action and setting up quick game, just enough RPO stuff, so they'll find a way to move the ball. Ewers will be a good player in that league. He's got better from the first year we saw him to watching him this year. I thought he was a totally different guy. He'll probably keep them competitive. Probably keep them competitive. These aren't exactly like great, high praising words from coaches on Quinn Ewers here.
Yeah. How quickly will we see Manning then?
I mean, look, if they're struggling, then you will. Then you will see them. I mean, I don't think Texas right now in the SEC is going to be waiting to pull the trigger, but you've got a guy in Quinn Ewers who you went to a college football playoff with. I think he's got himself a decent leash, but they did lose quite a bit. I think the offensive line's going to be very good. They did do a great job in the transfer portal. Now you've got question marks at the running back position. But I think right now, coaches, when they're scouting out Quinn, it's like the talent around you is kind of what's making you. I don't know what you're doing to help make the team better just by yourself. It's pretty damning for him.
Yeah.
From some of these coaches. Milroe got some love on here, talking about he's a damn good football player. He throws the ball better than people are giving credit for, and he will kill people with his legs. Jackson Dart, I don't know about his arm.
They're saying watch Mississippi.
Ole Miss could be really good this year.
Yeah,
Ole Miss could be
very
making
good
some
West.
noise.
In the West, they could be very
They
good.
could be. And then, of course, Wagman at Texas A&M. One coach said, I like him a lot. He was athletic. You can hit him a bunch of times, and he just keeps playing. He's a very, very talented kid. If A&M can get him to finally stay healthy, he's 6'3", 220 pounds. Maybe A&M could make some noise.
That's A&M's biggest problem is their quarterbacks just have not stayed healthy over the years.
There you go, college football.
Thank you, Wolchuk. David Feherty is one of the more interesting interviews in all of sports radio, and he joins us to talk about the big news from the LIV Golf Tour and more next year in the nation.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here on The Fan brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, Call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Okay, the Live Golf Tour Team Championship is September 20th through the 22nd at Merido Golf Club in Carrollton. They had a media day today. You can get tickets at livegolf.com. That's livegolf.com. Concerts, VIP sections, and so much more. And David Feherty joins us now to talk about it, among other things. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Man, it's great to hear you. Thanks for coming on with us. How was the event and everything? Come off right?
Yeah, it's been fine. You know, we're the guys played a little golf. Bryson, DeChambeau hit a few balls with each group, and we're going to do a little sort of clinic on the 10th tee shortly.
Now, you're running here with Mr. Popular, right? Bryson DeChambeau, Mr. Popular. Now, everybody likes him. How did he pull this off?
You know, he was a different kid. I think at SMU, and just he's such a nerd. And but he figured it out, and he's made himself really relatable. You know, in the last couple of years, especially with the crowd, he's been absolute box office.
So this is the team championship with Live Golf. What makes this event different?
Well, it's a 4-man team, and these are the team championships. It's been an individual event all year, with the team aspect, but this is purely a team event now, and it's head-to-head match play, and the final round will be stroke play. So it's kind of a Ryder Cup, President's Cup atmosphere. A lot of these teams, we have an Australian team, we have a South African team, we have a European team. It's kind of tribal, and it's really worked.
So, with your experience and being able to observe this, what would you tell the golf fans that aren't familiar with it, and how it compares?
Oh, come out, bring a helmet. It's a different. It's golf but louder. We call it. There's a lot of music. There's a lot of partying around the golf course, and it's a little less sort of staid. It's not as stagnant as golf can be. That's for sure. It's a lot different atmosphere out here at Merido. It will be.
When you mention party, I think of John Daly as it pertains to golf. What's your best John Daly party story?
Oh, wow. I first met John in the late 80s, and it was in South Africa. And I was leading a tournament by a shot with the last round to play, and John was a shot behind me. This is the first time I'd ever laid eyes on him. It was this skinny American kid, looked like he had a divot off both sides of his head, that mullet that he had for a long time. And, we got introduced in the first tee, and I went out in 29 shots, and he was still a shot behind me. He wouldn't go away. And apart from anything else, I hadn't seen him. He was either 100 yards left, 100 yards right, or 100 yards in front of me. And he ended up winning the tournament by a shot. I 3-putted the last, which pissed me off. But, at the prize given, he said to me, I'm going to have a party. Do you want to come? And I looked at him. I thought, that's probably a shitty idea, but I'm going to do it. And by the time I had got to his hotel room in the Santon Sun Hotel, he had spent the check. Yeah.
Wow. That is amazing. David, you've gotten to do some legendary interviews, and I'll say two of the ones that I've been most nervous for that we've gotten to do were Lisa Ann and Jerry Jones.
Wait, do you know who Lisa Ann is?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. That would be a nervous one.
Very nervous, very interesting, but she was fantastic. I wonder for you, have you ever had that kind of nervous interaction prepping to do an interview?
Oh, yeah. I did 5 presidents. I had unbelievable people on that show. It ran for 10 years. There were actors, musicians, business people, politicians, all kinds of criminals. And, what upset me about it is it disappeared into the ether. when I was shooting the last episode of that show, nobody told me it was the last episode. Nobody knew because the Golf Channel moved all of their staff to Stamford, Connecticut, and COVID hit at the same time. And, you know, my crew just evaporated out from underneath me, and the show just went away. There was no explanation, no chance for me to say goodbye or thank you or anything like that. But, you know, it ran for 10 years, and it was, you know, one of the great experiences of my career.
David, when I want to say, I learned that you were a gentleman face-to-face one day when I was at the Byron Nelson, attending the Nelson. I was sitting on the hill at 13, and you were walking up, and you were in a broadcast position as you were walking with your golfers, and you plopped down next to me in a chair, and I offered you a Thin Mint, a Girl Scout Thin Mint. You politely declined, and you said, no, thank you. And then you started into your commentary, and I just sat there and watched you call golfers on the 13th hole. And I want to say, what a great thrill. I've been around a lot of people in my life that are that type of, the broadcasting world. That was the most, say, 6-7 minutes I've ever had in my life hanging around a broadcaster.
That's cool. I'm sorry I didn't accept the Thin Mint, but I was probably sweating like a pregnant nun.
Oh no, you were moist. You were very moist. You had it. Yeah, your shirt was. Your CBS shirt was stuck to you pretty good that day. But you were such a gentleman. You really, really were, and I want to thank you for that experience.
That's a pleasure. And that waist pack, you know, that we had to wear when I was on course.
Yes.
The sweat doesn't flow up in between your shoulder blades.
Right.
Oof. How much Gold Bond do you wear on a day like that?
Oh, the Gold Bond. You know, the thing is with the Gold Bond, if you go in there with a handful and all the rest, and then you go into the air conditioning afterwards, it sets like a plaster cast. You need to be careful to keep moving.
Hey, David, I want to ask you real quick. We had a weird ending to a tournament on the PGA. Have you ever seen anything what Matt Kuchar did the other day in that finish there? And I believe they were in Memphis. Have you ever seen anything where a guy marks and comes back the next day and kind of makes everybody have to come out with him?
No. That's how to make yourself popular in one easy lesson.
Sure.
Yeah, really. That was most unusual, I have to say.
David Feherty here with you on the Fan. Are you good? You got a couple of minutes? You got to go, Dave.
Oh, hey, I'm here all night.
Right on, man. Hey, because I wanted to get a chance to ask you about, you know, what this means for our, you know, transitioning North Texas golf scene. It feels kind of like we're hitting the big time here with the Live Tour event and other things happening. What would you say about, you know, what's going on or what is the latest with the North Texas golf scene?
Well, you know, the Live Golf League is a different product. It's an entirely different golf experience, but it's a phenomenal field. And the difference really, you know, between the PGA Tour and you know, Live or the DP World Tour is we have the same field, that same, you know, world-class field every week that we play. We only play 14 weeks out of the year, but it's the same, you know, 54 players. You know, for instance, last week we had Brooks Koepka and John Rahm fighting it out, you know, over the last few holes with a bunch of other players up there as well. So, yeah, I mean, to have this in Dallas, especially for me as a Dallas resident, you know, it's pretty special.
So is there a nickname for an Irish Texan?
An Irish Texan? Oh, that's a good question. You know, I've been an American for 15 years, but I haven't passed the Texan exam yet. It's a good deal more stringent, and it should be.
I hear you, buddy. I've moved here 15 years ago myself, and I figure we could compare notes pretty good on what it takes. But in the meantime, we'll have our eyes peeled on the Live Golf Tour Team Championship, September 20th through the 22nd at Maridoe. David, thank you so much for your time here on The Fan.
It's a pleasure, fellas.
Salute. There he goes, David Feherty here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, where are we going next? We'll check. It's top 10 time, right?
Yeah, let's do the top 10. Put up a poll for the Tolos to decide. And, well, they want to go with the top 10 Texas high school football players of all time. 877-881-1053. Let's get the text line rolling. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5:20, we'll hit the Expressway. You're about 45 minutes from LA Live. It's time now, though, for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, the Woolly Bully. Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. We are getting close to the start of Texas high school football season. Scrimmages will be taking place across the great state today, tomorrow, next week. We'll get the first games underway for the majority of the classifications. But 877-881-1053, who do you think are some of the best high school football players ever in the great state of Texas? Do have a couple of football news just to take care of right now, a couple of items. General Booty, he's been named the starting quarterback for Louisiana Monroe. So he transferred from OU. Now he's going to get his shot as a starter. Shout out to General Booty.
Nice, dude.
We're rooting for you, man.
He's been cleaning up with the endorsement deals and stuff like that with the NIL.
Hell yeah.
He's got his own Booty brand.
As he should.
Yeah.
As he should. I mean, the Booty's a really great family. And the Bucks, we mentioned that they released Randy Gregory earlier this week. Saw one person, Aaron Wilson of the NFL, who covered the Houston Texans for the Baltimore Sun, and he worked at the Baltimore Sun, is saying that he believes that Randy Gregory is expected to retire. So we might be on the lookout there for a potential retirement announcement from Randy Gregory.
Could be right about that.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
We love you, Randy.
People were asking me if I'd like to see Randy play here. And I said, I don't think it's possible. I said, I wish. Because I like Randy as a person.
Great dude.
Yeah. But, then the guy checked me, like, wish. He doesn't want to play football anymore. I'm like, yeah, thanks for checking me there, pal.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then breaking news, the Mariners have fired manager Scott Service, according to ESPN and multiple other outlets. So be a new manager there in Seattle. Disappointing season. I mean, that's a team with a ton of talent. They were vying, of course, for the AL West crown. It seems like Houston is going to end up getting that one. But Scott Service now, he's been sacked in Seattle.
Yeah, the M's are having a tough time of it. They've lost 8 of 10. They're 5 games back. And he's been on the job for a long time.
Yeah, he
I
has.
can see the frustration builds up, and they thought this was going to be their year. You're not going to avoid it when it comes swinging for you like that. Plus, they had the big 6-game losing streak just a couple weeks back,
and the offense just hasn't been good. They made some moves at the deadline and still hasn't worked out. So the writing was kind of on the wall there. Just wondered if they'd wait till after the season, but they made the move now to move on from Scott Service. All right, let's get into the top 10 all-time greatest Texas high school football players. 877-881-1053, 214 texting in Mahomes. Texas is the GOAT. Sergio Kindle, Woodrow Wilson. Gosh, Sergio Kindle at the University of Texas was incredible. Gets drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. If he didn't have that injury.
On a staircase, I think he fell on
a
staircase, dude.
Could have been incredible. Sergio Kindle was a badass. Darren Lewis, running back.
Carter.
All-time leading rusher in WSC history. Got more Pat Mahomes love. Quan Cosby from Mart, Texas. Quan Cosby was a badass.
3rd and Cosby.
Of course, yes, 972. Shout out to Superman, a.k.a. Rex Burkhead, Plano Zone. Definitely one of the best I got to watch growing up. He was incredible.
Oh, you watched all right.
All right. I sure did, baby. Earl Campbell, Jesse Armstead.
These are honorable mentions?
You're just getting texted in.
Oh, okay.
People are just firing off texts.
All right.
Von Miller, DeSoto, Myles Garrett, Arlington Martin being texted in. Of course, Kyler, Jonathan Gray, Adrian Peterson, Matthew Stafford of Highland Park, Vince Young getting some love. I mean, it's just an embarrassment of talent that we've got here to go through. Dan Campbell, Glenn Rose, DeBrian Blanton, class of 02, Forney Jackrabbits, was a running back from the 972 getting texted in.
Robert Griffin was pretty good.
RG3, absolutely.
Copper's Cove.
Michael Crabtree.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's another great one. No question. Baker Mayfield being texted in. You guys got any, Dan?
Man, I played against Jonathan Williams, running back for Allen. Played in the NFL for some time.
That team was so loaded. That was, Kyler quarterback in there. Jalen Guyton at receiver ended up going to Notre Dame. Their offensive line was loaded as well. I think Cam Little was their left tackle that ended up going to Ole Miss. Didn't quite make it into the NFL, but that dude was a monster.
Yeah, they were brutal playing against Allen. That was like the most day after soreness of a game that you've ever had was playing against those guys. Even more than playing Trinity.
Yeah, Trinity. That their offensive defensive lines were just massive. And Brandon Carter, who went to TCU. Brandon Carter was one of the best high school football players I'd ever saw. He played literally every position. Also was their punter. He was an incredible talent.
Quarterback, and then what? Did he switch to receiver or something?
He started at receiver, then switched to quarterback.
But then when he got to TCU, he went as a receiver.
I think as a receiver.
And he just, I don't know whatever happened.
Something happened there. Yeah. Aaron Ross, Cedric Benson getting texted in, Quinn Ewers,
Jonathan Gray.
Yep. LaDainian Tomlinson. Lucius, you wanna give some love?
I do. You said Cedric Benson already.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Gray.
Yep.
Tyson Thompson was amazing to watch.
Dude.
Yeah, he was fun to watch. And my favorite high school football player of all times, which I try not to fan out because he was my son's coach for a second there, Jimmy Dixon. I was like, that's your coach?
Yeah.
Kid, you have no idea. That's Jimmy Dixon. He's like, yeah, sure, Pops.
Jimmy Dixon.
You have no idea who that is.
Man. Some of the honorable mentions that we got on this list. Bobby Lane from Highland Park. That's an OG. Johnny Manziel.
Oh, Tatum Bell. Oh,
Tatum Bell, yes. Oklahoma State. Man, he was awesome. Sammy Baugh, Sweetwater.
Yeah.
Greg McElroy at South Lake. How about Texas State's coach now, G.J. Kinney, Canton and Gilmer.
Chase Daniel.
I mean, South Lake was just pumping him out. Trey Newton.
Yes.
Running back was pretty damn good.
He was awesome. And Jackson Smith.
Jackson Smith.
Rockwall,
absolutely.
Oh, my gosh.
Outstanding
we're
player.
talking about 6 touchdowns in the first half of a playoff game
Against
at AT&T Stadium versus Allen.
Against
he was
Allen.
incredible.
Ryan Tannehill at Big Spring. Jalen Hurts, Channelview. Colt McCoy, Andrew Luck, Andy Dalton, Cliff Kingsbury. I mean, there's so much talent here in Tech. I mean, these are just quarterbacks that were going down. Number 10 on the list, we've got Pat Mahomes at White House. Before, of course, he became the best quarterback in the National Football League, passed for 4,619 yards, 50 touchdowns, ran for another 15 scores just as a senior, then was selected 37th overall by the Detroit Tigers in the MLB draft before he opted to go to Tech, play football, then goes in the first round, 10th overall to the Chiefs. Number 9, Drew Brees at Westlake. Led the Chaps to an undefeated state championship season his senior year.
He was hurt one year. He didn't play that much football in high school.
He missed his junior year with a torn ACL.
I knew something was there. Yeah.
And then in 2 years as a starter, didn't lose a game. Threw for 50 touchdowns and just under 5,500 yards. Cedric Benson from Lee, 3 consecutive state championships at Lee, rushing for 8,423 yards.
Yeah, he was the whole offense.
My goodness gracious, 51 touchdowns during his stay there. He was absolutely incredible.
And you usually high in the playoff game when you got to a Midland League point, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he would just put you to bed.
Unreal.
Oh, just kill all your dreams.
Man, another kid that we played against, Lake Seastrunk from Temple.
Yes.
Ended up going to Baylor.
Mm-hmm.
Dude had some real speed. I mean, he got to the corner. It was game over. That dude was lethal. Jonathan Gray, Alito.
Yeah.
Comes in at number 4.
All the yards.
Man, he was unreal.
Doesn't he have like the most in Texas?
I think most touchdowns, in history. 65 touchdowns in 2011. That's a state record.
I think his rushing yards, I'm looking it up just here. He's second to Ken Hall, who was at Sugarland in the 50s.
Yep.
Dang.
So I think he's second in he's 10,889 yards.
He averaged
second.
9.2 yards a carry.
But he got all the yards.
But hey, number 6 is Ken Hall.
Yeah, he's
from Sugarland.
Yeah, he was Ken Hall. His rushing record has been held for over 70
Unbelievable.
years. Yeah.
And his single season rushing record, he ran for.
They had no game plan for this guy. Clearly. Clearly.
He ran for 4,045 yards, and in his single game average was 337 yards.
Oh my God.
That is crazy.
But he was like a quarterback. Like he was in that era, he was like a single wing.
Yeah, hybrid quarterback, running back.
Running back.
Yeah. He just had 11. He had 10 lead blockers on every
that
play.
is so crazy.
But I don't believe he did anything in college.
Okay.
Well, because the wear and tear was off the chart.
I mean,
I
my
would say he went
gosh.
to Texas A&M. I might be wrong about that.
Could be right too.
Yeah.
Top 5, Eric Dickerson at number 5 from Sealy.
He's one of the best I've ever seen, regardless.
Holy cow.
Pro, college, high school.
Imagine playing against Eric Dickerson in high school?
He was good at all 3 levels.
Woo!
All 3 levels.
Man, he was the fastest to reach 10,000 yards in the NFL. Did it in just 91 games. But his junior year alone in high school, almost 3,000 yards rushing, 37 touchdowns. Then had another 2,500 yards, 45 touchdowns as a senior. Just a freak. VY, Vince Young comes in at number 4, Madison High School.
I didn't know he went to Madison.
Yeah. He had about 13,000 career total yards. Was absolutely outstanding there at Madison.
Which Madison?
That's what I'm saying. Which Madison did he go to school?
Yeah, where's that at?
Madison
is
High
Dallas?
School.
No, he's not a Dallas.
He's not a Dallas guy. I think he was a Houston guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would have heard about that.
Yeah, I think he was a Houston kid.
I was wondering Madison. I'm like thinking, no way.
Yeah, I think it's in Houston.
Okay.
3 is Adrian Peterson.
Palestine, right?
Yeah, and he was, incredible. At every level, he's been incredible. But in high school, his senior year, 32 touchdowns, 3,000 yards about rushing. Earl Campbell comes in at number 2.
Tyler Rose.
But number 1, greatest Texas high school player of all time. And I did witness it. Kyler Murray at Allen. Never lost a game. 42-0. 3 state championships. Was damn unbeatable in high school. He was like a freaking human joystick out there.
The first time I ever saw him was actually on TV.
It was unreal, man.
His speed was so. And
how small he was.
Yeah, I was a year removed from, maybe 2 years removed from high school, and I was just watching him on TV, going, "Oh my goodness!"
I mean, look,
thank God, I did not have to play against that, because
he's still quicker than everybody.
That speed and quickness was like it was jarring.
It was. I mean, it was unbelievable, and I hated every second of it. Of course, I went to Plano, and Plano hasn't beaten Allen since 2005. Shout out to Scott Svikas and Justin Jordan and that Plano team. Justin Jordan also was fantastic at Plano. You can do some Googles on why he didn't end up doing well at Texas A&M.
A 20-year drought versus a single team.
Yeah,
that's pretty incredible.
We declined, and then Allen took off. I mean, Allen just became a juggernaut, and now, Plano, we're not any good anymore, unfortunately. But gosh, Kyler Murray, heartbreak year after year after year. There's your top 10.
Great stuff, Wolchuk. Thank you so much. We're now heading for the 5 o'clock hour, including the Expressway coming up at 5:20. We'll go commercial-free all the way to the top, and LA Live's in there. But, Chief, what are we doing next?
Football's finest. We have a big-time NFC injury update, plus some news on GOAT-level quarterbacks next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up here in 20 minutes. LA Live at 5:40. Time now for an edition of the finest. And here's Eric Chiafalo.
Thank you very much. Okay, so all-pro tackle for the Detroit Lions, Penei Sewell, left practice yesterday with a reported foot problem. Apparently, allegedly, reportedly, believed to have just suffered a minor ankle injury and should be good. And apparently the team does not believe it's anything serious. So for Lions fans and for that organization who just handed him the Fatty Boombah contract this offseason, and he's probably, I mean, he's definitely considered one of the best in the league. So, and that's the best offensive line in the league, and that would have really sucked for the Lions had he been out for the season or that been serious. So that is definitely good news on that front. Diana Rossini tweeting out. Now, we know, Broadus, you said, like, you don't think the Cowboys are done as it pertains to adding
I don't.
more players, maybe making some trades.
No, they're not done.
Continuing to potentially bolster the interior of that defensive line. And Diana Rossini, she says that teams are beginning the process of finalizing the rosters, of course, and she says to buckle up for some trades.
Yeah.
And obviously you have cut down day on Tuesday, August 27th, but over the course of the next maybe week or so, you could see maybe not huge splash trades, but just trying to shore up the roster little by little. Small name trades, perhaps, but they could go a long way for you. Now, Aaron Rodgers, he is not playing in the Jets preseason finale, which means he will have not played at all in this preseason. We know he played like 4 seconds of last year in its entirety. So this is a guy who's not played much football. Do we feel like that is the right move if you're the Jets? And I know me and Dawson are generally trying to go as cautious as possible on any type of injury situation, but Aaron Rodgers not playing in the preseason at all. Would that be your call if you were running things with the Jets, or would you like to see him out there for any period of time?
We're good.
100%, yeah.
Nope.
That's what you do.
Yep.
You know he can play?
Yep, just let him practice. We'll be fine. Get him out there for week 1, where I think we're making a trip to San Francisco to start off the season. Then we go to Tennessee after that. So, yeah, I need Aaron Rodgers to be rested, ready to go for San Francisco week 1.
That's right. It is San Francisco. Not a place that he's been overly fond of having to play in, right? It's been a disaster.
Yep, been not good. Yep.
It was his childhood team. They passed on him in the draft. He said he would make him pay, and certainly has made them pay in the sense that he's won a Super Bowl since he's been in the league, and the Niners have not. But anytime it's Aaron Rodgers' team versus the Niners, it pretty much goes the Niners' way every single time. Somebody on Twitter said, you definitely want your first live NFL action in a year to be against, check notes, the best linebacker in the NFL and Nick Bosa in an election year. So, I mean, he's going to be
coming in hot.
He is going to be playing with his hair on fire, so to speak. And that's true. I mean, listen, dude, Fred Warner, you think is anybody prepared for Fred Warner and Nick Bosa when you haven't played in like 2 years?
No, the timing's just not going to be quite there.
But I don't think any snap in the preseason prepares you for what Fred Warner's bringing to the table on September 9th in San Francisco, Monday Night Football. That is going to be awesome, though. I mean, my goodness, I'm looking forward to that. The first time we've seen like the over-under on Aaron Rodgers playing the entire game. I mean, I haven't seen many clips where he's like really getting after it in training camp either. Like you see,
they always show him like warming up.
Well, he's saying he's been
very much
a brutal
like
camp.
Yeah.
What did he say about this camp?
It's been brutal.
Says it's been brutal.
Been one of the most difficult camps he's ever had.
Yeah.
And he didn't expound on that as to why. He just said, maybe because often Achilles at that age, things are just, it's more exhausting to go out there and throw the ball.
With the practices under Coach Saleh, he was saying that was something he knew coming into it. That was what Coach wanted to do. So I guess maybe they're just putting in
Bob
more
Saleh's
work than
coaching
usual.
for his job.
Michael Lombardi mentioned this with Sean and RJ the other day. Your buddy Michael Lombardi.
He said a lot of crazy ass stuff too.
He did. He said a lot of crazy ass stuff, and I don't agree with all of it. But at one point, he was just like, "Are we really in a world where Robert Saleh is the head coach and Bill Belichick is not?" And it's like, yeah, when you put it that way, like, how the heck could the Jets be in that division playing against that guy and Bill Belichick for that many years and seeing what he's done to you? And when he becomes available, you don't immediately cut ties with Bob Saleh to go bring Bill Belichick in? Are you out of your mind?
There's history there.
Yeah, but I think the history.
The history is Belichick owns you for 2 decades. No. I know he
had the
spurned
job.
him, and
he had the job.
Yeah, like I don't think he'd ever want to go to the Jets. But I hear you. Like if I was the Jets, I would want him too. But Bill, I think would give them the bird.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification because I'm going. Yeah, honestly, like why you're the Jets? You're Aaron Rodgers, and you're like, wait, Belichick's available, and I'm talking to Coach Steroids about what?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's crazy.
I think somebody told me out at camp that
I'm talking to Coach Trent about what?
Belichick, because we were thinking about Belichick and maybe the Giants, and guy told me don't count that one. There's the Maras and the Belichick really don't get along all that well. There had to be some fence mending going on if that was the case.
Oh, because that's the one team that has like
because I quickly like someone. Well, do you think Bill Belichick would coach? No, the Giants. Giants are the team you got to watch. And the guy goes, you know the history between him and the Maras? And I'm like, no. And then I had to recant everything I said.
Well, does the history extend further than just them beating them in the Super Bowl and ruining his undefeated opportunity?
I think there's a lot more to it.
There's more than just that. Okay,
like with Parcells and I think like when Parcells left, he pretty much had it set up where Belichick would take over that job, and then they decided to screw over Bill Belichick getting it.
Yeah.
Oh, the old screw over, huh?
Yeah.
That never seems to go over well. We have video. Okay, like when you think of Tom Brady, do you think of like athlete, like athleticism? What do you think of when he's the GOAT, he's quarterback, but
I know what you're going at. He's a tall guy.
Did you see what he did?
He's a tall guy.
Yeah.
He's 47 years old. I know he's tall. I mean, he is
Bro, is that it, Dawson?
He's a tall guy.
That's it.
Yeah.
He's a tall guy.
Wow.
Yeah, let Chief set it up.
Well, because Dawson has seen the video. Have you guys seen that Brady at 47 years old is dunking a basketball? Does that surprise you?
In jeans.
In jeans? Does that surprise you?
It can happen. It can happen, bro.
Anybody can lower the hoop.
No, he's like 6'4", 6'5".
He is tall, for sure. Don't get me wrong. He's tall enough to where it's like it's conceivable. But at 47 years old and a guy who he throws the ball well and he's a football Jedi in his brain, but there's nothing about him that gives off overly athletic. But he is a tall guy and he's enough to be able to dunk the basketball at 47. I was actually pretty impressed by that video. Just wearing jeans and a backwards hat and very casually goes up there.
So this is not an AI
dunkage
situation or his production company of him throwing the ball into the jugs machine and having it spit back to him. We're not doing that again,
I would like to apologize in advance if I am perpetuating some sort of ball sacking here. But if they did, I mean, this video is the cleanest AI deep fake that you've ever seen.
Tom's got the ability. Like I told you, he did throw the ball into the jugs machine and it spit back to him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I am aware of that. That was incredible, but that was obviously not real. This dunk video seems to be real, and just kudos to him. That's pretty impressive. And Broadus, how about this, Dawson? Broadus is alleging that he might be able to get us Tom Brady on our official pregame show for the Cowboys in lead up to some games.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah,
that's outstanding. Now his arm length 32 3/4. Is that inordinately long? Because I got his spider chart up here too, and he's in the 3rd percentile for vertical leap. He basically has no vertical leap. So I'm a little surprised as well, but I think it's just maybe height.
I don't think that there's any way these are regulation size rims, boys.
This is not AI. I do think Brady got more athletic over the years. Like his combine numbers are as worse as it ever was. I think he became more athletic, but 3%.
No, that's a 10-foot rim. That's a 10-foot rim. These are set up at like an NCAA fan event or something like that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. This is a real
He's
deal.
the hell out of the ball too.
Was this deal he was at that
just
event
retweeted it
that
at GBag Nation. Go ahead and jump on there.
Yeah.
You'll see. That's not a kind of event where they're going to be. Yeah, and he just barely gets it over.
Yeah, that's the kind of dunk that I see people dunking. That's a dunk. That's just a regular old dunk, man.
Yeah, it's not flashy. It's not
flashy.
Not winning any awards.
No two hands. He didn't pump it or nothing like that. Pause.
No sauce.
Now, if he broke his knees or ankle or something like that, healed up and still could dunk, I'll be envious. Yeah, but just.
I got you. Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was pretty dang impressive right there. Back to Diana Rossini. I heard her mention, she was asked, I think she was on the Dan Patrick show, and she's gone around to a bunch of different training camps, and he asked her, like, what's the team that you were at training camp? And you're like, wow, this is not good. And then the one that sort of wowed you. Did you see this, Broadus?
No, I would say the one that wowed her. I haven't seen this. I'm going to guess she thought the Lions were really good. Wait, she's buddies with Peyton. She say Denver was really, really good, or I think Detroit. I'm going to say she said Detroit was her wow one.
She's definitely been talking up Bo Nix, and I think that's the thing. That's the tip of the cap to her friend Sean Payton.
That's Sean in there helping her along.
I'm sure she had good things to see and say about what Detroit was doing, but the team that she was most impressed with, and she said like it was an unbelievable C.J. Stroud day, but it was the Texans.
Wow. Oh, Texans.
She was like, dude, the Texans, well-oiled machine. Everything is just like from top to bottom, and she said like because she's going for like one day at these camps, so. The sample size is small, and she was like, everybody there was like, yeah, C.J. Stroud just had like his best day of camp, but she was there for that, and she was blown away at the Texans camp. So for whatever that is, and then on the downside of it, it was Cowboys' Week 1 opponent. It was the Cleveland Browns.
Oof.
And I think when we were doing the win-loss, the very scientific schedule predictor,
I have it in my bag.
I think we might have had them losing Week 1 in the dog pound.
We did.
But
tough defense.
We had them losing to the Browns and beating the Saints the following week.
That offense, I think, is going to be as disgusting of an offense as we'll see in football this season, with Deshaun Watson being as bad as he is now. And
he's been bad. Yes,
their defense is
rushing attack
wonderful.
is just very good.
I mean, the line for that game is going to be all-time low. That's going to be a hammer the under kind of game.
Especially if CeeDee's not there, which I think he's going to be. But if he's not, oof.
So the Browns, man, Cowboys week 1 opponent. Maybe the Cowboys get a bit of a tune-up game. Now it's going to be a struggle for their offense because the Browns defense, I do think, is still going to be legit.
We need the crowd there. You know, we didn't have that 1-0 mentality.
1-0 mentality.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I think you hit it, man. You hammer the under on that game. You know,
that's a 13-10 game, right?
It will be awesome if the Cowboys can go to Cleveland and light up the scoreboard a little bit. I think just pessimism with this offense has to be at an all-time low. You go on the road against a playoff level defense. That, to me, that in my instincts, it's screaming you're down 13-3 at half. You know, you're basically going 3 and out every time you get the ball. Dak's looking at 3rd and long. He's looking into the secondary, confused, hanging onto the ball too long as well. That just, you know, I need to get some success going to recondition my expectations, because until then, man, that Green Bay game has definitely left a stain.
Yeah, hey, you're preaching to the choir here on that one. Okay, final clip here. This is Sean Payton, Broncos head coach, brought us his buddy and a friend of Diana Rossini. She stopped by with her podcast, Scoop City, and Chase Daniel. And remember the story that we mentioned a little while back? Sean Payton is the first coach ever to be an ambassador or whatever for the Jordan brand.
Yes.
So he's sponsored by Jordan. He's repping Jordans on the sideline and everything like that. Here's Sean Payton telling Chase Daniels and Diana Rossini how that came about.
The Super Bowl was in Miami, and I had an email about this new golf course that Michael Jordan was opening, Grove 23.
Yep.
And it was an invite to come look as a potential candidate. And we pull in, Michael was playing with a large group,
Yep.
and he was finishing up. He had played 36, and he had just come in and met us. We sat and talked. We talked tequila. He had just kind of started a brand of tequila. And then he said, I know you wear the Jordan 11 golds. He goes, I'm going to make you my first Jordan brand coach. And I was like, that sounds good.
It sounds good.
And so that was fine. And then we got our membership. We're fired up. Yeah. And 3 weeks later, like 15 boxes came of just different Jordan
shoes. So we followed
shoes.
through with it.
So the shoes come in, the clothes comes in. I don't ever take it for granted.
Yeah.
I'm real appreciative.
Awesome.
And there's players, the rule is if I gift you one of those, you can't sell them, obviously.
Yeah,
but everyone, I could tell you right now, everyone who's a 13 in the locker room, and they're always waiting for the next.
Coach, I'm a 13.
Cortland Sutton's a
saying.
13. Are you 13?
13.
I'll send you some.
All right.
I'll send you some. Perfect.
Dude, how about this, though? I was not expecting the text to do this about old man Brady dunking. 469 says, I guess fat asses have fat ass friends. Brady dunking would shock you. I'm 57. I have friends at 60 that would dunk on your ass, bro. ... LOL. Wow, 469. I didn't realize the athletic prowess of you and your geriatric friends there as you drink in your garage and talk about the old days. 682. I'm 5'9", $160, 53 years old, and even I can dunk once if I'm not tired. So not that impressive. Also, I was shot in the hip in the military back in 09.
Yeah, how about it?
Well, that dude's a badass.
Well, my goodness, thank you for
I
your
got a bum
service.
hip and I still got hops.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, dude.
I mean, you can brag without being mean,
I don't know.
Like, hey,
Not in
I
this
can
day
dunk,
and age,
guys.
you can't.
Yeah, they don't hit the same
dude.
nowadays.
You just assumed that me and my friends are all fat.
Everybody's dumb.
That is fantastic, dude.
You bunch of fat asses. I can dunk.
Cool.
It's troll trash idiots, man.
Dude, I'm jealous, though, honestly.
I am
because
too.
I've never had
Yeah.
a single day in my life where I could tell you with the straight face that I could dunk a basketball.
Oh, it feels great.
I bet, dude.
I wish.
Oh,
but
that's
It's
a
fun,
us
especially
fat
on a
asses
fast
can't
break.
dunk.
It feels good on a fast break. It feels good when you're young and there's girls at the court. You get your dunk off on the warm-ups. You know what I
slam it
mean?
home.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Feels good. When your son's
What's
young,
his
like
name?
my kid was, I got a dunk on the goal. Oh, Dad, oh my God.
Yes, you're a hero
So
for
cool.
that.
Yeah, hero, bro.
I want to dunk so bad, we lowered every hoop that we played on to dunk hoop levels, and it ruined my jump shot when I was like 16. But it was worth it.
Oh, dude, yeah, we were pulling out like coolers and stuff to jump off of to dunk on like a 7-foot goal, and it just felt so damn liberating.
Yes, dude. Just skying up there. all 8 inches off the ground. Okay, thank you, Chia Follow. It's time now to hit the expressway. We're going commercial-free to the top when we resume, up to date on everything in the world of sports. Just how good is this Cowboys draft class? Let's kick it off there when we return right here on the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about D&M leasing before we do that, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
smart lock, all professionally installed and controlled on your phone with DFW Security's award-winning app. Call before it's gone.
DFWsecurity.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. Let's go commercial-free all the way to the top. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And the expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. LA Live now 15 minutes away. David Moore in the Morning News posted a new story today. Strong showing in Oxnard expedites production expected from Cowboys 2024 rookie class. Brian, after training camp, what do you think? Is this rookie class heading for an A grade?
They're going that direction right now. If you're just the only one that hasn't done anything, and I mentioned earlier, was the offensive lineman Thomas was the only one. Everybody else has found a way to participate, and Nathan Thomas is who I'm talking about. He has
7th rounder.
Yeah, he hasn't. Was he 7th rounder?
Yes.
7th round. Okay. These things.
Yeah, I mean, if you get 4 dudes that give you a big impact their rookie year, that is a hell of a draft
7th
class.
round. Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Guyton, Nealon, Beebe, Leofau, and then even Kalen Carson. Is it 5 guys that give you an impact?
Carson might be your 4th corner right now.
How could he not be, Broadus? I mean, he's got to be. He's been legit, and nobody else has done really anything.
And how would you consider Flournoy right now? What would you put him as?
Flournoy, I kind of feel like that because he's a draft pick that he'll probably make it, but he started off where he was, and he was over with us.
Right.
And then he's gotten better each practice that I saw. He'll have to I think he'll need I think he'll make the team. I'm not going to sit there and say like, oh, he needs a big game this week. I think there's a couple of guys competing for a spot. I think with Cropper, and I don't know if Cropper's going to make this team. I think Cropper initially started out like he was a guy that was showing that maybe he would be the last wide receiver on here.
Got the fumbles.
Yeah, I kind of feel like
squatter.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, I feel like that maybe that Flournoy might be your last guy now.
I mean, you can live with those kind of as if you have a 4-pack and maybe 5-pack as strong as this draft class. I don't know if I've ever seen a draft class hit with this much potential production. But how good could it be, Brian? Do you see all pros in this group? Do you see Pro Bowlers? Do you see starters?
Well, it'll definitely. If I had to say the potential for Pro Bowlers, I would have to say your tackle has the potential. Your left tackle, Guyton. Beebe, I think, has potential to be that guy as well. I really do love that corner, though.
Carson, yeah.
I do love Carson.
You're skipping over Nealon and Carson, and Leofau.
I think
they're
both going to be. I think they're both going to be really solid players. I would not say Pro Bowl type players, though. Okay. I would say really solid, dependable players.
Appreciate you helping us set expectations there. And Wolchuk, would you agree with Brian there?
Yeah, I mean, look, Nealon's a guy that he's been way better than I thought he ever would be. So, I mean, I'm not going to – I can't say that he can't be a Pro Bowl player, but I think a lot of that stuff, like the sack totals, we'll see if he's like a double-digit sack guy or not. But in terms of just an all-around edge, I think he can have a very similar career to DeMarcus Lawrence, which I guess would be maybe a possible Pro Bowler too.
Couple, 2-3 times, yeah. And, Chief, I know you were having a hard time seeing Leofau not on the blooper reel after watching some of the missed tackles from his college tape. What would you add or contribute to that conversation?
Well, I mean, he definitely in the last game he looked like a guy that belonged. I mean, he was firing off. He was wrong shouldering plays. I know you mentioned brought us that play where they run for like 15 yards and it's to his side, and you're kind of looking at it. Then you go back, you're like, no, he took on that pulling guard exactly what you want. The other linebacker didn't scrape over. You get him next to Kendricks. You get him next to Overshown. So, I mean, all signs are looking like I'm probably going to have egg on my face on that one, which is great news. I mean, he's flying around. And Zimmer, when we talked to him kind of off the record a little bit, but he was like, dude, Leofau, we like him.
It was, overwhelming when we got to talk with the scouts and then the linebacking coach. Like, they loved this dude.
Well, up next here in the G-Bag Nation, do we need to be worried about the Eagles and the trade they made today for Jahan Dotson? Is that the kind of player that gives them a wide receiver number 3? But he's a guy that produced nearly 50 catches last year for Washington. 2 years in, I salute Howie Roseman for finding a guy who's got a little something and is still very young, a whole career ahead of him if they can get something together there. So I do think this is Roseman outworking you once again and getting his hands on an asset, a prospect that could probably help their offense. What do you think, Brian? How much does he help them?
Yeah, I believe he does help. I'll say this though. I'll circle back. Your phrase you just used, outworked. If the Cowboys just sat there and did nothing with their defense, I would totally agree with you. I think that they've looked at their practice, they've looked at their team out of necessity. They could have just said, "We're going to go with Mazi Smith. We're gonna roll with Rodgers. We're just going to do. We're just going to play status quo football." They've added 8 or 9 guys to this team. I mean, and I know they had to make a move because of Sam Williams, but I appreciate the fact that they're just not sitting there. And I don't know. Like I say, Mike Zimmer could be telling Will McClay, but Will McClay could also be walking in there and telling Mike, like, listen, what do you feel about your front? He goes, I don't think my tackles are very good. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. Maybe the Cowboys of the past would have sat there and done nothing. They're doing it. Is it, add Carl Lawson? They've added some players to this thing. Linval Joseph, they've added some players that we were kind of hopeful that now. Would you have wanted him to do it when free agents started? Sure. Maybe the quality of player a little bit higher? Sure. But right now, I got to give them a little credit for not sitting there and just letting their defense just, let's play status quo football and then, and see what happens.
I do. I think you got a good point there.
I mean, it's not like, okay, you go out and get Dotson. That's a big trade. That's a big trade.
First round pick.
Yeah,
that's a big 2 years ago.
And that's and
you get it for what, a 5?
Well, but they had to give up some other stuff along the way. But the Commanders, this is what you do. You take advantage of teams that have new coaches, new general managers. Mm-hmm. Every time you do that, trade with every one of those teams that has a new coach, because those are the guys. They'll just give up on players. They'll give up on good players.
Wasn't their guys.
Yeah, wasn't my guy. So
well, maybe. Hey, you've been telling us the Cowboys are out there working, and they're not done yet. So maybe they'll go trade for a former first-round pick with a lot of talent, well in his prime.
They're working. Yeah.
Rangers are off today. The best baseball content with KNC earlier today. Do you think Ray has to sell Chris Young and Bruce Bochy on the idea of staying with this team now? I mean, if you're one of those two guys, if I'm Bochy, there's no way I'm sticking around much longer if we aren't spending to win. I'm definitely not that interested in just being a skipper on a below 500 team. I would absolutely feel that way right now if I was CY and Bruce Bochy. How about you guys?
Yeah, I think you need to make sure you've got that investment from ownership, that they're going to go out there and compete and put forth some money so you can be aggressive, to be able to make some moves. I mean, you can't just stand pat and hope, okay, our guys are just going to rebound from what happened this year. There's no guarantee Jonah Heim gives you the season he gave you 2 years ago. Is Ezekiel Duran going to go back to what he was the first half of the season last year where he was a borderline all-star? I don't know. Leody Taveras, what do you want to do at center field? Do you need to upgrade there? What's the condition with Evan Carter in the back? That's their answer for center field, but I mean, how's that looking? So absolutely, CY and Boch are too good, and they're too good of competitors, and they've proven they can win you a World Series. You've got to be able to go out there and back it financially, regardless on what's going on with the TV deal. And if you're a fan, the fans, I mean, I would be so heartbroken if all of a sudden you turn around and you realize you've got an ownership that is going to be cheap.
Yeah, that would be insane.
That's what it seems like right now.
After all the money they spent and then were rewarded with wins, and, you feel like, dude, if we give Bochy the right assets every other year, he's going to have you in the mix. Maybe not every year. But I would absolutely be heartbroken if we see Bruce Bochy walk away into retirement and says, well, the Rangers just aren't committed to winning. Yeah, of course, you would appreciate the one World Series you got. But wow.
Well, how much is playing, if you're Ray Davis, does this television thing, the Bally's thing, is it really making things hard for you to spend money?
No, you're worth billions of dollars, and we're talking about $20 million.
Okay, but the Bally's thing did take what, $100 million out of the payroll
and they
system?
use that as an excuse for this year. Understood, but you can't be using that for multiple years.
I'm just trying to say, if you're Ray Davis, like, listen, hey, we had to bite the bullet this year because we didn't,
and fine.
But if we hang together here now, the thing that bothers me the most is the fact that that CY doesn't have an extension. That's the problem, because if I was one of these teams like the White Sox or one of these other teams that's not any good, I'm going after CY.
And I think CY is more important because he's so much younger than Bochy. I mean, we're kind of trying to get the last little bit of genius.
Max Venables, is that who would get that?
Yeah,
Venables.
Yeah, Max. See, they've already got the succession plan, I believe.
Well, CY's a stud. Of course, he has a great succession plan.
Yeah.
He knows where he wants to go, and if that doesn't work out, he'll find another great skipper.
Yeah.
I want to know that Ray's committed with the pocketbook to keep the right people involved to continue to make this a championship organization. As much fun as it was, I don't want it to be a one-off. I want to go on that ride that apparently the Astros are still on. Jason Kidd, on what allowed the Mavs to win the recruiting of Klay Thompson, did an interview with NBC Sports there in the Bay Area. A lot of people that were involved, but one of the biggest players was Kyrie Irving. They all talk about their situations. They all recruit one another. This was about Kai and Klay being able to talk. Kai being able to player detail his experience of what Dallas has been like for him in 2 years, and being able to tell Klay the honest truth of what he thinks can happen with Klay coming to Dallas, said Jason Kidd. So it took us a while, and maybe for a decade plus, we thought it would never come together with Mark Cuban and Rick Carlisle, being the main recruiters along with Donnie Nelson. But dang it, they got it right with Kyrie Irving, Jason Kidd, and Nico Harrison. And maybe this is, the makings, because that tells you something. Not only are you good enough, but you have the right people in the right positions to influence the other stars around the league. Hopefully they ain't done yet, when it comes to these kind of deals. Other Klay Thompson discussions, where does he rank among the best players on the team? That's an interesting thing out there as we start to look ahead to training camp. I don't know. I don't know what version of Klay Thompson we're getting, but I know you can make a case that maybe he's sixth behind Luka and Kyrie and Gafford and Washington and Lively. I saw Lively, The Athletic, constructed a mock draft of players in the league under 21 years old. Wemby number 1, Paolo Banchero number 2. Lively comes in at number 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. If there was a draft of all the players in the league currently 21 or younger, obviously Cooper Flagg, the guy going to Duke, might be the real number 2 pick behind Wemby, but that just goes to show you how much respect there is around Lively. And the same story guys that said the buzz at the draft this year was everybody was excited about the idea of trying to find the next Lively.
Yeah.
Wow.
But, I mean, the guy got better and better and better, and he did it in the playoffs as well. I mean, he definitely didn't look like the same guy that we had seen through the West run at the start of the finals, but then games 3, games 4, games 5, he was a much better player defensively. I mean, the IQ, the leadership at that young age, this dude, I mean, to me, I do think he is going to end up being the second best big 5 years from now behind Wemby.
If the Mavs and the Celtics, they played in that finals, I think if Lively was, say, 3 years or 4 years into his NBA career, that might have been a different a different series. But he's a young guy, and it give the Mavs a lot of credit for they tanked that thing, they got the pick, and away they went. So good for them. Yeah.
Yeah, he's incredible. Big men mature late. I mean, he's just scratching the surface, and I think ideally what happens is he grows into your second-best player, and as Kyrie sort of transitions out, Klay transitions out, you could build another championship roster around pretty much Luka and Lively. Cristiano Ronaldo has only been on YouTube for 1 day, broke records. Soccer star launched the YouTube channel You Are Cristiano, and hit 1 million subs in 90 minutes. That's a record. He already had more than 24 million this morning. Ronaldo has more social media followers than anyone on earth, with nearly 1 billion followers across Facebook, Instagram, and X.
Jeez,
very popular guy
I could say that I'm not one of them.
Yeah.
Is there a bigger number of?
If you had an OnlyFans, I bet you'd be subscribed to it.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say something else, but I made
Stop yourself?
Watch yourself.
Yeah,
Watch yourself.
Watch myself. Yep. Go ahead.
All right, there it is. Look at everything breaking. Time now as we continue the expressway to throw it into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
Hey, brothers, you've been a wild boy today. I'll tell you what.
I was going to say something, Lucius.
I tell you what.
I saw that right hand of yours go that dump button. I said, yeah.
I did lift it up just a little bit. I was
did.
like, where's it going to go?
Where am I going to go?
It's not that month.
Don't let this be a Tom Brenneman situation.
We can't play around, yeah. Is that my guy that went to the museum? He said it.
No.
He said it with a smile on his face, man. Oh, my God. Poor guy. He had no idea. He was saying what they were saying in their heads out loud on the mic today. All right. Here we go. Let's see. It's LA Live on a Thirsty Thursday. Let's get into some fun stuff right after the great Rick James. For the ladies. For the ladies.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
What do you think goes wrong in your relationships?
I think they get to know me is the problem, you know? Like, I'm like the Dominican Republic. I'm great for like 5 days, and then they're like, oh, you have some problems that I was not aware of. I think that's what it is. You know?
Those TV news people, they didn't know what to do with that type of joke.
Yeah.
He's a morning television just anarchist.
Destroys the whole situation for you.
They keep bringing him back. I don't get it.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding dates out there, I might have a little hookup for you a little later here in LA Live, all right? So stick around and get
on ladies'
down.
night.
Yeah, on a ladies' night. I might have a plug, shawty. I might have a plug. This is LA Live for Thursday, August 22nd, I believe. Yeah, August 22nd, 2024. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies' Night edition in LA Live, which is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. Fellas, everybody doing good?
Doing
Everybody
great.
all right?
Awesome, man.
I'm enjoying watching Dawson on the green screen disappear. Like, like all of a sudden he's there and then he just disappears completely off the screen.
He does, yeah, he does every once in a while.
Dawson, lean to your left. Dawson, lean to your left.
He's here.
Watch
He's
this.
there.
Now go
He's
get
gone. Yeah. He just disappeared. He just disappeared. Ladies' night here in LA Live. Yeah.
Whoa.
With it being Ladies' Night, there's a certain lady on Twitter that stirred up some controversy recently. Maybe about a week ago, I seen it on my timeline. At Rican Dominis. At Rican Dominis.
Rican Dominis.
Rican Dominis 1, in fact. Rican Dominis 1.
Do some research here.
Yeah, I did. Boy, Rican Dominis is on fire, especially that Instagram of hers. But on Twitter, she says this. I'm sorry. Car comes before an apartment.
Oh.
A car can be used to increase funds and to get you to your apartment. An apartment ain't gonna help you get from work.
Okay.
Which one do you purchase first here, folks? Transportation or shelter? Because you got a lot of, I'm talking about a lot. This little tweet of hers went viral.
Really?
Car comes before an apartment. A car can be used to increase your funds and get you to your apartment. An apartment ain't gonna help you get to and from work.
No. Unless you could get it real close to work, you know. That would be ideal. But I'm probably, without knowing any other of the details, I'm going car because that'd be a fine shelter. I could live in a car for a while, especially a nice little station wagon, minivan.
Good point.
Wow, so you'll go car before shelter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if I'm with family, you know, if I have a family, I'd probably go shelter.
Yes.
If I got little kids and stuff.
Yeah, you're not keeping the family living in the car with you.
Yeah.
So how about you, Zach? You would choose a car over having an apartment? You got one buy to do. You got to make your first buys.
Yeah, I think the car would go before the apartment.
Wow, that's two.
Yeah, because, I mean, honestly, worst case scenario, yes, I can sleep in the car. I've done the door dashing deal, like to make money on a pinch as well. Like there's a lot of things you're probably going to need that car for.
Are y'all thinking this through?
No, I don't think they are, Lucius. I mean, I'm trying to understand I somewhat get it. I never
going
really
to Planet Fitness, right? $5-10 a month. I'm getting a shower.
Okay, yeah, because I was wondering about like Wolchuk living in his in his car. Like, how is Wolchuk going to the bathroom as a guy who has two fear?
No, that would be that'd be something that I'd have to just deal with.
I'm figuring out the train bus schedule.
Be highly motivated.
Yeah, you can train, you can bus. I mean, I'm just assuming you don't have a lot of money to be able to Uber or anything like that.
No, I'm getting an apartment. I'm figuring out the bus schedule, and then the car will be second.
Pawn shop. I'm hitting up a bike. I'm getting a bike.
I was about to say you can just get a bike or something.
Shelter's number one.
Shelter's number one. Yes, I need a fridge, bro. I need like.
You always think of shelter first when you're trapped out in the woods. You're not thinking about transportation. You're thinking about shelter.
Yeah, you're
How to
thinking
protect
about
yourself
shelter.
from the element.
Yes, and I think you can get transportation a little bit easier. I mean, like you said, Lucius, you can get a bike.
Get a bike, some nice thighs by the time you get, your money up.
Yeah.
You're nice and swole by the time you get your money
Yeah,
up.
100%. You're getting in shape. You're probably getting your steps in. That's for sure. So, and how many things can you actually, like, you got no Wi-Fi in your car.
Yeah,
like,
nothing.
at least if you're in your apartment, you have Wi-Fi. I can get work done. I don't know. I mean, how many remote ways to make money now? I could probably sit in my comfy apartment and have the wherewithal and the comfort to be able to execute business plans better than I could sweat and dong in the old, Mitsubishi.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 100% with you. I'm getting the shelter before I get some transportation. I figured it out. But, I mean, it did cause some controversy. So there's both sides on this.
I can see the car thing.
Let's say, though, we're starting with $1,500, right?
Yeah.
I have a car and $1,000. You have an apartment and nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm
that's
thinking
for like
bare bones.
You're talking about for like how long is this car living plan?
Yeah, well, the hope is now because of the car, I'm working, I'm earning money. Eventually, I can get the apartment.
Yeah.
And the car also, I mean, the jobs that you can do with the car. I can Uber drive, I can DoorDash, I can, all the different apps that you can utilize with that.
A little further.
I can show up at a job not sweating.
Yeah. Little further.
Yeah, but you haven't showered probably in a while.
A little further.
I guess you got your
research
Planet Fitness app.
of the Dominus of the Dominus. Is that how we say her name? The Dominus.
Wait, keep going.
Dominus.
Oh,
Dominus.
At Rican Dominus. At Rican Dominus 1.
Yeah.
Which I suggest you look her Instagram up. She's on fire.
August 13th, she commented on a post from another girl named Sid. And Sid said, "My top spender on OnlyFans bought me my dream car."
Damn.
So it's Brian Broaddus.
Get your shelter. Get your shelter.
He's not going by his
and get
real
your
name.
account. And the minute she said, "Let me get that start of this account," so she's thinking like, "Whoa, wait a minute."
Hey,
I got
she's a
shelter.
go-getter, man.
Yeah, look, she's got a friend that's got a car.
Heck yeah.
So that's what you do. You get your account going. You get a car. So get your shelter fixed first. Simple. This is not hard.
Oh, hey, good point, by the way. Like, you're not getting approved to do ride share and make money with your vehicle in a $500 car.
Oh, who said how much the car is?
Well, you're broke, right? You have $1,500 or something?
Well, you're definitely not getting an apartment.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. That's a very fair point. At $1,500 is what we got.
Goodness.
Is that all you
Crazy
have?
deal. I don't know if that was thrown into
No,
somewhere.
that wasn't in there, but it's basically
just starting. Like, let's say you don't have any money.
Yeah, just basically, did you this or that? This is all you can do.
You got $5,000 for a
being.
car or
Yeah.
$5,000 for an apartment.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works. And I'm going apartment. I'm going apartment. I'm going to figure out the rest later.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you, but
OnlyFans. that works.
controversy. It was on both sides, so I understand.
On both sides.
On both sides. LA Live 105.3 The Fan Ladies Night. Hey, ladies. Always for the ladies. I was checking out Mug Shotties.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Mug Shotties. An Instagram account, if you're not aware of Mug Shotties, it's an Instagram account that shows mug shots of attractive women's that have been arrested.
Yep.
And we got a cute young lady right here arrested for aggravated domestic battery.
Hey, Lucius, have we ever figured out what city has the cutest mugshot gals?
I'm going to go either Florida.
You think so?
Yeah, I'm Florida.
They got the most to choose from.
Yeah, Arizona.
I might do some more research here.
Yeah, California. Arrested for aggravated domestic battery, aggravated assault with deadly weapon, and false imprisonment. She threatened her partner with a knife over cleaning a cat's litter box.
what I'm saying?
It's light work.
That's how disgusting those things are, man.
The litter boxes? Yeah, they're pretty terrible.
They do smell.
Yeah, they're pretty terrible. We had some friends, wife and I had some friends that kind of not really friends anymore because they invited us over to the house to chill for the weekend, right? And the kitty litter box was in the bathroom, and it was nasty.
Ooh, that's not
Wifey cleaned up the kitty litter box. The other girl came home and said, "Who cleaned my damn bathroom?"
Oh no.
Well, she was mad.
Yeah, she was mad. Feel like she got like stood up or something. You know? I don't know. Somebody came and outdid her in her house.
Sorry for
I
helping.
don't know.
Yeah.
We were just tired of stepping on kitty litters and we got out the shower.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's bad.
You shouldn't put if you're having people stay. You don't leave the litter box in the bathroom.
Yeah, clean up a little bit.
Yeah, that's
you
on
gonna
them.
have some company. Another woman was arrested. This is for Dustin right here because I have a question. She had 3 separate DUI charges, all over. What was that? 1.15 BAC. What is that?
It's pretty drunk.
That's pretty drunk.
That's almost twice, right?
Pretty
Yeah.
drunk.
Pretty
drunk. I'd say you're pretty drunk.
Pretty litty.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You don't want to be 3 DUI person either.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be that at all whatsoever.
I didn't notice there Lucius Fellows mugshots.
I sure do.
You
Yeah, I check it out. I look
you
at
and Tovash.
I do. Shout out to Tovash. Tovash be sending me some stuff on the Instas.
Does he?
Yeah, I send him a little taco back. Like, yeah, I see it. I see what you're doing, shawty. Yeah, I look for you too, Broadus, and the likes. I'm like, I'm seeing you look for Brian Broadus and the likes.
I'm looking at. I was trying to get a game plan of where these ladies are from.
Yeah, no, me too, man.
Like a
but I
scouting-
got you. Just keep sticking with me. I got you.
I know
I'm
you do.
leading. This is coming somewhere. Pause. What else? Hey, we got another lady right here caught in an assault charge. She punched another woman in the face over an argument about a homeless man's dog.
Oh no!
This happened outside of Dirk Bentley's Whiskey Row Bar. She's pretty cute too. Pretty cute lady. You got another homegirl. She's abusive. Homegirl is domestic violence. She threw a drink at her former boyfriend's face while he was driving her home because he wouldn't let her out the car. Let me out! Let me out! Splash! Threw the drink in his face. Then he let her out and he drove off. And she called him, said, "Come pick me back up."
Yeah.